Ich halte dich in meinem Arm umfangen. Wie ein Saatkorn ist die Hoffnung aufgegangen. Wird sich nun der Traum erfüllen, derer, die ihr Leben gaben, für das kaum erträumte Glück? Leben ohne Angst zu haben, Leben ohne Angst zu haben.
The Invention of Capitalism. How Sahra Wagenknecht Learned to Love Ludwig Erhard. By Hans Ulysses Moll. I refuse to have a lack of understanding for the end of the world. Helmut Schmidt, 1980. Anyone who wanted to know from their doctor how they were doing medically, as was still common well into the 1960s, could be pretty sure that they would not receive truthful information, especially if their prospects were very poor. The prevailing opinion among the white coats at the time was that the truth was counterproductive for the patient and was more likely to kill him than his illness. For whatever reason, today the medical profession behaves somewhat differently in this respect. Whether the official justification that telling even unpleasant truths strengthens the relationship of trust between doctor and patient is true is doubtful. The medical profession was idolized as demigods in white, i.e. showered with boundless trust, especially in the days when dishonesty was still part of the core of professional conduct. The guild that still maintains a similar relationship to the truth today as the medical caste did in the past, and cannot do otherwise for reasons specific to the discipline, is economics. Its main task is to create forecasts for the future from the available data, i.e. to first provide society with information about its state of health in order to then, in the event that a disease is diagnosed, provide the therapeutic means for its recovery. Every economist, like every physician, is aware that the behavior of his patient is not only extremely contingent in itself, i.e. very difficult to calculate, but is also largely determined by the results of his diagnoses. If the economic prospects are presented as rather poor, then no more investments are made and the economy gets worse and worse. The diagnosis provides the data on the basis of which the subsequent diagnosis is made, a rather tricky problem that the economist has to constantly tinker with. As a result, precisely because of the intrinsic trickiness of his subject, he enjoys the advantage that his forecasts, if he sticks to the rules that apply in the profession, if you exclude clear calculation errors, which can always happen, can actually never be wrong, a pleasing fact that is by no means the only one that this scientific discipline has in common with the famous Oracle of Delphi. The models with which economics wants to do justice to its subject must be extremely complex if it wants to get to grips with this interaction between observation and subject, which in no way means that its consistent principle is not extremely simple, even primitive. It is based on a banal blackmail that is common to all scientific disciplines whose basis and purpose is to provide practical guidelines for human behavior. The principle is, if you behave like this or like that, then this or that will happen. All of society's activities are subjected to this normative if in order to conclude a then, a conclusion whose validity is absolute, which has excluded all contingency. So what happens when, as in the current crisis, a society, represented by its political authorities, which for decades has slavishly adhered to the therapeutic guidelines of the economic experts, i.e. has subjected its if to their then, is threatened with exit as a result? One would think that the doctor would then have lost the trust of his patient. However, as everyone can observe, nothing happens in this respect as far as economics and its executive body politics are concerned. They carry on as before. It is true that some parameters are being exchanged in science and politics, and not just for experts. If someone is held responsible for the consequences that were not predicted and therefore not taken into account by politicians, then it is only the immediate representatives of the economic system itself who have behaved in a way that is alien to the system. In most cases, it is the so-called employees who would not adapt their demands to the realities, but in the short term, as is currently the case, it can also be factions from the employer's camp who are blamed for the fact that what should have been necessary, namely health and welfare for all, has not become a sufficient reality. Marxists, insofar as they adhere to the insights of Marx of Capital to some extent and are not up to mischief as practicing saviors or, which is the same thing as apocalyptics, can easily prove to this economics that it moves like the hamster in its wheel in an infinite cycle. By keeping the current level of the average rate of profit as healthy as possible, its formulas attempt to counteract its tendency to fall. According to Marx, the crisis caused by this fall in the rate of profit, and it goes without saying that the current crisis is also fundamentally based on this law, is not a catastrophe that breaks over the economy from outside, like a tsunami. It is permanently imminent in capital. The economist's response to these Marxists, insofar as he has any interest at all in 19th century theories, is little more than a head-shaking "so what?" He will point out to them that economic science has refined its terminology since then and has increased enormously in complexity, but that otherwise, in principle, there is hardly anything to be said against Marx's economic calculations. In this sense, all of Marx's concepts, even such critical ones as overproduction or capital devaluation, could be translated into modern terminology. The modern economist would strongly disagree with Marx where he argues politically and historically, where he takes social actors and their behavioral dispositions as his subject. Just how wrong Marx was here is shown by the fact that his predictions did not come true, they were simply based on too many parameters that were alien to the system. Marx should be particularly rejected in this respect, where he obviously becomes a metaphysician, for example when he believes that there is a kind of social substance behind the nominality of money. For the modern economist, this metaphysics represents an inadmissible transgression not only of the boundaries of his discipline. In his eyes, Marx clearly violates the requirement of scientific rigor here. If one ignores the metaphysical quirks in this way, one has not only trimmed Marx to an economist, but also turned him into a modern economist who had nothing else to contribute to the subject. The economy represents a complex of conflicting factors that form an equilibrium in the ideal model, but in practice constantly create imbalances. That's it. To the extent that model and practice never coincide, and one could certainly agree on this conceptually with the left-wing economists who refer to Marx, one can speak of a permanent crisis. However, according to their logic, it would be just as good or even better to abandon the concept of crisis altogether. After all, a meteorologist does not speak of a crisis when it rains, but only when his model is unable to capture certain weather phenomena, and the weather itself does not know a crisis. Only those who do not dress according to the weather can get into one. In his view, the existing economic model has so far been quite capable of capturing current phenomena and developing the practical guidelines that enable society to behave in a way that is appropriate to your economic system. The fate of Marxists such as Elmar Altvater or Joachim Hirsch, or whatever the so-called structuralists of the time were called, proves that this economistically abbreviated Marxism can only theoretically lag behind the official doctrine. The Left Party, especially in its figurehead Oscar Lafontaine, proves this politically and practically. If any practical proof is needed at all, current developments show quite clearly that, despite claims by Marxists of all stripes, there is no contradiction between neoliberalism and Keynesianism in economics, and neither even represents an alternative concept. Among these economists there are only disputes, or rather discussions, about whether, when, where and under what conditions which political measure is effective and how. Ideological reasons play at most the role of a character disposition. One is more altruistic, the other more egocentric, and this is no different in economics than in any other scientific discipline. Marxists talk of a structural barrier to capitalist reproduction, such as the one that the Fordist accumulation model is said to have come up against in the early 1980s, proves to be particularly nonsensical. Qualitative changes in the structure of production, changes in general, occur constantly in capitalism. Economics is always at the forefront when it comes to discovering and comprehensively describing such developments. This does not require Marxists, who in principle only interpret the same data differently. As long as goods are produced and exchanged in modern terminology, goods are offered and demanded on a market, the circulation of capital, its reproduction, will continue to function and there can be no question of an absolute limit, and even less of a melting away of the substance of value, whatever that may mean. If the output of this cycle is at a lower level in one cycle than in the previous one, capital and its science do have a problem. But problem solving is the principle of science in the first place, and it does not lose its edge if it only makes slow progress or does not find any results at all. The idea that is often cultivated in left-wing circles that the prevailing economic theory, which is disqualified as neoliberal, has no promising solutions to offer is just one of the many indicators of a loss of reality. In fact, around the mid-1970s, there was a shift among economists, and subsequently in politics, within the economic model that is fundamental to both areas, but a shift that was so inherent in the logic of the matter itself that this process cannot even be called a transformation, let alone a paradigm shift or even a reaction to a structural limit. This shift was nothing more than exactly what it was always described as, a reform. No sooner had the magic square, the metaphor for a model in which economic equilibrium was defined as the resultant of the lowest possible inflation rate, low unemployment rate, a balanced state budget and a balanced current account, even been given constitutional status in Germany, than it was discovered that this model contained too much unnecessary magic that could be broken down into clear, analytically derivable guidelines. A functioning capitalism not only presupposes that capital is constantly multiplying, but also that the less it is devalued by inflation, the better it multiplies. The more capital is politically protected from devaluation, the more readily it seeks out productive investment opportunities, which in turn creates new jobs and raises tax revenue to a level that allows the state budget to be balanced. The fourth point, a balanced current account, is finally achieved by abandoning the control of international capital movements. With this theoretical and political shift in the model and in reality, which, as Robert Kurz claims, in no way presupposes a conspiracy theory, but lies in the logic of the matter, which could only be accepted by every economist and politician of goodwill, and was accepted, however left-wing he may have been in opposition. It was finally possible in the 1980s to prevent the creditors of the bankrupt Third World states from withdrawing unilaterally, and to distribute the necessary capital devaluation evenly across all shoulders. This is not the place to discuss in detail the absence of the collapse of the global economic system, which was already predicted by everyone at the time and which was a major embarrassment not only for the crisis theory of the crisis group at the time. At this point, it must suffice to point out that economics, however little it may have an understanding of its subject, can develop political measures that counteract any economic law, no matter how logically sound. Such an abolition of its laws, to which every science practically aims, ultimately always applies the logic of the laws of nature with the intention of finding possibilities for a practice for which nature itself did not provide man. It is undeniable that the success of the economists at the time had devastating consequences for people, particularly in Latin America and Africa. It is also evident that the only measures that were practiced at that time were those that are also being used to try and get the current, far more severe crisis under control. However, referring to the victims of this crisis resolution strategy is pure hypocrisy if the alternative is to hope for the collapse of the economic system or even work towards it in an apocalyptic, ontological manner. This collapse can only end in conditions such as those that still prevail in large areas of Africa and Latin America. There is no known left-wing strategy that offers a solution to the crisis that demands fewer victims than the concepts of the prevailing policy, or even a solution that opens up a step towards liberation from the compulsion to work. Quite the opposite. A solution to the problem, to return to the so-called third world states of the time, of how catch-up capitalist accumulation is successfully possible without this requiring any sacrifices at all, is not to be expected from the ruling political and scientific establishment, because for this they would have to have a concept of themselves that they cannot have without dissolving themselves in it. But it is precisely the left, which is not committed to any economistic model of socialization, that cannot be dissuaded from its prejudice that there can be no socialism without a state. They simply cannot grasp the blessing of capitalist, a personal socialization, which presupposes the destruction of personal dependencies, as such. The reasons are obvious. They do not want to give up their claim to power. When an economist on one of the infamous talk shows about the financial crisis answers the question of what money actually is with a childishly innocent expression, money is trust, then he has, without knowing it or even wanting to, both put the kibosh on his profession with this one word and summed up its true function in this society. Economists had agreed, not least in order to leave the metaphysician marks behind them, that they had to dispense with any substantive definitions of money and regard it as a mere nominal unit of account that provided market participants with nothing more or less than the information they needed to act. But this economist, and he is not alone in his guild, every politician is aware of this connection, reduces the substance of money in the face of an impending existential crisis, and in order to overcome his panic to a concept whose metaphysical charge can only be surpassed by a few other concepts. The accusation that neo-Marxists such as Hans-Georg Backhaus have repeatedly made against economics, that it has no concept of its subject, is not only acknowledged with this completely vague reference to trust, but it is also admitted that the conceptual level of the science can only be called pathetic against the background of even Max Weber's remarks on this central category of his sociology. The substance of money is of course not trust, but the transfer of concrete lifetime to capital, mediated by exchange value, for the purpose of its transformation into abstract labor into value. The above-mentioned economist has only short-circuited, but in a form that can be generalized for the humanities, social sciences or cultural studies, the necessity of a nation-state that cannot be abolished in capitalism. Trust, as addressed by this economist, is a political, not an economic category. This is in the precise sense of the unity of a critique that Marx famously called one of political economy, but this only means for those who do not want to think dialectically that this unity is not based at the same level on a strict separation of the separate spheres of politics and economics, which is only bridged via socially real mediations. Economics, as much as it tries in its quantification mania to give itself the appearance of a natural science, is of course a social science of the purest kind, as its name alone expresses. The concession that its activity as a scientist basically consists of orienting the behavior of individuals in society towards a superordinate basic variable that transcends them, namely to create and maintain trust so that the whole thing takes place in an orderly fashion, i.e. no panic breaks out as soon as someone cries crisis, reveals the historical mission inscribed not only in this science, but in science as a whole, and the natural sciences in particular are not exempt from this. People like Backhouse must grit their teeth at this role in their naive belief that this science is about something like a truth that is revealed in the work on the concept. For nothing, no experience, no argumentation will persuade a scientist to renounce this role, which is normally not addressed. It is the social basis of his profession. In order to reveal this role, let us briefly explain, without any claim to completeness, which social, logical, and historical determinations this concept of trust cancels out. Firstly, there is no sufficient empirical basis for a person to place their trust in another and to be guaranteed that this will not be disappointed. Trust is a quantity that transcends all empiricism, but it is constantly treated argumentatively, as if it were a resultant of empirically comprehensible, trust-generating behavior. An example: no matter how honestly and prudently a financial broker wants to manage his client's money, he will not get any if he does not drive up in the latest model of a luxury car, does not wear branded clothing, and does not have a company whose name appears in the stock market section of the newspaper on his business card. Of course, the fraudster also knows these indications, which are supposed to establish the trustworthiness of a broker, and it is precisely he who will adhere to them. Such patterns of behavior are therefore completely worthless in terms of guaranteeing trust, and yet everyone sticks to them. Secondly, every political opposition tries to prove that the voters' trust in the government has been shaken and endeavors to present itself in such a way that it alone deserves trust. The left, in particular, is constantly amazed at how much it has done everything practically possible to empirically prove that it deserves particularly high levels of trust, but then voters give their vote to right-wing conservatives, populists, or at any rate rather dubious figures. Every fascist, every Islamist, every mafioso knows much better than all the ideologues of civil society put together the psychological basis on which trust works. Security and order, the concepts that substitute for political trust, can best be guaranteed by those who are willing and able to actively destroy trust. It is the deceiver himself who is most likely to be believed that he will no longer deceive as soon as he is paid well enough. How this works politically, especially in societies without an entrenched republican tradition, is shown prototypically by the example of voter behavior in Spain after the bomb attacks in Madrid in 2005. The socialists won the election because they promised to fulfill the central demand of the attackers, the withdrawal of troops from Iraq. In short, if you give the bomber the power to exert influence, you have the best guarantee that no more bombs will be planted that you yourself could fall victim to. Thirdly, conceptually, trust is the absence of fear. It is impossible to universally determine the means by which fear is transformed into trust. These means are as irrational as the fears themselves. One creates trust through the use of force, the other by not using it. The only generalization that can be made about the generation of trust is that it tends to be reproduced in symbols and only very rarely in facts. Fourthly, the caste that has had to ensure over the last 3 millennia that fear is symbolically and practically transformed into trust, discord into harmony, irrationality into rationality, was that of the priests. They were ascribed a privileged access to the divine primal trust, from which the existential primal fears of the individual were transformed into the certainty of the existence of a God who, if one only prayed hard enough and believed in him, would tame all fear and, included in this, relieve one of all guilt and responsibility. In capitalism, this priestly role has passed to science. It is the impartial arbiter, standing above things, which, due to its privileged access to the order of nature, prescribes the behavior to the subjects that is supposed to tame their fears by trusting the given social order. And in this, for obvious reasons, the sciences are much more successful than the priests of the churches could ever be. It is hardly too much to say that the entire history of mankind to date is inscribed in the concept of trust, insofar as this prehistory is, in Marx's words, a history of domination and exploitation. With the emergence of capital, however, the possibility appears for the first time that, in principle, the social reproduction of the human species is also possible without trust in God, i.e., without clinging to the lie that an ontological constitution of the world exists that transcends the subjects and to which they must adapt. It is precisely the depersonalized self-reproductive dynamic of capital, anchored in abstract institutions and legal relationships, that shows that a purely instrumental relationship to nature is possible for human beings, a relationship that can dispense with the elevation of this nature to an order created by some god or demiurge. The power of institutions, which, as Johannes Agnoli always emphasized, is stronger than any political will, however good it may be, shows, even if only in an ideal typical way, and somewhat differently than Agnoli meant, that this world could at least be established without the transfer of subjective trust in a state, i.e. an institution that is not trustworthy by definition. But since capital is of course based on domination and exploitation, it must also regenerate the old trust in God from within itself. It cannot do without the sovereign. Science is the authority of capital, whose formal, logically contradiction-free models generate objectivity, constitute certainty, and reproduce a basic trust that, especially in times of crisis, as in the case of the economist mentioned above, is projected into the state without further ado. This translation of abstractly aggregated data into the concrete reality of the subjects, as citizens, does not, however, take place without delay. All of these scientific models have an inherent pedagogical and therapeutic intention that makes them suitable for practical use, which is only possible because the way of thinking of this modern variety of the priestly caste, as can be seen daily in the media, is by no means limited to scientific experts. Hinz and Kuhns argue in terms of the ideal of objectivity, demand and deliver a didactically catchy communication of the results obtained, and propose an appropriate therapy for any uncertainties that arise. Characteristic of this generalized attitude is the negotiation of the current crisis. It is discussed in the same way as sexuality in a sexology seminar or anti-Semitism at university, knowing everything about it, communicated in a didactically clear way and based on therapeutic advice that can solve any problem if followed. One is always and in every respect affected, but without being allowed to express a libidinous involvement. After all, one is solely committed to objectivity in a value-free manner. The crux of this talk by us subjects about an objectivity, of which everyone is a part with all the fibers of their soul, is that we are prevented from processing our experiences independently due to the required nominal and formalizable mode of expression. We become cases and see ourselves as such from the perspective of an ego that presses all impulses into the patterns prescribed by the scientific therapeutic way of thinking. If necessary, it simply takes psychotropic drugs to eliminate its fears. This ego not only stands as a hallucinated sovereign above all social processes, which it is able to divide into good and bad with unshakable certainty, it also judges itself in the same manner. Since it is self-sufficient enough, at least that much it actually has in common with every real sovereign, it does not reflect on its experience, but lives itself out in an unmediated way. It thinks incessantly about everything possible, it rationalizes to the devil's content, but it is incapable of setting itself in negation to society, in negation also to its impulses. Following the program of scientific positivism of the last 100 years, it does not accept its own negativity. An acceptance without which a conceptualization based on reality is simply impossible. Advertising and sales psychology, with their own rigorous elimination of all negativity, are therefore not the model from which generalized positive thinking could be derived. A commodity aesthetic or even positivism as a whole, like all psychology beyond psychoanalysis, they too are only an expression of the general, historically specific form in which the capitalistically socialized subject deals with what was previously conceived in the church as the distinction between good and evil. By banishing negativity from its thinking, the modern subject obstructs the possibility of working on the concept. It can and therefore no longer wants to distinguish between victim and perpetrator, between truth and lie, between theory and practice in anything other than a purely nominal way. In doing so, it takes back everything that historically made it a subject in the first place. An individual who is still subject to a relationship of domination, but who, as a bourgeois and citoyen, at least in its heyday from the 17th to the 19th century, made a practice possible in which it can actually constitute its own world with relish. With the establishment of scientific positivism as a generally binding form of thinking, the subjectivized human being consciously makes himself equal to gray geese, monkeys, and parrots. He finds the greatest satisfaction when science shows him that his behavioral patterns are all modeled on the animal kingdom, instead of being shocked by the correctness of these comparisons. He is infatuated with the idea that his free will is only faked by his brain. After all, this assertion, which in its logical core can only be classified as one of the dogmas of scientificity in general, relieves him of any responsibility for his behavior, a responsibility from which reflection, a concept of himself, cannot release him. What has become a gruesome reality in the German Volksgemeinschaft, a mass of people who have found their greatest happiness in the self-recognition of being allowed to place boundless trust in the leader by eliminating reflection, is reproduced today in the subjects on a more abstract level. The negativity that is not permitted, ultimately the fear for and of the irrevocable individual existence, is transformed into a rigid moralism, and this is the characteristic of the so-called civil society discourse in particular. In this way, humans regress behind any behavior of the grey-lag geese studied by Konrad Lorenz, for example, because they can never become the unified mass that humans have now mutated into. This moralism, which lumps everything together and projects every negativity into an outside world, could, if it manifests itself in the new monetary unit, the CO2 emissions of every single human externalization that is about to replace the political monetary unit of recent decades, the workplace. would serve to amuse the afflicted ideology critic if it were not for the horror of how quickly and pervasively even a non-Stalinist or fascist society manages to subject every individual to such a uniform and idiotically justified behavioral rule. In view of the manic euphoria in which Barack Obama is showered with trust, the ideological critic can only hope that the Republican institutions in the USA will survive this attack and that such citizens will not die out like the Republican senator who refused to vote within 2 days on a 1,100-page legislative package that would have taken months of debate to pass in calmer times. In Germany, it is significant that citizens who are able to distinguish between a state of emergency and the normal course of legislation cannot be found, even with a magnifying glass. The criticism of a longing for a state of emergency cannot therefore apply to the prevailing German political system, as it hardly needs to make this distinction anymore, but only to a left or right that is still waiting for the mental breakdown of individuals in the face of the current crisis, or is hoping for a loss of confidence in the current government, which it believes it can then exploit for its own ends. Should this chaos still occur, then everything will become much worse, and this kind of Cassandra should be allowed, with the active assistance of both the left and the right. But this moralism becomes particularly repugnant when, in the form of nonpartisan journalism, it lends itself to presenting the corpses of children, opening the valve for suppressed reflection to identify Jews as the perpetrators. In this way, it is not the animal nature in man, which could almost be called humane in comparison to this moralism, but the barbarism of the capitalistically socialized subjects that is given room to run riot. Every appeal to reason, which can immediately make it clear that those who fire weapons from kindergartens do so because they have included the moral superiority of their enemy in their warlike calculations, i.e. have long recognized it, comes up against a wall of granite. Moralism tolerates no reflection, it is always in the right, as it is immediately practical from a sovereignly non-partisan point of view. This moralism is the necessary result of the politically orchestrated and scientifically underpinned cutting off of the individual from both his fears and his self-confidence. The latter is replaced by trust in Hamas, which claims to be able to ensure an order in which negativity no longer exists. The Western subject is generally fascinated by the trust that Muslims have in their religion, because this is how they imagine paradise. But this paradise is based on the lack of knowledge of the conditions, circumstances, and results of one's own behavior. Significantly, it only actually existed before the fall of man, i.e. at a time when man did not yet exist. In any case, a future paradise cannot use him either. Unlike the heretics, and reformers of the past, ideological criticism as a negation of the prevailing practice cannot compete with the modern priestly caste. It is not interested in proving that it deserves more trust than science, that it has more practical theories or even a more privileged access to being. It knows that no God and no nature can justify reason, but only man's ability to reflect, which distinguishes him from every animal. It is the mortal enemy of all those who use lies to elevate the existence of a generality that transcends man to absolute truth. Given the prevailing conditions, ideological criticism can have no interest in shattering trust in the normal functioning of capitalist institutions, as there is no discernible will to abolish trust as a social category and leave it where it is, where this concept, like its counterpart fear, has its only reasonable place in private relationships. Ideology criticism, on the other hand, unconditionally takes sides with all attempts to bring negativity back into thinking and with every effort, for whatever reason, to replace a trust in God mediated by persons with the abstract functioning of market-compliant institutions. This, i.e. the destruction of personal dependencies based on trust, is and remains the world historical mission of capital, which is an indispensable prerequisite for the realm of freedom. The collapse of the two South Korean steelworks Hanbo and Sammy Steel occurred at the beginning of 1997, even before the wave of speculation triggered by international banks and funds in the Thai real estate crisis. The further course of the crisis and the failure, which became the norm, of the attempt at a controlled devaluation of currencies, seconded by the IMF and controlled by the market, which led to losses of individual currencies against the dollar of over 70% and high levels of debt in Asia, surprised those involved to such an extent that those who denied the fatalism of market forces had only conspiracy as an explanation. Some alleged a castration of the tigers orchestrated by the West or, like Malaysian Prime Minister Mahathir, suspected the U.S. financial manager George Soros of being the head of a Jewish conspiracy against the Muslim world. South Korea was admitted to the OECD, the Club of Industrialized Countries, in 1995. Market opening strategies and high growth rates were viewed optimistically and allowed all market participants to go about their business to the point of collapse. When the IMF finally feared that the crisis, initially considered harmless, could escalate into a threat to world trade, the most extensive intervention in its history was quickly decided upon. The fact that the crisis could spread to currencies outside the region has been the subject of constant fears ever since, even if mostly in the form of denials. Since then, respect and sympathy for the Asian tigers have been subject to strong fluctuations in Germany. Asian accumulation combined profit with exoticism. The high regard for the cultural peculiarities of Asia, which used to be celebrated as a guarantee of steady economic growth and drove managers to calm their doubts about the economic effectiveness of the domestic welfare democracy with Tai Chi, met the fate of the plummeting Asian stock market values. The NZZ 7/8.3.1998 notes a change of heart in the appreciation of democracy and the rule of law among investment consultants in Hong Kong. The systems of state and family control now appear to be the birthplaces of corruption, nepotism, favoritism, and clan structures. The entanglements between politics and administration, between the private sector and banks, are almost everywhere inextricable. Corporate and government balance sheets are of little informative value, and the actual state of the Asian economy is still shrouded in secrecy. It is above all this lack of reliable information that makes it so difficult for foreign investors to regain confidence. Zeit, March 26, 98. Now the end of the Japanese model, i.e. state-dictated world market integration, is being proclaimed. Korea in particular had committed itself to this in perfect imitation. However, no one is really happy with this new victory of liberalism over controlled capitalism. The share of East and Southeast Asian developing economies in the global exports of developing and emerging countries was 20% in 1970 and had risen to 50% by 1995, while the figures for Latin America, where the catch-up complete industrialization touted as a model ended in a debt crisis, indicate the opposite direction. Now the last model of catch-up development is in danger of being damaged. Japan's rise was followed by the tiger economies, Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan, South Korea, then the baby tigers and China. It seemed as if success was a mechanism that would continue to spread. As Japan progressed from expanding production to intensifying it, the opportunity opened up for the tigers to produce mass-produced goods with cheap labor. When South Korea produced electronics and cars in addition to steel and ships, and labor there had not only become more productive but also more expensive despite the long suppression of the labor movement, other suppliers of the cheapest hands were sufficiently available. Political civilization seemed to follow the economic development more or less quickly, like a conditioned gosling. Now, during the crisis, several newspapers report that progress in democratization has even become the new criterion for higher stock market listings. In South Korea, military dictatorship and trade union bans have been overcome. In Indonesia, the internationally respected military patriarch and businessman Suharto is being forced to resign, so the nagging that development is clouded by despotism, oppression, and excessive exploitation not only seems to be taking care of itself over time, but the uncivilized society appears to be a necessary transit stage to civil society. The development debate is a social democratic monologue to which the more radical left, apart from Cuba, hardly contributes any more points of reference. The globalization, as a negation of the local, moves the minds. The political form of the local, the state, if not the district, becomes the object of special esteem. From the history of the development debate we can draw the conclusion, which is still valid today, that the formation of a coherent national economy, the homogenization of the economic area, and the elimination of block development are still valid options, states Robert Kappel in Periphery. Referring to this, Jörg Goldberg argues in Blätter für deutsche und internationale Politik for a catch-up nation-state formation, so that the Third World State can fulfill its function as a developmental state. Goldberg refers to Friedrich List's classic Das Nationalsystem der politischen Economie, the national system of political economy, i.e. the representative of German economics against the English liberal system. The authoritarian development remains the horizon of this discussion about a neo-mercantilism that competes against neoliberalism as a prerequisite for civilization. The left largely limits itself to reporting on the crisis in Asia. The endless debate on globalization seems to absorb all attention and explain most of it. An exception to this is a text in Wildcat Circular No. 44, April 1998, where a fairly direct response of speculative capital to the class struggle is seen as the core of this crisis. However, the region has repeatedly found new countries for low-wage production, and in South Korea, too, the logic of the crisis was not the result of political unrest or excessively high wages. Apart from the fact that wages are always too high for capital in the short term. When South Korea began to tackle the economic development of the country in the 1950s with strict centralized state planning, the bridgehead against communism could be sure of the support of the USA during the Cold War. The Cold War was a decisive starting point for the four Tiger states. The strategic implications of the formation of the bloc determined the political radius of action, both in terms of the internal balance of power as well as strategic world politics and the availability of resources. The Tigers are the successful development economies that were set against the various national liberation movements with communist orientations. Instead of mobilizing the people to take up arms, they stand for mobilizing the people to work. South Korea, like the other Tigers, relied on world market production. Labor was the main resource for the desired national development. Initially, in the 1960s and 1970s, it was women and girls in particular who worked in dwarf textile factories for export, while the state suppressed any form of resistance. South Korea secured American goodwill through the commitment of its people by providing 50,000 soldiers for the Vietnam War. The reproduction costs of labor were kept low through overexploitation in agriculture, and free trade unions were banned. The state leadership drew up 5-year plans and controlled economic life with the help of extensive financial and monetary policy instruments. As late as 1993, an industrial specialization plan was projected for high technology that could compete on the world market. A few large production conglomerates, chaebols, most of them family businesses, generated the lion's share of the gross national product. The conglomerates also acted as national and socially responsible organizations that were not allowed to lay off workers. Competition in the country was largely avoided by sole producers. The development through management was not carried out by entrepreneurs with individual startup dynamics, such as Taiwan, but by conglomerates equipped with planning guidelines and state-backed loans, whose core areas were equipped for the successful world market competition of their end products. The chaebols endeavored to keep the often uncompetitive suppliers under their own control in a kind of self-sufficiency effort. The members of a chaebol felt that they were subject to a common fate in which dissonance reduced success. In this view, the nation also had to stick together in order to compete successfully on the world market. This national system of a concerted export economy tried unsuccessfully to build up an internal market. Although purchasing power increased as a result of wage increases achieved through labor disputes, especially after 1986, the poorly developed social security system led to a high savings rate, and export-oriented production only included a few consumer goods that were manufactured in the country. Campaigns against the consumption of foreign currency imported consumer goods are therefore still being conducted to this day with the involvement of the trade unions. The neo-mercantilist demand for the Koreanization of more and more sectors for domestic market stands in contrast to the structurally determined, but even for developing economies, very high export share of gross national product. After purchase guarantees for South Korean products from the USA were discontinued, the country experienced particular difficulties. Increased sales efforts, trade agreements, and deregulation efforts became necessary in order to maintain a presence on the markets. The diverging interests in the country between free trade and partial isolation could only be forcibly harmonized by the state as long as it organized the essential parts of production itself. Protectionist measures of state foreign trade policy are also only possible at the price of an immense intensification of interstate antagonisms due to the extent of mutual international interdependence, the elimination of preferential treatment during the Cold War, and oversupply. Military dictatorship and trade union bans are no longer adequate, i.e. sufficient, means for the orientation of society towards high-tech production and services and the associated running target of competitive rivalry. Although the steps towards political codetermination and wage increases had to be fought for militantly time and again, the trade unions feel a national responsibility committed to export success. For a long time, South Korea was at the bottom of the league when it came to wages for unskilled jobs, job security, and social benefits. In the current crisis, over 4,000 companies in South Korea are going bankrupt every month, and thousands of people are being laid off every day without any unemployment insurance. Unemployment, which stood at 3.1% in December 1997, is expected to reach 10% by the end of this year. The second largest trade union federation, the KCTU, is trying to prevent redundancies at Hyundai by demanding a reduction in working hours from the current 52 hours and calling for renegotiations with the IMF, while the largest and more socially peaceful trade union federation, the FKTU, also rejects the government's labor market policy. However, the crisis is considerably dampening the willingness to fight. The two umbrella organizations have agreed not to refuse talks on new labor legislation if a basis for unemployment benefits is created first. This means that the systematic simplification of redundancies will lead to cost savings, which the unions would like to see used in part for the unemployed. The FKTU has already agreed to take part in talks between the government, companies, and workers' representatives. The KCTU's calls for strikes have so far been received cautiously, with the exception of a few large companies, and the announced extension to a general strike from June 10 had to be cancelled. Meanwhile, under Kim Dae-jung, the military's practice of prosecuting trade union leaders continues. The crisis in Asia began with a sudden mass flight of capital, although the basic economic data, high growth rates, low inflation, low national debt, and political stability gave cause for optimism everywhere. The flight of capital is a result of the success of the concerted export economy. The region has attracted so much money that it could no longer be invested as productively as expected due to the sustained growth rates. Prestige projects such as skyscrapers are part of the system, insofar as the state legitimizes itself through its economic success, and were built with all the money on offer, as were production capacities for goods that did not find a market. The flashy projects have obviously not only dazzled the locals, but also international investors. In 1996, Asia, not including Japan, absorbed almost half of the capital that flowed into the emerging markets. The money was not only channeled to Asia according to economic criteria. One need only recall the Chancellor's visits and appeals to the German economy that Germany must be more involved in Asia because a market of the future was growing there. When the respective countries announced their shares of risk loans in the region, the FAZ was also surprised that the German share was higher than the US share. Lee Kuan Yew, the former Prime Minister of Singapore and current economic policy advisor to Vietnam, who is known for his leadership style based on Asian values, commented in Der Spiegel, "Then the European banks came, somewhat late but still. They offered cheap loans. The current crisis is the result of lax financial systems and profligacy that has become rampant, especially in the last 3 years." End quote. Under Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew, 1959–90, Singapore became an economic center. He imposed a one-party dictatorship on the former parliamentary system of government. He broke up the trade unions and turned them into welfare organizations of state social policy. Bloc watchdog organizations were set up and education campaigns were carried out on the basis of slogans, "Keep Singapore Clean," "Politeness," or productivity campaigns. After initial Anglicization, he switched to Asian values. Genuine harmony should arise from the goodness of the ruler and the obedience of the subjects, which in turn would have a beneficial effect on social discipline, solidarity, and responsibility towards the nation. The frequent references to Asian values being a Western fiction are correct insofar as they stand for a different ideology both here and there. The statement that it was developed into a current ideology under the expert advice of US scientists, and that it was therefore imported from the West, is therefore no reason to assume that it is not effective. Otherwise, a strange idea of ideological autochthony is being conveyed. Before the peak of the protests in Indonesia, which led to a new slump in the exchange rate, there were already grounds for optimism in Korea. By May, the South Korean won had recovered half of its depreciation from December. The current account surplus has improved steadily. In March of this year, a surplus of $3.7 billion was recorded, compared with a deficit of $1.8 billion in the previous year. Exports rose by 3%, while imports fell significantly. This success is based on the reduction in export prices due to the devaluation of the won and a considerable reduction in imports due to lower consumption. Korean steel companies contributed significantly to the increase in exports with an increase of 7%. However, a sustained increase in exports of South Korean steel products is not to be expected, as the main customer countries in Asia are just as much in crisis as the domestic industries based on steel products. At the same time, an increase in steel exports threatens to become a loss-making business, as the raw materials, e.g. ore and coal, have to be imported for expensive dollars. The reduced imports only show that the reduction in consumption is considerable. The FAZ, March 30, 98, described why international investors nevertheless have reason for optimism as follows. Korea is also characterized by the enormous willingness of its population to make sacrifices, which has accepted the restrictions demanded of it, for example in terms of income or protection against dismissal, and has not hesitated to hand over its gold to the banks in response to a corresponding call from the state. 180 tons of gold were collected at the beginning of the year in order to contribute to reducing Korea's foreign debt. Koreans have thus proved that they are still able to stand together and roll up their sleeves in difficult times. End quote. Although the strikes against layoffs announced for June have put further pressure on the won on the stock market, there is much to suggest that the trade unions have in principle already accepted their role in the adjustment. In June, the government intends to announce which companies will receive further support. After the withdrawal of private capital, these are dependent on allocated loans. Kim Dae-jung has sworn the management of the conglomerates to make themselves competitive companies. In the chaebols, It is not the lender who decides on investments, but an internal company and conglomerate decision-making structure based on mutual obligations and participation. This allows investments to be made independently of the market. However, this only worked as long as the economy was growing and attracting investment capital. The high demand for capital often threatened further prosperity, but the export and economic boom in 1986 to 89, supported by a favorable exchange rate, led to a surplus in the current account balance. While the role model Japan had already arrived in post-fascism, Korea was only just beginning its own state-led development on the basis of post-colonialism. The focus was more exclusively on building an export economy than in Japan. This was associated with greater dependence on access to Western sales markets and the global economy. As long as it was still a question of the society left behind by Japanese colonialism, which was not just a peasant society, the state took a militarized approach. The chaebols, which were built up with state support and directed by families and managers, represented a second loyalty bond alongside the state. The extreme dependence on export success formed the backdrop to an ideology of a national community of destiny. Anti-corruption and austerity campaigns frowned upon wealth and consumption. The main task of the Korean state under a military bureaucratic class was to prepare the country for competition on the world market and to prepare labor for capital. To this end, the government ran a propaganda campaign that emphasized high growth rates as a national success and legitimized its military face through anti-subversion campaigns. In 1961 alone, 22,195, 1962 is equal to 34,044, political cases were tried in military courts. These practices of the South Korean model of prosperity naturally did not silence the demands for political freedoms and greater distributive justice. Direct oppression increasingly alternated with structural elements of control. The state of subsumption of society under capital relations has led to other social relations. Personal ties have now led to a more indirect relationship with power and money. Classes and strata now link their reproduction to the functioning of the existing structures of the export economy. Until now, the integration of the population into the project of development was achieved through direct state violence and patriarchal loyalty relations in the companies and conglomerates. National and social integration did not coincide. Since the state controlled the enterprises, there was no division of power. No bourgeoisie from the dominant large companies laid claim to a share of power. Instead, students repeatedly demanded political rights, were outraged by the abuse of public office, and called for a just government. Since a civilian president took office in 1993, Korea has been regarded as democratic and thus as having arrived in civilization. But the Zeit knows that the countries of Asia will never introduce flawless Westminster democracies. March 26, 98. If, like many others, it nevertheless assumes that the current crisis will lead to further democratization, it is because transparency could now be introduced into the chaebols through unbundling, and the paternalistic ties to the company would be loosened through necessary redundancies. Instead, the state would then also have to take over social integration. However, its material integration options are limited if it does not want to lose the advantage of low wages and social costs. It would have to become a people's state with an increased ideological and repressive offer. Korea would, so to speak, be practicing at a different level what is happening in Germany under social deregulation and ideological armament. One component of such armament is the Asian threat here, and the decadent West there. Both stand for a community ideology on the level of the clash of civilizations. Since earthly happiness is not on offer, ideal values such as honor, morality, or duty must be held all the higher. The governments that relied on the doctrine of Asian values thus placed a national ideology above heterogeneous traditions. The demand for loyalty to the ruler led to a ban on any organized opposition. Kim Dae-jung, the symbol of the victorious opposition and opponent of Asian values, is now trying to service the debt, which was reported at 275 billion marks at the turn of the year. As part of a national reconciliation, he released the former dictators from prison and reinstated their staff, and appeals for frugality and self-sacrifice, and is threatening harsh repression in the event of strikes, which have been declared illegal. It remains to be seen whether, under these circumstances, it will be possible to replace military coercion with a voluntary understanding of the goals of developing the national economy as the basis for national success. The replacement of forced integration with political and social integration, after the export economy had become the lifeblood of the newly created nation for this purpose, is only one possible step in the development of the tiger economies. In South Korea, however, it is also questionable whether the chaebols can be disentangled at all without depriving the Korean economy of its foundation. There is also some resistance to opening up internal structures. This could lead to a strengthening of the chaebols as productive centers if comprehensive development increasingly encounters financial and structural difficulties. Paternalistic relations in the productive centers would then intensify and would require a state that prevents the unemployed from enforcing demands for participation. The Asian crisis has found a particularly miserable victim in Indonesia. Within a very short space of time, the country was no longer able to pay for the food imports it needed. The IMF demanded that subsidies for this be cut, which Suharto, in contrast to other conditions, complied with very quickly. Even before Suharto's resignation, there was a consensus in the West that only political reforms would make achieving the bare necessities more bearable, instead of helping out with the bare necessities, which are available, but only in exchange for money. Civilization can also be an expression of international barbarism. Here too, the students are the spearhead of political protest, not against capitalism, but against the West, and not against being governed, but against the government. In Indonesia, as in Korea in the past, all opposition has been eliminated and open resistance liquidated. Not only was the practice of any opposition prevented, but ignorance and conformity were systematically and brutally produced. For the world market integration in fast motion, the World Bank had seen Indonesia among the industrialized countries by the year 2000 through the highest possible exploitation of labor. Such a procedure is an imminent necessity. The students made general demands for reforms, apart from the specific demand for Suharto's resignation. The frequent hook for this corruption is unspecific, but state-supporting. Nevertheless, in the past the protesting students could easily and often successfully be portrayed by the regime as subversive enemies of the national order. The Indonesian Pancasila democracy, with which ex-President Suharto wanted to give Indonesian nationalism an unmistakable flavor, made communism, religious extremism and liberalism equally enemies of the national order, FAZ May 22, 1998, since the beginning of the 1980s. Suharto did not allow any authority beside himself and only claimed for himself the authority to interpret the principles of the national order in a binding manner. Suharto's successor as head of state, Habibie, a recipient of the Federal Cross of Merit with Star and Shoulder Ribbon, our man in Jakarta, has now promised and partially introduced the reforms that were also demanded internationally. Habibie has announced general elections and officially readmitted the largest trade union, but it is generally agreed that the military, in particular the kingmaker General Wiranto, continue to hold the decisive positions of power. While Suharto was still in power and the demands for reform were becoming more insistent in the German press, Habibie was introduced with detailed portraits. It was obviously expected that the good German relations with Indonesia would be further enhanced by Habibie's succession. After ongoing protests against the Suharto family, and due to the fact that Habibie cannot shake off his reputation as Suharto's foster son, there is now skepticism as to whether Habibie can win the elections. As many German companies, approximate 150, are highly active in the country, the Kreditanstalt für Wiederaufbau gave DM 14 billion. In 1997, German private investments amounted to DM 7.5 billion. Germany is the third largest investor after the UK and Japan. The trade volume in 1997 amounted to DM 9.2 billion. The Foreign Ministry constantly warned against withdrawing from the country during the unrest. This meant not only the investments, but also the 3,500 Germans in the country. Compared to others, the German Foreign Ministry refrained from issuing travel warnings and evacuations for the longest time. German business people laughed after their colleagues from other countries who fled in the face of burning department stores and Chinese quarters, speculating on a revolutionary gain. Stay here now more than ever. When other competitors have gone, there will soon be opportunities for us to expand. TSP May 16, 1998. Finance Minister Weigel cheered on his compatriots from the Ingolstadt CSU party conference. Now it's time to decide where the advisors come from the USA or from Europe, SC 23. May 24, 1998. He thus garnished his xenophobic slogans there with a real incendiary smell. The protests in Indonesia against the IMF and the Suharto clan seem to find their ideal victims in the part of the population referred to as Chinese. The Chinese ruling class, which had international contacts, did business with everyone, but with the Suharto clan it was particularly big. Nevertheless, members of the Chinese minority, whether rich or poor, can hardly become civil servants, politicians or soldiers. The FAZ, which is sensitive to national unreliability, asks the hard-pressed Chinese why they are usually stingy when it comes to privately financed community projects such as a new sewage plant, and why some are only now coming up with the idea of reserving part of their company shares for locals. End quote. That the pogroms were instigated by Suharto loyalists to discourage anti-government protests is now generally accepted as an explanation. Suharto was quite right to speculate that the pogroms were as popular as the looting. Radical Muslim organizations had declared jihad against the Chinese, the speculators and hoarders, and the Muslim opposition leader Amian Rice, who was regarded as a moderate, had learned in the USA how a Jewish minority majorizes a majority and had previously conducted corresponding propaganda against the Chinese minority. The attacks spread faster than the suspected provocateurs were expected to, and they continued even after Suharto's resignation. The systematic anarchy was mainly directed against the supposedly unlawful Chinese property, and against the Chinese. The reference to the pogroms being controlled explains no more in Indonesia than it did in Germany in November 1938. Criticism of the USA has increased with the Asian crisis. In Korea in particular, the USA is accused of having exploited the position of the dollar as the regional reserve currency. After all, it was the rise of the dollar that led to the overvaluation of regional currencies. The IMF policy was also dictated by the USA and an affront to the dignity of the country, it was said in Korea. The EU is currently echoing this sentiment. It is not so much emphasizing its share of the IMF's capital stock, of which the USA holds 17% and the first 6 EU countries over 30%, but rather its solidarity. This was the case, for example, at the consultations at the London Euro-Asian Summit, ASIM2, at the beginning of April, which was intended somewhat, FAZ June 4, 1998, as a counterweight to the American presence in the region. In particular, the possibility of controlling short-term capital flows, speculation-induced instability, was discussed there. However, this demand, which was also popular on the left, only served to calm tense nerves. Ottmar Issing, the German EU currency watchdog, quite rightly stated, "It seems to me that the idea that one could distinguish between good and harmful capital movements is ineradicable. But that is not possible." FAZ April 14, 1998. The German business newspapers also came in for comparatively fierce criticism. Although more German than US capital had become a risk loan in the region during the crisis, the FAZ 17.4. 98 mocked the fact that the fund is also being used in an almost shirt-sleeved manner by the United States to protect the economic interests of American investors and financial institutions. That's how it was with the Mexico crisis, and that's how it has been with the outbreak of the Asian crisis. End quote. The Asian crisis throws a spotlight on the future status of Europe. If the euro, like the dollar, becomes an international reserve currency and is used to determine currency parities, Europe will also carry greater weight in the event of corresponding interventions. Since it looks very much as if the Bundesbank's policy will prevail in a Germanized Europe, the exchange rate, i.e. the external relationship, would then not be the decisive factor in the competitive struggle, but internal stability. Ideally, the attractiveness for international capital would be determined by location policy and not by appreciation or devaluation. If the USA had to coordinate its ability to intervene with Europe in this way, competition in monetary policy would intensify considerably. In this context, a proposal made by the head of the Bundesbank, Tietmeyer, in relation to the Asian crisis and the discussions on the future of international financial institutions is revealing. According to his ideas, the IMF should no longer intervene with money, but rather monitor the financial policy of individual countries. The FAZ, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, quoted Tietmeyer as saying that a further shift in the IMF's work towards development aid was undesirable. Quote, "The IMF should certainly take on regulatory issues, good governance. Instead of putting big money on the table, the IMF must exert much more pressure." End quote. With the well-founded criticism that the IMF promotes the recklessness of investors because it functions like a free credit insurance, the intervention through price support should be ended at all. At the same time, countries should only receive funds under difficult conditions, while at the same time the former development aid is being reduced everywhere with reference to the free credit market. Under the heading of speculation control, a crisis is then avoided by making it more difficult for money to flow into the developing economies. In contrast, the IMF actually works as a development bank. With anti-American resentment and the demand for equal conditions for all, the equal opportunities of the market are being brutalized to the applause of all kinds of populists. Korea and Indonesia would also be in crisis today. Their creditworthiness would hardly have been judged any differently. But in the future, the continuity of internal conditions will be even more important than before. The military in the developing economies will find even more reasons and opportunities to define its tasks comprehensively, as the guardian of accumulation, politics, and the nation. It was not the great thinker's most brilliant idea when he pitted the progress of capital accumulation against its foundation. Quote, "Almost half of the total production of all enterprises in the country is in the hands of 1/100th of the total number of enterprises. And these 3,000 huge enterprises comprise 258 branches of industry. This shows that concentration at a certain stage of its development leads, as it were, automatically close to monopoly. For it is easy for a few dozen giant enterprises to come to an understanding with each other, while on the other hand the very gigantic size of the enterprises makes competition more difficult and creates a tendency towards monopoly. This transformation of competition into monopoly is one of the most important phenomena, if not the most important, in the economics of modern capitalism." End quote. Lenin was mistaken when he saw in the concentration of capital a contradiction to free competition and believed that the former would replace the latter. The words dense, aggravated, and tendency show that he did not quite dare to sell his prognosis of monopoly capitalism as the highest stage of capitalism as an analysis of the pre-finite capitalism of the time. This did not prevent his followers in later years from striving for anti-monopolistic and pro-democratic alliances with small and therefore innocent companies, emphasizing giant companies and monopoly eats up the others. Today, when there are as many mergers in a year as there used to be in 10 years, these people are hardly heard from anymore. Lenin's theoretical mistake, taking sides in favor of free competition over monopoly, has turned into practical partisanship for free competition among quite a few of his former followers. Today, when there are mergers on an unprecedented scale, they are no longer seen as the epitome of injustice, but many former critics are carrying them out themselves as managers or politicians. What is actually happening with the numerous company and bank mergers that are currently taking place, the 20 largest of which with German participation brought together DM 237.5 billion. Whether Daimler Chrysler, Deutsche Bank Bankers Trust, Hochst Verlenk, etc., all were of the opinion that as individual companies they did not carry enough weight. Why this change of heart? After all, the fusionists only became so well funded because they competed against the others and were successful at their expense. Obviously, capital gains new qualitative properties through quantitative growth. In the case of a merger, however, in contrast to credit. There, money capital is added to a functioning capital and used to expand and improve production in order to become a means of selling more goods to increase profit, as the improvement of the conditions of exploitation within the company leads to expanded realization possibilities on the market. Mergers, on the other hand, combine two already functioning sources of profit. They thus acquire the immediate increased potency of functioning capital. In this respect, it is initially a question of the profit mass of the two capitals being suddenly increased by the merger. At Daimler, for example, the expected profit was DM 6.2 billion and at Chrysler DM 9.8 billion. And only as a result of this is the profit rate also increased. The increase in the rate of profit, i.e. the increased surplus in relation to the capital invested, is achieved by lowering the cost price. One possibility for this is the so-called synergy effect, the closure of departments whose production would overlap in the new overall group. The other methods of reducing the cost price, rationalization, wage reductions, and performance increases, also take place without a merger. With a merger, the new size of the combined profit masses opens up new orders of magnitude in terms of rationalization in relation to third parties. After all, the much larger product range makes it worthwhile to purchase machines that would not have been sufficiently utilized before, and the purchase of raw materials and intermediate products is now also cheaper. The consolidation of research and the avoidance of duplicate development shifts the costs incurred to a larger number of end products. Advertising and the established sales channels can also be reduced. Last but not least, the combined enlarged profit mass is suitable as a means of taking out a multiple of bank loans on this equity capital. The cost, price, and technology leadership achieved or aimed for in this way appears to banks as a quasi-automatic profit insurance for the future. When car company bosses announce that in a few years there will only be 5 car companies left in the world, they are expressing the fact that the existing and expected overproduction is to be used to test their competitors. The Daimler/Chrysler merger will confront competitors with new and more effective production methods. At a time when the engines of the car economy are still humming, future crises are already being anticipated. However, by lowering their unit costs and increasing output in a limited market, they are actually creating the crisis. On the one hand, the centralization of capital that is currently taking place has nothing to do with the crisis, because the companies involved have already achieved their surpluses and are using a normal competitive technique by merging. On the other hand, they justify their merger with foreseeable market constrictions, which they want to pass safely in this way, but which they also create. After all, the market consists of the entirety of the customers, whose purchasing capacity is overstretched, not least due to the permanently increased product output caused by mergers. As a result, the merger as a means of attracting limited demand with purchasing power leads to an accelerated tendency for goods to become unsellable for all companies, and thus also for the market leaders. The current merger fever indicates that the crisis in Japan, Southeast Asia, etc., is not as far removed from the local markets as is often claimed. With Bankers Trust, for example, Deutsche Bank has landed itself a somewhat battered journeyman. This case illustrates the centralization in the crisis described by Marx, in which the stagnation of capital in its function and its devaluation due to the inability to sell becomes a general phenomenon, and in which the competitive winners then pocket the devalued capital. In their starting point, and therefore also in their result, mergers are a contribution to the crisis caused by the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, whose elementary concept is the non-coincidence of production and profit realization. The methods of the first contradict those of the second, and the capitalists produce as if the market had its limit only in the absolute power of consumption of society, as if the ability of society to consume found no limit in the ability to pay for needs, which is determined as a cost factor in the form of wages. It is a strange society in which profit and the relationship of this profit to applied capital decide on the expansion or restriction of production, instead of the relationship of production to social needs, to the needs of socially developed people. Once the crisis has arrived, the merger that has already been realized or is only now being initiated provides valuable services. The new size enables the merged capitals to get through a lean period in which smaller competitors run out of funds quite quickly, this in turn also in relation to the credit-related welfare of the banks. The turnover of some global players is as large as some state budgets. Are states becoming more and more dependent on multinational corporations as a result, or is power already being exercised by the multinationals, instead of national state authorities? Lenin came to this conclusion by drawing up the following definition of imperialism: 1. Concentration of production and capital, which has reached such a high level of development that it creates monopolies which play the decisive role in economic life. 2. The fusion of bank capital with industrial capital and the emergence of a financial oligarchy on the basis of finance capital. 3. The export of capital, as distinct from the export of goods, becomes particularly important. 4. International monopolistic associations of capitalists are formed which divide the world among themselves. And 5. The territorial division of the earth among the great capitalist powers is ended. Imperialism is capitalism at that stage of development where the rule of the monopolies and finance capital has emerged. Lenin's picture of the capitalists leading the state behind the scenes obviously contains the ideal of a useful state coercive power for the people it subjugates. After all, the state is occupied by the monopolies against its will and its supposedly useful purpose for the people. Real socialism then bears witness to the real satirical implementation of this crazy idea. But in detail, competition law, monopoly legislation and the cartel office bear witness to the fact that the private enrichment of individual capital is not the purpose of the state. In the pursuit of market dominance and monopoly profits, the state disapproves of the fact that all other economic subjects are restricted in their ability to exploit. If this leads to the monopoly position of one company worsening the competitive conditions of the entire other economy, then the state is already breaking up a monopoly. After all, it wants to benefit from overall economic growth, and this should not be called into question by individuals. In Europe, the EU Commission banned the merger of Bertelsmann and Kirch, Europe's largest private television providers. And in the case of Microsoft, the US Antitrust Commission has to weigh up whether to impose software programs on the company that are compatible with those of European competitors or to reward the considerable contribution that Microsoft makes to US foreign trade. This brings us to the other side of government decisions. Capital size is the means of beating other competitors out of the field and thus becoming a taxable major profiteer. An unassailable position on the domestic market would be the ideal springboard for successful expansion. The national external balance sheets, which are supposed to become even more positive as a result of the mergers, provide the motive for the state to welcome the mergers and, if possible, even remove obstacles from their path. However, because the benefit for the national economy is not automatic, it needs to be determined beforehand, which falls within the remit of the cartel office. If politicians are dissatisfied with its decision, the Minister for Economic Affairs can still reverse it. But if the FAZ, December 28, 98, is to be believed, the man has his work cut out for him. Experts say that 70% of the takeovers received did not meet expectations. The reason for this is that the merger, as a combination of two sources of profit, is a speculative act that still needs to be evaluated by the owners of financial capital on the stock exchange. Since all economically significant states have agreed that unrestrained free competition with ever new rounds of tariff reductions should be the royal road to their success, the one side of their political economy that used to be more emphasized, according to which monopolistic distortion of competition can mean overall economic damage, is increasingly receding into the background. The more internationally successful corporations dominate the markets, the more these giants are a reason for nation-states to promote corresponding developments on their own territory. One consequence of this is that the EU member states have transferred the supervision of competition to the Commission in Brussels. Because they are measured against the USA, the mutual reservations of the EU countries regarding national damage caused by the monopoly of another EU country count less and less. As the mergers are frontal attacks, not least by the three major economic blocs, objections from competitor states are inevitable. For example, the EU Competition Commissioner vetoed the merger of the U.S. aircraft manufacturers Boeing and McDonnell Douglas, and U.S. authorities condemned the merger of Lufthansa, United Airlines, and Scandinavian Airlines. The EU and the USA allow themselves these objections and condemnations because the merged companies ultimately need the approval of the other world power concerned in order to be able to set up their own operations on its territory. Objections are of course of no help against the declared intention to secure a large share of the world market pie through the merger. But their rejection might be good for a trade war. Not so long ago, the taste of the word multi was considered by the civic palate to be an accusation that companies were operating outside national jurisdiction and control and bypassing democratic governments and leading their economic policies ad absurdum. A number of nation-states feared that the national economy would be over-foreignized if foreign corporations bought up domestic production facilities. There was a fear that too much influx of foreign capital, which was in itself desirable, would take away the sovereignty of governments' decisions. Today, the economically powerful states see multinationals as an opportunity and a challenge, not because they love the thrill, but because it was the work of their economies to tear down all boundaries of territorial activity. They have subjected all countries to the regime of the most productive capital and completed the world market in such a way that every African must compare his working hours with those of a German factory worker. Export and import are no longer merely a supplement to business within a nation. The capitals produce for the world market from the outset and must therefore also prove themselves from the outset against producers located elsewhere. The world market is therefore no longer a way out when companies reach the limits of domestic solvency. Production, the exploitation of solvency and competition are already international at the outset. Everything has turned around. Without success around the globe, nothing will work at home. Unfortunately, this has not put an end to the nationalism of state economic policy, but it has taken on a new form. Protectionism and the prohibition of capital flight are no longer the means of defending domestic sources of wealth, but the same sources of wealth bubble up through the conquest of world market shares by national corporations. Thus the states promote the international access of capital because they are keen on the nationalization of the results of global exploitation. They explain the resulting inconveniences for their citizens as a necessity under the heading of globalization. In this context, however, they do not mention that the desired state benefit from the successes of accumulation acts as a driving force for the global drive of capital. Initial concerns as to whether the Daimler/Chrysler merger would not result in U.S. access to the German economy were very quickly put aside by the German side. After all, the company has become a stock corporation under German law, and in a few years there will only be one German boss. The company's registered office and legal domicile mean that, in the event of restrictions imposed by other countries, the company can rely on the power of the state on whose soil it is based. Capital does not recognize national sentimentalities such as loyalty. Therefore, the state must earn its sympathy by preparing its territory as an excellent investment sphere. It has to take care of the infrastructure, the market, a flourishing credit system, and a cheap and qualified workforce. If capital is then invested in the country, it has a positive influence on the balance of trade and payments in the case of exports and, even if not voluntarily, leaves the state with some taxes. Finally, it also employs workers, whose wages also contribute a little to increasing national sales. In this sense, the German state benefits nothing from the Daimler/Chrysler merger, as the Chrysler billions are not being transferred to Germany. They will remain on the U.S. market, and any export of capital would probably not initially be directed towards Germany. Nevertheless, the merger also increases the competitive power of the German group. Because of the megacapital and the already considerable surplus, which will then bring about a considerable reduction in unit costs, the new giant will be able to obtain credit more easily than its competitors and can also raise additional capital more easily by issuing new shares. Thus, the capital invested here is not only secured for the German state, but there are also more secure prospects for its increase than before. Even the reinvestment of profits of such a group abroad does not mean a deduction from the national business, but rather a condition for its strengthening. The state's dependence on capital proves to be self-imposed and can be revoked at any time. Moreover, it is a mandate and an offer to capital to allow itself to be used for the expansion of state power. And as we can see from America, Europe, and Japan, a lot of military equipment is being used, which, among other things, enables the universally admired surgical interventions in other nations. The service of capital to the monetary power of the state does not end with the state's access to profits. The German state has become just as fond of the General Motors subsidiary Opel as it is of VW, Daimler, and Siemens. It won't let them go bankrupt as long as it can still create money itself, because you can't tell from a car sold abroad whether it is genuinely German, VW, or American, Opel, once its equivalent value has been transferred to a business account in DM, now euro. The buyer has first exchanged his national currency into DM/euro and demanded the same. The resulting positive balances show that German/European money measures successful capital growth. This benefits the monetary power of the state. It can borrow from money owners all over the world via the national bank without significantly inflating its currency and thus deterring the capitalists of this world. With the money it raises and creates in this way, it can then boost business, expand its infrastructure, and build up a sizable military apparatus, which makes its partners around the world put aside many an objection. The once much maligned financial capital has been able to successfully shed its image as a patriotically unfriendly fellow because it strengthens the DM/euro, the dollar, and the yen when it lends money to the rest of the world. If exploitation can be converted into constantly rising profits, then financial capital flourishes in this country. The quality of the money it lends out can be relied on just as much as the stability of these banks, so successful capitalists from all over the world line up as borrowers. This not only increases bank profits, but also strengthens the currencies in which bank capital is accumulated, for example the hardness of the DM/euro. After all, loans are taken out in these currencies and repaid with interest, thus increasing the volume of transactions. Conversely, the banks also become interesting for foreign investors. With the increase in deposits, the bank can increase its credit creation and the country can gain new quality as a financial center. This is how the special position of the three world currencies comes about, which only means that the big three can commit more and more business to themselves and their money. In this way, finance capital does its state master a service by enabling him to spend money on an enormous scale, i.e., to expand his position as a world power. No wonder that the ugly tones against finance capital have almost fallen silent. National wealth is not only measured in factories, Congress centers, paid orators, and cannons, but first and foremost in the monetary power that a state possesses and with which it can command capitalist wealth worldwide. A central foreign policy objective of the USA in the information age must be to win the battle for global information flows by dominating the frequencies in the same way that Great Britain dominated the seas in its day, says a high-ranking American. Mastery of the seas initially meant nothing more than the registered tonnage capacity of the merchant fleet. To prevent the devastating effects of competition with other nations from causing them to terminate the user relationship, the merchant fleet was supplemented by a navy, and not only that. The frequency strategist names here a means for the productivity of capital, computer technology, without having to refer much to the economic relationship it serves. Its unquestionability is assumed worldwide anyway. In his analogy with historical Great Britain, he does not conceal the fact that world domination is at stake. On the other hand, he does not emphasize that victory in the battle of information flows cannot be right for the dominated nations and that they also have their antidotes. He prefers to characterize capitalism according to one of its means, the information age, and trivializes the imperialism of states into a kind of sporting event of always better, higher, and further. Although the quoted sentence is taken from an article on tendencies of U.S. imperialism, the market as a weapon, it does not criticize the extortionate and expropriating properties of the market, but condemns it as currently too one-sided a means of the USA. Quote, "But no hegemony is eternal. And Europe and some countries in the South are beginning to rebel, albeit cautiously." Such ugly tones against U.S. imperialism have not been heard for a long time. However, they accurately reflect the battle mission of the euro, which was supposedly introduced to save the exchange costs of European currencies. This is based on the fact that the vast majority of states have become debtor states and emerging markets. Their money, and thus their national progress, can only be turned into something if the powerful financiers see it as a business opportunity. Because globally active finance capital assesses and evaluates all money according to its suitability as a means of business and investment, there are now only 3 world monies that it promises to embody the wealth it claims to represent. These countries no longer need to fear capital flight. They own the world's capital in the credit granted to them. The others have accepted that they cannot conquer a position of world power by straining their national credit. They only want to satisfy the profit claims of metropolitan capital, so that at least a few national resources will come out of it. The big 3, on the other hand, have only been able to reconcile private profit and the increase in state power, but not as a perpetual state of affairs, but as a struggle that has long since ceased to be waged solely for shares in world markets, but rather to secure the largest possible share of the vagabond financial capital, which, despite all the occasional anti-monetarist rhetoric, they love so much if and as long as it has a positive impact on their state-owned business. However, if business increasingly only represents the ever-shrinking basis for more and more national credit and state-created solvency, they are under the greatest pressure to succeed. Because even the smallest increase has long been factored in, a decline in business or even bankruptcy, even in the remotest corner of the world, can now have negative repercussions for the still flourishing metropolitan areas. Then not only a few percent that could have been gained will be lost, but the undoubtedly good state credit of the world's money itself will be called into question. Then the rulers of the world themselves will start to discuss whether they can make another $42 billion available for Brazil, or whether things are already getting dicey. To ensure that their national money is devalued as little as possible and that of their competitors as much as possible, the world powers are trying to increase the share of their money in global business. The large-scale mergers and megacorporations that they are merging or allowing to merge at such a pace that even some bourgeois economic journalists are getting dizzy. Trade unions and many on the remaining left are very sorry that mergers and the export of capital are cutting domestic jobs and tax revenues. The accusation is quickly made that capital only thinks about profit. What else? One would like to ask the indignant. They are not entirely unaware that a workplace in a market economy is not set up because of the workers, but so that it generates a profit for its employer, but they would have liked to attach a social obligation to private property. And if capital is already so tardy in this respect, then at least the state should fulfill its real task because only the left-wing do-gooders know about it. Governments are also friends of jobs, but only if their payment by capital fills the state's social funds and tax coffers. And finally, they promote mergers and the export of capital, because the enforcement of capital elsewhere helps to strengthen the national base and is an incentive for foreign capitalists and financiers to invest in Germany and strengthen the DM/euro. This path to Euro imperialism seems to the critics of globalization like the withdrawal or even abandonment of state activity. And all because social benefits are being cut and unemployment is rising. Why don't they believe the politicians that cutting social benefits makes work more profitable? Why do they consider a profitable job, i.e., as much work as possible for the lowest possible wage in an international comparison, not an imposition, but a positive good that can be claimed by the state? And could you not also read Marx and see that capitalism progresses by producing more and more capital with relatively fewer and fewer workers? On April 28, 2017, Deutschlandfunk Radio reported the following on the topic of 100 Days of Trump, how the president is annoying Silicon Valley. When Leo Pereiro testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee in early 2016, the father of 2 was soon in tears. The IT specialist remembers the day his employer Disney informed him that he would lose his job to an employee from abroad. According to Pereiro, he and dozens of colleagues were told, "Your jobs have been transferred to workers from abroad. You will train your successors until they are 100% safe. Anyone who fails to do so will lose their right to severance pay." H-1B is the name of the formula that makes Pereiro cry. It is a program to attract top foreign talent to the USA. Around 85,000 H-1B visas are granted each year. This year, the U.S. government received 199,000 applications. The visas are therefore distributed by lottery. The work visa is valid for 3 years and can be extended for a further 3 years. Scientists, doctors, and legal experts are the usual recipients of such visas, and above all IT specialists, who are desperately sought after by Google, Facebook, Apple, and others. This is why U.S. President Trump's announcement that the H-1B work visa for foreign workers is to be reformed raised eyebrows in Silicon Valley. Far away from the area offices north of San Francisco, Trump told employees at a tool factory in Wisconsin, "Our immigration system is being abused. American workers are being replaced by foreigners doing the same job for less money." Disney, Leo Pereiro's former employer, is one of these abuses. Other companies such as Southern California Edison, Toys R Us or Texas Instruments have also demonstrably laid off American employees, only to replace them with H-1B recipients, mostly from India, with the help of large Indian outsourcing companies and fob them off with minimum wages. Exactly how Trump wants to change the program is completely open. Sam Hardnett is a technology reporter for KQSD. Trump's vague statements are causing fears to rise that the program could implode. But it is essential to attract highly qualified people to the U.S. and give them the opportunity to gain a foothold here. One involuntarily wonders whether it is really indispensable, especially for whom, that American workers are being replaced by foreign workers who then do the same work for less money and without a permanent employment contract, while the brain drain in their countries of origin is taking on ever more dramatic forms. The attempt to present Trump's America First policy in a reasonably objective manner, which is rare by German media standards, shows the ugly side of so-called globalization. Like Bjorn Schultz, the foreign editor responsible for the weekly newspaper Jungle World, you can dismiss this policy as the end of the era of the free trade regime and the return of national capitalist power politics, thereby proving that you obviously understand very little about the connection between the state and capital, i.e. the critique of political economy. You can also, like Thomas Ebermann, who is always called into the fray by anti-national German leftists when they have to confirm each other's inability to criticize the status quo, proclaim with regard to Britain's withdrawal from the EU and Trump's presidency that geopolitical and economic interests, which were at least analyzable as interests, are losing weight in relation to the delusional. Concrete, March 2017. However, this ignores the perfectly analyzable reality that produced a Trump and a May. And because this denial of reality is garnished with inflationary and false accusations of anti-Semitism, which are not only used to untruthfully and particularly repugnantly slam Trump, but also to forbid any criticism of so-called globalization and free trade, people refuse to look up what can be read there, but not only there, under the heading, "The IT industry as a user of a globally unsecured labor market." The IT industry has become a pioneer. Through crowdsourcing, the outsourcing of contract work to freelancers on the web, and cloud working, web-based teamwork at different locations, global players are using the World Wide Web for intellectual work, for digitizable, knowledge-intensive services. The spatial dissolution of boundaries in the labor market is intensifying the competition for jobs. Increasingly, globally and permanently competing employees, freelancers, are taking the place of employees who have traditionally enjoyed Social Security. This process of change is socially completely unsecured. Global markets geared towards economic efficiency are shaping the one-sided orientation of trade policy without taking into account the social organization of working conditions in the international labor market. End quote. Crowdsourcing or cloud working and H-1B are the basis of business, especially in those sectors of the economy with which feminism, anti-racism, multiculturalism, and LGBTQ have entered into an alliance, as not Breitbart News states, but the Foucault-oriented feminist Nancy Fraser in her contribution to the Suhrkamp bestseller The Great Regression. It is anything but coincidental that it is precisely those modern American economic sectors, which Fraser also calls the high-tech, symbolic and service-based economic sectors, Wall Street, Silicon Valley, media and culture industry, etc., which on the one hand cannot present themselves as cosmopolitan and tolerant enough, and on the other hand stand for a particular, literally limitless lack of mercy and consideration towards wage laborers worldwide. Fraser, of course, can't resist using the same phrase to whitewash the new social movements as genuine progressive forces. They have been particularly vocal in their criticism of Trump and have used it to promote themselves, especially in Europe, which cannot help but catch on here in the land of cross-party Trump hatred. The American technology industry is continuing its fight against President Donald Trump's immigration policy through legal means. A group of 162 companies have filed an amicus curiae brief, unsolicited brief from a party not involved in the lawsuit, with an appeals court. The signatories include some of America's most pro-mining tech companies, including Google, Facebook, Uber, Amazon, and Snap. America proudly calls itself a country of immigrants, the document states. Trump's decree would cause considerable damage to American companies, their employees, and the entire economy. FAZ, April 21, 2017. Just a few days later, the FAZ reported a somewhat different type of damage feared in Silicon Valley. U.S. President Donald Trump wants to strengthen the competitiveness of the American economy and relieve the burden on citizens with a comprehensive tax reform. The authors of the tax plan are hoping for additional tax revenue from a clause that would allow American foreign profits to be repatriated. Corporations such as Apple and Amazon have hoarded billions in profits abroad. April 27, 2017. However, it was not only the insistence on what should be a matter of course, i.e., that companies pay taxes at their headquarters, that caused a stir. Germany in particular pricked up its ears when U.S. Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin not only spoke out against the otherwise obligatory anti-protectionism passage in the final declaration of the meeting at the G20 meeting of all finance ministers in mid-March, but also announced that excessive trade surpluses and trade deficits must be balanced. FAZ, March 20, 2017. With this statement, Mnuchin was not only aiming at the world export champions Germany and China with their immense trade surpluses, but also at his own economy and its import surplus, which causes a large trade deficit. Just a few days after the G20 meeting, it was confirmed just how serious the Trump administration is about this issue. U.S. President Donald Trump will issue a new decree to investigate all trade relations with the USA for violations and imbalances. Germany is also affected. The decree is also intended to investigate any violations of trade agreements. After 90 days, the results of this investigation should be forwarded to Trump as a basis for consequences. The investigations would focus on countries and products. There would be a particular focus on countries with which the USA has a particularly high trade deficit in its view. First and foremost is China. It was followed by Japan, Germany, Mexico, Vietnam, India, Thailand, South Korea, and Switzerland, among others. All free trade agreements that had not been helpful would also be examined. Manager Magazine, March 4, 2017. And this announcement was immediately followed by action. In addition to a number of foreign steel producers, the German companies Salzgitter AG and Dillinger were also convicted of price dumping (IBID). The FAZ also reports, U.S. President Trump is having his government examine whether national security considerations are forcing a restriction on steel imports. Steel is not a sector in which the United States can afford to be dependent on other countries. April 22, 2017. But where does protectionism begin? Where does free trade end, and vice versa? Setting the two in absolute opposition to each other does not do justice to the relationship between the two forms of trade policy, either historically or in terms of substance, and necessarily falls foul of liberal or anti-liberal dogma. Since mercantilism was replaced by liberalism in the 18th century, practical free trade has never been free of protectionism among all rising industrial nations. The liberal pioneer nations in particular, the United Kingdom and the United States, have always combined their pursuit of free trade with protective and punitive national tariffs. When Friedrich Engels called Adam Smith the spiritual father of free trade, an economic Luther in his outline of a critique of national economy because he substituted Protestant rectitude for Catholic rectitude, he acknowledged with admiration that Smith had proven that humanity is also founded in the essence of trade. Engels, however, conceded this against the background of his criticism that trade was nothing but legal fraud anyway. Engels wrote, "Trade, under the rule of private property, must, like every activity, become an immediate source of gain for the trader. That is to say, everyone must seek to sell as dearly as possible and to buy as cheaply as possible. In every purchase and sale, therefore, two people with absolutely opposite interests face each other. The conflict is decidedly hostile, for each knows the intentions of the other, knows that they are opposed to his own. The first consequence is therefore mutual mistrust on the one side, and on the other the justification of this mistrust, the use of a moral means to achieve an immoral end. Thus, for example, the first principle in trade is secrecy, the concealment of everything that could reduce the value of the article in question. The consequence of this is that in commerce it is permissible to derive the greatest possible benefit from the ignorance and confidence of the other party, and also to ascribe to one's goods qualities which they do not possess. In a word, trade is legal fraud. That practice agrees with this theory. Every merchant, if he wishes to do honor to the truth, can testify to me. MEW 1p. 503. Marx's writing in defense of Adam Smith and David Ricardo against Friedrich List, who condescendingly called the two most important theorists of liberal free trade only the school, and whose theoretical attempt to emphasize the German cultural nation as the essential productive force that rises above the mere production of exchange values, focused on what made Smith's and Ricardo's liberalism so sympathetic to the German ideas of the closed commercial state, Fichte, or List's so-called educational tariff, the neglect of the nation in favor of the idea of world-spanning trade, which can only establish a world society worthy of its name. In his work The National System of Political Economy, List writes, "The errors and contradictions of the school cited can easily be corrected from the standpoint of the theory of productive forces. It is true that those who raise pigs or manufacture pills are productive, but the teachers of youth and adults, the virtuosos, bagpipers, doctors, judges, and administrators are productive to a much higher degree. The former produce exchange values, the latter produce productive forces. End of quote. In the pamphlet published in 1845 under the title Überlist's book, The National System of Political Economy, Marx, in his support for Smith and Ricardo, had anticipated thoughts that were to be found in a very similar formulation in the Communist Manifesto just 2 years later, since the majority of nations have now fallen prey to the laws of haggling without regard to the political conditions of the nations. The nationality of the worker is not French, not English, not German, it is labor, free slavery, self-bartering. His government is capital. His native air is the factory air. The soil that belongs to him is a few feet under the ground. End quote. Marx knew only too well that German culturalism could never be better than liberalism. It was precisely in his aversion to German Philistinism, however, that he overdid the historical philosophical hope for capital. What the nations have done as nations, they have done for human society. Their whole value consists only in the fact that each nation has undergone for the others a main destiny, main point of view, within which mankind has undergone its development. And thus, after industry in England, politics in France, philosophy in Germany have been processed, they have been processed for the world, and their world historical significance, like that of the nations, has thus ceased. End quote. As is well known, this cosmopolitan hope for the end of all nations has not yet been fulfilled, that the essential progress made through nation-building had literally reached its limits, and that the best national ideas now belong to humanity as a whole. When Friedrich List objected that the school had failed to take into account the nature of nationalities and their particular interests and conditions and bring them into line with the idea of universal union and perpetual peace, and thus assumed as really existing a condition that is yet to become, then, on the one hand, the naturalization or culturalization of the nation can of course be denounced as typically German, according to List, as a particular national interest and national condition. On the other hand, the critique of political economy today, unlike in Marx's time, cannot help but share List's accusation against the school that it has abstracted from the actual object. This is what we know today from anti-national leftists, who similarly only talk about state and nation in general and abstract terms, ignoring anything concrete and specific. Certainly, the hope that states and nations would automatically prove to be an anachronism on the path to a global society under the global social production relationship of capital through trade and the development of productive forces was one that, in the time of the greatest critic of classical national economics, only recognized progress as the advance towards communism, but did not have to consider the threat of a relapse behind state and nation. This, however, is the greatest threat in the globalist age, i.e. the epoch in which the continued existence of capitalist production no longer implies social progress, and which has found its most brutal expression to date in the National Socialist unstate, Franz Neumann. Not only with regard to National Socialism, but also in reaction to post-Fordism and Toyotism and the value chains that characterize them today, it would be the task of critique to present the dilemma that arises from capitalist socialization on a global scale and the impending loss of the only effective instruments of social struggle to date within the state and national framework. The prerequisite for this, in turn, can only be a critique of the nation that thinks together the general and the particular of every nation-state and does not tear it apart ideologically. This is precisely what Marx did against List when he denounced his whispering about the higher value of the particular national productive forces compared to the general capital exchange values as what was and is German. Even if, in contrast to the times of Friedrich List, this whispering no longer expressly takes place in the name of the German nation, but in a post-national quasi-delimited form, it does not turn out to be the overcoming of nationalism, but on the contrary its reaction to the defeat in the Second World War, as the special relationship between the form of commodity, the form of law and the form of thought, which is no longer the basis of nationalism. This is based on the false assumption that National Socialism was nothing other than exaggerated nationalism and that it therefore taught that the idea of the nation-state was essentially fascist anyway and would therefore be discredited forever. If Marx despised List's idealizing, phrase-believing, bombastic manner, with which he had tried to suppress the fact that under capital the real organization of society is a mindless materialism, an individual spiritualism, individualism, then he recognized in List the real German, who can still be found en masse as a social character today and must be at the center of anti-German criticism that deserves its name. Quote, the hollow, windy, sentimental idealism of the German citizen, behind which lies hidden the most petty, dirtiest huckster spirit, the most cowardly soul, has come to the epoch where it must necessarily betray its secret. But he reveals it again in a genuinely German, exuberant manner. He betrays it with idealistic Christian shame. He denies wealth by striving for it. He disguises mindless materialism in an idealistic way, and only then does he dare to go after it. The German citizen is himself religious where he is industrial. He shies away from speaking of bad exchange values, for which he lusts. He shies away from speaking of competition, and he shies away from speaking of his private interest. The German idealizing Philistine who wants to become rich must of course first create a new theory of wealth that makes the latter worthy of being pursued by him. He creates an idealizing economy, which has nothing in common with the profane French and English economy, in order to justify to himself and the world that he also wants to become rich. The German citizen begins his creation of wealth with the creation of an exuberant, hypocritical, idealizing national economy. But just as the German citizen knows no better way of opposing his enemy than by attaching a moral stain to him, by suspecting his attitude, by looking for bad motives for his actions, in short, by bringing him into disrepute and suspecting him personally. End quote. All this is also known in the opposite world. German free trade, unlike that of Western states, is not seen as competition for influence and power, but as a dialogical principle of international understanding, merciless export not as national profit maximization, but as a charitable measure to allow others to share in one's own prosperity quite selflessly. Refugee aid first had to be turned into a kind of ersatz religion called welcome culture, so that Germans could do something good for their fellow human beings in need. Criticism of Trump and the Brexiteers only exists as moral arrogance and slander, and so on and so forth. The self-congratulatory tone of endless self-talk, which already drove Marx up the wall, makes people in this country naturally susceptible to those who cultivate similar forms of monologue. When President Xi Jinping, of all people, who to the delight of the Germans has been peddling the slogan of a community of human destiny internationally for some time, declared China to be the Lord Keeper of the seal of free trade at the World Economic Forum in Davos in January this year, German enthusiasm knew no bounds. Xi showed himself to be an anti-Trump, a cosmopolitan globalist, cheered Handelsblatt, January 17, 2017, and Defense Minister Ursula von der Leyen felt that she had really understood him. We had the feeling that she was giving our speech, FAZ, May 4, 2017. It was only logical that the German Chancellor referred to China as an alliance partner in a phone call with Xi Jinping one day before her visit to Donald Trump in mid-March this year. The FAZ added to this action, which was obviously aimed at snubbing the US president, with the words, "But after his America First statements, his threats and his rejection of free trade agreements, Trump is not considered an ally, at least for the time being." March 18, 2017. The German ambassador in Beijing, Michael Klaus, then bluntly calls for a real alliance. "We should be staunch advocates of globalization together, because we are the ones who benefit most from globalization. It therefore makes sense to join forces at a multilateral level such as the G20 foot." German People N, January 24, 2017. However, you will have to search with a magnifying glass in this country to find someone who names Germany's ruthless interest-based policy for what it is, as one that only follows the principle of Germany first. As a result, the pronouncements everywhere sound as hollow, windy, and sentimental as Marx detested cunning. This idealism of the German citizen Marx is exemplified in a joint declaration by the chairman of the General Works Councils of the German automotive industry entitled Against Protectionism and Renationalization from February 2017. It reads as if it had been written for a Sunday sermon from the pulpit. In a world that is moving closer together every day through integrated value chains, international knowledge networks, and digital technologies, isolation and isolationism are completely the wrong way to go. It fits the picture that, according to Allensbach, the majority of Germans bluntly see their own economy as the beneficiary of globalization, FAZ, April 26, 2017, and yet attach a moral stain Marx to every critic of the German economy, and by no means just the Trump administration. But how do Germany and China actually benefit from globalization and free trade? When answering this question, significant national economic differences between the two world export champions must be taken into account. Unlike China, Germany is at the stage of a highly developed national economy, within which medium-sized companies in particular, more than almost anywhere else, are at the top of long internationalized and decentralized value chains in many economic sectors. They determine which product is manufactured when, where, how, and for what price, which then ultimately receives the Made in Germany seal of quality. The president of the Institute for SME Research in Bonn states, however, it should not go unmentioned that significantly more SMEs are at the top of value chains in Germany than in other countries. FAZ, February 27, 2017. Such value creation is based to a large extent on German foreign investment, 60% of which, according to current figures, is made in the Eurozone, in particular in Spain, Ireland, Lithuania, and Slovenia, and 37% in North America, i.e., the USA and Canada. Under the title Record Prospects for Investments Abroad, the FAZ states, however, the reasons for the record level of investment abroad are not all good news. It is true that the majority of companies are going abroad for sales reasons and to open up new markets. However, 1 in 4 companies cites high costs at home as the reason for their investments. July 4, 2017. In other words, cheaper is always possible. The full perfidy of this practice only becomes clear if you are aware of the so-called wage restraint that has been corporatistically agreed between trade unions, politics, and business for years, which the FAZ cites as one of the main reasons for Germany's good situation, and which is also sharply criticized by the IMF. For example, Germany's labor market is strong. Employees should actually be able to negotiate high salaries. But wage increases have only been significantly higher than inflation since 2014. This has the same effect as the weak euro. German products remain cheap, and Germans can buy fewer foreign products. FAZ, April 22, 2017. Enrique de Tragiac, the IMF staff member responsible for Germany, commented, "A sustained rise in wages and inflation in Germany is necessary to lift price increases in the Eurozone and facilitate a normalization of monetary policy. The fund is also working for higher wages because it hopes this will reduce what it sees as an excessive foreign trade surplus." FAZ, May 16, 2017. The euro is another main reason for Germany's economic strength. No other EU country benefits from the supranational currency in anything like the same way. Because the euro exchange rate is kept low by the many economically clearly weaker countries, German products are relatively cheap abroad. The exchange rate of the euro is a reflection of the economic strength of the eurozone as a whole. An undervalued currency drives up the surplus via both imports and exports. This is because anyone wishing to import German goods has to put less of their own currency on the table in order to pay the corresponding purchase price in euros. On the other hand, imports from abroad are more expensive for Germans paying with a weak euro. According to economists, this is precisely the reason why the current account surplus has risen so sharply in recent years. FAZ, July 3, 2017. The resulting dominance in trade at the expense of all others is not just accepted by the responsible German side as a kind of collateral damage. On the contrary, the inequality is systematically made into its own business basis, which cannot be called anything other than nationalistic, albeit under different-sounding pretexts. The Federal Ministries of Finance and Economics have agreed on a policy paper on the German current account surplus, in the light of German-American trade relations. At a global level, current account developments should be assessed at the Eurozone level, it says. The Californian current account balance with China is no more the subject of discussion than the German current account balance with the United States should be. In a monetary union, the external value of the currency is determined by the conditions of the entire currency area. FAZ, April 20, 2017. You have to come up with that first. To equate Germany with the U.S. state of California and to lie about the German-dominated EU as the United States of Europe is similar to what, in a different context, would probably easily be called a fraud with high criminal energy. Why such unscrupulousness should not also be commented on with the words "the Germans are bide," as Donald Trump did at a meeting with EU leaders at the end of May 2017, according to Spiegel Online, May 26, 2017, must remain the secret of those who still refuse to admit how close the new U.S. president's criticism of Germany's trade practices comes to the truth. In the German media, the word bad was of course immediately translated with relish not as bad, but as evil. Der Spiegel LED. Later, when EU Commission President Juncker publicly declared that Trump had not used this phrase in an aggressive manner and that he had not said, "the Germans are behaving badly." He said, "We have a problem," they quickly wrote back. Spiegel Online, May 26, 2017. Unlike Germany, world export champion China could easily be described as a model pupil of Friedrich List and his idea of so-called educational tariffs. List understood this to mean a protective system solely for the purpose of the industrial education of the nation. Quote, "The protective system, inasmuch as it is the only means of placing the states far advanced in civilization on an equal footing with the dominant nation, which has not received from nature an eternal monopoly of manufactures, but has only gained a head start in time over others. The protective system appears, from this point of view, as the most important means of promoting the finite union of peoples, consequently true freedom of trade." End quote. China's means of transportation towards true freedom of trade are exemplified in the case of the most important German export good, the car, by the fact that the Beijing leadership has been imposing a 25% tariff on imports of motor vehicles for years, forcing companies to set up manufacturing plants in the country, which, like all foreign company foundations, are only possible as joint ventures with at least 50% Chinese participation. A further condition is that the Chinese are allowed to access the technology they bring with them. With a low car import quota of only 5% market share, China has long since become the largest car manufacturer in the world. Because the country does not yet have the status of a market economy in the World Trade Organization, WTO, to which it was admitted in 2001, China is allowed to take protectionist measures to a certain extent due to its alleged infant industries. The term tariff barriers to trade has become established in economic jargon for protectionist measures such as import and export tariffs and state subsidies for export goods, in contrast to non-tariff barriers to trade, which officially exclude punitive tariffs and exist in practice at the level of product and production regulations, import quotas, bans, or taxes. Currently, the most prominent German victim of Chinese protectionism is the insolvent SolarWorld, the largest manufacturer of solar cells to date. Its bankruptcy is particularly serious in two respects. Firstly, for years German companies were only world leaders in solar technology because the state had subsidized and financially supported the industry. Secondly, the gradual loss of market leadership to China is due to its aggressive protectionism. Because China is about to be granted WTO market economy status and EU anti-dumping measures against China are only permitted as long as the country has not yet been granted this status, the FAZ takes the end of SolarWorld as an opportunity to sound the alarm. Quote, "It could get even worse. Because the EU is in danger of losing the most important instrument it has against China, the non-classification of the country as a market economy. The EU should actually have granted China the status of a market economy at the end of 2016, as agreed when it joined the WTO. The EU has so far refused to do so. China has taken legal action against this before the WTO, and will probably prevail. December 5, 2017. Given this legal situation, one might now expect the EU, with Germany at the helm, to feel as committed to free trade as it has been constantly trumpeting to the world since the change of government in Washington as a fight against Trump's evil protectionist ambitions. But we learn in the same place. In Brussels, it is assumed that the WTO will uphold the complaint in the first quarter of next year. A new anti-dumping regime must then be in force. The EU trade ministers have now taken a first step towards creating an adequate replacement and have largely followed a proposal made by the EU Commission in the fall. According to this proposal, the EU would effectively get rid of all its problems with a trade policy trick. In future, the decisive factor would be whether a country distorts prices and production costs through state intervention. Tough anti-dumping measures should be possible if a state directly controls many companies, has a direct influence on prices and production costs, or favors domestic manufacturers. End quote. One wonders how this approach differs from what Donald Trump's economic advisor Gary Cohn has formulated programmatically and authoritatively for the new U.S. government. According to Spiegel Online, the U.S. would treat other countries the way they treat us. This means, if they have no barriers to trade or no tariffs, we will have no tariffs. May 26, 2017. Tariffs here means tariff barriers to trade. If you listen a little more closely, i.e., if you don't allow yourself to be misled by the usual anti-American rhetoric, you will come across some interesting side notes. When Economics Minister Bridget Zypries met U.S. Secretary of Commerce Wilbur Ross in his Washington office at the end of May 2017, which Der Spiegel is bound to call the new heart of darkness, the Hamburg-based news magazine meekly reported that Zypries had asked Secretary Ross to level the playing field. Quote, "The common enemy is China. The aggressive economic expansion of the communist rulers is aimed at buying up Western cutting-edge technology. We need to defend ourselves against this." May 25, 2017. Zypries was referring, among other things, to the Made in China 2025 campaign, with which the country has set itself the goal of buying up Western companies and know-how on a previously unprecedented scale by means of state-led and financed industrial policy. This is why economic commentators in Germany are already warning that the precious Made in Germany high-tech image is in serious danger of being lost as a unique selling point in the long term. If you also consider China's monstrous plans for the so-called New Silk Road, which are not only intended to finally establish a countermodel to what China calls the imposition of Western values, but also to underpin the claim to global leadership that has recently been openly asserted, only then can you appreciate the significance of terms such as China shock or death by China, which, unlike in Germany, have been present in the American public for some time, and what these terms have to do with Donald Trump's election victory. According to Wikipedia, The project includes both land and sea routes. The initiative names 6 corridors that are to be developed step by step, including the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPC. 65 countries should or can participate in the projects. Financing is to be provided by the Silk Road Fund and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, with a total volume estimated at $1,100 billion. Trade with China has lost important advocates in the United States, says Daniel Eikenson, trade expert at the think tank Cato. The relationship has deteriorated since the financial crisis at the latest. The American Chamber of Commerce and Industry published 2 reports in 2009. One bundled the complaints about China's growing protectionism. Americans complained about the lack of transparency of regulation in China, difficulties in enforcing their rights, and preferential treatment of domestic competitors. The second report was even more explosive. It described a network of Chinese industrial policies with the aim of developing national champions with borrowed Western technology. A bipartisan report published in February by renowned presidential advisors and China experts warned that events related to the financial crisis have strengthened Chinese national pride and their determination to assert their own interests against neighboring countries and the United States. The report sees a sharp rise in protectionism in China since 2008, with state-owned companies being propped up and foreign companies discriminated against. The Chinese government is undermining long-standing relationships. The discrimination, at least as perceived by the Americans, has not been without consequences. Cato expert Eikenson sees the representatives of America's multinational corporations, who were China's most important advocates in the United States, as discouraged. After years of harassment by Chinese authorities, they are less willing to take sides with the country. These are not the only friends China has lost. Its natural allies, the economists, have also become somewhat silent of late. An essay by the 3 authors David Otter, David Dorn, and Gordon Hanson entitled The China Shock has contributed to this, the China Shock. The quintessence of the study is that American workers in regions that were particularly hard hit by Chinese import competition often lost out. They rarely found adequate replacements after losing their jobs, and their income generally shrank. They became ill, were less likely to find a wife, and died earlier. In short, the China shock hit American workers much harder than economic theory suggests. Since the publication of this study, economists have always qualified their positions in favor of free trade with a caveat that, in addition to its great benefits for consumers, it also produces social costs. Author Dorn and Hanson published another study in November, after the presidential election, which had it all. The battleground states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina would have voted for Hillary Clinton if they had not been so hard hit by competition from Chinese imports. This has created a new attitude towards China in America. The disappointment of American corporations and the disillusionment of economists have combined with the economic nationalism propagated by Donald Trump and some of his advisors. FAZ, April 5, 2017. What is not even conceded in this context is that the Chinese approach described is not just perceived as such by the Americans, but a very serious, objectively verifiable discrimination. If at least this concession were made to the American self-image, perhaps it would then be possible to understand why Peter Navarro, the director of the new National Trade Council Authority created by Donald Trump and author of the 2011 book Death by China, which traces Chinese trade policy in detail and calls for a different American free trade policy, is a beacon of hope for many Americans and not a crude isolationist preacher. Welt, December 22, 2016. Die Welt, which is still said to be not particularly anti-American, also gave the Yank a lesson in free trade. The reason given for Navarro's foul title was, after all, it has been a foregone conclusion in economic theory since Adam Smith and David Ricardo at the latest that free trade and globalization generally serve growth. That's more or less how they all tick, the German see-through economists and Trump critics, who naturally don't want to notice that President Obama has already urged China and Germany to make fundamental changes because of their current account balances, but was rebuffed by China and Germany together. In the newspaper Die Zeit on November 11, 2010, under the headline Obama buckles in trade dispute, one can read, U.S. President Barack Obama has failed in his attempt to politically curb the enormous export strength of China and Germany. German Chancellor Angela Merkel and Chinese head of state, Hu Jintao led a U.S. initiative, come to nothing right at the start of the G20 summit. At the meeting of the strongest economic powers, G20, on Thursday in the South Korean capital Seoul, Obama had to make do with a declaration of intent that the problem would be seriously tackled at an as yet unspecified date. End quote. This is why the anti-national opponents of the G20 meeting chaired by Germany, who took to the streets in Hamburg at the beginning of July 2017, did not understand the message of the German Alliance Future of Industry, in which trade unions, industrial and employers associations, and the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy have joined forces to modernize Germany as an industrial location in the long term and strengthen industrial competitiveness. A joint declaration by the alliance states, current protectionist measures and industrial policy interventions in favor of domestic production, including among the G20 countries, must be combated under the German presidency, WWW-BMW. What used to be said so boldly? The main enemy is at home? Instead of wanting to join the German Future of Industry Alliance against protectionism and nationalism without being asked, as the anti-national side has done so far, it would be urgently recommended to finally take the slogan seriously in the present. When technology overcame national borders a good 20 years ago, it was celebrated as proof of the emergence of the much-vaunted One World, which would finally allow all inhabitants of the earth to share in the blessings of prosperity and progress, beyond chauvinistic narrow-mindedness and thus also exclusion and war. In the meantime, disillusionment has set in, and even European countries feel compelled to regulate technology transfers using the otherwise much maligned state coercion in order to maintain social cohesion. This has nothing to do with the rise of a new nationalism, but with the need to protect themselves against the threat of femdomination through the use of certain technology that can be used for imperialist purposes. Since the USA has failed as the guardian of the global order, and its technical suppliers, e.g. from Silicon Valley, have been challenged globally by growing Chinese capacities, tensions have been increasing worldwide. This is all the more true as China links its battle for markets in the high-tech and communications sector with its continued rise as a global power against the USA. If the current US-Chinese trial of strength continues to develop in this way, the FAZ fears, technology will fragment far beyond internet content and the world will split in two in this area. FAZ, May 6, 2019. Not only the newspaper for Germany, but also politicians and the inevitable experts leave it open as to which of these parts Germany should choose. In America, perhaps not the hope, but the expectation that China's decades-old, ever-closer integration into the international economic and political power structure will first liberalize its economy, and then its political system has been abandoned. Skepticism towards China has long been a cross-party consensus there, especially since Xi Jinping succeeded in consolidating his power as General Secretary of the Communist Party, Chairman of the Central Military Commission, and, since 2013, as President of the People's Republic. With his Made in China 2025 plan for the future, Xi Jinping has set the goal of developing the People's Republic into a leading industrialized country with hundreds of billions of dollars in state aid for 10 key industries. 1. Agricultural machinery. 2. Shipbuilding and marine technology. 3. Energy conservation and electromobility. 4. New generation information and communication technologies. 5. High-end controlled machine tool systems and robot technology. 6. Electric power equipment. 7. Aerospace technology equipment. 8. New materials and materials. 9. Advanced rail transportation equipment. And 10. Biomedicine and high-performance medical devices. According to the plan, this development will first be accelerated in the shielded domestic market and then expanded to the rest of the world. The supervisory organization SASAC, State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, which is directly subordinate to the central people's government, determines the paths that the individual companies must take, e.g. through bankruptcy, or the merger of a profitable company with one that is too heavily indebted, or the entry of financially strong Chinese companies or private individuals as part of a partial privatization, so that money flows into the relevant company coffers and the expertise of a successful company may also help the failing company. By 2049, China should be the world's leading industrial nation. In terms of influence and power, China is always oriented towards the USA, which is seen as a model of political and economic power development and at the same time as the strongest power of the international hostile forces. In various models developed in China as a result of its rise for power relations in the world, China sees itself positioned against the USA, be it bipolar, all against the USA, tripolar, the USA, the EU and Asia, or pentapolar, USA, China, Japan, Germany, Russia. From China's point of view, hostile forces are trying to slow down the emerging country on its unmistakably Chinese path to a new heyday, which it sees as a challenge, especially as it has not yet reached the zenith of its power. This power is based on the power of the Communist Party and the expanding economy. In Internet Trends 2018, analyst Mary Meeker took stock of how rapidly the Internet world has changed in recent years. Whereas 5 years ago, only American companies dominated in terms of market capitalization, these US companies now face rivals that all come from China. Quote, in the current top 20, companies from the two countries are almost equally represented. 11 American corporations are matched by 9 Chinese corporations. Sad but true, no European company makes it into this top league. While the US companies on this list are already very international, their Chinese counterparts are only at the beginning of their internationalization, as they first serve their gigantic domestic market with its current 700 million internet users. Manager Magazine, March 6, 2018. China has excluded American internet companies and networking platforms from its domestic market and driven forward the development of corresponding products under its own control. The network infrastructure was planned centrally, and its technical structure makes it much more effective for control and censorship than is the case in Russia, for example, which is also governed by authoritarian rule. The control of the internet and social media enables the CCP to counter Western interference to weaken itself. In order to secure its rule, it does not rely on increasing material prosperity, but has also declared the great Chinese dream of strengthening the nation to be the people's wish and obligation to integrate. For many years, modernization and development have been achieved by copying superior Western models, which has made China strong in a prosperous Asia. Today, the aim is to counter everything Western with its own. Under the Xi government, since 2013 with Xi Jinping as president and Li Keqiang as premier, a nationwide campaign was launched against Western values and Chinese ideas were propagated as guiding principles. A newly invented and immediately canonized Chinese culture and tradition serves to propagate unity internally and demarcation externally. The prescribed and apparently also widely believed harmony, which subordinates the personally special to the predetermined path of society and is also directed against regionalisms that have always been virulent and other, e.g. religious deviations, also impresses Western countries. Under Barack Obama, the turn to Asia was proclaimed as an American reaction to China's lack of liberalization and the increasing blackmail of non-biddable neighboring states in order to prevent Asia from being handed over to Chinese supremacy. When Obama finally received the Dalai Lama in Washington as an expression of the failure of his cooperative charm offensive and to save face, China celebrated its victory by threatening sanctions. The turn to Asia has failed because China has increasingly globalized its economic, trade, and alliance strategy, while at the same time flaunting its national strength and thus its willingness to engage in conflict. Chinese foreign policy does not even define what it actually wants to achieve in its conflict strategy against the countries bordering the South China Sea. It insists on indisputable sovereignty over this sea, refuses any multilateral approach to finding a solution, and confronts each littoral state individually with its military power. Beijing does not recognize decisions by the Court of Arbitration in The Hague, nor does it respect the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The USA, on the other hand, insists on freedom of navigation, which it demonstrates time and again, and supports some states in the region. However, China not only insists on its position against America in the South China Sea, it also presents itself as an opponent of the USA in American regulatory and containment actions in completely different regions, such as the sanctions against Iran due to the Iranian nuclear and missile program, against Russia after the occupation of Crimea and the war against Ukraine. China has even been at odds with Venezuelan President Maduro in his attempt to undermine his power, earning Xi Jinping the accusation from U.S. Vice President Mike Pence of offering life insurance for corrupt regimes. China uses its economic ties for political maneuvering of all kinds. When a Chinese fishing boat deliberately rammed a Japanese Coast Guard boat near the Senkaku Islands claimed by both countries in September 2010, Japan's dependence on the supply of rare earths was used to get the arrested man released without conviction after the Chinese captain was arrested by the Japanese Navy. The whole world expects Chinese sanctions for government contacts with the Dalai Lama, and the awarding of the Nobel Peace Prize to the dissident Liu Xiaobo was met with a ban on the import of Norwegian fish. Another example is the first-time assumption of the chairmanship of the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, by the former Chinese Deputy Minister of Agriculture Chu Dongyu. He won the election against the European Union's candidate, Catherine Jesslain-Laniel, despite the very valid accusations of corruption and blackmail, which was also followed critically in Germany, the fourth largest contributor to the UN. To avert the foreseeable defeat, the EU spread the word that a victory for China would put the FAO's hegemonic ambitions in Africa under the mantle of the FAO. All member states would then have to co-finance China's demonstrations of power and its neo-colonial development policy via the FAO-FAZ, June 25, 2019. However the result of this vote came about, it stands for China's strong position. For example, the country was able to initiate the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which was founded in 2015 by 57 countries and under Chinese leadership, is pushing back American influence with the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the Asian Development Bank. It has also been able to set up its own arbitration bodies in China for Silk Road projects with the help of friendly or dependent states against the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, which provides an arbitration mechanism between investors and governments based on the legal system of the USA and European countries. China's long arm also means that below the national level, the humiliating procedure from real socialist times, the self-criticism associated with self-censorship, is being revived. As happened when Daimler CEO Dieter Zetsche and his China board member Hubertus Troika sent an official letter of apology to the Chinese ambassador because a commonplace saying from the Dalai Lama was posted on Instagram along with a long-deleted picture of the new C-class. Look at a situation from all sides and you will become more open-minded. Daimler had previously affirmed on the company's own Weibo account, China's Twitter clone, we will strive to get to know China's culture and values better and thus adapt our behavior to the norms. Foreign Office spokesperson Geng Shuang accepted the apology as a sign of moral improvement in the context of ritualized self-criticism. Recognizing and correcting mistakes is a basic principle of all actions, not without adding, China will be more self-confident in the new era. Foreign corporations must abide by the basic rules. Zeit Online, February 15, 2018. In this way, the culture of authoritarian discipline is being practiced as an element of calculating reason, and as this is not an isolated case, such processes can be seen as a successful export of Chinese culture. Today, the U.S. is pursuing a strategy of bilateral agreements, while at the same time maintaining its own strength. Exercising control over its own interests also means occasionally shirking its obligations to coordinate internationally. The USA recognizes itself as the decisive global shaper alongside or against China, but no longer as the transformer. China is no longer seen as a technology copier, trash workbench and developing country, but as a rival. It is not enough to imagine a systemic competition between a market economy and a state-controlled economy. The CCP has established a socialist market economy with Chinese characteristics, as it officially describes itself according to Wikipedia, an expertocracy and educational dictatorship with market economy dynamics. The dynamics in product development are just as proverbial as those in the destruction of the last remnants of traditional China not yet raised by the Maoists. The U.S. view of China today is more realistic, explained Robert Daly, director of the Kissinger Institute for China and the United States in Washington. Quote, "The struggle for world power sounds too much like the 19th or 20th century. It no longer fits. Our economies and societies are much more interconnected today. It is a conflict of its own kind. Yes, it's not just about things like protecting intellectual property. We are demanding changes to the Chinese economic system, and therefore also to the political system. If we call on Beijing to stop subsidizing public companies, for example, then that goes to the heart of the Communist Party's governance. That almost borders on regime change. We won't get that. The conflict in the South China Sea was significant because it created a new consensus in America. When China started turning archipelagos into military bases, there was no way to sugarcoat it. That was raw aggression. China has paid a price for this because its reputation has suffered worldwide ever since. But China has prevailed. That's why people in Beijing believe it was worth it. They have created a new reality." End quote. New realities also provide the backdrop to the current mass protests in Hong Kong, which were sparked by a proposed law that would have allowed people to be extradited to the Chinese judiciary, bypassing Hong Kong's rule of law. Previously, the central leadership had to organize kidnappings for this purpose, such as that of 5 Hong Kong booksellers who have since gone missing. The new law was also intended to punish economic crimes in particular, which would have followed the Chinese practice of strengthening the rule of the central government over the provinces as part of anti-corruption campaigns. Beijing has established the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone in the immediate vicinity of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, which not only supplies goods and electricity to Hong Kong and is home to many Hong Kong workers, but also receives foreign capital from Hong Kong for its telecommunications industry, for example. It is not only industries and workers from Hong Kong that are migrating to mainland China on a large scale. Shenzhen has now replaced Hong Kong as a major goods transshipment center thanks to a large-scale port expansion, and the financial district there is also successfully competing with Hong Kong in its core business. Shenzhen represents the future, and the leading real-time mobile phone supplier Huawei, which is based there, also stands for this. The end of the old glory and the consequences of the decline that has long since taken place are spreading fear and the feeling of being at the mercy of others in Hong Kong. The prerequisite for the fourth industrial revolution, i.e., the transition to a digital industry, is the modernization of data transmission. In the merging of information technology and industry, known in this country as Industry 4.0, a constant flow of data accompanies both the production process and the product. For anyone who generates and processes data, however, the problem is how to secure it for their exclusive use and protect it from unauthorized access. If everything is to be networked with everything else, the first step is to establish standards, data formats, interfaces, basic software, so that a manufacturer can position itself both nationally and internationally. Once the technical issue of standardization has been resolved, the dilemma of Industry 4.0 remains that to increase one's own competitiveness against competitors, it is necessary to network with other competitors. Many companies in Germany are reluctant to modernize in this area, and China, for example, has a correspondingly large advantage where such caution can be ordered away. Economics Minister Altmaier's plan to promote the formation of German and European champions, i.e., mergers of several large EU companies, has its origins here. As the intended use of IT technology leads to a means of power of the providers over those who derive their business benefits from it, dealing with this dilemma requires consequent action by a higher power. Since in information and communication technology the de facto control of an entire system is possible through the technical control of certain sub-areas, digital sovereignty must be achieved in order to increase operational security and secure the volume of data, the raw material of the future, as it is sometimes pathetically called, for one's own use. China understands this sovereignty nationally and links the social and ideological control of the Chinese with its own concept of cyber sovereignty. Each country sets its own rules for the use of the Internet. To this end, it is attempting to anchor the primacy of state control in the newly emerging international law of the Internet. As a European contribution to shaping this law, the European Parliament has created a new legal standard for the collection and transfer of personal data with the European General Data Protection Regulation. This makes their use subject to European scrutiny and consultation, and creates a uniform European market. It is by no means a question of collecting data as sparingly as possible. On the contrary, it is intended to facilitate this. The General Data Protection Regulation is particularly aimed at American IT companies, which will now have to undergo certification under the EU-US Privacy Shield whenever they receive such data from Europe in order to comply with the law. The 5G mobile communication standard is intended to be the basis for the industry of the future, i.e., for robot cars, telemedicine, learning machines, etc. The large volumes of data required for this can only be transmitted by 50, which is said to be 100 times more powerful than LTE and as responsive as the human nervous system. The 50 network is part of the critical infrastructure, like the electricity or water networks, the functioning of which is subject to state supervision. As many state and non-state actors are continuously expanding their cyber attack capabilities, ensuring the security of this infrastructure requires extensive precautions and constant updating. These cyber attacks have been around for a long time. The German Federal Office for Information Security (BSI) has registered an increase in reportable incidents. Attacks are not listed separately by operators of critical infrastructure. Welt Online, February 17, 2019. The accusations made by U.S. Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, who accused China of stealing masses of classified data in large-scale hacker attacks on the United States and its allies around the world, must have had an impact on European straitgeese, as authorities and companies from various sectors in at least 12 countries, including Germany, were affected. Zeit. December 20, 2018. Back in 2012, an investigative report was presented to the U.S. House of Representatives on the two Chinese companies that have since gained some notoriety as suppliers of the 50 network, ZTE and Huawei. Here are some statements from its summary. The House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, hereafter referred to as the Committee, initiated this investigation in November 2011 to examine the counterintelligence and security threats posed by Chinese telecommunications companies doing business in the United States. In particular, to the extent that these companies are influenced by the state or allow Chinese intelligence agencies access to telecommunications networks, there is the potential for further economic and foreign espionage by a foreign nation-state already known to be a major perpetrator of cyber espionage. The investigation concludes that the risks associated with Huawei and ZTE providing critical infrastructure equipment to the U.S. could undermine U.S. national security interests. Any company that provides such equipment, and especially any company that has access to or detailed knowledge of the architectural plans of the infrastructures, must be trusted to comply with U.S. laws, policies, and standards. In another industry, this development may not be of particular concern. If these companies seek to control the market for sensitive devices and infrastructure that could be used for spying and other malicious purposes, the lack of market diversity becomes a national problem for the United States and other countries. End quote. Contrary to what is often claimed, the US, Australia, and New Zealand's exclusion of Chinese suppliers is not about protectionism, because in none of the three countries are domestic suppliers the main beneficiaries. The special feature of the market for 50 is that there is no US provider that covers the full technological spectrum. The alternatives to Huawei and ZTE are mainly two European companies, Nokia and Ericsson. Of course, this has also reached Germany. Quote, "It does not seem reasonable to bet on the security of Huawei's 50 networks, especially since the main competitors Ericsson and Nokia come from the EU, Capital, January 13, 2019. In the US, the lack of socio-political and economic liberalization of the Chinese ruling system is seen as a lack of trustworthiness. This political reservation has an impact on differences on seemingly only economic issues, such as the intention to correct unfair trade relations or to stop the theft of intellectual property and forced technology transfer in foreign investments in China. The US is concerned about its national security in its relations with China, and this must be considered separately from the trade conflict, especially as this security issue cannot be resolved bilaterally. Quote, "If, for example, Germany relies on Huawei and the 5G mobile network becomes part of the military communication networks, NATO will no longer communicate with its German colleagues in this way," said the commander of NATO forces in Europe, Curtis Scaparrotti, at a hearing in the US Congress. The US had previously threatened to restrict intelligence cooperation if Huawei were to be involved in the development of the new mobile communications standard 50-foot, NZZ Online, March 14, 2019. In Germany, there is little talk of such security aspects, which in the US are also leading to calls for greater decoupling of the US economy from the Chinese economy, but all the more talk of trade war, technological war, and a new Cold War. There is also a trade conflict with Germany, Mexico, and Canada. In renegotiations of the Free Trade Agreement, formerly NAFTA under Trump, the USA has agreed with these countries that Chinese dumping steel exports, which endanger steel jobs everywhere due to gigantic overproduction in China, will no longer be accepted by the three countries. This Chinese export offensive is a consequence of the domestic Chinese construction slump and is not described as an economic war. The US enforced penalties against ZTE, based in Shenzhen, whose largest shareholders include an academy of the Ministry of Aviation and the Chinese Aerospace Exploration Agency, for violating Iran and North Korea sanctions. And in the case of Huawei, allegations that the company had violated Iran sanctions were initially the reason why the US had Huawei's CFO arrested in Canada. While a violation of the Iran sanctions has not yet been proven, due to the lack of trust in the company's political representation and the discretion of the US authorities regarding the actual damage, it is unlikely to be possible to prove that American security interests were deliberately violated. It may be possible to prove Huawei's security vulnerabilities, like any company in this field, but it is unlikely to be possible to prove the unlawful collection of data and disclosure to government agencies without betrayal or loss of face for the side being spied on. A report by the Australian state news service ABC News on June 16, 2018, provides an example of how something can remain in the dark. The story begins in 2005, when BT, formerly British Telecom, embarked on a £10 billion, $17 billion, upgrade of its network. Huawei was contracted by BT to supply routers, transmission, and access equipment. Sources briefed by British intelligence agencies have told the ABC that a problem has been identified in so-called core switches installed by Huawei. These devices are the proverbial stable door for information, letting data in and out. BT noticed that these core switches were making a lot of chatter. The Government Communications Headquarters, GCHQ, the UK's intelligence and security organization, set up a Huawei Cybersecurity Evaluation Centre, HCSEC, also known as the Cell, to investigate any hardware or software for the UK market at Huawei's expense. The Cell also randomly tested new hardware and software updates for the UK infrastructure for malicious code. The extent of the vulnerabilities in BT's infrastructure is not public, but the ABC understands that BT has replaced many of the core switches. End quote. BT has not confirmed this process, but as part of its security strategy, the now BT Group has stated that it intends to remove some of Huawei's equipment from its mobile networks. Nevertheless, it is continuing to work with Huawei on innovations and is using the equipment outside its core networks, a BT spokesperson said, Handelsblad Online, December 5, 2018. The British have a different approach to the issue of trust than the Americans. In April, The Telegraph reported on the secret decision of the National Security Council, chaired by the Prime Minister, which agreed to allow Huawei limited access to build parts of the network such as antennas and other non-core infrastructure. The former director of the British GCHQ, Robert Hannigan, had previously spoken out strongly in the Financial Times against generally excluding companies from China in the 50 expansion. He referred to the UK's National Cybersecurity Centre, NCSC, which had never found evidence of malicious Chinese state cyber activities by Huawei in its investigations, and pointed out how inefficient a blanket security ban based on national company flags is likely to be. Borzi-Online, February 13, 2019. However, his call to start risk management now, Online, February 13, 2019, remains without any concrete content and raises the independence of Chinese companies from the state to a question of faith. More worrying is the situation of countries that are dependent on international regulations because they do not have the legal and technological means to achieve cyber sovereignty. In Ethiopia, the headquarters of the African Union was financed with Chinese government money. Huawei took care of the communication technology in the building. An employee of the private Berlin-based Mercator Institute for China Studies (MERIX) is quoted as saying by the Swiss news site Watson, and from 2012 onwards, unauthorized data was transmitted to Chinese servers every night for 5 years. The role of the company has not been clarified, but there is at least the suspicion that Huawei's infrastructure may have been used for this. Watson H., July 12, 2018. It also remains to be seen whether the accusation of espionage for the Chinese Secret Service, which the Polish authorities made against the Huawei boss in Poland, Wei Jingw, and the IT security expert Piotr D., after their arrest in January, can be substantiated. Huawei parted ways with Wei Jingw 2 days later and appointed a confidant of Prime Minister Duda as the new CEO of Huawei Poland at the end of February. Within 30 years, the company has developed from a semi-secret IT company in Shenzhen, which imported and resold switching equipment from abroad, into one of the world's leading providers of information and telecommunications technology. In the early 1980s, the Communist Party decided to modernize the country's ailing telecommunications infrastructure, and in 1996 the Chinese government passed a law restricting access for foreign telecommunications companies. By its own account, Huawei also received favorable government loans amounting to at least 30 billion euros. Huawei experimented early on with innovative organizational concepts, now operates as a private company whose shares are held by employees and invests a lot of money in research and development, with the result that no other company from the People's Republic is a world leader with its technology. However, the dependence on semiconductors and chips from American production and software from American suppliers remains. Semiconductors are a more important import commodity for China than crude oil, accounting for more than 10% of total imports in 2017. In view of the looming conflict, China has filled its warehouses for a year, but it is questionable whether its own Chinese products will be able to replace the missing components by then. FAZ, May 17, 2019. Huawei is not only omnipresent with its products, it also maintains an extensive network of information channels and is constantly establishing new contacts. Universities such as RWTH Aachen University and research institutes such as the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft are keen to work with Huawei. Quote, Huawei heads the Communications Technologies Working Group at the lobby association Bitkom. At the German Academy of Science and Engineering, Acatech, Huawei sits on the Senate alongside domestic top dogs such as BASF, Bosch and BMW. Huawei is also involved in the German Economic Council and the Alliance for Cybersecurity. And that's just a small excerpt from the list. Tagesspiegel Online, January 29, 2019. The lobbying does not stop at the party conferences, where Huawei repeatedly rents stand space, for example at the SPD in 2017, the CDU in 2018 and the CSU and FDP in 2019. The opportunities offered by the German economy, which is geared towards cooperation with China, are also used for more extensive networking. Network operators such as Vodafone, Telefonica and Telecom are among Huawei's customers, which supplies considerable parts of the existing German 3G and 4G infrastructure. According to Wirtschaftswoche, the telecommunications group United Internet from Montebor is relying on technology from ZTE to build its own 5G network. Until 2013, there was still a German provider of fair network technology, Nokia Siemens Networks, NSN, from which Siemens, however, withdrew. Germany has thus lost the opportunity to develop its own technical infrastructure for mobile networks and then to control it. Wirtschaftswoche Online, June 12, 2018. In order to present the extent of the cooperation as trustworthy, a test center for Huawei equipment has now also been opened in Bonn, as in the UK, in which the Federal Office for Information Security is also involved. As the question of trust arises for every user of a cell phone and the internet, and the line to surveillance paranoia is easily crossed, it is at least as much about image as it is about security. Working on the image of trust is all the more important the more intensive and comprehensive the cooperation is, for example in the design of a networked rural area, where the city of Gelsenkirchen has been working with Huawei for years on its development into a smart city. The projects range from public Wi-Fi services and faster communication, e.g. between the fire department and citizens, to more efficiently coordinated city administration and, as a step towards intensified cooperation in the future, the establishment of a digital open-air laboratory. There, garbage cans will soon signal that they need to be emptied and cars will be guided to the nearest free parking space by the computer system. Duisburg, which is the world's largest inland port, plays a special role in the new Silk Road project, also wants to become a smart city with Huawei, like 160 other cities in more than 40 countries. Last year, SPD Mayor Soren Link traveled to Huawei's headquarters in Shenzhen with a delegation and was shown a model smart city. Quote, "The company has turned the Longgang district with several 100,000 inhabitants into a fully networked smart city model city. Almost everything there is equipped with electronic sensors, and a good 41,000 cameras monitor the district. Everything is connected, everything is evaluated by artificial intelligence. The collected data flows together in the command center, the brain of Longgang. The results are overwhelming. According to the city administration, crime has fallen by 28.8% within a year, which was achieved with complete video surveillance. Better communication within the authorities has halved waiting times in the offices. The all-encompassing nature of the Longgang model can be seen in seemingly small things such as the streetlights. Not only is the street intelligently lit, dimmed when no one is there. There are also surveillance cameras in the lantern. It also checks the air quality, provides free Wi-Fi and is equipped with an emergency button. FAZ Online, March 27, 2019. However, the spokesperson for the mayor of Gelsenkirchen does not counter the now frequently critical questions about the company's dealings with Huawei with rhetoric of trust, but with widespread fatalism. Quote, "Huawei is inexpensive, a technical leader and has won the public tenders. And what would be the alternative, Cisco?" End quote. According to the Snowden papers, the American Foreign Intelligence Service NSA used devices from the American manufacturer Cisco for espionage by stopping the devices in transit and installing backdoors to intercept data. Although Germany is always the beneficiary of American intelligence findings, the knowledge that it is itself the subject of American reconnaissance is also met with a certain amount of indignation. In 2014, Germany was still basking in its exclusive bilateral relations. Quote, "Germany and China want to cooperate more closely in the field of modern digital industrial technologies." Economics Minister Sigmar Gabriel, SPD, and the Chinese Minister for Industry and Information Technology, Miao Wei, signed a corresponding declaration of intent on cooperation in intelligent manufacturing this Tuesday in Beijing. This is about the digital networking of industrial production, Industry 4.0. "We want to breathe life into the innovation partnership between Germany and China that was agreed in 2014, said Gabriel after the signing. Miao Wei spoke of a stage victory and a new phase of industrial cooperation between the two countries, FAZ Online, July 14, 2015. A year later, the tone had changed considerably and Gabriel announced a tougher stance towards Beijing in order to protect German and European technologies from being sold off. Germany is one of the most open economies in the world. It is all the more difficult for us that direct investments by European companies in China are becoming increasingly difficult and are only permitted under discriminatory conditions, while China itself is going on a shopping spree with a long list of interesting companies, with the clear intention of acquiring key strategic technologies. Welt Online, October 29, 2016. The Federal Ministry of Economics then also blocked the sale of chip system manufacturer Aixtron to Chinese investors, 2016, which had already been classified as unobjectionable, and when Chinese energy giant SGCC wanted to acquire a stake in electricity grid operator 50 Hertz, the German government prevented this, 2018. Until 2015, the rule of law dialogue and the human rights dialogue with China were the facade for the relationship, which was upgraded to a comprehensive strategic partnership, Auswärtiges Amt. In 2014, but this view changed due to China's plans for the future. Quote, "This is a serious challenge to the established industrialized nations. If China succeeds in implementing its plans, the country will become an equal competitor for Germany in the cutting-edge technology sector. Composure is not appropriate, above all because China is going on the offensive, especially in industries that are the backbone of the German economy. Here, China wants to modernize its production facilities and replace foreign technology imports with its own innovations, wrote Die Zeit, online, May 27, 2015. For example, it is often even claimed that China has copied its Made in China 25 strategy from the German Industry 4.0 concept, without looking into the question of what this might mean for German plans. Having long been persuaded of Chinese dependence in technology development, people are now disillusioned and offended by the brash Chinese. Quote, in fact, China is forcing foreign investors into joint ventures as part of the so-called concubine model. There are numerous complaints that technical knowledge has been diverted from such joint ventures. Often even exact duplicates of Western factories are created. FAZ, April 16, 2018. It is not only car manufacturers that now have Chinese joint ventures, which is why parts of German industry are now calling for a new strategy in dealing with China as an important trading partner and competitor. The Federation of German Industries, BDI, is calling on companies to reduce their dependence on the Chinese market. Handelsblatt Online, October 31, 2018. The chairman of the CDU/CSU parliamentary group in the Bundestag, Ralph Brinkhaus, sees the need to defend the basic economic order. Quote, when countries like China pursue a very sophisticated and sometimes aggressive industrial policy, we have to react and formulate our position. We like to talk about a defensive democracy, but we also need to talk about a defensive market economy. FAZ, May 20, 2019. The FAZ is also combative. Today's Chinese foreign trade and credit policy would certainly elicit an admiring comment from a European imperialist of the late 19th century, November 29, 2018. It has now been recognized that China is not only setting the agenda in its own country, but also increasingly in the European core area. It is not coming along as a disciplinarian with convergence criteria and deficit procedures, but is undermining Germany's position in the EU with its cornucopia and offers of cooperation. The exogenous influences should actually help to overcome the internal divergences and impositions, but what should have welded the Europeans together is now plunging them even further into an existential crisis. Although all EU states are calling for China to open up to European companies just as much as vice versa, 14 EU states, from Italy and Portugal to Greece, Hungary and Poland, are involved in the Silk Road Initiative, which prevents any common strategy towards China. On the contrary, the bilateral ties, following the example of Germany in 2014, ensure that no position independent of Chinese interests is adopted. For example, access to the Chinese market for German companies cannot be linked to the threat of restricting Chinese companies in the European market. Understandable in principle, but somewhat helpless in tone, the European Commission is now also taking a tougher stance towards China. With the help of the EU Authority for Network Security, ENISA, it wants to identify overarching risks in order to agree on joint steps against them. It has also admonished the member states to only consider companies that guarantee the security of mobile networks when tendering for frequencies for the 5G network. Finally, the Commission has presented a paper entitled EU-China, a Strategic Outlook, which expresses a political course correction towards the EU's most important trading partner. China is no longer only described as a cooperation partner, but also as an economic competitor and, for the first time in an EU document, as a system rival pursuing alternative regulatory models. Handelsblatt Online, March 29, 2019. However, the new activism against Chinese impositions in itself paints a false picture. Criticism of China can only be voiced if the USA is also named as a related and dangerous rival in the same breath. CDU MP Brinkhaus, for example, wants to use his defensive market economy not only against the People's Republic, but also against the Federal Republic. It is also about finding a way to curb the market power of large platforms such as Google and Amazon with regard to data. FAZ, May 20, 2019. Nils Schmid, foreign policy spokesman for the SPD parliamentary group in the German Bundestag, sees Germany and the free world as being torn between two totalitarianisms. To put it bluntly, the state in China could do what Google, Facebook and company do in the Western market economy. In dystopian terms, the world would then have the choice between a status totalitarian and a private totalitarian economic order. Internationalpolitik, May 2018. The Tagesspiegel Online expresses a similarly equidistant and fatalistic view. It's about accusations of espionage, links to the Communist Party and, last but not least, which superpower is more likely to offend the German government. the one of the past or the one of the future, America or China? It is clear that Europe feels it is facing a crisis of confidence, which was of course brought about by the USA. Quote, the Trump administration, however, is now pushing for an economic decoupling between the West and China, not just for 5G but for high-tech products in general. Global supply chains with Chinese involvement should give way to trusted markets within the West. But then the question arises for the Europeans. Can the competitor, which is technologically weak in many areas, trust the hegemon USA, Zeit Online, 6.12, and Tagesspiegel Online, August 12, 2018. This much is already certain. The German government will not ban the Chinese network operator from the mobile networks in Germany. Instead, the Federal Network Agency is to work with the Federal Office for Information Security, BSI, to formulate requirements that will then apply to all network equipment suppliers. To this end, the Catalogue of Security Requirements in the Telecommunications Act, TKG, is to be amended. The adoption of the TKG, which is intended to ensure the protection of telecommunications secrecy, for example, marked the end of the federal government's telecommunications monopoly. In future, the suppliers of network operators are to have their products certified under security aspects and provide security guarantees. What remains of the security discussion is an anti-discrimination regulation for network equipment suppliers. In February 2019, Economics Minister Altmaier announced his National Industrial Strategy 2030 to secure and regain economic and technological competence, competitiveness and industrial leadership at national, European and global level in all relevant areas. These national ambitions for European and global leadership do not represent a strategy against Chinese impositions, but rather a strategy to counter the lead that China and the USA have gained, particularly in the areas of telecommunications technologies, the Internet and digitalization, National Industrial Strategy 2030, 12. Until now, the EU's industrial policy has pursued the goal of ensuring favorable framework conditions for industrial competition within the EU as well. But now, according to the Tagesspiegel, Europe could be facing a paradigm shift in economic policy. The traditional role of the state, which only sets guardrails but otherwise stays out of the economy, no longer works, said the German Chancellor. Emmanuel Macron also underlined this insight in his guest article published in 28 European newspapers. We need to reform our competition policy and realign our trade policy, writes the French president. He proposes preferential treatment for European companies, as the USA and China do, and calls for companies that undermine our strategic interests and our essential values to be punished. The central point here is the creation of large European corporations, Tagesspiegel Online, May 3, 2019. Germany, whose share of the total gross value added generated by the manufacturing industry of all 28 EU member states was over 30% in 2017, would also have a special role to play in the creation of large European corporations. Facts are already being created in European battery production and also in development-motivated collaborations, such as the one between BMW and Daimler for the joint development of driver assistance systems. According to Merkel and Altmaier, EU competition law is to be amended to create European global players so that the EU Commission cannot impose a ban again, as it did with the planned Franco-German rail merger between Siemens and Alstom. German SMEs are wavering between a fear of Chinese buyers and the fear that they are becoming more and more like China with their state industrial policy. The prospects for Europe are therefore not bright, which is why a capital market strategist from the world's largest asset manager BlackRock, Martin Luck, recommends the United States and China are currently wrestling for supremacy in the world. Europe is on the sidelines, preoccupied with itself. Even if the trade conflict between these two superpowers currently seems threatening, Luck assumes that it could ultimately lead to lower rather than higher tariffs in the two markets. In this respect, investors should rather focus on shares from these two markets, FAZ, November 12, 2018. Since the pioneering work of the China champion Helmut Schmidt, the oldest cultural nation in the world, and its own have moved closer together, a bond that would be unthinkable with the uncultured USA. While there has been much discussion about China, German SMEs have expressed their attitude in a recently completed survey of 2,000 managers of companies with an annual turnover of at least €2 million conducted by the Commerzbank Forsa Institute. The survey again identified a paradigm shift, this time in the assessment of trading partners. SMEs previously rated stable economies as less reliable. Emerging economic powers receive more trust instead. In light of Trump and Brexit, 30% of respondents rated the economic policy framework conditions in China as good to very good, while 17% rated those in the USA and only 8% in the UK. Michael Ruther, member of the board of managing directors at Commerzbank, tried to recognize the foresight of German managers and results. This extremely remarkable development will also influence the investment activities of German companies in the medium term. The American economy is currently still doing well, and German companies are also investing heavily, partly in response to Trump's policies, such as his reform of corporate taxation. However, Reuther considers this to be a flash in the pan, FAZ, May 28, 2019. The fact that the light comes from the east was already known to the German Maoists, whose insights are being absorbed by economic leaders, as well as ideologues, for whom Gunther Lachmann's AFD-oriented website is a prototype. Quote, China offers itself as a support for economic and political players who want to escape neoliberal constraints. Although old dependencies are being exchanged for new ones, these are primarily of an economic nature and do not imply any interference in domestic affairs. Under Chinese leadership, a growing bloc of states will emerge that turn away from profit maximization as the sole purpose and motive of economic activity. In contrast to neoliberal endeavors, each country is granted the freedom to determine its own political system and economic model. It can restrict the movement of capital and impose tariffs to protect national producers. Immigration can be limited or encouraged. Mind you, this new competition between systems does not concern social orders, but the principles of how states deal with each other. One side strives for dominance through political influence and economic pressure, while the other strictly adheres to the international law principle of non-interference. In the first case, the primary goal is unrestricted market access for global corporations. In the second, the preservation of state sovereignty. A shift away from neoliberalism under the aegis of China has already begun in many places. End of quote. The article was written by regular Freitag author Bernd Morawski and was also published on Heise.de, March 29, 2019. An anthology published in 2001, which deals with the role and character of non-governmental organizations, states, at the beginning of the 21st century, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, are still often seen as the bearers of hope for a new transnational order, which leaves behind the mostly less civilized nation-state structure that has gone down in history as the Westphalian order. By placing common regional and global problems on the agenda across borders, searching for appropriate solutions and participating in their implementation, NGOs are seen as the avant-garde of an emerging global society. Transnationally, they often take on the catalytic tasks that are fulfilled within the national framework of protests and social movements. Without such civil society actors, we would have to abandon all hopes of a cosmopolitan democracy. End quote. Accordingly, the emergence of NGOs should leave behind the three principles of state order associated with the Peace of Westphalia: sovereignty, territoriality, and legality. In contrast to this swan song to the Western nation-state, the icon of globalization criticism Arundhati Roy explained in a text entitled The NGOization of Resistance, most large, well-funded NGOs are funded and supported by aid and development agencies, which in turn are funded by Western governments, the World Bank, the United Nations, and some multinational corporations. While they may not be the same agencies, they are certainly part of the same loose political formation that oversees the neoliberal project and primarily calls for cutting government spending. NGOs give the impression that they are filling the vacuum created by a retreating state. And they are, but in a materially irrelevant way. Their real contribution is that they diffuse political anger and hand out as aid or benevolence what people should rightly have. They change the public psyche. They turn people into dependent victims and blunt the boundaries of political resistance. They unwittingly reinforce racist stereotypes and affirm the achievements, comfort and compassion, tough love of Western civilization, minus the guilt of its history of genocide, colonialism, and slavery. They are the secular missionaries of the modern world. End quote. The two judgments on the character of NGOs could hardly be more contradictory. However, before deciding whether NGOs as avant-garde herald the final end of the nation-state-based West or nothing more than its extended arm for the perpetuation of Western hegemony, we should be clear about what non-governmental organization actually means historically and conceptually. In the negative definition, the term is generally understood to mean an interest group that is formally independent of both governments and states. It would be inappropriate to use the term for the period before the emergence of the modern nation-state, for example by including the organized Christian charity of caritas or diacony. Historically, it cannot be separated from its negative connection to the modern nation-state, because an NGO is by definition located in that area of society which is referred to as the tertiary or third sector, that area which, without the emergence of the political economy and thus the bourgeois state, according to pure economics, can neither be subsumed under a first sector of so-called primary production of agriculture, forestry and mining, nor is it part of the second sector of industrial production and manufacturing. In this country, NGOs are to be assigned to the social sector in which, under the conditions of capitalist commodity production, the welfare state is also active in providing for and supplying both nationally and internationally, precisely because it is not external to the social production relationship called capital despite, or rather precisely because of, its independence, but must be regarded as constitutive of this relationship. From this perspective, in Germany, supported and legitimized by the principle of subsidiarity, any association recognized as non-profit and thus non-market can be considered an NGO just as much as trade unions or other traditional interest groups. It is therefore no coincidence that the terms third sector and non-profit sector are often used interchangeably in German. In the case of the German government, it sounds like this: non-governmental organizations are basically all associations or groups that represent common interests. These include, for example, church organizations, political foundations, support associations, initiative groups, action alliances, solidarity groups, and development policy networks. They are not profit-oriented and are not dependent on governments or state agencies. End of quote. Whether and to what extent this definition corresponds to reality is not yet up for debate here. The reference to the formal independence of NGOs initially only marks the difference to the intergovernmental and supranational UN organizations directly financed and maintained by states and governments, such as the WHO, the Refugee Aid Agency UNHCR or UNRWA, the Folkish Ancestral Community for the Promotion and Preservation of the Palestinian Blood and Soil Ideology. When the German government goes on to say that some of the typical fields of activity of NGOs are development cooperation, environmental and human rights policy, it is referring to areas that are widely associated with the concept of humanitarianism, whose or rather transnationalization, represents the history of the decoupling of its concerns from the direct action of the bourgeois nation-state. This decoupling, which is also the prehistory of modern international law, is closely linked to the history of the founding of the International Committee of the Red Cross (ICRC) in the mid-19th century, unlike the pioneer of modern nursing, Florence Nightingale, who saw her humanitarian work for the wounded British soldiers in the Crimean War in 1854 as the original task of every warring state. Nightingale saw in the idea of the ICRC acting neutrally outside or above the state the danger that delegating responsibility for one's own wounded would only facilitate the waging of war and thus increase its probability. However, the ICRC successfully demanded this supranational and non-partisan action in the course of the Franco-Prussian War of 1870-71 with the support of Prussia. Since then, the Red Cross can be considered the mother of all NGOs, whose limits became clear during the Nazi era, when the ICRC allowed itself to be degraded by the Germans to the status of a tacit sender of aid packages for concentration camp inmates. The German branch of the organization willingly allowed itself to be used by the Nazi regime, which culminated in the public presentation of the Theresienstadt concentration camp as a model idol in 1944 with the significant involvement of the German Red Cross. When a group of French doctors split from the ICRC in 1971, calling themselves Doctors Without Borders, this was preceded by a demand for a modification of the ICRC's strict neutrality requirement. The group demanded that the ICRC publicly criticize the Nigerian government, which had committed serious crimes against its own civilian population during the Biafra War. The absence of this criticism and the subsequent founding of Médecins Sans Frontières heralded a new phase of humanitarian aid, characterized by the deregulation of humanitarian principles, which in the case of Médecins Sans Frontières manifested itself in a partisan and demonstrative turn towards aid exclusively in the Third World. The beginning of this new phase cannot be viewed in isolation from the states in Africa and Asia that had emerged since the 1950s in the course of decolonization, whose national liberation movements were known to serve the left in both West and East as the revolutionary successor to the working class. When Médecins Sans Frontières was founded as a new type of NGO, classic state development aid had long since passed its zenith. It was based on the idea of using rapid industrialization to promote the establishment of stable nation-states, connect to the world market, and thus quickly increase the prosperity of the population. The widespread failure of this strategy and the resulting promotion of failed states could no longer be concealed by the Cold War in the early 1970s, in which both the USA and the Soviet Union followed Roosevelt's motto that although the dictators of the failed new states were undoubtedly mostly bastards, they were at least their own, who were kept in line solely to prevent their defection to the other camp. What was previously understood by development aid, the promotion of economic growth, changed in the 1970s, away from the attempt to build stable national economies towards a strategy of satisfying basic needs for food, health, and education. Although large non-governmental organizations such as Oxfam or Bread for the World became more important with this new orientation, the monopoly on the practical implementation of development policy remained unchallenged with the respective aid countries and their organizations. The disintegration of the New Left and the simultaneous emergence of so-called new social movements, which were not least an expression and product of this disintegration, led to an expertization of criticism of the state and society in left-wing circles, beginning in the 1970s and not coincidentally parallel to the worsening crisis of Fordism. The new specialists, unlike today in a movement such as Fridays for Future, practiced a critique of science or saw themselves as an alternative to the knowledge of domination. General justice talk of world peace and environmental harmony now took off, differing at most in the intensity of the longing for peace and the fear of the apocalypse from Sunday sermons and other forms of public esotericism. In their book The New Spirit of Capitalism, Luc Boltanski and Yves Chiapello describe this change, or rather, this end of the critique of conditions, which not only got rid of the Marxist jargon once and for all, but also disposed of the remaining Marxist critique along with it, as a path to the refuges of artistic critique in contrast to a left-wing social critique. They write, this retreat into the humanitarian was all the more astonishing because a large part of the critics of the previous era had taken up the cause of solidarity with the victims of social injustice, but at the same time had been harshly critical of charity, and even of social work. These were branded as a mendacious, complacent, or even perfidious attempt to keep people from the only real thing, political action. End quote. Throwing materialist criticism overboard so easily was made possible not least by the fact that the former revolutionary social critics cultivated a notoriously dysfunctional relationship with reformism, which, instead of being understood as a necessary vehicle of enlightenment, was consistently opposed as counter-revolutionary reactionary devil stuff. Against this backdrop, people fell senselessly from one extreme to the other, no longer planning the only true world revolution, but instead today we would say on a voluntary basis fiddling about in countless newly founded environmental, peace, women's or third world groups in their respective specialist disciplines. In Germany, the expertization of criticism then also formed the breeding ground for the emergence of the Greens as a movement party, which saw itself as the parliamentary arm of all the many little groups and was programmatically never more than the sum of all its expertized parts, until these either gave up their spirit over the years or, like the Greenpeace group founded in Canada or Bund, institutionalized themselves as originally German plants to such an extent that today both organizations can be regarded as classic, if not the classic NGOs that have grown out of the spirit of the new social movements. However, neither Greenpeace nor Bund were founded with the aim of being an NGO by today's standards. What makes them classics among NGOs is the national and international role that they have taken on over time and which they have gladly accepted. In order to trace this process and to clarify why NGOs are simultaneously hailed as the salvation-bringing avant-garde of an emerging global society, and attacked as secular missionaries of the modern world, we will no longer speak of NGOs in general terms. The term is no longer used as an unspecific term for all organizations and associations formally beyond the state and government. In the following, it is only used in particular to describe the change in function of NGOs that they have experienced under postmodern capitalist conditions, which they have also helped to implement globally. On the other hand, the failure of real socialism caused an internationalist left to implode, which now had to perceive its beloved national liberation movements in the Third World as what they usually were from the outset. Brutal criminal gangs that only camouflaged themselves with revolutionary gestures in order to gain the goodwill of the former CMEA states and thus also receive the internationalist fraternal aid that was urgently needed, including military aid. The left-wing identity crisis, which was also accompanied by the end of the new social movements, was joined by the success of the Eastern European civil rights movements, which brought the concept of civil society out of mothballs and subsequently also enjoyed success in the West, as if people there lived under dictatorial conditions just as they had under real socialism. Accordingly, the career of the term civil society in the West since the 1990s has been based on an appropriation from the left, which robbed it of its specific character under real socialist conditions and thus created the conditions for left-wing protest, especially in this country since the fall of the Berlin Wall, to no longer see itself primarily as resistance, but to be celebrated and chummed up as civil society engagement itself. We will come back to the only logical state appropriation under the red-green government at the turn of the millennium, which would be better described as a quasi-nationalization of civil society, in connection with the role played by NGOs. However, it should be noted in advance that without the flourishing of NGOs in the 1990s, the postmodern transformation would hardly have been possible. A restructuring of the state and society that Anthony Giddens, then chief ideologue of Tony Blair and Gerhard Schroeder, called the Third Way, by which he explicitly meant the transformation of the welfare state, which would not be possible without the further development of civil society, and certainly not without a cosmopolitan attitude, as a necessary condition of this restructuring. Looking back today, when we speak of the 1990s as the decade of the NGOs, Ansgar Klein, this was preceded in the 1980s by the fact that eco-consciousness became a mass phenomenon in the West, and with it the concept of sustainability increasingly dominated debates, and has now been part of the good progressive tone not only in the cultural industry, but also in the economy as a whole for decades. The buzzword sustainability became influential in the modification of development aid, which was geared towards the strategy of satisfying basic needs and has since been measured solely against criteria of so-called sustainable development. The 1992 United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, also known as the Rio Conference, was decisive both for the final establishment of sustainability as the global panacea and as the final breakthrough for the institutionalized recognition of NGOs at supranational level. Guided by the idea that with the proclaimed end of history, eternal world peace had also begun, and with it the age of global harmony and bliss had dawned, the conference was held with the participation of countless NGOs, who for the first time sat at the conference table as equal partners with government representatives. Since the Rio Conference, NGOs have not only become an integral part of all major UN meetings, they have also become an integral part of all major international meetings and conferences with supranational aspirations. The Agenda 21 adopted at the Rio Conference made NGOs its greatest beneficiaries, as they became the most important agencies for sustainable development. However, they were only able to become this because the will to deregulate, which was no longer limited to the national level after the fall of the Berlin Wall and whose protagonists in the non-profit sector in particular like to invoke the principle of subsidiarity, already prevailed in Rio. In the eyes of the NGOs, Agenda 21 logically represented above all a huge job creation measure that offered countless specialized activists from the defunct new social movements a safe haven to continue doing what they had already been doing as part of a movement. And it was worth it. The funding promised by the numerous donor countries to promote planetary sustainability gave many activists the unique opportunity to start a professional NGO career. This literal professionalization of the NGO sector is described in the Wikipedia entry on non-governmental organizations in inimitable business jargon as follows. Since the 1990s, due to increasing demands on the competence and specialization of employees, voluntary work has been pushed back in favor of full-time, professional employees in the core business. Today, non-governmental organizations can no longer escape the logic of competition for donations and project funds. End of quote. What is factually correct about this prime example of administrative speak is that even NGOs that have turned their hobby of resistance into a profession in the non-profit sector cannot escape the capital logic as soon as sustainability, as happened in Rio, is endowed with donations and project funds that have to be competed for. The agenda paper adopted in Rio is notorious for the fact that, under the guise of sustainability, it establishes a right not to be bothered by Western civilization, emphasizes the inviolability of non-Western cultures in the manner of biological species protection and therefore, only consequent and of course without naming them as such, even demands reserves for indigenous peoples. This visionary document of globalized cultural relativism, which is often referred to as glocalization, a term formed from global and local, in which the categories of social progress and regression are no longer allowed to exist, cannot be separated from the role assigned to the nose in Agenda 21. With regard to this role, the agenda paper states that the community of non-governmental organizations should form a global network. Here, at the latest, it becomes clear why the UN event in Rio must be called a conference on the sustainable postmodernization of the world and how right Luc Boltanski and Yves Chiapello were when they stated about the new spirit of capitalism that under conditions of post-Fordist dissolution of existing rules, the concept of the network not only became the generally accepted conceptual form of representation of society, but also reflects the formal similarity of the new protest movements and the structures of capitalism. Even if the NGOs in Rio, almost without exception, still saw themselves as representatives and thus part of the movement critical of globalization, i.e. in opposition to both the government representatives present and the institution of the UN, there was cross-camp agreement, at the latest with the adoption of Agenda 21, that pluralism and diversity must also form the basis of any future social protest on a global scale, which should also be expressed accordingly in the networks to be formed. This final farewell to the idea of a programmatically united protest, which was still characteristic of the criticism practiced by the 68ers, not only clearly demonstrated the formal congruence and compatibility with the network mode of production of postmodern capitalism under increasingly digitalized conditions. The adulation of diversity as an end in itself also created the basis for what is generally understood today as social criticism. What Thomas Thiel formulated in the FAZ in relation to the queer movement and its cult of diversity sums up the objectively conformist character of the fetishization of diversity. Quote, It is clear that no social resilience can come from a group that is held together solely by the assertion of its heterogeneity and permanent change, which is why it is so easy for the economic sector, including the banking sector, to appropriate queer for itself. November 20, 2020. The fact that Attack, for example, once one of the figureheads of globalization criticism, saw itself as a pluralistic network from the outset was no more a coincidence than the fact that the organization has lost its former significance in the present day. This decline does not represent the imminent end of the postmodern network, but shows that there is hardly any left-wing need for criticism of globalization. Despite all the urgently needed criticism of existing globalization-critical cultural relativism and reactionary anti-capitalism, the correct view used to prevail in globalization-critical circles that unrestrained free trade without protectionist countermeasures and borderless multilateralism regularly make the weakest in the world market the losers, while world export champion Germany is always the winner. The fact that this truth is usually immediately suspected by the left of being right-wing and nationalist Trumpism and was therefore only logically no longer heard during the Hamburg protests against the G20 summit in 2017 speaks volumes. Because Donald Trump of all people, with his criticism of free trade and multilateralism, is the bad heir to the critique of globalization and has thus involuntarily held up a mirror to the left's failures, they feel convicted of collaborating with deregulated capital. The fact that Antifa and Antira today only fight globalization criticism as distinctly nationalistic, and are happy to profess themselves as globalists, without suspecting how treacherous the sociological meaning of the word globalism is, as Ulrich Beck in particular took the word as a basis, has a special history. It is linked to an event in which anti-racism finally came out as a form of anti-Semitism and in which NGOs played a leading role. The UN's World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia and Related Intolerance, as its already treacherous full title suggests, which took place in Durban, South Africa, in 2001 just a few days before September 11th, was not only a tribunal against the Jewish state, at which the NGOs also brought about a decisive change of course. In retrospect, what is striking about Agenda 21 is that, despite all the ugly resolutions, it does not yet divide the world into the primitive scheme of people of color as victims here, white perpetrators there, but the resolutions of Durban also stand for the ideological change within the former anti-globalization movement. Like the entire left, its protagonists committed themselves to the anti-racist worldview, which only wants to explain the world according to a dichotomous racial scheme. Long before Durban, the NGOs, which had been enormously upgraded by Agenda 21, were subjected to their first major international sustainability test in the course of the Yugoslav wars in the first half of the 1990s, rather than in the Third World. Especially after the Bosnian War, NGOs, equipped with both state and UN mandates and corresponding funding, were supposed to fill the gap and manage the development of a civil society that would lead to a new kind of nation building. The NGOs failed, which was not only demonstrated by the fact that in Bosnia the Islamists also discovered the NGO system for themselves and were recognized there as serious partners, which is why Bosnia still suffers to this day. The brave new Agenda 21 world was already deeply cracked during its first major practical test, which led to a split within the NGO scene and is described by Patrice C. McMahon in her study on the role of NGOs in the Yugoslav wars as follows: the Bosnian conflict confronted the NGOs with the question of being neutral observers and providing aid to all indiscriminately or acting as the conscience of the international community. The debate was not settled in Bosnia, but what happened there was a turning point for the future engagement of NGOs in post-conflict reconstruction. End quote. Although this difference led to differences in the decision as to which NGOs should get involved when, how and why in the future, it did not change the fact that, in the spirit of Agenda 21, they were also regarded by Western states as a decisive factor in nation-building in subsequent conflict zones. This desire for NGOs, driven by deregulation thinking, even led to a reversal of dependency. It was not the NGOs that became supplicants to the states funding them, but the states that became supplicants to the NGOs receiving funding. When the then UN Secretary-General Boutros Boutros-Ghali stated about the importance of NGOs that they were the fundamental form of participation and representation of the people in terms of sustainability, this was linked to the attribution that the NGOs should be regarded as decisive actors who should involve the respective local population. With this statement, Boutros-Ghali was not only reflecting the prevailing consensus of the decisive donor states. The role assigned to the NGOs also explains why the Kosovo War in 1999 was dubbed the first so-called humanitarian war, and not only because of the propagandistic instrumentalization of Auschwitz by the then German Foreign Minister Fischer. After all, the KFOR troops were so intensively and extensively involved in humanitarian aid and reconstruction because they fulfilled functions that NGOs would otherwise perform, as Patrice C. McMahon further stated in her study. This simulation of the presence of NGOs under precarious security conditions took place because humanitarian aid and reconstruction could no longer be imagined in any other way than in the NGO format. A format which, because it involves taking over the actual core tasks of the nation-state as a substitute and neglecting its development in post-conflict countries, generally only helps to perpetuate the problem of failed states and the associated problem of a brain drain towards the north or west. Contrary to expectations and neoconservative pronouncements, the approach in Bosnia and Kosovo served as a blueprint for the U.S. approach in both Afghanistan and Iraq, and despite the difficult conditions caused by Islamization on the ground, was probably a decisive factor in their widespread failure. In retrospect, it could be said that precisely because the Americans did not act as a state-occupying power under the conditions of a postmodernization of the world, which is called globalization and only knows a weakened West, as they did in Germany in 1945 etc., and instead operated in a largely deregulated and decentralized manner with NGO instruments, the success of nation-building in both countries was not to be expected from the outset. This is the only way to explain why Secretary of State Colin Powell described the NGOs at the time as combat enhancers and an important part of our fighting force. This fallacy is all the more serious as the miserable conditions on the ground would hardly have made less occupying power necessary than in Germany after the Second World War. Against this background, Patrice C. McMahon came to the sobering conclusion in her study on the effectiveness of NGO activities. Because states today understand security differently and desire to change societies in post-conflict countries quickly and at little cost, international peace work has led to the proliferation of international and national NGOs. As a result, post-conflict societies are flooded with projects and NGOs instead of strong local actors establishing themselves. After the NGO boom comes the decline, the number of NGOs decreases, and the locals are dissatisfied and disappointed. End quote. McMahon called this cyclical, i.e. funding and project funding-driven coming and going of NGOs the NGO game. This game, which is subject to the rules of the public outrage industry, not only thwarts the noble sustainability intentions of Agenda 21, it also convicts the German government of lying when it claims that NGOs are not dependent on governments or state agencies, a dependency which, incidentally, cannot be understood without the history of precarious working conditions, which are commonplace in the NGO sector, and which also exists when the donors are the World Bank, IMF, or UN. McMahon also notes that the NGO sector has now passed its zenith. Developing countries or post-conflict societies are increasingly being left to their own devices, a gap that a globally active government organization called China is unscrupulously filling, be it with its new Silk Road investment project or with loans on impossible terms. China's aggressiveness, on the other hand, cannot hide the fact that in the NGO game, as McMahon puts it, self-serving organizations and professional philanthropists do things that are sometimes neither necessary nor particularly helpful. The more one considers the ideological havoc that anti-racism has wreaked on NGOs, the more one agrees with this finding. It is not just that the State of Israel would do well to keep a close eye on the activities of the countless politicized NGOs, NGO Monitor, in the country and in the Palestinian territories, many of which are co-financed with German public funds, mostly via the Rosa Luxemburg and Heinrich Böll foundations or through the Administrative Association Civil Peace Service. What the British economist and fierce critic of Merkel's welcome culture Paul Collier reports to the NZZ about his failed efforts to enable Syrian refugees to live a decent life in the immediate vicinity of their Syrian homeland through reasonable wage labor could hardly be more revealing. It finally turns the NGO system into an abomination. In our efforts to persuade companies to go to Jordan to create employment for refugees, we spoke to many companies. Do you know what the biggest obstacle was for them? The companies were afraid that European NGOs would accuse them of running sweatshops with refugees if they went to Jordan. The same NGOs that claimed to be great defenders of refugees were actually the big problem. December 8, 2018. It can be assumed that these are probably the same NGOs whose representatives cannot moralize enough about the miserable conditions in Moria, Greece, which are also suffered by those Syrian refugees who only set off for Europe because the great defenders of refugees had to deny them a decent life in Jordan for ideological reasons. If we look at the left-wing debates that were conducted intensively in this country for a good decade on post-Fordism and globalization, starting with the fall of the Berlin Wall, we see a level that is unparalleled in left-wing circles today. This is because the devastating intersectionalism, which has nothing to do with anything other than the call for the unbounded staging of identitarian victimization, has long since done a great job there. One is reminded of the debate on Karl-Heinz Roth's paper The Return of Proletarianism at the 1993 Concrete Congress or the debate on Joachim Hirsch's book The National Competitive State in 1995, both analyses with which one can more or less agree over long stretches and which, in the bad left-wing tradition, only begin to become really crude when they put the question of practice or organization on the agenda. Roth thus discovered in post-Fordist conditions a strange return of clearly proletarian and subproletarian class positions, which, in the manner of a vulgar Marxist theory of impoverishment, offered a unique opportunity to revive the class struggle, i.e. that Adorno could no longer be right in his reflections on class theory with his remark that the oppressed cannot experience themselves as a class. The fact that Roth's revolutionary practical ideas corresponded exactly to the post-Fordist requirement profile and breathed the action competence, as it is called in didactisch, which is imposed on the postmodern functioning individual, seemed to escape him at the time, despite all the class struggle euphoria. In a language that hardly differs from management jargon, conflict strategies should be developed, learning processes should be socialized into self-determined subjectivity, creative forms of struggle of short duration, on rapidly changing dates should be applied, whereby it should be highly mobile and decentralized at all times. For this mimetic theory of revolution, which could just as easily have been taken from a manual for NGO activists, Roth did not, however, abandon internationalism. Even if his practical dreams suggest it, for Roth, the fact that the proletariat has no fatherland was not tantamount to ranting only about global resistance networks, which had to be celebrated as harbingers of a genuine world society and the only true cosmopolitan forms of organization. His concept of class struggle was also not yet characterized by diversity fetishism and cultural relativism.
Spreading such antinationale Ideas was reservet for Joachim Hirsch in Hayes Book Der nationale Wettbewerbsstaat.
It was no coincidence that it was published by Edition ID Archive and was also criticized by anti-Germans at the time, who found Hirsch's relationship to the categories of the critique of political economy to be quite unconstrained. In his book, Hirsch clearly rejected Roth's concept of class warfare, which he accused of a traditional notion of privileged social actors. However, he did not do so, and this is something that has been readily overlooked, without sending out a warning to pure anti-national criticism that it would have to put up with the accusation of being abstractly utopian and thus politically non-committal, as long as it aims at nothing other than the elimination of the nation-state. On the one hand, its end was in the logic of the prevailing development anyway, and on the other hand, one could not simply gloss over the fact that the existing form of democracy, including its limits and restrictions, was historically and structurally bound to the development of the bourgeois nation-state. Of course, Hirsch, being the constructive critic that he is, could not leave it at that. Instead, he had to formulate an anti-national alternative to utopian, non-binding anti-nationalism, to which the success of his book can largely be attributed. Because it had to be a question of what can be put politically in the place of nation-state liberal democracy, Joachim Hirsch discovered the NGOs as a new beacon of hope. His concept of the national competitive state is largely based on the correct perception of a postmodernization of the world, which has brought about a significant change in the relationship between the state and capital as well as in the processes of accumulation and exploitation. He speaks of a new phase of nationalization, as well as of the fact that the celebrated individualization and multiculturalism have their cause in the dynamics of the global accumulation process, which leads to the fact, and this is probably not at all pleasant to hear in the German and Frank educational institutions, that nationalism no longer appears in an all-encompassing and closed form, but in a highly fragmented milieu-space and class-specific form. Hirsch's approach is similarly paradoxical to Roth's. His critique also makes use of the very same post-Fordist categories that are the subject of his critique. In contrast to Roth, however, Hirsch was explicitly concerned with the fact that a network of non-state institutions and projects within the capitalist metropolises must extend its field of operation beyond the borders of the nation-state. In keeping with the post-Fordist network logic, he also speaks of diversity as an opportunity for new experience and learning processes or of forms of resistance that must be pluralistic and decentralized in order to take account of the diversity of interests and complexity. It was about a network, about non-governmental organizations in the broadest sense. Hirsch found his new preference under the impression of the Rio Conference and the upgrading of NGOs that took place there, because, according to his assessment of Rio, it was only through the present non-governmental political groups that there were any modest results and that effects were achieved. However, Hirsch would be wrong not to mention the skepticism that accompanied his NGO euphoria from the very beginning. A skepticism based on the fact that he always judged NGOs according to the principle of autonomous self-organization. Against this background, his devastating verdict on the true character of NGOs only a few years after the publication of his book is not at all surprising. In an essay from 2001, he stated that NGOs were not just expressions and actors of post-Fordism, but rather the extended arm of the state, and their personnel part of a globally active functionary and managerial class. Hirsch had already laid the foundations for this change of heart in the national competitive state. In 2001, his criticism of the concept of civil society formulated there found its sharper expression in the fact that he unreservedly identified NGOs as its agents. While in his book, civil society was already regarded as a key concept turned against revolutionary myths of all kinds, in 2001, civil society had become a political ideological battleground for him, on which the NGOs served both nationally and internationally as state apron organizations, without themselves becoming what Louis Althusser called state apparatuses. By invoking Gramsci's concept of civil society as an extended or integral state, which he understood at the time as largely synonymous with cultural hegemony, Hirsch had already involuntarily revealed the character of the cosmopolitan world champion of historical reappraisal, in short, the new Antifa Germany, shortly after the state's capture of civil society by the Red-Green Alliance. Involuntarily, because Hirsch was not concerned with anti-German criticism, but with the realization of a new form of international democracy, which he, no less German-minded than his red-green fellow citizens and the Fridays for Future Generation, hailed as a question of social survival. Nevertheless, it remains to Joachim Hirsch's credit that he was one of the first to point out the objective role of NGOs in and for postmodern capitalism, a role that has fallen to them not despite, but precisely because of their humanitarian self-image. In the national and supranational framework, NGOs stand for both the expansion and the retreat of the state, for expansion in the sense of reaching out to civil society by appropriating or instrumentalizing it, and for retreat in the sense of the deregulatory frenzy with which mandatory state tasks are outsourced or, where nation-building is urgently required, the fulfillment of these tasks is only simulated. In other words, the deregulation within the nation-state corresponds to the deregulation of humanitarian aid worldwide. Seen in this light, the NGO system is less to be understood as a decidedly anti-Western counter-sovereign than as an expression of a crisis-induced restructuring of the West, which needs NGOs as a substitute for sovereignty where both the civilizational will and the material resources, including military resources, are lacking to create something better than merely administering the misery of shithole countries and failed states in the name of a global civil society. The NGO system also acts less in the delusion of world sovereignty, Erhard. It sees itself as a winner of the post-bourgeois renunciation of sovereignty despite, or rather precisely because of, the knowledge of its dependence on the state, which objectively cannot have any interest in the end of postmodern conditions if it does not want to deprive itself of the basis for its existence. In view of all this, if one wanted to reformulate an urgently needed critique of globalization, then it would have to be pro-Western, without cultural relativism, and it would have to be decidedly committed to nation-building and the will to the rule of law. This critique of globalization could only be formulated against NGOs and civil society at the same time. When reality catches up with the polemic, it leaves at least a bland aftertaste. Christoph Turk writes, most school children today also have a smartphone, which marks the point of indifference between work and leisure, work and home, public and private. This makes it all the more irritating for them that their everyday school life is not smartphone compliant. They still have to go to a school building that is separate from their home. There are still fixed common classrooms and times, homogeneous teaching groups with a fixed canon of subjects and a fixed workload for entire year groups. End of quote. Except for the reference to smartphones, this passage can be found almost word for word in his book Lehre Dämmerung. With the COVID-19 pandemic, which tested the world for its forms of socialization 1 year after Christoph Turk's book was published, much of what was said became reality. Millions of parents in Germany will have to take care of their children themselves from the beginning of next week, Jan Hofer announced in the Tagesschau, announcing the lockdown in schools and daycare centers, which marked the beginning of the era of homeschooling. What Turk had criticized as a bold dream of the advocates of a new learning culture now had to become functional in real time. It is obvious that this is not so easy, especially across the board, if a WLAN network has never been set up in some schools and therefore the school cloud cannot be used. And we are already in the middle of the discussion about the state of digitalization in Germany, whether as a savior in the person of the Amazon Messenger, so that the customer no longer has to go outside the door, in the form of cloud and communication software providers for the office, so that public transport is available as exclusively as possible to professional groups condemned to systemic relevance, as a scapegoat for the fact that the old world cannot be translated into the second life so easily after all. Some fear that all this online shopping could make companies like Amazon even more powerful. There is something for every participant in the discussion. There is only a vague idea of what digitalization is supposed to be. Basically, all phenomena are subsumed under it that transplant any activities into the space of the World Wide Web or at least onto computers. When a book is scanned, The university group also advertises its lectures on Facebook instead of with posters on trees. The factory worker is handed a tablet instead of a clipboard, including a ballpoint pen or a sensor in a machine collects so much data that the maintenance time can be determined qua computing power, and thus the rejects in production can be kept to a minimum or even close to zero, which would otherwise have been at the expense of the, as yet, unnoticed damage. Although the basis of all digitization is contained in all these things, digitization must be examined in its position in relation to the capitalist exchange of goods in order to define the term. This means that these manifestations would have to be brought into constellation with the categories of the critique of political economy. In this context, it makes sense to make a conceptual distinction between the digitalized economy and the digital economy. Digitalized economy is defined by the fact that an increase in efficiency within a production process takes place through the use of algorithms as data processing procedures. The term algorithm has become a byword for all non-traceable processes in the digital sector. Here, it basically only describes a code, a procedural instruction, for the machine or computer that needs to be processed, for example, to sort certain elements according to characteristics. Together with databases, this corresponds to the classic concept of programming. A distinction should be made between this and what is called artificial intelligence. An algorithm, AI cannot do without it either, is confronted with an unstructured amount of data in a training phase, and is supposed to learn independently to continuously improve the probability and quality for a hit, i.e. a successfully solved problem. This machine learning has nothing to do with data processing in the first instance. However, some areas of the large internet companies use elements of machine learning or artificial intelligence in the differentiation of their platforms. An example of this would be the Google Assistant voice assistant. However, it remains to be seen whether the technical difference is so clear in the reality of the commodity exchange society. Google, for example, initially faced the disorganized internet, but has created an order in its database with suggested results for users or user groups through a simple combination of website classification and user queries, and has been continuously developing it ever since. These measures, which can be attributed to the general rationalization of the production process and operate under jargon words such as smart factory, are not our topic. However, the concept of Industry 4.0 to secure Germany as a business location, or its Chinese counterpart, Made in China 2025 is. The digital economy, on the other hand, is to be defined as a business model of circulation that necessarily requires algorithms as data processing procedures and a logic of its own that arises as a result. This inherent logic gives rise to large platforms that enable these companies to develop a competitive advantage over their rivals. The labor sociologist Philip Staub brings to light some interesting reading on the subject of a digital economy understood in this way, as does the Canadian author, a luminary of the Anglo-Saxon left Nick Srnicek in a narrower book. However, interested misjudgments regarding the position of information per se, in the relationship between the spheres of production and circulation do not allow either of them to go beyond an affirmation of the state and bourgeois society. Incidentally, this is not to claim that these companies, which will be discussed below, do not realize any commodity revenues at all. In the sale of their own products as part of the commodity money circulation, they are of course equal to all other companies. However, the relevance of the digital sector in the economy is controversial. The decisive question would be whether digitalization takes place in production or for circulation. As far as the latter is concerned, it is hardly visible, for example, in the preliminary calculation of the turnover shares of online trade in total retail trade. Large internet groups, insofar as they function as platform companies, do not realize their profits from actual sales of goods, which are essential for the formation of capital to and for me, which is then distributed from the surplus value mass to subjects or companies. Rather, their use value is the improved distribution of goods. The platform companies include Alphabet, Google, Apple, Meta, Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft. Not all of them as pure players, but in various parts, often referred to in the literature as the Big 5 Foot or as the acronym GAFAM Group. Apple is an exception here. In addition, Microsoft is sometimes left out. Despite lagging behind in terms of its platform logic capabilities, Microsoft is still one of the 5 most expensive companies in the world, as of 2022. The inclusion of Microsoft and Apple is essential for a discussion of the digital economy as a whole. Although production is their absolutely necessary prerequisite, the primacy of traditional production companies over pure distribution companies does not arise. Rather, it must be emphasized that the focus on this or that company says nothing at all about capital as such or value as such, as the increase in money that seems to miraculously emerge from the circulation of money after a certain period of time can only be captured by the average of all exchange processes of all companies. Whether the peculiarities of the business models of the leading companies of the Internet, driven by technological progress, describe something significantly new in the categories of political economy or merely a new manifestation of the familiar, should be asked at this point. Manfred Dahlmann excludes companies from the definition of the essence of capital because he first traces the logical impossibility of capital being formed from the circulation of money alone, and therefore the money riddle cannot be explained in this way. From there, he goes on to define the concept of labor value, in order to bring together the capital formula and the concept of value. Without abstract labor in the sphere of production, which includes not only, but also the classical industrial sector, value could not convey the unequal units of measurement of labor value and commodity or monetary value. However, the conclusion of a primacy for the surplus value production of those particular, classically industrial production companies cannot be drawn. A large part of surplus value is no longer generated there today. Production goes through all industries and sectors, so that an empirical differentiation of profits that arise from the circulation of money, which must be at the expense of others, from those that are due to the production of surplus value has become impossible due to the increase in complexity alone. Platform companies, many of the most successful of which are either not pure platform companies from the outset or, if they are, do not remain pure platform companies, owe their rise to the increased relevance of the sphere of circulation, which probably takes on the clearest form in the financial sector. Their success is based on technological progress, just as technological progress is based on the success of the financial sector. The establishment of their own technical networks, banks and other financial market companies, and the associated demand for mathematically complex product innovations such as high-frequency trading as well as the search for investment opportunities in growth markets were able to fill the order books of the communications industry, which was expected to generate considerable returns. The laying of a transatlantic submarine cable by a U.S. telecommunications company, for example, provided the 5 milliseconds in data transfer that were crucial for high-frequency trading. Joachim Brun had already said all that was necessary about the efforts of the stock market players to reduce data transfers to milliseconds. How this struggle of the sovereign with zero time as the total bankruptcy of capital in post-fascism is articulated in the economic papers and in the black masses of national economic occultism can be studied, as always reliably, in the FAZ. Here one suffers from the fact that the speed of light is the limiting factor of the national economy. This is really bad news, but no reason to give up the fight. The financial sector is also responsible for the logic behind the prerequisites and design of the business model. Staub first makes the analogy between money and digital goods and writes that financial products, for example loans, derivatives, company shares, are used to trade goods that are nothing more than electronically stored data, i.e. infinitely scalable. They can be created, are in principle unscarce. For the production of new capital, they therefore only require demand and an electronic booking system. End quote. The same applies to the scarcity of digital goods. As data, they are ultimately nothing more than series of numbers, information. Once produced, they can be reproduced at will and at negligible additional cost, and the requirements for hardware equipment in the form of server farms are hardly taken into account compared to fully infinite scalability. The approaches to solving the manifest crisis of capital, which cannot find any profitable investment opportunities and for which measures such as quantitative easing are set up to maintain the dynamics of the sphere of circulation, in turn serves Srnicek as a projection surface to depict the phase when the stock markets pounced on the new economy and the stock market boom distanced itself from the real economy, under state direction of asset price Keynesianism, in a moralizing manner, as it were, via the state. Because capital is the crisis par excellence as a non-concept, Staub and Srnicek must also permanently fail to solve the crisis within the political economy or the state and capital. They can only rationalize its phenomena. Just like asset price Keynesianism, quantitative easing is also a dazzling term that is bandied about in the left-wing academic press. Admittedly, this is not to argue with those who reject the analysis of current economic developments because capitalism is a fundamentally irrational event. But one thing is clear, every monetary policy measure could be examined and evaluated in terms of its objective, its implementation and its result. It is almost certain that no laws will be established for the future. The assertion that the financial and real economies coexist is, of course, nothing other than blatant nonsense, as it is the financial companies that keep circulation going by feeding money, which has previously undergone the metamorphosis of self-valorized value, back into the sphere of circulation. Srnicek refers here to Robert P. Brenner, who summarizes this as follows in a text tracing the economic development leading up to the financial crisis. Instead of supporting growth by increasing its own borrowing and deficit spending, as with traditional Keynesianism, The government would thus stimulate expansion by enabling corporations and rich households to increase their borrowing and deficit spending by making them wealthier, at least in paper, by encouraging speculation in equities. What might be called asset price Keynesianism. End quote. Basically, this was about enabling investment activity at the smallest private sector level, implicitly calling on the state to fulfill its budgetary obligations and not spend more than it earns. Leftists can apparently only think of the state as an economic subject as the infamous Swabian housewife. As a result, capital owners had to turn to increasingly risky forms of investment, and then invested in uncertain, unprofitable technology companies, for example. In this context, sociologists like Staub ask themselves the fundamental question of whether the profit principle still applies at all. After all, with derivatives trading, the financial market has developed a business model in which the combination of loans with different risk assessments in one financial product no longer makes the interest on a successful loan repayment the source of profit, but rather the timely exit. End quote. Staub now describes the equivalent of the digital economy to the derivatives of the financial market with the investment practice of this exit capitalism in startups. These can initially claim a high innovation and thus growth potential, as their business plan wants to claim and fill a niche for itself that has not yet been recognized and made profitable. However, the venture capital owners are not speculating on returns and dividends from profits, which would require a more money-promising or capital-forming process of commodity money circulation, but on an expectation of profit that can be realized after the sale of their shares. Staub sees internet startups as the spearhead of a more general economic trend. Quote, 76% of companies that went public in the USA in 2017 did so without investors being able to make a profit from current revenues. This figure was last exceeded in 2000 at the height of the dot-com boom, 81%. Of 15 technology companies that went public between January and May 2018, only 3 had a positive balance sheet. The real business model here is to time the exit right. End quote. What the companies now manufacture or sell, in short, how they cover their costs and put money in their coffers, is of secondary importance to the capital owners as long as other venture capital owners consider the business plan to be even more valuable and innovative, i.e. continue to give it high growth opportunities. The exit capitalism of the digital sector is a symptom of the condition of success of those online companies, by which the digital matadors of the circulation sphere, the Big Five, are meant. These companies withstood the bursting of the dot-com bubble, outlived their competitors or bought them up according to the logic of growth before profit, as the mirror image of exit logic, and, with their position in the technological research and development process, were among the players in primitive accumulation in the digital sector. Unlike in Marx's chapter of Capital on so-called primitive accumulation here is merely a metaphor for the collection and further processing of data for the development of algorithms, which in turn are supposed to improve the data processing cycle, which cannot be thought of without an original lead in technological progress, whether it is determined in devices or in codes. Admittedly, their exorbitantly high stock market value is also offset by the big question mark as to how these companies are supposed to earn their money. However, they are not just about launching a new product on the market. There is something else that is crucial for the digital economy. According to Staub, the special thing about the leading companies of the commercial internet is that they are not primarily producers who operate on markets, but markets on which producers operate. With this business model, they pursue the goal of establishing quasi-markets, on which a meeting of supply and demand is to be achieved. According to Srnisek, these platforms act as intermediaries that bring different users together with the help of their digital infrastructures. Data fed into them fulfills a number of important capitalist functions. It trains algorithms and gives them a competitive edge. It enables the coordination and outsourcing of labor. It allows production processes to be optimized and made more flexible. It makes it possible for low-margin goods to become high-margin services. And in a virtuous circle, data analysis itself generates data again. Quote, end. This defines the decisive difference with which the platform goes beyond the hardly new business model. Think of the former auto catalog, which has only been published online since 2018, of earning money as a pure distribution company by bundling a wide variety of product offerings. Of course, this definition corresponds to the liberal understanding of the market, whether it is conceived as a national or a global market. However, the market always remains abstract, and somewhere the goods do appear, somewhere the goods must be carried to market, Marx. Not to mention the fact that all sellers of goods with a legal form, tax number and address are always subject to state access, however mediated. However, this access is limited to companies, not to the market. Because social democrats notoriously refuse to acknowledge this, they also react to the recently discovered supposed form of the market, the proprietary market, by demanding regulation. In this sense, platform companies are distribution companies. Pure platform companies basically do not exist. Srnaisek speaks of lean platforms using the example of Uber, which would probably come closest to this. However, if Uber were used as a paradigm for all these considerations, many insights could not be made that go beyond platform logic, but can only be explained using it as a condition of possibility. At the center of platform logic is the user, or in economic terms, the consumer. Srnaisek argues that due to the now cost-effective possibility of collecting data, information about consumer behavior from transaction processes is now being collected by platform companies that would have been withheld from companies in traditional capitalist production. The behavior of the consumer forms the raw material, the natural source. It is not only recorded, but also condensed through the qualified work of data analysts or through the automated work of a self-learning algorithm into information about a more or less temporary profile. He thus naturalizes the socially shaped ideology of use and exchange value-oriented interest. In the original, the distinction between programming using algorithms and databases and artificial intelligence is clear, whether through the skilled labor of a data scientist or the automated labor of a machine learning algorithm. Nick Srnaisek, Platform Capitalism, page 57. Unfortunately, this important distinction all too often falls victim to the need for sensationalism, even in the case of the authors discussed, as it blocks the cool analytical view of what is usually programmed in at crucial points by fully conscious humans. The absurd self-accusations in the Netflix documentary, The Social Dilemma 2020, should also be seen in this context. With their search queries, purchases, clicks, or even just lingering over certain content, for example in news feeds, consumers continuously generate a profile on a web interface within an integrated socio-technical ecosystem, which is then used to suggest goods for purchase or as advertising that match their previous platform activity on the one hand, but are also compared with the histories of all other profiles, so that regularities can be read and prepared for the future. The thoroughly illuminating essay Volatile Monopolies. Concentration, Competition and Innovation Strategies of Internet Companies by organizational sociologist Olata, Staub's remarks on the power of the Internet are also based, although he emphasizes the effects on entrepreneurial competition outside the Internet more strongly than Olata does. See also the typology by Srnaisek, Platform Capitalism, pages 45 to 50. Whether this concerns Google with ad placements based on patterns of search queries, Uber with a collection of traffic data and activities of drivers and passengers, or Facebook's advertising block after the evaluation of preferences based on social networks and interactions, is irrelevant for the economic function. Unprocessed data is relatively uninteresting. Only the code through which the algorithm organizes and structures the data creates meaningfulness, turning data into information. In order to keep users on the platform and retain them there, online companies pursue lock-in strategies. Their portfolio is intended to expand and complete the socio-technical ecosystem in such a way that the switching costs to other platforms, not least but not only due to technical incompatibilities, are increased to an intolerable level at best. A proprietary market is thus established, as these ecosystems are owned or controlled by the respective companies. Staub, Digital Capitalism, page 174. The concept of proprietary markets is itself problematic because no one can own the market. Conversely, an old-style advertising agency can also receive orders from several competing companies in the same industry. The only difference is that in the form of a pure platform company, such an advertising agency becomes independent of its clients through monopolization and thus, as long as it does not produce goods itself, does not generate surplus value, but the appearance of its own market. Google was joined by the map service, Maps, the free email account, Gmail, the social network, Google+, the cloud storage, Drive. See Staub, Digital Capitalism, page 31. See also Srnaisek, Platform Capitalism, page 96. Srnaisek gives an example of a competitive relationship with Facebook versus quote. In fact, a key reason for Facebook's success is that, unlike Google, which dominated the open web with its search technology, it has created a closed platform that is inaccessible to Google. Facebook's goal is to ensure that its users never have to leave their closed ecosystem. News, videos, audio messaging, email, and even the purchase of consumer goods, all of these were gradually brought onto the platform. IBID page 110. At this point, Srnaisek mentions Apple, because the company's services and devices are highly coordinated and sealed off from alternatives, with the notable exception of the semi-open App Store. End quote. The dynamics of these network effects are clearly mapped out. The more users interact on a platform, the more valuable the platform becomes for each individual user. End quote. And the more numerous and active the users, the more tailored the suggestions, the more attractive the platform for new users, and also for companies and advertisers. After all, if the user is satisfied, the other side is even more so. Exchanges take place and companies can sell their goods. Due to the chronic sales difficulties, the power of online companies has grown enormously compared to classical companies. Quote, the more saturated markets are, the greater the incentive for producers to follow the promises of the leading companies for efficient distribution and the development of previously untapped sources of demand. In turn, the more complete the proprietary markets become in the course of their expansion and closure strategies, the greater their power over producers. Staub, Digital Capitalism, page 221. Together with the economies of scale already mentioned above, the infinite scalability of the data collected at negligible marginal costs, the specific network effects of digital platforms ensure that the strong become stronger and the weak weaker. As smaller companies are considerably behind the established GAFAM companies in terms of the strength of their algorithms and databases, they favor the emergence of winner-takes-all markets. There is constant competition between the platform companies for the monopoly-dominated market segments of the digital world. Even if none of the GAFAM companies had to give up their core business, the platform companies are expanding their ecosystems with the help of technical adaptations or acquisitions of competitors that do not necessarily have to be integrated into the proprietary market. In concrete terms, this means that Amazon still holds the monopoly in digital retail, Google and Facebook are still the advertising giants, Microsoft software products remain the standard for business and private computers, and Apple continues to occupy the top spot for end devices. This does not work in terms of the whole measured by sales or profit figures, but only by direct comparison within the product markets. The acquisition of Android put Google in a position to compete with Apple for supremacy in the smartphone operating system market right from the start. Google's trick was to avoid restricting itself to its own end devices, which means that Android's global market share of smartphone operating systems is around 80% worldwide. Google's profits are therefore, as Dahlman suggests, inseparable from the circulation of goods and money through those companies that produce mobile devices on which an Android system has been installed. After this primitive accumulation in the digital economy, hardly any companies were able to establish themselves alongside the leading companies of the Internet. The tendency to form monopolies is therefore also inherent to individual capital of digital provenance. The difference between them and all their competitors in the analog marketplace of commodity money circulation lies in their ability to transfer entire product markets into the digital world. Amazon and Uber are the most striking examples of this. Amazon began by simply transferring the conventional processes of the book trade to a digital interface. The company's advantage was the enormous breadth of titles on offer. In addition to the digital production system with the help of the self-publishing function as an ebook, which was intended to drive publishers as intermediaries between authors and sales out of the business altogether, Amazon used its dominant market position to establish itself as the main distributor of books, which no publisher could bypass. Through price wars in which books from publishers who opposed Amazon's discount conditions were simply delivered late, the group cemented its market power in pure distribution and remained as cheap as the publishers or cheaper than other providers, e.g. Hugendubel or Thalia. Although Amazon also charged publishers a commission for supply and distribution and generated its profits from market fees or annuities, which in turn are inconceivable without the passage of these companies' goods through the circulation sphere. No publisher could do without a presence on the Amazon interface. It is evident that the ride-hailing company Uber is fundamentally attacking the cab business. Without the costs of a fleet of cars, cab licenses, and social security contributions, it sees itself purely as an intermediary company. It can push down the prices for its ride services and thus secure a competitive advantage over conventional cab companies. Drivers benefit at least when they enter the passenger transportation business lightly or unskilled, at the expense of their employer's social security contributions. The Uber files leaked in July 2022 should also be seen against this backdrop, as the legal basis protected cab companies, at least in states with a functioning parliamentary system and a social structure that makes changes to the law effectively enforceable, for example with the Passenger Transportation Act in Germany. Efforts should be made at a political level from 2013 onwards to ensure that Uber's business can continue to establish itself on the market. This was intended to put a stop to the annoying lawsuits filed by individual cab entrepreneurs and associations, which were simply ignored by Uber, but in the vast majority of cases turned out in favor of the cab companies. The paradox of red numbers versus high stock market value is perhaps most evident with Uber. The company is constantly making losses and has a relatively easy-to-copy business model whose economic viability, to make matters worse, is by no means proven. Staub, Digital Capitalism, page 134. A look at Uber's business activities in countries with less institutional clout and high mobility volumes in cities reveals that it is not about Uber, but about the passenger transportation market per se. The telecommunications company SoftBank acquired a 15% stake in Uber and is a shareholder in its direct competitors Grab, Ola and 99 from Brazil. According to Staub, the economic experiment here is the geostrategic sorting of global growth markets, not by competing companies, but by bundled strategies of solvent investors. Staub, Digital Capitalism, page 135. Once enough cab companies have gone bust, they will tend to be able to pocket all the surplus value that has circulated there. This is the bet made by the solvent subjects of capital. The stake is constantly increasing as long as they believe in it, or even if someone else believes in it after them, i.e. when they sell. So we have seen that the agents of the digital economy are targeting the whole pie. Although digital capitalism basically asserts all its peculiarities in the sphere of circulation, the refusal of someone like Staub to consider its place within the capital relation is striking. One may also agree with him that the large platform companies have gained or coded an advantage over other wholesalers. To say that the proprietary market is replacing the market only applies to the numerically ridiculously small share of digital products or apps in the strictest sense. Attempts are being made to catch up. Supermarket chains such as Lidl, Edeka, etc. have been offering apps as an alternative to advertising brochures for several years now, with the aim of using data collection on profiles to provide personalized advertising with corresponding savings offers. Especially in times of inflation, these apps are becoming much more relevant for consumers. These companies enjoy nominally unrestricted market power. In economic terms alone, such market power is only of limited use. Whether Apple or Google charges 30 or 40% for the apps in their stores will undoubtedly decide whether many a developer or venture capital owner in the app dares to take the next step in the project, the value of which is only realized afterwards, in the sphere of circulation. The fees must ultimately be calculated as production costs. The risk capital owner does not operate in a digitally demarcated space, but within the entire commodity money circulation. As its subject, it must also take into account the solvency of the other subjects. The upper limit in consumer pricing is not suspended. Platform companies must calculate with this upper limit, i.e. up to what price consumers are willing to buy. They cannot escape this constraint either. Lars Quadfasel, Der Traum vom Hightech-Mittelalter, also explains that it is right to speak of information rents and monopoly rents, insofar as certain capitals can draw a larger amount of social surplus value to themselves if they succeed in overriding the mechanisms of competition, and refers to Marx's comments on basic rents. However, the passage quoted by Quadfasel on the fact that certain spheres of production are able to evade the reduction of their profits to the average profit, Karl Marx, MEW 25, page 209, projects a subjectivity into the monopolists that is no longer caught up with in the further course of the third volume of Capital. Quote, if finally, the equalization of surplus value to the average profit the various spheres of production finds an obstacle in artificial or natural monopolies, and especially in the monopoly of landed property, so that a monopoly price would be possible which would rise above the value of the commodities on which the monopoly acts, the laws given by the value of the commodities would not be thereby abolished. The monopoly price of certain commodities would only transfer a part of the profit of the other commodity producers to the commodities with the monopoly price. There would be an indirect local disturbance in the distribution of surplus value among the different spheres of production, which would, however, leave the limit of surplus value unchanged. IBID page 868F. What is decisive for our issue is whether the monopoly that the Internet companies have acquired through the aforementioned primitive accumulation could only be applied to distribution or the market. Only if there were no longer any place at all outside the platforms where goods could be brought to market would the argument be somewhat valid. For this to happen, however, the platform would have to be one with the state, and this is currently only the case to some extent in China. More than the realization that the platform companies have entered the stage of commodity money circulation because they have an innovation to offer in the technical mediation of producer and consumer, which can help the exchange process in difficult times, can hardly be claimed here. The passage of algorithms within and between user profiles increases the speed and probability of bringing manufactured goods to consumers after all by making product offers visible. Personalized advertising, and this is what it is all about, is simply the constantly self-updating beer commercials during the soccer break. In these times of conformist nonconformists, this is a decisive advantage, as it allows platform companies to anticipate consumer preferences or moods almost in real time for the benefit of all companies active on the market. Economically, however, there is absolutely no revolution happening here. It is simply a measure to reduce the circulation time within the commodity money circulation, which, according to their concept, always tends towards zero. All the arguments that seek to justify this on the basis of productive forces get tangled up at the ideological level. Staub's scarcity argument, with which he wants to answer the question of why proprietary markets exist, also comes to nothing, as the question here is whether scarcity, or conversely, scarcity even describes a halfway reliable economic category within the accumulation logic of capitalist socialization. Because no one has yet been able to answer satisfactorily when something is scarce and when something is unscarce. Moreover, it is by no means possible to say that fossil components of microchips as the physical basis for central storage locations, end devices, or decentralized storage locations, cloud systems, and the associated server capacities should be infinite. Of course, this does not affect the infinite scalability of the digital product itself, but if it can no longer be stored anywhere, it can no longer be sold. The infinite scalability of digital goods is ultimately a factor of production. What is potentially infinitely available as long as there are people under capitalist socialization is the amount of data to be collected by the platforms, and of course this type of accumulation, in contrast to the old economy, cannot be conceptualized without reflecting on big data. But the data or information are not commodities per se, because commodities are still objects, use value on which human labor was performed at some point in the production process. Dahlman criticizes the relationship between information and economics in the flourishing communication and media theories of the social sciences in that here the smallest element on which their thinking is based, information, also captures the economic sciences, for example in the assertion that prices provide market participants with the information they need and use for their market success. It should be pointed out that the balancing of supply and demand always implies the collection and distribution of information. This activity of companies is commonly called advertising. Of course, every exchange within bourgeois society is potentially economically relevant, as a price could be assigned to every act. What is decisive here, however, is that it is empirically impossible to trace back from the individual exchange processes of all the chains of the form G to W to G' from which sources what is referred to as interest, dividend, profit, rent, fee, etc. actually originates. However, the average rate of profit necessarily includes the consumable, i.e. disappearing, goods. And in scarcity must also be placed in this context. No economist has yet revealed how to extract information from a price as to how scarce the good actually is. This is also impossible in terms of the concept, because scarcity is an absolute concept of being. It cannot be assigned an associated unit of measurement that would have to capture it as a process, because it can always be reduced or increased from the outside, namely through labor. To give just one example, oil can be there as much as it wants. If no one extracts it, i.e. turns it from a raw material into a commodity through the use of labor, it has no price at which it can be exchanged. Although the oil crisis was real, it was one thing above all, surmountable. In our context, it can be visualized from the other side. Of course, a book in the form of a PDF document is potentially available an infinite number of times. However, this only means that it can be reproduced relatively easily. However, the author's work will not be remunerated less per copy the more often the PDF is sold. Rather, the opposite will be the case. In the specific case of digitization, the result of this work must be able to be stored at a specific location, hard drive, data center, server farm, at a specific time, so that the possibility of copying, moving, or deleting it can be linked to corresponding property titles. The same applies here. Two objects cannot occupy the same space at the same time, and this is what makes private ownership of the means of production and commodity exchange possible in the first place, but also the ghostly objectivity marks that is inherent in every commodity insofar as it contains abstract, indiscriminate labor. Whether this is the aquastop for the washing machine or the feature film, which is potentially distributed millions of times on data carriers or offered for sale in the cloud, does not change the fact that the commodity describes an economic category, but not the mere data of the profiles to which it is proposed for purchase or viewing. Processed here, they serve solely to shorten distribution and thus circulation time, just as the work required to process the data with the corresponding software, which has itself been produced and sold as a commodity, belongs to circulation. This means that the software, like any advertising spot, may only have its use value in the shortening of the circulation time, but since it itself can have been produced for this function in circulation, but not in it, its value, like that of all other commodities, naturally does not arise in circulation. The shorter the circulation time, the faster commodities can be transformed into money and money back into commodities. The automatic subject, Marx, can process. The fees charged are merely part of the production costs that have to be priced in. This has nothing whatsoever to do with a definitively established scarcity or shortage of commodities, which must always be considered in the context of the competition between individual capitals that is constitutive of capitalist socialization, because it necessarily always includes a shortage due to the property relationship. In this sense, Staub is not clear about the position of his basic category in the economy, the relationship of information to the commodity. Quote, "The goal is not maximum production, but the capitalization of goods that are actually in short supply." Staub, Digital Capitalism, page 259. In relation to information as a commodity, the digital economy appears to be a gigantic advertising measure. With the exception of Apple, which appears anachronistic because the company can apparently generate a sufficiently high level of desire among buyers of products with a bitten apple on the surface, and the time-honored giant Microsoft, the leading companies of the internet with Google, Facebook and Amazon are primarily concerned with helping goods to shout "Hello, here I am," louder than before. Where there are hardly any profits to be made on products, the intermediaries of the exchange process are becoming increasingly important, and these intermediaries are of course paying a price to lubricate circulation during the crisis. The consciousness of the digital experts is doing somersaults. Quote, "Proprietary markets generate profits as rents from market ownership. The consequence, they say, is that economic profits in a system of proprietary markets are merely shifted from producers to market owners who, in the words of Mariana Mazzucato, are not primarily active in creating value, but in extracting value." Staub, Digital Capitalism, page 47. Srnicek blows the same horn and comes out as an enemy of circulation. In his view, these companies profit parasitically from other industries that create value. Srnicek, Platform Capitalism, page 58. These market owners manage to extract something from the value created by producers, i.e., to extract something that would be different from the value itself. The agents of circulation have achieved the almost impossible here, to create a secondary value in circulation. With this economic classification and justification of the fees or rents of the platform companies, we are now finally in a new edition of the black masses of national economics. Microsoft is still, and presumably will continue to be for the foreseeable future, the main beneficiary of the fact that it still provides the standard operating system with Windows for companies and the public sector, to which its software products are tailored. Microsoft's transition to renting licenses instead of selling them is the only innovation in terms of a digital economy, but it is as trivial and boring as dealing with a share economy. There will be no return to the days of the economic miracle and its aftermath, and this would be anything but desirable. The social market economy lifestyle with a home and garden, 2 cars and a decent pension for anyone who makes an effort is merely political propaganda. The tendency to monopolize and thus redistribute income to wealth has been inherent to capital not only since digitalization, just as labor has always been the source of profit. The temporarily successful attempts by employees of IT startups to make immediate wealth as shareholders and not as shareholders do nothing to change this. The experience of the Trente Glorieuses is apparently still very much in people's bones, albeit in a different way than they probably imagine. As subjects, they are thrown back on themselves in a similar way to the times of industrialization, but are now far more attached to the belief that they can return to the beautiful post-war era than to the belief that the success of the communist world revolution is still possible. Staub's book, like Srnicek's, is symptomatic of all those authors who wish for a return to the economic miracle of the Trente Glorieuses. It appears to them in an almost phantasmagorical form as the only period in which growth and state social welfare coincided. What followed the destruction of people and values by the Germans and their auxiliary peoples during the Second World War is not understood in precisely this context, but is glorified as the true policy, from which the tendency to redistribute economic prosperity from income to wealth is then inferred, seemingly without need. For Staub, this is demonstrated on a global scale by the epiphenomena of the digital economy, such as the business model of the timely exit from a startup or solo self-employment. In the absence of real, i.e., productivity-enhancing investment opportunities and the rigidity, inertia and sluggishness of classic production models, he believes that a technological reconfiguration of capitalism is taking place that is aimed at extracting profits through trade monopolies, privatized mercantilism. The winners are not the state, as was supposedly the case with mercantilism in the early modern period, but private risk capital owners. The tendency of the rate of profit to fall is thus moderated by the state in such a way that new technologies are promoted with a bet directed at investors that productivity can be increased again. To the same extent that the law of value asserts itself behind the backs of its subjects, but nevertheless through them, the state measures also take place behind the backs of their subjects, i.e., ideologically, who react to economic developments. Staub constructs a welfare state that is interested in the well-being of every individual. On the one hand, his argument is that the early internet technologies from the ARPANET, which was designed for military purposes, as well as some key technologies of the GAFAM companies were financed from state funds, which is why the general public should be able to benefit from them instead of finding themselves in the hollowed-out labor market, as is the case now, and not being able to reap some of the huge profits themselves. Staub makes no effort to define the relationship between politics and economics and, with the military and economic benefits of state-provided resources, mixes things that should initially be kept separate. The state ultimately acts according to the logic of war. However, this does not necessarily mean that it cannot also negotiate with other states in the fundamentally anarchic state of the world of states. But it can only do so for as long as the respective situation of potential or actual war allows. In this respect, it is obvious that the sovereign has an interest in being at the cutting edge of military technology. The economic role of the state is somewhat different. This consists of collecting money through taxes in order to distribute it back to citizens and companies. Money must circulate. Although the state of capital can temporarily escape the logic of capital, it cannot do so permanently under penalty of extinction. In this sense, the bourgeois state is only capable of acting within a functioning commodity money circulation, from which it collects value-added tax with every exchange of money for commodities, which it then distributes to the economic subjects. Against this background, it is difficult to understand why the state should have a fundamental interest in a free commodity, unless you believe that the state is ultimately there for the people and not for capital. Social welfare programs, etc., do not contradict this if one takes into account that the state has the function of either preventively maintaining the law of value through its intervention in social reproduction and, above all, in the immediate production relationship, or in revolutionary situations, reinstating it. It is not the quantity of profit, but the life of profit that is decisive. Prohibiting the digital agents of circulation from being paid for their work would run counter to this. Srnicek also wants to stylize the state as the savior and opposes the tendency of platform companies to transform the open web into a privatized internet, for example by Amazon further expanding its cloud or Microsoft and Facebook joining forces for their own transatlantic fiber optic cable. In contrast, he wants to counter this with political efforts and thus openly calls on the state, because it has the power to control the platforms, it should break up monopolies, slow down or even eliminate exploitative platforms, launch new regulations on data protection and a coordinated approach to tax avoidance. The state should step back into the breach where the economy fails according to the left's understanding of the state. It should set up public platforms that are owned and controlled by the people, and very importantly, that are not subject to state surveillance. Srnicek, Platform Capitalism, page 112. However, the largest public platform can be found in the People's Republic of China, the social credit system. The aim there is to decide on the creditworthiness and other access to forms of mediation of capital socialization of every economic subject, apart from the state itself, of course on the basis of an interplay of digital, e.g. e-commerce, and digitalizing, e.g. video surveillance at the garbage can technologies. Creditworthiness or access to better education, for example, does not depend on an individual's success in the sphere of circulation, i.e. how much surplus value they have been able to realize, but on their behavior as prescribed by the Communist Party. With the establishment of a digital Silk Road, the Chinese State Party is taking measures to bind the target countries of its new Silk Road initiative to itself with the help of the expansion of digital infrastructure. For the following facts, see Hong Shun, Building a Digital Silk Road? Situating the Internet in China's Belt and Road Initiative. It remains to be seen whether the pandemic has hindered or even helped the project. This includes the construction of data centers and server farms as well as the establishment of proprietary cloud systems and network standards such as 5G TD-LT. The still private companies such as the Internet group Alibaba play an important role here, and the integrated payment systems are intended to strengthen the renminbi as a reserve currency in competition with the dollar if it can circulate in more and more countries within these digital ecosystems. In this conglomerate, the state-owned or state-dominated regional investment banks act as competitors to the IMF and the World Bank. Last but not least, the Communist Party's strategy in the field of digitalization is intended to end dependence on American GPS at the military level. In conjunction with the practices of debt bondage in other countries, it is difficult to speak of a strategy to accelerate the circulation of commodities and money, as the concept of circulation is at issue here. Exchange, which undoubtedly still takes place, requires the limited, formal and negative generality of the law among legal equals, which the social credit system counteracts under the threat of the Communist Party's mediated access. See the instructive example of the deep water port in Hambantota in Sri Lanka, where the insolvency of the debtor state led to the takeover of the infrastructure. There, law does not exist as a phenomenon distinct from the political command of the sovereign. Day after day, the primacy of politics over the economy, the command over exchange thanks to party algorithms, can thus be reinstated, and the hegemony of the USA within the sovereignty of capital, to secure the conditions for the utilization of value in the largest possible geopolitical space, can be contested. Fortunately, the enforcement of the social credit account is not working as seamlessly as the upper party cadres would like. However, this does not mean that the plan will be abandoned. In this context, the argument launched in the circles of the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation once again proves to be particularly infamous when Timo Dom writes that the social credit system is only being narrowed down by the Western media to the surveillance factor, and that the Chinese brother states' attempt to catch up technologically with the institutional development of a banking and compliance system is not being appreciated. Young Chinese are well aware that they are being monitored, but would be much more interested in having the predictable economic development that the state platform would offer them. Considering that they would otherwise have to defy the interests and whims of the local party cadres immediately, a scoring system that can be influenced indirectly through submission seems to be a better alternative. However, it is obvious that the scoring system ultimately depends on the opinion of the Chinese Communist Party. Authors of such lines cannot be called anything other than their accomplices. Quote, "The control of the corona pandemic and the organization of the zero-COVID strategy with its mass lockdowns with the help of digital systems has once again impressively demonstrated how important digital technologies have become for everyday governance." Timo Dom, The Social Credit System in China. In particular, it should be noted that when the article was published, the anti-COVID protests in China at the end of 2022 were already the subject of widespread reporting, apart from the permanently available videos and reports on the harassment of the Chinese population by the state. Incidentally, it should be emphasized here that Philip Staub's book has the merit of specifically examining the Chinese platform companies Alibaba and Tencent in order to explicitly distinguish itself from the friends of political purges. Algorithms are not evil per se. The conditions that people create also translate into algorithms and their data structures and databases. So it makes a difference whether these are based on the foundations of commodity money circulation or whether they are immediately based on authoritarian violence. But only if the maxim "to each according to his needs" were to apply. If hunger were the primary reason for production and thus also formed the basis of the algorithms for mediating production and demand, would it be a technology that nobody would have to dread? Because one thing should also be said at this point: the possibility of a society that organizes its own interests and does not allow them to be organized by politics, which moderates the value principle, continues to exist with the progress of technology, even if there are no signs of it being redeemed. Myron Scholes is one of the grandees of economics who have thought most intensively about capital markets. Even in the face of their absurd dynamics, unlike many of his peers, he has not yet lost faith in free capital markets. He even has a logical-sounding explanation for the highly embarrassing question in the current confusion: what laws govern what happens on the markets? The activity on the markets can be compared to the commotion on a playground. Some children romp around together in the sand, others play with a ball, and still others are on the slide or the swings. We see what is happening from the outside and recognize structures. Economists also speak of correlations. But suddenly the groups break up and the children all flock in one direction. Suddenly everything correlates with each other. What has happened? An ice cream van rang. End quote. The puzzled interviewer asks, "This is where we are now?" Yes, that's what economics has come to. But that's not what the question was meant to be, and Scholes continues confidently, "No, the ice cream van has gone again, but the kids aren't getting together for their old game. Everyone is looking for something new. That's exactly the search phase we're in now. In science, we call something like the ice cream van an attractor. The ice cream van that has mixed everything up." End quote. The next question hits the bullseye right away. Can we deduce from history how and how quickly children get back together in groups? Of course. Quote, "Looking at history definitely helps. It teaches us that children will not run around chaotically in the long term. They will once again form what we in science call clusters. The different asset classes will once again correlate with each other." End quote. The winner of the Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences pulls out all the stops to instill confidence in frightened financial market players with his cute parable. He wants to spread an all-round optimistic message. Portfolio theory, his widely used investment theory, has only temporarily lost its validity and will soon regain it. The correlations refer to reliably calculable statistical dependencies in the development of different asset classes, such as shares or bonds over time. They are the theoretical prerequisite for offsetting the universally feared losses in value. If investments correlate in such a way that losses in one investment are cushioned by gains in others, they can be mixed with each other in such a way that the risk of loss is minimized without significantly reducing the hoped-for overall profit. In other words, we are actually talking more precisely about anti-correlations, which no longer exist as soon as all investments simultaneously generate losses. Scholl speaks of an attractor as the underlying cause of synchronous price collapses. However, the term attractor only has a meaningful meaning in the mathematical theory of nonlinear systems. And developments on the financial markets, like capitalism as a whole, cannot be understood mathematically. In this context, attractor therefore becomes an empty word and a pseudo-scientific bluff. Scholl only refers to this attractor to claim that it has already disappeared, and then advises the investor kiddies to just go back to playing while he goes in search of new anti-correlations to save his failed theory. When the financial crisis came seemingly out of nowhere in the fall of 2008, such optimistic voices were completely silenced. The shock was written all over the faces of the crisis managers, politicians, and economists alike, who were present in the media. And although the market collapse feared at the time has yet to materialize, the general uncertainty has not receded. Subsequent crises and the renewed bouts of stock market panic that accompany them are constantly recurring. Europe under the spell of interest rates of death was the headline in the FAZ recently, not to announce a funny B-movie, but in the humorless financial section. This is because the so-called liquidity glut by state institutions was at best able to transform the general banking and financial crisis in the traditional industrialized nations into a crisis of their sovereign debt. And now fewer and fewer investors trust the countries concerned to repay their debts. This is an untenable situation in the long term. Responsible politicians have been aware of this for some time, and the population is becoming aware of the possible consequences. The more helplessly parliaments grapple with the problem, the more burning questions they all ask themselves: who will ultimately pay off government debt and interest if current economic revenues are insufficient? Who will the states ultimately turn to if no one voluntarily lends them money? Because everyone knows that they will have to pay in one way or another anyway, wealthy patriots volunteer and demand higher taxation for themselves and their peers. The majority grumble and prepare themselves for lean years, and those who are not among them can gloat about the tighter austerity measures in the PEG states. The benefit of the austerity policy imposed on them therefore lies not only in the hoped-for reduction in debt, but also in the offer of an outlet for their urges. If Europeans have to take on the debts of their fellow Europeans, then they want to see them bleed financially for it. Even before the financial crisis, Nassim Nicholas Taleb, formerly a specialist in complex financial derivatives and now a prominent essayist and researcher in the fields of statistics, chance and epistemology, repeatedly warned against blind faith in the financial mathematical model that Scholl still defends. Taleb pointed out the obvious nonsense inherent in the assumption that the possible market values of securities traded freely on stock exchanges are normally distributed. However, this is an essential prerequisite for reducing risk, as proposed by Myron Scholl's portfolio theory. As a financial mathematician, Taleb had looked at empirical price trends for a long time and was able to identify significant differences to the normal distribution as a normal case. Unexpected sudden drops in particular hit the markets much more frequently than expected and contradict the statistically easy-to-handle bell-shaped normal distribution and its low probabilities for large deviations from the expected value. Based on this, Taleb generally looks at the role of events whose effects suddenly and drastically change the course of the world as previously expected. The financial crisis catapulted his 2007 book The Black Swan onto the bestseller lists worldwide. Since then, its title has been part of the metaphorical arsenal of feature articles and business sections. The term black swan is a prime example of a fundamental epistemological problem. In the past, because adult swans always look the same in this respect, people in Europe were firmly convinced that their nature always included a white plumage. To assign the adjective white to a swan was therefore tautological according to the state of knowledge at the time, while the idea of a black swan was a contradictio in ejecto that was not even considered. When Europeans discovered and explored Australia, they were astonished when they constantly encountered such contradictions in the flesh flocks of black swans. In general, the epistemological problem is: can the consistent observation of many individual empirical cases establish a generally valid law and thus reliably predict future cases of the same kind? In other words, can anyone be certain that a swan's plumage is white when they encounter it? Obviously, the answer is no. Empirical data alone cannot necessarily be used to deduce universally valid laws. Taleb describes himself as an empirical skeptic and even agrees with David Hume's radical subjectivist conclusion. Hume had gone so far as to no longer concede any real correspondence to any causal connection and considered causality itself to be a pure projection of the human mind, which it would only become accustomed to because of sensory impressions that repeatedly follow one another in the same way. Taleb defines his concept of a black swan as follows. What we call here a black swan is an event with the following three attributes. First, it is an outlier, outside the realm of regular expectations, since nothing in the past can convincingly point to its possibility. Second, it has enormous implications. Third, despite its status as an outlier, human nature leads us to construct explanations for its occurrence after the fact in order to make it explainable and predictable. End quote. So, in keeping with the anecdote, a black swan is first of all an unexpected event that contradicts extrapolated experience. Its influence on our lives is also decisive. The third point then makes the black swan a contradictory concept. Its unexpected effect seems so disturbing that people try to explain such an event a posteriori. The recursive definition may come as a surprise, but Taleb likes to stylize himself as a shrewd thinker. He knows human nature and is sure of the revolutionary significance of his idea. A small number of black swans explain pretty much everything in our world, from the success of ideas and religions to the dynamics of historical events and elements of our personal lives. End quote. Taleb thinks he has found a comprehensive explanation for the confusing human condition. For him, everything somehow follows from unexpected events. This is what a hermetically sealed crypto theory looks like, but although little should actually be said about the unexpected, Taleb comes up with a tedious amount about his black swans. It is only in the third part of his book that he comes to his main point. He wants to avoid unpleasant coincidences and take advantage of happy coincidences. The subtitle of Taleb's bestseller, The Power of Highly Improbable Events, already conceptually contains the confusion that allows him to systematize everything statistically. He constantly interchanges unlikely with unexpected events. However, an event is unlikely if its probability can be at least roughly estimated and the estimate in question determines an extremely low upper limit for its probability. By contrast, an event is unexpected if its possibility was not considered at all before it occurred. Therefore, its probability cannot be estimated a priori. At best, it can only be assigned to it a posteriori, as Taleb himself determined in his definition, but already blurred in the subtitle. Taleb looks at the whole world from the perspective of statistics. And statistics does not look for unexpected events, but for laws that apply to sums, or other aggregated quantities, of events of the same type. When events can no longer be surveyed individually, statistics concentrates on manageable regularities in their entirety. The data fetishism of the positive sciences tends to assume that, with enough effort, statistical regularities can somehow be found in almost any collection of numbers. However, every statistical result that wants to say something about reality must have been conceived as an answer to the question of such a regularity. And the conception of such a regularity can only be achieved through syntheses of the human mind, as Kant was able to show. Adorno remarked on its validity. Categorial contemplation, the becoming within of the concept, reminds us that the categorially constituted facts, which traditional epistemology knows solely as syntheses, must always also correspond to a moment beyond the sensual hyle. In this respect, they always have something immediate, reminiscent of vividness. As little as a simple mathematical proposition is valid without the synthesis of the numbers between which the equation is established, so little would synthesis be possible. Kant neglects this. If the relationship of the elements did not correspond to the synthesis, regardless of the difficulties in which such a way of speaking is entangled according to common logic, if the two sides of the equation did not, to put it drastically and misleadingly, actually resemble each other, it makes as little sense to speak of this correspondence independently of thinking synthesis as it would be to speak of reasonable synthesis without that correspondence. The school case of mediation. Statistical chance can therefore not only a priori not be true chance, but implicitly always presupposes permanent corresponding mediations in the matter. Only such mediations can statistics then first grasp theoretically and then attempt to confirm empirically. In statistics, the fundamental question always arises at the beginning as to whether a lasting connection can be reasonably assumed at all in a set of data under investigation. However, because nobody wants to bother with such epistemological presuppositions in everyday life, statistics has developed into a science that is supposedly based on nothing but facts and without presuppositions, into an obscurantist form of naive realism. It is regarded as a methodical all-purpose weapon for the complex and confusing, whose correct application is supposed to make conceptual reflections through mathematical algorithms superfluous. And precisely where it is most urgently needed, in the humanities. The competition is also urging the use of statistical methods. Today, computers can be used to carry out many complex statistical calculations at great speed, e.g. with SPSS, and produce results quickly. When it comes to the question of their theoretical stringency, however, no algorithm can help, but only mental concentration on the object from which the numbers were abstracted. Statistical madness takes full effect when only spontaneous ad hoc hypotheses are formulated to formally justify tests that have already been calculated before thinking about their prerequisites. Whether their very specific questions can be reasonably integrated into a more comprehensive theory is then no longer of interest. The overarching assumption is simply that nature and society will follow some kind of law. This also happens because statistical algorithms can deliver their results almost in real time with today's computing speeds, and their users, on the other hand, do not have the time to look at the exact prerequisites and significance of the algorithms they use and the results they produce. Have algorithms established themselves as analytical tools in a market? The question often seems irrelevant to them and is at best delegated to mathematical specialists. Taleb's epistemological skepticism turns out to be in line with such blind trust in the method, which is essential for contemporary scientific work, as a transitory stage. He ultimately believes that only a false statistical understanding of nature and society is the reason for the power of unexpected events, and that the error does not lie in the claim to capture them completely statistically. He believes he can find proof of this where Scholz got his attractor ice cream van, from the theory of nonlinear systems. Taleb dedicates his book to the famous French mathematician Benoit Mandelbrot, who was one of the first to research the modern field of fractal geometry. Taleb begins by correctly criticizing the fact that classical geometric shapes such as circles, triangles, and rectangles cannot be found directly in nature, and states that Galileo was wrong when he thought that the objects of Euclidean geometry were the basic building blocks of nature. But then Taleb presents modern fractals as the supposedly genuine basic mathematical elements of nature. Veins and leaves look like branches look like trees, rocks look like small mountains. If the size of an object changes, there is no qualitative change. If you look at the coast of Great Britain from an airplane, it resembles what you see when you look at it through a magnifying glass. This self-affinity suggests that a deceptively short and simple iteration rule can be used, by a computer or by Mother Nature, to create shapes of seemingly great complexity. This can be very useful in computer graphics, but more importantly, this is how nature works. Quote, however, even though fractals show more complex shapes than the geometric objects of Euclidean geometry, they also do not correspond to those in appearing nature in an immediate way. For example, just as the visible shapes of the sun and moon are still best described by circles, fractals describe the phenomena mentioned by Taleb quite well and excel at self-similar geometry such as that of cauliflower and broccoli. Mandelbrot's discovery of fractal geometric objects was therefore important. But even fractals can only represent more or less suitable models, and like circles, do not capture the natural essence of anything as a whole. They are models of the human mind, which under certain circumstances can make a moment in the world that appears to us comprehensible. However, there is one thing they certainly cannot: our barter society and its financial markets. End quote. But for Taleb, unexpected events are no longer just an empirical fact, but are rooted in the fractal nature of nature. This means that they still cannot be predicted individually, but in their totality they become tangible. They can be expected with a certain degree of probability. This is how most black swans become gray swans. And only where wild distributions have been overlooked should unknown unknowns still be able to occur. On this basis, he introduces the distinction between mediocriston and extremiston. These two theoretical areas are said to hold completely different types of possible events. Mediocriston is the oasis of mild randomness, where the statistically simple laws of large numbers apply and the normal distribution has its rightful home. Relative peace and security prevail there, and expectations are usually fulfilled. Extremiston is the realm of gray and black swans, where wild randomness prevails and reliable predictions are impossible. Taleb is certain that everything that happens takes place in mediocriston or extremiston. The most important thing for our expectations and risk assessments should therefore be that we learn to distinguish correctly between the two areas in reality. This is also the basis of his readers' long-awaited tip on how to successfully diversify their investments, which, in contrast to the classic portfolio theory of Scholz et al., really minimizes risk and still participates in opportunities. His dumbbell strategy is, instead of putting your money in medium-risk investments, how do they know it's medium risk? By listening to experts who are only interested in keeping their own sheep dry. They need to put a portion, say 85 to 90%, into extremely safe investments like government bonds, pretty much the safest form of investment they can find on this planet, and the remaining 10 to 15% into extremely speculative investments like options, preferably in venture capital portfolios. Then risk management mistakes can't hurt them. End quote. Government bonds as generally, pretty much the safest form of investment. Empiricism proves to be more skeptical than the skeptical empiricist. What a pity for the brave new investment theory. But what the heck, the Black Swans Fund that Taleb founded is famous. Many insecure investors believe in his X-ray view of risk, and other fund managers have already jumped on the bandwagon. But Taleb wants to do much more than just pseudoscientifically justify another useless investment tip. Since black swans can't be predicted, we have to adjust to their existence, instead of being naive enough to try to predict them. If we focus on the anti-knowledge, on what we don't know, we can really do a lot. For example, we can expose ourselves as much as possible to black swans of the positive type that bring favorable circumstances. He projects a philosophy of life for bargain hunters. I disagree with the followers of Marx and Adam Smith. Free markets work because they allow people to get lucky thanks to aggressive trial and error, not because they offer them rewards or incentives for their skills. So the best strategy is to try as much as possible and seize as many opportunities as possible that can result in black swans. End quote. Taleb has said goodbye to the organizing effect of the invisible hand, but he firmly believes in the invisible drawing of the lottery numbers. But nowhere does he explain where all the favorable opportunities come from, and he obviously hasn't read Marx either. But Rainer Hank, who brought liberal convictions up to date after the insolvency of Lehman Brothers Bank in September 2008, can help him out ideologically. In his article Marx is Right, Hank admits, the history of capitalism is the history of its crises. Karl Marx was absolutely right. To immediately counter, he only drew the wrong conclusions from this insight, for the susceptibility of the markets to crises is not a systemic flaw, but a core of the system. End quote. But this is precisely what we can still learn from Marx today, that the core of the alleged system already contains the flaw. He begins his critique of political economy in Capital with an analysis of the idea on which our exchange society is supposed to be built. He does not derive the subsequent formal analysis of value from the empiricism of nature or history, because value cannot be found there at all. Instead, he analyzes the logic of his idea, which people and their institutions believe they can implement in reality. He examines it on the basis of the ideal simple exchange of commodities up to its likewise idealized dynamic movement in capital. And because he is so conscientious in his approach and society has remained the same despite many changes, his criticism is still valid today. And his conclusion is that value and its self-movement in capitalism cannot be understood as a whole. Although many causal relationships are explained in capital that are logical in themselves, the overall context ultimately proves to be a paradox time and again. But if not even the basic idea can be understood, the creation and momentum of which this society has committed itself to, then the real practice of the exchange society cannot be understood rationally either. Marx was able to observe historically that capital repeatedly gets into crises, Hank rightly notes. But he also recognized that crises are a logical necessity in capital due to its immanent contradictions. Capital cannot reproduce society on a regular basis, but must instead compulsively overturn its relations in order to constantly enforce the self-valorization of value. This is very much to the detriment of the people who, although together they form capital, are at the same time degraded as individuals to appendages of its blind development. Capitalist socialization appears to them as second nature, and the recurring crises therefore either as orchestrated by conspiratorial unnatural powers, as unavoidable natural disasters, or more recently, as punishment for violations of ecological principles. Hank has no eye for these details. The dramatic contrast to Marx's allegedly misguided critique is merely intended to make his swada appear substantial. The unwavering view of reality reveals, economic evolution is not a petting zoo, it is a rough and tumble game. Quote, where there are UPS, there are downs. And where there are winners, there are also losers. How the relationship between individual performance and fate is distributed is only ever known afterwards. Even the smallest thoughts and any pause for thought now would be dangerous. And so the platitudes continue, but one thing is certain, in the end, the risk pays off. The reward of risk is growth. End quote. This power-mongering stammering offers economic evolution, the supposedly natural law of capital growth, as an emergency anchor for the late bourgeois liberal consciousness. This apology seeks to completely obliterate the nerve at which Marx's critique of second nature was aimed. His provocative analysis that capitalist socialization behaves like a natural historical process and not like the self-conscious development of free people is simply brutally bent into a justification. Hank dismisses the bourgeois promise that everyone can enjoy the fruits of their own labor and thus achieve private happiness on their own responsibility as pure Sunday chatter. Only the sum of the junk is supposed to pay off, but with natural necessity. Who gets something from this sum depends on ominous fate, and those who don't are simply out of luck. And Nassim Nicholas Taleb spent a long time thinking about fate in general before the crisis. One of his basic convictions is that people cannot change it. Quote, that we cannot predict outliers, given their large part in the dynamics of events, means that we cannot predict the course of history. But we behave as if we can predict historical events, or worse, as if we can change the course of history. End quote. Anyone who resists the mythical course of history, the great unknown statistical overdistribution, is therefore only causing mischief and would be better off leaving it alone. But just as Taleb has at least tried to help investors achieve personal happiness with his new strategy, he would at least like to spare them the personal blows of fate. Taleb tells a parable with another weird bird to illustrate an unpleasant, unexpected event from the perspective of someone affected by it. Quote, let us imagine a turkey that is fed every day. Each and every feeding will reinforce the bird's conviction that it is the basic rule of life to be fed every day by friendly members of the human race who have only its welfare in mind, as a politician would say. Then, on the afternoon of the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, something unexpected will happen to the turkey, and he will have to revise his convictions. End quote. At Thanksgiving, U.S. Americans traditionally like to eat turkey, according to the grim punchline of the story. In this picture, people emerge as unexpected butchers. And Taleb's view of the turkey is strangely ambivalent. He repeatedly explains in his book that he wants to avoid becoming a turkey with his theory. He vacillates between pity and contempt for the turkey's short-sighted inductive reasoning. After telling the story, he undermines the meaning of the parable, which, like any story in such a form, should leave it up to the listener to extrapolate it to his own life, and immediately explains it again using human examples, as if he doesn't trust his readers to think that much. He prefers to shock them drastically. Quote, the turkey problem can be generalized to all situations where the hand that feeds us can also be the hand that wrings our necks. Just think of the increasingly integrated German Jews in the 1930s. End quote. It takes your breath away. And after this tasteless analogy, he refers to his own history without further ado. As a teenager, he experienced how his influential family lost everything from one day to the next during the Lebanese Civil War and had to flee. This doesn't make his choice to concretize the turkey problem any better, but it does make it clear that Taleb simply can't keep anything apart. This strange juxtaposition of oblique parables and concrete examples taken out of context is typical of him. As if he wanted to avoid reflecting on the events that are only alluded to, his reflections remain poorly abstract on the one hand and, in the case of the associative examples, completely concrete without mediation, thus always missing the point. This oscillation is similar to his epistemological vacillation between absolute skepticism and naive realism. At first he knows almost nothing, and then suddenly everything again. In this way, he seems to be able to maintain his claim to grasp the human condition with his theory of black swans. With Taleb, you can see how identity thinking seems to despair of itself in a crisis, only to resume its vigorous efforts all the more blithely after a successful catharsis. Frank Schirmacher, the editor of the FAZ, obviously likes the turkey story of the brilliant Taleb. In his Revue de Stant der Truth on, he retells the story about the deceptive safety before slaughter, but omits the example of the German Jews without comment. He goes on to recommend Taleb's advice to adopt a cautious experimental relationship to our new complex world. Shortly afterwards, the FAZ published an interview with Taleb. After all his doubts, he knows himself to be completely in tune with common sense again. Today I see whole boatloads of shares being sold. People are just realizing that they should now invest in safe assets instead of risky stocks. End quote. And these safe investments were government bonds, which were still considered a very safe haven at the time, before a number of countries were threatened with bankruptcy themselves. And in the spirit of mass consciousness, Taleb spoke like a forerunner of the Occupy movement. We need a revolution, and I don't know how, but the people involved in this whole thing need to be fired. Bernanke as well as all the major bankers. End quote. And he revealed how his statistically sophisticated distinction between simple and complex systems changed his whole life. We should behave exactly as our ancestors did. Which is not popular today. I also only take medicine in extremely rare circumstances and avoid all modern food. I avoid bread and sugar and only eat fruit with a Greek or Hebrew name, so no mangoes. This all goes back to my basic conviction that complex systems that are incomprehensible to us should not be touched, or only in emergencies. Taleb knows that every quirk is embedded in his complexity theory. He seems to be able to keep his private world in order this way. But in the course of the financial crisis, he has also become a fatalist with regard to the lives of individuals. In a postscript to Black Swan, which appeared a while after the start of the financial crisis, he considers an alternative to his risk strategy. This is my plan B. I have long contemplated the place where one day my own grave will be. A man who knows his final destination cannot be so easily destroyed by a black swan. I felt robust. End quote. And that is currently his most important advice. To become robust, and not to commit to anything or anyone as a matter of principle in order to harden oneself against impending losses. Because even vigilance in the face of complex dangers can no longer guarantee security. This is how he discovered Nietzsche's Amor Fati, the love of fate. Accordingly, he concludes his book with another parable, a story about the Roman philosopher Seneca. Quote, Seneca's willingness to lose everything also extended to his life. Because he was suspected of being involved in a conspiracy, Emperor Nero asked him to commit suicide. According to the records, he did so in an exemplary manner, calmly, as if he had been preparing for it every day. Seneca ended his essays, written in epistle form, with veil, which is often mistakenly translated as farewell. It has the same root as the English words value, worth, and valor, and means both be strong, i.e. robust, and be worthy.
Vale.
End quote. Holding on to value requires bravery to the point of voluntary self-sacrifice. Our society, which as a whole insists on the creation of the paradoxical thing from which everyone must get a slice of life, sometimes demands the sacrifice of life. With his etymological associations, Taleb somehow senses a connection. But he does not reflect on it, nor is he interested in the historical circumstances of Seneca's suicide. Giving one's life for the state in case of doubt has supposedly always been an unalterable fate. The success of The Black Swan, written by a financial mathematician who worked successfully on Wall Street for years, is unsettling due to its intellectual proximity to German ideology. One would not have expected the whispers of fate and sacrifice here, but rather the optimism of Myron Scholes, which cannot be shaken by any financial collapse. Taleb is hardly familiar with the modern masterminds of German ideology. He comes more intuitively from a crucial epistemological problem and justified doubts about his science to these ideological themes. And in between, the extermination of the German Jews comes to mind en passant to illustrate his theory. His diffuse fear and sense of crisis seem to capture the spirit of the times. His back-and-forth hypotheses, with which he ultimately only claims to find a spiritual haven of peace in total indifference and a commitment to voluntary self-sacrifice, are the result of the deep uncertainty caused by the open outcome of the current crisis. And this uncertainty is currently centered in the European Union, which is characterized by an extremely experimental relationship to the world in the spirit of Taleb and Schirmacher and, in the absence of any clear common ground, is openly committed to its fate. This Europe is a community of destiny in the global world, is how Angela Merkel summarizes the official consensus of the EU. This phrase, which was already so popular under National Socialism, is echoed by many of its representatives at this difficult time. Europe likes to invoke itself as a lesson from the past, but is completely unconvinced by the Nazis' community of fate. The past is ritually reappraised and managed in order to transfigure it into the cornerstone of a common future destiny. The shared knowledge of the skeletons in the closet is supposed to guarantee cohesion. The talk of a common destiny is as much a generalization of the sacrifices that are expected for them in the future as it is an encouragement to the citizens of Europe to accept their fate in any case. Concrete European goals and dangers that threaten all Europeans cannot be named, as they presuppose a common set of interests. This Europe knows no other goals than self-preservation at all costs, and only from the global world, from the entire global globe, do dangers threaten that Europe has to fear and can therefore only parry if it is united. And if in the future, a horde of black swans should once again turn the necks of millions of turkeys in Europe or its sphere of influence, then the community of destiny already knows for sure that it will not be able to foresee their fate afterwards. The better can only lie in the opposite direction. In a free society, people would not have to fear their future as their fate, but could see it as their own. To do this, they would first have to create social mediations that they could understand and clearly distinguish from those in mere nature. The Industrial Revolution suddenly changed the appearance and character of German society. The change of chancellorship from Bismarck to Caprivi in 1890 shifted the balance once again, as the latter protected industry to a far greater extent than Bismarck before him and thus ensured the irrevocable transformation of the empire from an agrarian to an industrial society. However, The period after 1871 was not only characterized by rapid economic and social change. In addition to the social upheavals associated with these developments, the psychological consequences of these changes should not be overlooked. A profound dissatisfaction with industrialism shaped the consciousness of contemporaries. This unease was not directed exclusively against the material misery caused by industrialization, but increasingly also against urban and industrial culture. Social change was accompanied by an awareness of an epochal change and a mental crisis, the keywords of which were decadence, the return of the same, loss of creative power, lack of heroism and ennui. The climate of the fin de siècle, although it affected the whole of Europe, was particularly pronounced in German-speaking countries. In the German Empire in particular, the fear of cultural decline and the uncertainties of the political future were especially pronounced, and change appeared as decay. This confusion can be explained not least by the idealistic tradition, in which not only a large number of scholars, but also a large number of the German people, were influenced. In his major study on cultural pessimism, Fritz Stern sums up that cultural dissatisfaction, a longing for the strong man and nationalistic hope were the dominant feelings of many Germans before the First World War. The period after 1890 saw the first culturally pessimistic attack on liberal society. The cultural machine stormers, Stern, mobilized the intellectual and spiritual, conscious and unconscious resentment against the spiritual emptiness of life allegedly caused by liberalism and the decline of virtues. However, it is not only conservative revolutionaries who are taking part in the attack on liberalism. It is also hated by classical conservatives, the Catholic Church, as well as Protestants and socialists. Liberal ideas were soon replaced by the ideology of a strong state, which was to regulate bourgeois society as a welfare and social state. On the one hand, a number of socio-political measures were enacted, while on the other, the focus was increasingly on protective customs policies and colonial expansion, seeking salvation in chauvinist visions. Programs based on the philosophy of history and optimistic about progress were swept away by the industrial wave, before they could really gain a foothold. The solid world of the 19th century seems to be gone. A mixture of resignation and cynicism characterizes the spirit of the times. At the same time, the new and confusing situation prompted simplistic descriptions of the state of affairs. Representatives of the conservative revolution in particular made excellent use of this new trend. Diagnoses of the present are becoming increasingly diffuse and contradictory, and simplistic and Manichaean worldviews appear more and more plausible. These are descriptions of the world that promise to summarize what is supposedly essential in concise formulas. Descriptions of the world that make normative judgments about their subject matter en passant, i.e., that make no effort whatsoever to clarify and analyze facts, but are merely out to pass condemnatory judgments and make gloomy prophecies. It can be observed how a strictly apolitical resentment is gradually penetrating the political sphere. One of these descriptions of the world that emerged at the time was the designation of the current epoch as capitalism. In the period of the fin de siècle, capitalism developed into a leading concept in the political and cultural scientific diagnosis of the present. However, it was only in the years after 1890 that capitalism became established as an epochal term and described the then current phase of human cultural history. Above all, the term capitalism is characterized by the fact that it expresses a diffuse unease about certain aspects of modernity. Those who speak of capitalism do so out of a resentful impulse. However, as will be shown, this ostentatious anti-capitalism should not be confused with a critique of political economy as practiced following Marx. Those who use the term capitalism are less concerned with analysis than with defense. At its core, capitalism is a culturally Protestant battle term that is used to sound anti-materialist battle cries. The term capitalism, capitalist economy, etc., says the liberal economist Richard Passo in his still impressive conceptual terminological study from 1918, has, with relatively few exceptions from the beginning, not been used to objectively classify and understand the facts of economic life, but has been used to criticize, accuse and condemn the more or less correctly recognized phenomena of economic life. The supposedly technical term serves solely as a means of cultural criticism, and a dark sentiment is associated with the word environment. Evils are named that are rather dimly suspected than really known, and the condemnatory connotation of the word is clear everywhere. Passo. The fact that Passo, as a supporter of private property, also makes a false sense of the relationship does not detract from his accurate characterization of this cultural critique. Capitalism has always been intended to defame modern, economic life and express its need for reform. This characterizes it as a political buzzword. Furthermore, the term remains completely vague in terms of content. Particularly in view of the broad content of the term, to which Passo draws attention, the allusions and omissions to be found are ideally suited to promoting an understanding in the misunderstanding or comprehension of an ulterior meaning, i.e. to interpretive perceptions that incorporate all the expectations of the recipients into the message. Pierre Bourdieu. Capitalism is one of the terms that, even if negatively, suggests unambiguity and compensates for uncertainty. Against this backdrop, capitalism can be understood as a set piece of an ideology that is filled with passion and emotionally charged participation. In addition to the resigned lament about capitalism outlined here, there is always a criticism of the capitalist mode of production that is not purely anti-capitalist but communist in intent. The popular debate against the modern economy picks up individual elements from this, and thus gives itself an appearance of resistance. Those who show no interest whatsoever in emancipation can siphon off this resistant profit. If the critique remains phrase-like, the fetishized anti-capitalist ideology, Moishi Post 1, can no longer be distinguished from the determinate negation of the capitalist mode of production. However, the discussion about capitalism and the term itself are not original creations from the turn of the century. However, the term is not yet to be found in the semantics of the long 16th century, 1492 to 1648, the period in which the modern social formation emerged. Unlike the term capital, which already appeared in the Middle Ages and soon found its way into the language of merchants. Even Denis Diderot's Encyclopedia, begun in 1750, does not yet contain an article on capitalism, although Jean-Jacques Rousseau is already writing about economics. The same applies to Adam Smith and David Ricardo. Neither of them had a concept of capitalism. Moreover, given how common the term is today, it must come as a surprise that it is systematically not used by the man who is considered the ultimate critic of capitalism. It is true that Karl Marx wrote in the second volume of Capital, published posthumously by Friedrich Engels in 1885, that capitalism is already abolished in its very foundation by the presupposition that enjoyment acts as the driving motive, not enrichment. This, however, remains the only place in the 3 volumes of Capital where Marx speaks expressis verbis of capitalism. The term does not appear in his analysis of the anatomy and dynamics of what is characteristically called the capitalist mode of production. It may well be assumed that Marx had well-founded reservations about the tendencies towards the reification of language and consciousness inherent in such isms. Marx also avoids blaming the personification of capital, the capitalist, for the fundamental evils of economic life. By defining capital as an automatic subject, Marx identifies it as a social relationship. Capital is thus neither an influential and hidden group of people nor a mere structure. Capital is a special form of metabolism between man and nature. It places all people, whether entrepreneurs or workers, as objects of its own lawfulness, but at the same time it is the totality of subjects that reproduce this lawfulness through their actions with every act of exchange. However, only very few of Marx's successors were able to arrive at such a critique that reflected on themselves as subjects of capital. The term capitalism first appeared in the mid-19th century in the writings of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, and at the same time Louis Blanc spoke of the appropriation of capital by some while exploiting others and referred to this as capitalism. In German-speaking countries, it was the Prussian landowner and theorist of state socialism, Karl Rodbertus, who first spoke of capitalism in 1869. He regarded it as a social system that one could either serve or resist. After its first appearance in German, however, the term capitalism was still largely ostracized and avoided as one from the dictionary of social democracy. Despite this, however, there have been various attempts, including in academia, to naturalize the political buzzword. The Catholic socialist Albert Schaffel was the first economist to include the term in the academic canon with his book Capitalismus und Sozialismus, Capitalism and Socialism, from 1870, thus making a significant contribution to its dissemination. In the 90s of the 19th century, we can observe how the term capitalism loses its social democratic stigma and becomes increasingly common in journalistic and political debates. However, the term only experienced its real breakthrough a good 10 years later. With Werner Sombart's major work Modern Capitalism, published in 1902 during his so-called Marxist phase, the term was emphatically popularized. At the turn of the century, Sombart was a highly respected economist and one of the founding fathers of German sociology. He is regarded as the most influential theorist of modern capitalism, and his lectures are extremely popular. In his younger years, although never a member, he was regarded as one of the great hopes of the revisionist wing of social democracy. His essentially socio-politically inspired anti-capitalism, in whose shadow his entire work stands, is already clearly recognizable in his dissertation of 1888. Born in 1863, Sombart, unlike the previous generation, was only slightly influenced by the euphoria of the founding of the German Reich in 1871. The rapid growth of industry and the industrial workforce and the accompanying social upheavals had a far greater impact not only on the young national economist, but also on a large number of intellectuals of the so-called generation of 1890. This development sharpened their insights into the supposed weaknesses of capitalism and led to their rather reserved attitude towards it. After 1907, Sombart attracted attention primarily through his explicitly culturally pessimistic statements. He became one of the protagonists of the conservative revolution, particularly with his book Merchants and Heroes, which was completed in February 1915 and is based on ideas of 1914. Sombart's two-volume work in 1902, a three-volume revision followed in 1916, kept capitalism in the spotlight and gave the term a career. Even the first edition, however, only superficially appears to be a socio-analytical and formal sociological, indeed value-free treatise. Rather, Sombart's sketches contain evaluations that were then used as a political weapon. Moreover, the rise of the term capitalism did not simply popularize a hitherto supposedly critical concept of the still young social democracy. With its spread, it underwent a reinterpretation and re-evaluation, while retaining its pejorative connotation. Traces of this shift are still clearly recognizable today, as we will see. The discussion of capitalism in the social and cultural sciences in the spirit of the fin de siècle revolves around the question of the fate of man under the conditions of the new whole of life, Ferdinand Tönnies. At its core, it is initially about defining what is meant by capitalism in the first place. In view of the supposed unnaturalness of capitalism, one also seeks to understand the genesis of capitalism. Finally, capitalism is understood as an irreversible direction of development in cultural history. This is the action-theoretical distinction between the principle of covering needs and the principle of acquisition, according to which, clearly pejoratively, capitalism is defined. This is the case when the dominant economic form is that economic resources are used with the explicit intention of generating a surplus product that exceeds demand. The conscious actions of economic subjects are claimed to be the cause of historical processes. Such a personification of historical development makes it addressable and makes individuals, or, as can be seen from Sombart's writings, collectives appear responsible for it. However, the fact that it is certain, generally blindly reproduced material conditions that produce a necessarily false consciousness does not occur to early German sociology. In the preface to the first edition of A Capitalism, Sombart rightly sees himself as one of the co-founders of the psychology of nations. On closer inspection, it soon becomes clear that Sombart and his guild are only casually concerned with the anatomy of the capitalist mode of production, to which Marx devotes himself in detail in Capital. What concerns them is therefore not the real genesis of the capitalist mode of production, as it arises from the struggle of people for the conditions of their reproduction, Theodore W. Adorno. Rather, they assume a strange dualism of capitalism and culture, and do not understand the economic reproduction of society and its cultural manifestation as a unity, but are concerned with the effects of the capitalist form of economy on the entire shape of modern culture, on the style of life. Sombart 1902. Capitalism thus became a problem for German culture, meaning that the culturally Protestant-educated middle classes saw themselves confronted with new questions of value and meaning as a result of historical developments. 2 years later, Sombart decreed, even the blind had to finally realize the correctness of the fact that clairvoyant socialists had already recognized and expressed half a century ago, that we all dance to the tune of capitalism in both public and private life. End quote. His interest is essentially focused on this dance, and not on the melody. Marx's critique is broadened in terms of cultural studies, without taking any further account of Marx's basic insights. It also seems understandable that capitalism is perceived as something alien and unnatural. From an anthropological point of view, capitalism appears to contemporaries as a historically improbable and unnatural affair. Against the backdrop of the alienation triggered by this development, the discussants seek to explain the genesis of capitalism. They make use of a well-known and popular explanatory motif. The reason for this lost familiarity is not sought in the conditions of real history, Adorno, but prominently and impressively in Sombart, in the opaque play of foreign powers. He thus explains the genesis of capitalism through the completely unmediated appearance, or rather penetration, of a behavioral or attitudinal syndrome, a habitus or style of living in medieval Europe. Sombart calls this the specific capitalist spirit. This appears in the flesh in the form of the bettergrosser and the corner usurer. The extremely stereotypical works on Jewish economic life by Otto Staub from 1866 and Wilhelm Roscher from 1875 exerted a considerable influence on Sombart. Trained by these historical studies, it was natural for Sombart to explain the rapid spread of the capitalist spirit in Western Europe through the infusion of numerous non-tribal elements, the Jews into the European peoples. Sombart 1902. In Modern Capitalism of 1902, the idea of Jewish descent, which Sombart elsewhere eloquently refers to as a pestilence, is only just beginning to emerge. As early as 1903, however, in his Deutsche Volkswirtschaft im 19. Jahrhundert, German Economics in the 19th Century, Sombart considerably broadened these considerations with reference to Marx's essay Zur Judenfrage on the Jewish question.
In 1911, the stereotypical Interpretation auf Historikulmin artet in Hayes so kellet Judenbuch, die Juden und das Wirtschaftsleben.
An excerpt from the foreword to the new edition of Archiv für Sozialwissenschaft und Sozialpolitik, 1904, in which Max Weber and Edgar Jaffe also participated alongside Sombart, makes it clear once again how little supposed foreign relations are understood as self-relations. The renowned journal, whose research program is essentially oriented towards the cultural effects of capitalism, assumes a fundamental transformation process that our economic life and thus our cultural existence in general is experiencing due to the advance of capitalism. According to the diagnosis, capitalism invades our own culture as something foreign and completely transforms it. The theological quirks, Marx, of what one suffers from remain misunderstood. The sociologist's considerations miss the imminently necessary peculiarities of reproduction too much. In the preface to the Italian edition of the Manifesto of the Communist Party from 1893, Friedrich Engels mentions that the manifesto does full justice to the revolutionary role played by capitalism in the past. For Engels, capitalism thus represents historical progress, especially with regard to the possibility of the proletariat now appearing on the stage of history. What Engels thus emphasizes is the transitory significance that he ascribes to capitalism. Sombart and others, on the other hand, are quite different. Around 1900, capitalism established itself as an epochal concept in the cultural history of mankind, similar to feudalism. As such, it expresses the feeling of a profound discontinuity, an epochal caesura. From then on, capitalism was considered irreversible. The social phenomenon described by the term is reified as a fact that can no longer be eliminated from the world. In 1903, the sociologist Weber regarded capitalism as a result of social development that is absolutely to be accepted and behind which there is no way back today. But, and this once again makes the discussion about capitalism unpleasant, it is not only backwards that the path seems blocked. Quite close to Oswald Spengler's cultural morphology, Sombart describes the development of capitalism as analogous to the development of an organic being. It grows like a plant or an animal. In the various phases of its development, it will transform itself again and again, and it will become calmer, more settled, more sensible, as befits its increasing age. Although capitalism ages, it will not die, according to Sombart. Sombart makes capitalism a viable and independent subject of history that is independent of material conditions. This merely intellectually disguises the lack of understanding for the fact that the capitalist mode of production also only emerged historically and can therefore be abolished as something that has become. The anti-capitalism that, as mentioned, is always expressed in the talk of capitalism, even Max Weber, who always strove for objective rigor, is not free of a certain affinity to the mood and terminology of the time in his works, and which Sombart sometimes fiercely advocates, must take on a resigned tone against this background. The depiction of capitalism as an organic being does not only serve to make it more vivid. It also reflects a supposed characteristic of capitalism: we dance to its tune. It is therefore not surprising that Sombart developed an increasingly culturally pessimistic attitude in the years that followed. In the style of the fin de siècle, he detaches the analysis of capitalism from the context of a progress-oriented 19th century philosophy of history, and turns it into a special case of pessimistic cultural criticism. His Marxism is robbed of the perspective of revolution and thus becomes a cheap sociological theory of conflict. As such, Sombart's dilution is primarily concerned with integrating the proletariat into the national community, as he declared in 1933. The trade unionist interests of the working class were to be contained by law, and capitalism was to be reshaped in socio-political terms. In essence, this provided the elements from which a German anti-capitalism would emerge, which Sombart represented like no other. In the name of self-sufficiency, there is an uproar against the internationalization of the economy, world trade, and the global division of labor, in which someone like Sombart sees the work of the devil. The economy, Sombart decreed in highly idealistic tones, had to follow the style of thinking of a people. The German anti-capitalists call for a rebellion of culture against Western civilization. Accordingly, Sombart exposes free trade as imperialism and Anglo-Saxon self-interest. German anti-capitalism propagates an authoritarian, statist, and corporatist economic style. It is due in particular to Sombart's persistent efforts that even liberal economists speak of that unique historical entity that we are used to calling capitalism, Gerhard Schulz-Gavernitz. In view of the reinterpretations described above, it is not surprising that the term was widely used after the turn of the century by conservative and anti-Semitic critics of the liberal market economy, as the social liberal Friedrich Naumann pointed out in 1911. For some, capitalism is seen as a serious social disease, a mockery of filth and fire, Franz Oppenheimer. Others speak of the hated direction of economic development, Gottfried Traub. Still others agitate against a mammonistic rampant greed for profit, or even against the degeneration of the capital economy, Heinrich Pesch. Here and there, capitalism is seen as a beneficial power that promotes the culture of the world and the brotherhood of nations, but which must be purified of an imminent money-making, mammonism, Otto Neurath. Sometimes, however, capitalism is simply the spirit of haggling and usury, in short, the Judaization of our society, Robert Wilbrandt. Resigned, pessimistic, and essentially anti-liberal tirades against capitalism were rampant around 1900, and it can be observed time and again how anti-capitalist resentment was transferred to the United States. The German thinkers were left with nothing but a sentimental look back to the past. Sombart declares his love for old Vienna, which had no nightlife, and recognizes in Berlin only a suburb of New York. In contrast, anyone who hears capitalism today very rarely thinks of Werner Sombart or the socio-political debates around 1900. Only economic historians will still be familiar with the name of the inventor of capitalism. Today, people are more likely to think of Franz Muntefering and his apocalyptic scenarios of swarms of locusts threatening the existence of the German community. It should not be implied here that anyone who talks about capitalism is referring directly to Sombart. What is striking, however, is that there are structural similarities between the debates on modern capitalism at the time of the fin de siècle and today. The repeated anti-liberal patterns allow us to speak of a 100-year-old German anti-capitalism. Here are just a few examples. Heiner Geisler, former Secretary General of the CDU, writes on the occasion of World Youth Day 2005 in the Frankfurter Rundschau of August 16, 2005. At this World Youth Day, the Pope has something to say to young Catholics about modern capitalism, which inverts the philanthropic gospel into its opposite and causes serious social and economic damage by literally walking over corpses. Jesus did not abolish money, but morally devalued it and placed capital in a clear order. It has to serve people and not dominate them. End quote. In 1902, Sombart defined modern capitalism along the lines of the distinction between the principle of covering needs and the principle of acquisition. Heiner Geisler also seems to implicitly apply this differentiation. By calling for capital to be subject to a moral order, he separates a supposedly ethically uncontrollable capital principle that causes serious damage, inhumane accumulation for the sake of accumulation, the dissolution of economic boundaries, Sombart's acquisition, from a principle that serves people, Sombart's meeting needs, which is directed against modern capitalism. A Christian-inspired social policy should impose an order on capital. The necessity of exploiting value as profitably as possible, as described by Marx in Capital, is alien to both Catholic and Protestant social teaching. Elsewhere, Geisler says that among the marginalized and those threatened by marginalization, mistrust of the political elite remains deep-seated to this day. He then draws a remarkable parallel. He goes on to say that these elites, similar to those in charge during the transition from feudalism to industrial society, are incapable of shaping the inevitable globalization of the economy in a humane way and, citing the alleged laws of the market, are advocating an anarchic economic order that is walking over dead bodies, Frankfurter Rundschau, May 11, 2005. Irreversible industrialization and irreversible modern capitalism around 1900, inevitable neoliberalism, unnatural globalization and modern capitalism around 2000. Against this background, the renaissance of the critique of capitalism should not come as a surprise. At the time of the fin de siècle, German anti-capitalists decree that the economy must obey the style of a people. In the 2005 election campaign, it is Franz Muntefering who nonchalantly dismisses Paul Kirchhoff's visions as ideas from America, Frankfurter Rundschau, August 31, 2005. For the chief ideologue of the Social Democrats, they do not seem to fit in with the German economic style. Last but not least, a good 100 years ago, it was assumed that capitalism was caused by the opaque activities of dark forces, which Sombart named with grateful candor as the Jews. Even today, people tend to use such simplistic and cliched explanations, albeit without the explicitly anti-Jewish undertone. There is talk of locusts, hedge funds, and time and again of the farmers. It is repeatedly the foreign external element that causes the serious damage. Allusions to anti-Semitic jargon come naturally. This stereotype is also used by television journalist Michael Opekzinski in his book Die Blutsauger der Nation, The Bloodsuckers of the Nation. How unbridled capitalism is ruining us. Here our society, their capitalism. According to the publisher's announcement, it is above all a lack of business ethics that is leading to the dehumanization of our society. Here, too, Sombart's distinction between need and profit comes to mind. In The Dialectic of Enlightenment, Adorno and Horkheimer show how the principle of identity and equivalence gradually extends to human relationships. The relationship of human beings to non-human nature, the social relationship of human beings to one another, and the relationship of each individual human being to themselves are permeated by the subject-object relationship, as it stems from the need for life of human beings. The rebellious impulse of anti-capitalism, on the other hand, distorts materialist criticism into a complaint about the opaque activities of individuals. Capitalism emotionalizes and entangles. The anti-capitalists after 1890 felt and still feel powerless and humiliated by the rapid change. Their reactions were and are deeply influenced by their own dismay and obey the laws of social psychology rather than political rationality. Anti-capitalism degenerates into the resentment of the dissatisfied and those who have fallen by the wayside if it cannot provide a reasonable alternative to bourgeois society. What would be appropriate, however, would be to understand anti-capitalism as a symptom and victim of the disastrous entanglement of reason and self-preservation. This would mean recognizing the real content of cultural critique and not pragmatically dissolving the critique of political economy into a critique of capitalism that merely undialectically varies old-fashioned maxims of life and imbues them with resistive magic. Even the lucky ones of the new Holy Prussian-German Empire would be taught dialectics by the impending general crisis that would soon be upon them. At least Karl Marx was convinced of this when he wrote the epilogue to the second edition of the first volume of Capital in January 1873. This most terrible missile that has yet been hurled at the head of the citizens, including landowners, as he proudly wrote to the 1848 revolutionary and later Swiss Social Democrat Johann Philipp Ecker in 1867, did not prove to be an absolute hit during Marx's lifetime, but it did not deal a blow to either the citizens or their political economy. Even leading exponents of the labor movement initially treated his magnum opus with indifference. Even Wilhelm Liebknecht, a companion of Marx and Engels since the days of the Communist League, asked the latter to write a clarification in the party organ on the points in which Lassalle differed from Marx. However, on the eve of the First World Economic Crisis, Marx was convinced that the violent disruptions that necessarily arose from the laws of capital accumulation could not simply be ignored. The general crisis was seen by the London exile as the most obvious objection of reason to a relationship of production that does not exploit the potential of the wealth it produces, that repeatedly becomes a barrier to itself, periodically destroys wealth in the form of capital, and plunges the lower classes into misery. And all this just to re-establish its own profitability and start the process of the next crisis all over again. Marx did not fully present his theory of crisis based on the tendency of the rate of profit to fall until the posthumously published third volume of Capital. The Marxist debate on the crisis nature of capitalism that began after Engels' death was almost entirely without recourse to the insight that it is the laws of the relations of production themselves that increasingly diminish the basis of capitalist wealth, because the amount of labor required to produce goods is relatively reduced compared to machines and technology, despite all the counter-tendencies described by Marx himself. Following the logic of relations and unfolding competition, every entrepreneur strives to increase his own productivity in order to make an extra profit. But the entrepreneur who yesterday was able to achieve an extra added value by introducing new processes is today threatened by the newcomers with even higher technology and must be satisfied with the average profit. Tomorrow he may not even cover his own costs or even post losses and have to leave the market. Rising productivity, which is generalized at an ever higher level, lowers the rate of profit and at a certain point can no longer be compensated by the sale of an increasing mass of goods and profits. This is similar to the situation with educational qualifications. If master's and master's degrees are rare in a society, they become an advantage on the labor market. If education expands, the advantage for the individual disappears and leads to a higher proportion of academics among the unemployed and low-wage earners in society as a whole. Only the socialist Henryk Grossman, who was born in the Polish-speaking part of the Danube monarchy, took up Marx's theory of crisis and published his main work The Law of Accumulation and Collapse of the Capitalist System in 1929, just a few months before the Great Depression. Despite the title, he did not advocate an economic theory of collapse. Crises merely enabled capital to renew itself at a higher level. Only the coincidence of a crisis situation with a subjective will to break with conditions created a revolutionary situation. At 600 pages, this suspiciously thick tile also received little attention. However, after moving from Warsaw to Frankfurt, Grossman became the most important employee of the Institute for Social Research under the direction of Karl Grunberg, alongside Friedrich Pollock. He remained there until he fell out with Max Horkheimer in the early 1940s over the question of how to deal theoretically with positivism and politically with the Soviet Union. But even at the Institute, his crisis theory played a subordinate role to Pollock's state capitalism thesis, which seemed more plausible due to increasing state activity before, during and especially after the Second World War. Only the council communist Paul Matic, who lived in the USA, followed on from him in his texts. From the 1930s onwards, the two had a pen-pal relationship in which they not only exchanged views on crisis theory and the latest follies of the Moscow-affiliated KPD, but also argued about bourgeois parliamentary democracy and anti-parliamentary council communism. In the Marxism of the early 20th century, a completely different theory of crisis prevailed, to which Pollock also subscribed to a large extent. Under the influence of the prevailing theories, Grossman, authors as diverse as Rosa Luxemburg, Otto Bauer, Rudolf Hilferding and Karl Kautsky advocated harmonious concepts of equilibrium. These authors took the abstract description of expanded reproduction from Volume 2 of Capital at face value and constructed a crisis theory on the basis of the disproportionality between the means of production, Department I, and the means of consumption, Department II, described there. According to this theory, this imbalance prevents the realization of surplus value in capitalist societies. The crisis of underconsumption therefore no longer arose from the nature of relations, but resulted from an incorrect distribution of goods. A revolutionary problem became a mathematical problem that could be corrected relatively easily through a planned distribution, if only a socialist or communist party took power. Not only did these Marxists impose the theory of disproportionality on reality relatively unexamined, they also failed to understand Marx's method, which started from concrete phenomena in order to work its way to the essence of things. However, he did not stop at this level of abstraction in volumes 1 and 2. Rather, the recognized essence has the function of enabling us to comprehend the concrete phenomena, Grossman. Contrary to what economists assume, the author of the Critique of Political Economy did not simply continue Adam Smith and David Ricardo's theory of value, but formulated a critique of value. Marx criticized the shortcomings contained in their teachings, which prevented us from understanding the capitalist mode of production at all. In his reflections on the problem of value-price transformation, Grossman shows how the law of value retains its validity in capitalist relations only in an extremely mediated way and does not directly constitute prices, but rather the average profit rate of a uniform economic area, which expands nationally, regionally or globally depending on the prevailing political economic conditions. The average profit rate, which depends on the value of goods in the production sector, is also transferred to the trade and financial sector, as otherwise no profits could be made there. Similarly, large capital investments in different sectors generate approximately equal profits, even if the source of social wealth remains in production. The average profit rate in turn determines the production prices above which profitability must be generated and around which prices oscillate depending on the market situation. From this alone it follows that the argumentation of R. Luxemburg and her followers, as well as Hilferding and Otto Bauer, must have been flawed from the outset, since they undertook to demonstrate or negate the law of crisis on the basis of a scheme that only recognizes the sale of commodities at their value, i.e., according to Marx, the expression of a low stage of development, namely pre-capitalist commodity production. As Marx had anticipated, the crisis broke out on the Vienna Stock Exchange in the spring of 1873 during the World Exhibition, which was already a largely global economy at the time. In the capital of the Danube monarchy alone, 120 banks filed for bankruptcy. The events of May 9th dragged the global financial centers in New York and London into the abyss, along with their manufacturing economies. The after-effects of this founding crisis were felt until the end of the century. Politically, contrary to all revolutionary hopes, the hour of socialism did not strike, even though social democracy in Germany saw massive growth, even after the passing of Bismarck's socialist laws. Instead, The result was a global tendency to strengthen the protectionist state. The latter attempted to balance out class antagonisms through social legislation in a state interventionist manner and pushed imperialist efforts with the aim of bringing new and inexpensive workers under its influence and seizing resources in order to generate extra profits. In Germany and Austria, anti-Semitism also rose to the level of a mass movement. Many former 1848 revolutionaries, national liberals and non-Marxist socialists identified the financial sphere, from which the crisis apparently originated, with the Jews and, as Moishe Postwan describes in National Socialism and Anti-Semitism, launched an anti-capitalist attack. The production of goods by means of machines, technology and labor is regarded by them as timeless, natural, honest and good. The negative of society is understood only in the manifestation of its abstract dimension, as financial and interest-bearing capital. National Socialism, at the latest, radicalized this anti-capitalism into a revolt against the Jews. The overcoming of capitalism and its negative effects became. As Marx had anticipated, the crisis broke out on the Vienna Stock Exchange in the spring of 1873 during the World's Fair, which was already a largely global economy at the time. In the capital of the Danube monarchy alone, 120 banks filed for bankruptcy. The events of May 9 dragged the global financial centers in New York and London into the abyss, along with their manufacturing economies. The after-effects of this founding crisis were felt until the end of the century. Politically, contrary to all revolutionary hopes, the hour of socialism did not strike, even though social democracy in Germany saw massive growth, even after the passing of Bismarck's socialist laws. Instead, the result was a global tendency to strengthen the protectionist state. The latter attempted to balance out class antagonisms through social legislation in a state interventionist manner and pushed imperialist efforts with the aim of bringing new and inexpensive workers under its influence and seizing resources in order to generate extra profits. In Germany and Austria, anti-Semitism also rose to the level of a mass movement. Many former 1848 revolutionaries, national liberals and non-Marxist socialists identified the financial sphere, from which the crisis apparently originated, with the Jews and, as Moishe Postwan describes in National Socialism and Anti-Semitism, launched an anti-capitalist attack. The production of goods by means of machines, technology and labor is regarded by them as timeless, natural, honest and good. The negative of society is understood only in the manifestation of its abstract dimension, as financial and interest-bearing capital. National Socialism, at the latest, radicalized this anti-capitalism into a revolt against the Jews. Overcoming capitalism and its negative effects was equated with overcoming the Jews. No explanation was too flimsy for contemporary economists, as long as they believed that the crisis of 1873 was caused by external and accidental factors. This stemmed from their apologetic view of the capitalist mode of production, which they saw as both natural and timeless. In addition, they adhered to the more than erroneous harmonious assumption that every supply also found a demand, that individuals only behaved in the way they fantasized in their books. The bourgeois economists thus tried to present the shortcomings of the system as shortcomings that result from the human psyche, from the weakness of human foresight, and are therefore not rooted in the capitalist system, but in the character of human nature. A few decades later, the representatives of the Austrian school, who denied the crisis of 1873 and raved about the economic growth of the time, made it easiest for themselves. The monetarists, on the other hand, attributed the crisis to an apparent shortage of gold, which curtailed liquidity due to the gold peg and led to turbulence on the financial markets, which they believed were otherwise harmonious and crisis-free. The speculation and bubbles on the stock markets in 1873 were themselves a reaction to the declining profitability in the production sphere of the core economies of the time, in which the railroad boom ultimately turned out not to be a very profitable business, as the Marxist economist Michael Roberts analyzed in the Long Depression. Although the crisis became acute due to an international panic on the financial markets, the root cause lay in the productive sector of capitalist economies. Growth in industrial production declined due to a lack of capital investment. Capital investment collapsed because the profitability of capital fell in the early 1870s and remained at a low level until the mid-1890s. Under capitalism, production is not for needs, not even for profits, but for profits, which must be high enough to ensure the continued accumulation of capital. If profitability in the sphere of production falls, and this process cannot be halted by either direct or indirect wage cuts due to inflation following the price increase, capital owners look for new and profitable investment opportunities. They supposedly find these in the financial sphere, where masses of capital are flowing out. Ines Zottel takes note of this phenomenon, which can also currently be observed in the USA, with interested incredulity in Der Spiegel. The experts she quotes, such as Deutsche Bank analyst Jim Reed, are already warning of a similar situation to the bursting of the dot-com bubble. The market is partying like it's 1999. End quote. The S&P index, which comprises the 500 largest listed companies in the country, rose by 18% this year, while at the same time the profits of these companies plummeted by 9%. As company shares are only promises of future profits, but these must first be generated in the real economy. Although Spiegel is not aware of this, Zottel has a hunch about future expectations on the stock markets. This time, however, it's more about hopes. Optimism begets optimism. End quote. At the height of the 2008-2009 financial crisis, Queen Elizabeth II visited the renowned London School of Economics to find out why no one had predicted the events that had just taken place. Displeasure spread among the economists. Even the Queen questioned their abilities. The expert's reply in the form of a letter was disappointing. It had merely been a regrettable failure of the collective imagination of a great many clever people, Tim Besley, Peter Hennessy. For the heterodox economists who were marginalized at the universities, on the other hand, the reasons for the lack of understanding were obvious. But the realization that financial markets are not inherently stable, that instability is not caused solely by external disruptive factors, and that reflexive and emotional dynamics are the rule was only tentatively gaining acceptance in economics. The reasons for the crisis were to be found in the lack of morality of the financial players, who simply followed the logic of profit maximization, Woolweber, and granted subprime loans to low-income earners in an attempt to finance their own homes. Before 2005, the American housing market was booming. After the dot-com bubble burst, capital looked for new investment opportunities and found them in the real estate market. The lowering of taxes on profits and the increase in tax-free allowances made the real estate market attractive. Although mortgage loans grew 4 times faster than incomes, credit-financed private consumption normalized from the beginning of the 1980s, with the help of which employees sought to maintain their standard of living despite stagnating wages. Mortgages could therefore increasingly not be paid off from income, but only with the help of loans, which is not a problem as long as property prices are rising, assets exceed debts, and the creditworthiness of debtors is therefore considered secure by creditors. But already at the beginning of the millennium, profitability in the production sphere fell to such an extent that investments in technology and labor outstripped profits and the mass of profit shrank. Small companies were hit first, laying off workers due to huge losses and ceasing to invest and produce. This downward trend swept across the entire production sphere. Due to the loss of profits and income, the credit finance demand for real estate collapsed, and the loans previously taken out to purchase shares or real estate could no longer be repaid. The resulting slump in demand for real estate, which became apparent by 2005 at the latest, lowered its market value in many cases far below the amount of the mortgage loans and other loans to be repaid. As a result, more and more property owners were considered to be over-indebted, could no longer service their mortgages, and were unable to take out new loans. This led to massive loan defaults and set in motion what Joschka Woolweber presents as the cause of the crisis. Quote, as a result of the defaults, many small and medium-sized subprime lenders had to close or were taken over by other institutions such as Morgan Stanley, Merrill Lynch, Citigroup, Barclays, or Deutsche Bank. End quote. These loans, worth $100 billion, turned out to be bad debt, and the rating agencies downgraded the previously top-rated loans. A developing credit crunch spread globally and sent share prices plummeting. Banks that had previously made their profits privately had to be rescued by central banks and state funds. Even for Woolweber, there was no alternative reaction, as the continued existence of capitalism was at stake. But now it was a matter of returning the financial system to its actual function, the provision of credit and liquidity for the productive economy. The financial economy should become boring again, although it would be naive to believe that it would then be risk-free. At the same time, it is necessary to rethink the central bank's mandate, which is strongly focused on price stability and a narrow inflation target of 2%. Monetary policy should be more democratized. End quote. Democratization should be achieved by removing central banks from any democratic influence so that we can devote ourselves to the really important issues of our time, namely finding social, ecological, and sustainable answers to climate change. For the political economic eclectic Woolweber, who refers without contradiction to authors as diverse as Ernesto Laclau, Karl Marx, John Maynard Keynes, Max Weber, and Joseph Schumpeter, the cause of all evil lies in increasing financialization, because the financial crises of the last 40 years can be traced back to structural changes in the financial and economic system since the collapse of the Bretton Woods system and increasingly since the 1980s. This narrative, driven by preconceptions and ideology, explains the rise of the financial markets and neoliberalism, which arose from the failure of Fordism, as the cause of the economic stagnation that has persisted almost continuously for 50 years. Woolweber believes that this all began with the end of Bretton Woods, which failed not because of economic constraints but because the leading industrial nations were politically unwilling to accept short-term disadvantages in order to ensure a stable financial system. As a result, most industrialized countries have been close to recession for several years. For all underconsumption theorists, this is due to stagnating incomes, which have been shrinking in relation to gross national product since the 1970s. Quote, "Since purchasing power is not growing, but actually declining, this is leading to increasing household and corporate debt, with a simultaneous decline in demand." End quote. In reality, the growing inequality is a consequence of the crisis of the 1970s and 1980s. Roberts argues against this neo-Keynesian approach. It is the product of the successful attempt to increase profitability by lowering wages during the 1980s and 1990s. Even if political decisions are not an immediate expression of economic conditions, these nevertheless provide the framework within which politics operates. Fordism also increased the political scope for states to intervene in fiscal and social policy. Due to the preceding mass destruction and devaluation of capital in the Second World War, it found an economic starting point that enabled incredible growth rates in Western industrialized nations compared to today. The decline in growth from the end of the 1960s not only narrowed the scope for political action, but in the course of the 1970s even drove out the optimistic prospects for the future of those who had just been raving about the potential of socialism, only a short time later to embrace apocalyptic ecological ideologies of the imminent end of the world. However, the end of Bretton Woods was not only the result of political unwillingness, but also of two parallel economic developments. On the one hand, global growth rates had already collapsed, and on the other, the USA abandoned this system of fixed exchange rates as a reaction to the continuing economic rise of Western Europe and Japan, which increased the competitive pressure on American industry and had an unfavorable impact on America's global market position. The devaluation that resulted from the 1971 decision and the end of the fixed exchange rate system that followed shortly afterwards restored the competitiveness of the USA. End quote. As Fritz Bartel explains in his study on the decline of Fordism and state socialism, this led to a development that continues to have an impact today. The devaluation initially cut into the profits of oil producers because the oil trade was conducted in dollars. In order to recoup the lost profits, OPEC instrumentalized the political struggle against Israel and claimed to raise prices as punishment for Western support of the Jewish state. But the quadrupling of the price from $2.90 in mid-1973 to $11.65 at the end of the year showed above all the West's growing dependence on oil imports due to the immense expansion of production, which made it politically possible for developing countries to increase the value of their commodity in order to increase their own wealth. In the years 1974 to 1975, the West experienced the greatest economic slump since the Great Depression of 1929. The resulting stagflation refuted the hegemonic Keynesian models of the time, which assumed that economic cycles could be overcome through correct fiscal and monetary policy. However, this did nothing to counteract the collapse in economic growth and simultaneous inflation. Oil profits flowed into the largely unregulated eurodollar market and led to the rise of the financial markets. However, these did not seal the end of the post-war welfare state model and state socialism in the Eastern Bloc, but supported it by granting loans under economically unfavorable conditions until the early 1980s. Quote, "As long as the markets were convinced that the borrowed capital would be repaid on time and with interest, politics continued as before. Politicians could continue to promise their people prosperity, and the legitimacy of governments remained guaranteed. This meant that there was now a direct link between the promises that the government had made to its people and the capital markets that they used to finance them." Fritz Bartel, The Triumph of Broken Promises. It was not until the key interest rates were raised under Paul Volcker as chairman of the Federal Reserve that the financial flows ebbed away due to the rising cost of credit. Economically and politically, the neoliberal revolution prevailed in the West, disempowering trade unions, cutting social spending, wages and corporate taxes, and relocating industry to low-wage countries in order to participate in the growth rates in India and China with the help of globalization implemented through trade agreements. All these measures were aimed at restoring profitability, which was achieved at a low level in the leading economies until they collapsed again at the end of the 1990s. In retrospect, capital appreciation in the early 1980s proved to be too low. The USA recovered from the financial crisis from 2007 onwards much better than the European countries, but the world's most important economies have barely been able to grow for almost 15 years. This capitalist perestroika, as it was called by Soviet observers, could not be implemented in the real socialist states, as the reduction in prosperity, which was already lower than in the West, would have completely destroyed the basis for legitimacy. As a result, the Eastern Bloc, which was in the midst of an immense debt and profitability crisis, died a relatively bloodless death that could not be stopped even by cheap oil and gas exports from the Soviet Union. The decline of the Fordist model not only initiated the rise of neoliberalism, but also that of the alternative ecology movement, in which the New Left was almost completely absorbed. Both set out in different ways to solve the crisis of capitalism on its own terms from the 1970s onwards, and therefore developed many ideological similarities. At first, they put an end to the very idea of social progress or even socialism. Adaptation and renunciation in the name of ineluctable natural constraints are therefore naturally also on the agenda of the political left today in the face of a crisis-ridden economic development. This is also the case with the sociologist Philip Staub, who teaches at Humboldt University and who, in the face of climate-induced conflicts over self-preservation, has written a 200-page praise of adaptation, opportunism and protective technocracy and published it with the renowned Suhrkamp Verlag, which also has Theodore W. Adorno's writings in its program. In view of the approaching heat death, which is still accompanied by a scarcity of economic and social resources, it is necessary to dare less democracy within the framework of a strong and leading state, for which the pandemic crisis management was a dress rehearsal. Staub suddenly thinks himself into the shoes of capital, whose constraints he naturalizes in climate protection, and for whom the democratically articulated interests in prosperity and security are merely disruptive factors to be eliminated from an already stuttering accumulation of capital. Quote, this trust in science, articulated succinctly in the slogan "Listen to Science," and in the cooperation with the Association Scientists for Future, may be called naive or strategic. If you combine it with a central call for a strong leading state and try to understand it in terms of the desired effects, a separate vision of the political becomes visible, which ultimately aims to depoliticize climate protection-related issues. A positive concept of evidence-based technocracy can therefore be identified as the horizon of this critique, which is concerned with removing self-preservation issues from political conflict and thus from democratic deliberation. End quote. With the climate protection movement, Staub chose the favorite child of German-language media as the spearhead of this adaptive revolt, because the activists drew attention to something that everyone was already hearing every day from the channels of the state media. Staub reveals that their objective, under the impression of self-preservation problems for example, contains its own logic of the political. Their vanishing point is the model of a rational technocracy of survival. In these struggles for less democracy, prosperity, and self-realization, which for Staub, in a break with previous ideas, realistically elude the perspective of progress and emancipation, it is no longer about the question of how a fair distribution of ever more prosperity, rights, economic values, or individual freedoms can be achieved, but about how an amicable handling of fundamentally scarce resources, be it raw materials, other environmental goods, economic values, or subjective capacities, can be guaranteed. End of quote. In recent years, the climate-moving austerity program disguised as saving the world has replaced the progressive neoliberalism described by the U.S. philosopher Nancy Fraser with its diversity and acceptance program as the main point of reference for the left. However, these relatively adequate insights by Fraser from the 2010s have become outdated in the meantime, even if she rehashes them once again in her current book. They are not available without concessions to the left-wing zeitgeist. She counters the degrowth movement's ethic of renunciation, which is critical of growth, with a correct argument that it confuses the growth of value necessary for capitalism with the growth of social wealth, which is limited by capital itself. However, Fraser fails to recognize the ideological and power-affirmative character of this critique, which in Germany is mainly represented in the media by Ulrike Herrmann and, strangely enough, is even disseminated among Marxists through the works of Kohei Saito. Criticism of growth always celebrates happy holidays and becomes a mass phenomenon when capitalism is no longer growing properly, even by its own standards. On closer examination, the degrowth proposals turn out to be a regeneration of capital profits guaranteed by mass impoverishment and mass death, which is supposed to contribute to changing the organic composition of capital in the desired sense. Degrowth always aims to reduce technology and mechanization in the production process, which is accompanied by an increase in the scope and intensity of work. Today, this is proclaimed in the name of all-encompassing and supposedly anti-capitalist climate protection. Fraser, however, desperately wants to be part of this left-wing madness and therefore strives for a revision of Marx that leaves little more of him than his name. Because it does not take into account gender, race, ecology, and political power as structuring axes of inequality, the Marxian perspective should be combined with other emancipatory currents of critical theory formation: feminist, ecological, political, anti-imperialist, and anti-racist. End of quote. The suspicion that her remarks are an involuntary homage to Luxembourg is reinforced by the fact that her capitalism, too, cannot do without a non-capitalist outside, which she has to suck out of her fingers in view of today's world. As an ecologically motivated anti-imperialist, she is aware of the privileged position of white workers in the centers, whose standard of living has been falling for over 3 decades, but who are still lucky enough to be exploited. The others, i.e. minorities and oppressed peoples and of course nature, on the other hand, are being expropriated. The philosopher summarizes her theory by saying that capitalism is thus cannibalizing its own foundations. Our greatest hope is to once again build a counter-hegemonic bloc that is trans-ecological and anti-capitalist. Where exactly such a bloc should lead us also remains unclear. But if I had to give the goal a name, I would argue for eco-socialism. End of quote. Politically, this eco-socialist non-program is a complete failure, but it is suitable as an offer of integration for those who are hesitant about the political orientation of the almost entirely climate-moving left towards renunciation and the authoritarian state, but who are happy to be brought on board a counter-hegemonic bloc with Marxist-garnished anti-racist and anti-imperialist phrases. The White House in Washington is also making a fundamentally different sound from the climate movement. Instead of renunciation, they are relying on huge state subsidies for key industries, tax incentives for green production, higher wages, technological innovations, and higher corporate taxes to escape stagnation. This new Washington consensus, described by critics as Trumpism with a human face, breaks with the promises of global free trade, at least ideologically, and calls on allies to convert national industries to green with state and international funds. Moreover, in the economic and political competition with China, the focus is now only on bilateral and regional agreements. Hoping for extra profits through a productivity advantage, independence from raw materials, and less interdependence with China, this new industrial economic policy in the spirit of green growth also breaks with neoliberal beliefs such as that the increasing wealth of a few is slowly spread throughout society and emphasizes the importance of growth in the sphere of production. According to Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor to Joe Biden, too many people believe that we have to choose between economic growth and achieving climate goals. But President Biden sees this completely differently. When he hears climate, he thinks of jobs. Quote, he believes that building an economy fit for the 21st century, based on clean energy, presents one of the greatest growth opportunities of the current century, but to seize it, America needs a thoughtful and decisive investment strategy that promotes innovation, lowers costs, and creates new jobs. End quote. Nevertheless, left-wing and heterodox economists are disappointed by Bidenomics. Instead of a big green state that intervenes directly in the economy, only the mechanisms of financialized neoliberalism, Daniela Gabor, would be used to advance Biden's project. Adam Tooze, on the other hand, who speaks of a little green state in this context, is less offended by the form than by the insufficient scope of the funding. Regardless of the form and scope of the economic stimulus package, which ultimately does not determine its success, the further fall in the rate of profit can theoretically be halted for a time by surplus profits in the new decarbonized energy sectors. The subsidy and credit-driven increase in the production of goods also increases the mass of profit and possibly counteracts the decline. However, profitability can only be restored by means of an acute crisis that massively devalues existing capital. However, due to the immensely advanced concentration of the group, there is no longer any willingness to simply let this happen. The German Spiegel is ambivalent about the American measures. The shrewd economist Michael Sauge argues against them as follows: as under Reagan, old debts create new debts, and one deficit feeds the other. Although this is true, the alternative to debt-covered investments, and the German model, which is based on saving and renunciation, shows this impressively, is simply a failure to invest, which leads to recession. This is why we read elsewhere, but in the same magazine, Germany is threatening to react to economic dangers with measures that will only make things worse, although this has already proved fatal in the days of the agenda. At a time when the Americans and others are investing a lot of money in making the economy climate neutral, local industries, better jobs, and less dependence on China. End quote. Unlike in the early 1980s, today capital is denied regeneration through the externalization of state-owned enterprises, lower corporate taxes, and social and wage cuts. Trapped between marginal growth rates and a recession, it drags itself along, creating, especially in Western Europe, not the revolutionary situation described by Grossman, which would first have to be subjectively grasped, but political conditions in which, for lack of an alternative, right-wing populist parties critical of the system are on the rise, openly articulating their discontent with the conditions and the ideologies they produce. In the case of Austria, the political-economic situation allows even a communist party to soar in regional elections and in a nationwide poll, as long as it refrains from using certain phraseology. Quote, "We are the 99%. We are being driven out of our neighborhoods because of rising rents. We are forced to choose between food and rent. We suffer from the exploitation of our planet. We work long and hard for little money and have no rights, if we have any work at all. We get nothing, while the 1% always seem to get everything. We are the 99%. It's time to show our colors. Be outraged. Show yourself. Let's show the world how many we are." End quote. This is the message of the Occupy movement. The strange ratio in percentages sounds bizarre and arbitrary. The first association that comes to mind is the ubiquitous X,99 pricing of any goods. The language of social protest seems to have entered into an unprecedented symbiosis with that of advertising. It is no coincidence that the Occupy concept was devised by a Canadian marketing professional. But the slogan is just as much an echo of another well-known percentage, reminding us that the invocation of numerical ratios also has a left-wing history. The formula, fondly repeated by everyone from Greenpeace to the growth critics of the more recent French decroissance movement, that 20% of the world's population consumed 80% of the world's resources, and that things could therefore not go on like this. Or one could think even further back, to the two-thirds society, the term used by social democrats to criticize the economic consequences of the intellectual and moral turnaround after the failure of the social liberal coalition in the Federal Republic of Germany. This means that progress has finally been made historically, from the two-thirds society via the 20 hours 80 minutes world to the 99:1 community. Looking back in fast motion, the series seems like a rapid drop in prices triggered by the pressure to succeed, and participation in the protest is indeed currently cheaper than ever before. At the same time, it shows the extent to which anti-capitalism is pushing of its own accord to mimetically and completely assimilate itself in all its forms of expression and thought to the very thing it claims to be fighting. The Social Democrats could not adhere to the other two-thirds thesis because it was a catastrophic scenario of social exclusion that only became reality under the red-green government, and they did not want to criticize themselves. But that was not the only thing that made the talk of a two-thirds society unpopular. Above all, its mistake was that it was based on the national framework of the welfare state in good social democratic fashion, and that in this scheme which stated and lamented that from then on only two-thirds of all Germans could be provided with relatively secure jobs, while the last third would be permanently excluded, a majority was called upon to feel responsible for the interests of a minority. The triumph of the ecological worldview, which imagined the economy as a system of cycles that had to be kept in balance, made the social democratic idea, which was still committed to the idea of progress, appear antiquated. In 1996, the best-selling book The Globalization Trap adopted the national two-thirds thesis and proclaimed the global 20 hours 80-minute society. Greenpeace magazine applauded in a review that such uncontrolled globalization leads to a 20 hours 80-minute society. 1/5 of society enjoys rising incomes, while the other 80% become increasingly poorer. The rich fifth must retreat into guarded ghettos to protect their wealth. What does all this have to do with environmental protection? A lot. The economic growth fueled by globalization will put a strain on the planet's natural resources like never before, and the 20 hours 80-minute society means an attack on the middle class. The middle class, however, is the class that politically supports the ideal of environmental protection and supports environmental organizations such as Greenpeace. Weakening it means weakening the environmental ideal. End of quote. The absurd but ideologically indispensable core motif that will also be adopted by the Occupy movement can already be heard here. The real victim of all the inscrutable global machinations is the middle class. They could only hate the social democratic two-thirds thesis. For them, the admonition not to forget the third that had been left behind meant nothing other than a threat to their prosperity and security. Inevitably, the strange ideological obfuscation tactic was used, which supposedly represents the cause of the poorest of the poor and yet only means itself. The 80:20 formula in conjunction with eco-ideology was the solution that for the first time allowed a majority to pass the buck to a minority. The only problem was that although a good majority had now been created, they themselves were not part of it, because by buying into the eco-ideology, the tormented middle class had also bought into the policy that claimed to be responsible for the entire globe. And from this perspective, The middle classes of the industrialized countries unfortunately knew only too well where they had to place themselves in the global 20 hours, 80 minutes ratio. Somehow they had to sneak out of the camp of the exploiters into the camp of the exploited, from the camp of the perpetrators into that of the victims. The 20 hours 80 minutes scheme corresponds historically to the moment when the middle classes declared their allegiance to the radical left with the help of eco-ideology, which until then had been rather alien to them. The success of ecology, which saw man as a pest of nature par excellence, coincided with a swelling post-colonial self-accusation of the white man. This self-accusation, although it still largely determines European discourse today, does not in reality want to leave it at that. In good Christian tradition, it puts on the robe of penitence. At the same time, it is obsessed with a nervous desire to put it on someone else, to find someone to blame who does not need to be oneself. Now the time has finally come. In the new version of Occupy, it is no longer a fifth of the world's society, but just a single percent that is reaping excessive profits and must feel guilty. The problems of the 80-20 version are thus seemingly solved. Everyone can claim to belong to the 99%, and the white man's provisional penitence robe can be taken off again with a clear conscience. But even in this latest version, a flaw will become apparent. Even if it is now clear to every supporter that they are not among the culprits themselves, but rather can count themselves among their victims with a clear conscience, many of the Occupy activists will have no peace of mind. Who the hell are they, the darklings of the evil 1%? All those who do business on the stock market? In the end, it's me again when I think about my shares at home, or if I don't have them, my insurance policies, my pension fund, my savings accounts. The ideological predecessor of Occupy was Attack, and with it the large group of globalization critics and the world social forums they organized. They have become quieter since their heyday in the early 2000s. The development from Attack to Occupy shows where the regression of thought is heading. Occupy is much less capable of a program in the true sense of the word than Attack, and even less capable of rationalization, even in the good sense of the term. One almost wishes for the old days of the altermondialists back, for whom it still seemed important to be left, and who, with holy seriousness, placed all their hopes in the introduction of a so-called Tobin tax. In the face of the barbaric regression of Occupy, which already clearly shows the threatening signs of the dissolution of the opposition between right and left that is essential for all anti-Semitic movements, and which quite naturally replaces the old, at least apparently rational, beliefs with the irresistible magic of the rally that no longer needs rationalization. What was then correctly recognized as the wrong thing now inevitably appears to the desperate gaze as the better thing. We were so outraged by the lies of left-wing identity, by the eternal, annoying, and self-satisfied counter-right-wing posturing. But it is quite conceivable that an Occupy activist, when asked to take part in one of the good old actions against the right, replied soberly, "Why? I'm not against the right at all, I'm against the parasites, the profiteers, the non-taxpayers who speculate with our money." Whether he would really still refer to the formula of the 99 against the 1%, it's hard to imagine. And so even this latest expression of anti-capitalist number magic proves to be a rationalization for the time being, and thus the last dam of ideology against the anti-Semitic frenzy. Numbers are too inconsequential, too abstract, you simply can't really imagine anything under 1%. The Western left was the heir to a secularized Christian consciousness whose longing was always the foundation of a community, and for which declarations of enmity were only the means to an end. That is why convinced leftists could always be put in a position of having to explain themselves by forcing them to justify their declarations of hostility. This distinguishes the left from the anti-Semitic movements, for which the reverse applies. The creation of community is only a means to the end of destroying the enemy. The vanguard of creating community by defining the enemy can still be recognized as a left-wing residue in the Occupy slogan, "We are the 99%. There is no direct mention of the 1%, even if it is still present in a negative sense. The left-wing movements carry with them the ambivalence of Christian consciousness. It constantly drives the determination of the enemy out of itself, even if at the same time it repeatedly shies away from it and tries to shroud it in a veil. In the inevitable dialectic of rationalization, the left drives its own destruction. It seems almost inconceivable that a further rationalization of the community foundation will be possible after the disintegration of the Occupy movement. After the 1%, only the even more concrete 0.2% can actually come, but when that time comes, the rationalizing potential of the anti-capitalist magic of numbers, which stems from the belief in the rationality of capital, will have been exhausted. Instead of talking about 0.2%, the proportion of Jews in the world population, rationalization will have been recognized as the last obstacle to the desired extermination.
Pure Paranoia?
Kali Lazan, the marketing professional from Vancouver mentioned at the beginning, inventor of the Occupy Wall Street concept, publisher of the chic anti-commercial magazine Adbusters, published a list of names of politicians and publicists he identified as neocons in his magazine back in 2004 under the heading Why Won't Anyone Say They Are Jewish? Lazen marked who he thought was a Jew on his arbitrarily compiled list with a black pencil squiggle in front of the name, and triumphantly announced that half of them are Jewish. But surely you can't declare all the many sincerely outraged people to be anti-Semites? Well, at least no one in the movement is protesting against anti-Semitism. Even the fact that Holocaust denier and Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan David Duke has declared his enthusiasm for Occupy doesn't really seem to worry anyone. It is foreseeable that the convulsions of Western anti-capitalism will have played their part in loosening the shackles of hatred of Israel in the West too, because that the community-destroying capitalists of Wall Street have anything to do with Israel is the rumor about the Jews that all anti-capitalists today like to share in order to avoid any notion of capital. The movements caught up in the inevitable succession of euphoria and decay will not achieve anything, but they contribute to the disruption of bourgeois consciousness. They embody its own tendency to give in to anti-Semitism and to surrender Israel to the mania of annihilation. Before the current crisis, the image of casino capitalism was probably the most frequently used slogan of anti-capitalism, impressive proof of how little was understood of the capital relationship itself. In the crisis, everything gets a little cheaper and even worse. The article Rating braucht Regeln, Rating Needs Rules, in the newspaper of the Austrian Trade Union Federation, is illustrated by a photo of a faceless man in a suit who is pulling the wool over the viewer's eyes by means of hat tricks. If there was pretty much everything wrong with the picture of the casino, it was a reference to the importance of chance. The croupier never really established himself as the enemy. But a trickster is needed to play the shell game. The banner of this allegory of the shell game reads, "In the dark, driving countries into an austerity frenzy." The article reports with astonishment and indignation that rating agencies are not, as one might think, offices or official bodies, and that the criteria according to which creditworthiness is assessed are by no means transparent. So the trade union itself actually wants to offer itself to capital as a rating agency, and the rhetorical question is asked, is a company creditworthy if it rationalizes many employees, or is it one that pays good wages and offers social benefits? The social character capable of asking such questions has only two motives: faith in the state, which is first and foremost the victim of tricksters, and ignorance of the basic facts of capitalist competition. An economic category such as credit is torn out of any economic context, and its function of yielding interest is turned into a general human question of trust. This fetishization is only the flip side of personalization. What is not understood becomes a character trait. The logo of the Europe-wide Stop Rating Agencies campaign also shows a stylized shell game. On the homepage of this initiative, which is supported by German trade unionists as well as the European Social Democratic Party, the European Greens and various NGOs, the same fetishizations are meticulously listed as facts. First and foremost, these are statements that only seek to identify the people behind the whole thing. For example, Fact 2, Warren Buffett is the most important owner of the Moody's agency. Under Fact 3, it is quite rightly stated that with Fitch there is already a European profit-oriented rating agency, but not without pointing out that this ultimately belongs to the billionaire Marc Ledrite de Lacquière, one of the richest people in France. The insight that large companies rarely belong to poor people is followed by similarly weighty ones. Quote, "He who pays, creates, and is rated." Rating agencies are paid by those companies that want to be assessed independently. This naturally puts the agencies in a dilemma. They are responsible for generating profits for their owners, while at the same time their profits come from the very companies whose securities they rate. End quote. This is nothing more than a tangible conflict of interest. But there is not a word about the contradictory history of this conflict. When the rating agencies were founded around 1900, investors who wanted to acquire background knowledge about the individual issuers of the securities, and soon also brief assessments of their creditworthiness, paid. This essentially only changed around 1970 and, like so much in the history of rating agencies, due to the crisis. At that time, the largest corporate bankruptcy in the USA to date occurred when the Penn Coastal Railroad unexpectedly went bankrupt. Investors were shocked and unsettled and also withheld their money from investments in other bonds. To get out of this credit crunch, the companies tried to improve their image with ratings and requested them from the agencies. The agencies in turn gladly accepted the new business and business model, especially as the cooperation with the issuers also meant that the information about individual companies and therefore the ratings became more accurate. The aim was to restore market confidence. The change in the business model should initially be seen as an objective, social process in the context of the crisis, i.e., in the context of the whole, and only then as a maneuver planned by the rating agencies. It is therefore hardly surprising that fanatical opponents of the shell game sneer that rating agencies did not foresee major bankruptcies. Of course, this can be proven with any number of examples, but it stems more from the fundamental problem of political economy as a whole than a science based on statistics. It is the attempt to use highly developed statistical and mathematical methods to make a social context manageable and controllable without asking the question of whether this is even possible and whether the nature of crises is not a component of this form of production as such. A form in which it can only ever be established in retrospect whether the money invested has proven itself as social wealth by flowing back to the starting point in increased quantities, and in which social dynamics are thus able to assert themselves. Just as a regulating law of nature violently asserts itself, such as the law of gravity when the house collapses over your head. No reasonable, compelling reason can be given ex ante for the capital invested to be utilized. It is only ex post that it becomes clear whether this has happened, leading investors to the witty saying that an investment is nothing more than a successful speculation. The irony of the story is that the rating agencies started out with the ambition of making investments safer, balancing out information gaps through greater transparency and thus avoiding or at least mitigating crises. A brief history of rating agencies could therefore be summarized with the saying, "The road to hell is paved with good intentions." They, which today are seen either as accelerators or outright causes of the crisis, saw themselves as reformers who wanted to make the financial market more rational and transparent, and were seen as such. On the eve of the 1929 crisis, Standard Statistics, the agency that would later merge with Poor's to become Standard & Poor's, argued in an advertisement, "Today you need not guess. History sometimes repeats itself, but not invariably." In 1719, there was practically no way of finding out the facts about the Mississippi venture. How different the position of the investor in 1929. End of quote. Mississippi venture here refers to one of the biggest bubbles of the early days of capitalism, which had formed before 1720 as a result of speculation on shares in the Company du Mississippi, fueled by the French Royal Bank under the leadership of John Law. When their returns fell short of expectations and more investors wanted to see their shares converted back into money, this bubble burst, almost costing John Law the management of the bank and the bank itself its existence. The idea of preventing such bad investments, seemingly caused by a lack of information, to create the transparency propagated by their critics today, was at the birth of the rating agencies. Even then, however, they were confronted with ridicule and resistance. John Moody, the founder of Moody's, recounts a meeting with what he calls an old Wall Street buccaneer, who accused him of naivety. "You young pipe dreamer, why throw away 10 years' experience learning the rules of the game? Why give the public all the facts regarding the corporations for the price of a book? You'll be showing them how to play safe and get rich, while you'll make nothing yourself. There won't be much inside knowledge left to work on, you'll be spoiling our game." End quote. Even if these are Moody's glorified memories, there are repeated references to the extent to which the agencies saw themselves as reformers and not infrequently gave free rein to their indignation about unethical bankers. Alongside the ridicule, there was also more tangible criticism of the ratings, particularly from poorly rated issuers who sued for defamation and credit damage and against whom the agencies first had to defend themselves in a series of lawsuits in U.S. courts. The decisions recognized that they had a qualified privilege on the basis of freedom of speech, which allowed for exceptions to the offense of defamation in the case of socially useful information. Thus, by the 1920s at the latest, the agencies had become established institutions which, equipped with positivist confidence in the latest statistical methods, had set out to ensure transparency in the financial world, prevent speculation based on insider knowledge, and prevent crises through realistic, fact-based assessments. Of course, the crisis of 1929, contrary to some claims by rating agencies, was by no means foreseen. It was only when the panic was already raging on the markets that they began to lower the corresponding ratings, which may even lead economic historians to realize that these agencies are also merely interpreters of a changing economic cycle to which they react, only somewhat more quickly than economic historians. Quote, "Strikingly, we find that the procyclicality of ratings often emphasized in modern times is also a characteristic feature of their early experience at a time when the agency's business model was quite different from what it is now." End quote. In the early 1930s, this failure in forecasting already attracted critics and led Standard Statistics to publish a defense brochure. In it, Standard cited its success to date. It had not become one of the largest companies because of false information. This reasoning, however tenuous, was entirely consistent with the intentions of the U.S. government authorities in trying to control the crisis and minimize the risks of speculative lending by banks. so that the rating agencies were accordingly incorporated into the legal regulation of the market. In 1931, the United States Treasury Department, through the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, issued regulations governing the maintenance of loans in the accounts of banks belonging to the Federal Reserve System. Only those loans that had been given a non-speculative rating by rating agencies were allowed to have their purchase price on the books. Below that, haircuts were due. With this emergency measure, which was intended to stabilize the banking system by making speculation less attractive, the state strengthened the position of the rating agencies immensely, as they were now enshrined in law. However, this upgrading of the agencies was not based on a clever strategy, but on the state's attempt to contain the crisis. This favorable starting point was naturally exploited to divide up as much of the ratings market as possible among a small number of competitors. This was repeated in certain respects in the 1970s. After the best-known agencies had been awarded the government's National Recognized Statistical Rating Organization seal of approval in 1975, and a list had thus been drawn up that determined which of them could be used by the banking supervisory authorities to rate banks' portfolios, the three companies that are still well known today, Standard & Poor's, Moody's and Fitch, soon emerged. They then also played a preferred role in all other regulations that were to regulate the credit and banking sector, such as the Basel Accords. Oligopolies are always susceptible to corruption and conducive to racketeering, but this is by no means a phenomenon that only occurs here. Anyone who wants to recognize a Machiavellian plan to dominate the world and, on the other hand, conjures up a state freed from rating agencies, is only trying to avoid Marx's insight that no kind of banking legislation can put aside the crisis. Rolled out to the length of a book and provided with an abundance of facts, such suspicions and incantations make up Werner Rudgmer's rating agencies. Here, too, the dramaturgy of the shell game is repeated. It is claimed, for example, that the somewhat inexperienced President Gerald Ford was ripped off during the re-regulation at the beginning of the 1970s because he had no idea about finance and economics. This conjures up the image of a deliberate strategy that was conspiratorially implemented by the rating agencies. Ultimately, Rudgmer also sees the real existing states as part of Western capital power, but only through corruption. Never before have companies and banks distributed so many media prizes. Never before have so many lobbyists been sent out, universities founded and infiltrated, and politicians professionally ensnared and bribed as at present. By absolving himself of the accusation of conspiracy theory, we do not have to interpret this implied structure of capital power as the result of a conspiracy. Rudgmer propagates it most emphatically. There is no need to refer to the well-known paranoid Erhard Wisniewski, which Rudgmer nevertheless does not disdain elsewhere. The conspiracy theories are already contained in the wishful thinking that loans can be good in the long term and also repayable for the borrowers and at the same time good for the community in the long term, if only all the disruptive actors disappeared, and because this is about the common good. Its realization also justifies measures whose repressive character the author leaves little doubt about. It is part of the core of the critique of political economy, as practiced by Marx, to distinguish in principle between the physical person of the actor and his function in the process of the utilization of value, so that the elimination of the person by no means eliminates the process that makes it function. The standpoint of Marx's critique is less able than any other to make the individual responsible for the conditions of which he remains a social creature, however much he may subjectively rise above them. Rating specialist Rudgmer explicitly opposes this idea and calls for rating capitalists to be targeted as capitalized persons, i.e., as the embodiment of an irresponsibility that is actually practiced by society as a whole. Against these capitalized persons, namely, the principle of personal responsibility that applies to all other areas of society, at least in theory and by law, should be brought to bear. Once in a rage, the author's choice of words reveals the authoritarian longing that drives him. There are certainly reasons to clean up the current governments and politicians with a hard broom. They are corrupt. However, the autocrats, as Rudgmer describes the expert governments that were appointed during the crisis in Italy, for example, are precisely not suitable for ending corruption. Others must take up the hard broom. Rudgmer prefers not to say what this great purge by the anti-capitalist mob should look like in concrete terms. But at the end, he makes it clear in a resentful, commanding tone how much his need for punishment is directed against very specific forms of bourgeois traffic, such as individual rights, and in the name of human rights. Quote, concluding remark, anyone who permanently and consciously places themselves outside of democracy and human rights has forfeited the right to have a say in how we deal with them. End quote. The projected popular movement is thus no longer shackled. Since reflection on one's own powerlessness in the face of social conditions is consciously averted, this powerlessness is reflected in fantasies of omnipotence and annihilation that are just waiting to be put into practice. Crisis. By the fall of 2008, This term had lost much of the dark allure it had possessed in the first few years after the collapse of real existing socialism. The fear that had gripped the non-fiction reading class, that the sinecures or at least securities guaranteed by the People's State could soon be gone in the West too, subsided when it became clear that this time it would primarily affect the hopeless young people of the suburbs and the zone. Robert Kurz's crisis eschatology, which had made it into the Spiegel charts, faded into obscurity the more readers realized that they had mistaken the permanent ailing of the German model for the end of the world, and that the erosion of this model could well be prolonged, at least as long as flourishing exports will compensate for the weak domestic purchasing power, which is due to the ever-increasing exclusion of entire segments of the population. This is a chronic weakness in purchasing power, which cannot be countered with wage increases precisely because it results primarily from immense dead costs that lie on net wages, with the inevitable consequence of millions of people being excluded from regular employment. This very specific crisis of the German and also the French model, i.e. the crisis of a statist model of crisis prevention, plays just as little a role in the Marxist crisis debates that have now flared up again as it did in the last crisis cycle. The German ideology of all-encompassing state regulation by the labor front or collective bargaining parties, keyword self-administration of pension, health and social insurance schemes, is sacrosanct, especially among those who now want to score political points with the crisis, so that even fundamental critics do not think of addressing this regulation when they talk about crisis. The old left-wing German disease of becoming principled where the difference matters, and conversely wanting to differentiate where the principle is concerned, is also rampant here. Instead of taking analytical account of the special circumstances, which Marx never tired of pointing out in Capital, then as now, the utmost was immediately applied, the melting substance of value, or the final blockade of exploitation, still allow us to dream of medium to long-term prospects of overcoming. In order to maintain this illusion, we must not look too closely, and instead of analyzing the permanent crisis, and its exacerbations, of the racket state of permanent crisis prevention, we prefer to rant about an ecologically greened crisis of humanity, as a certain Julian Beerworth did for Croesus. Quote, a system crisis in this sense could therefore certainly be described as a fundamental crisis. Social institutions and ideas would be affected not only in the area of economics, but far beyond that. The way out of this crisis would then not be a carefully planned form of politics, with which the whole thing could then be organized a little more efficiently and a little more socially. Instead, humanity is faced with the choice between emancipation and barbarism. In this sense, the systemic crisis also harbors the danger of mutating into an even more profound crisis of humanity. End quote. The fact that the choice between emancipation and barbarism in the form of the People's State has long since been decided, and that any resulting idea of overcoming the crisis will necessarily be as panicky as it is authoritarian, does not come into focus where the crucial fact is denied that what is sold as emancipation holds even worse barbarism in store, and that borders on the reprehensible, because the desire that the crisis is actualizing is not one for change. Rather, it is the desire for harmony, for clear order and the final abolition of freedom, or rather its still existing surrogates, which are therefore as necessary as the air we breathe. The authoritarian longing for the abolition of crisis, on the other hand, is a fundamentally eliminatory desire. This desire ultimately seeks its fulfillment only within the framework of an apparatus of crisis prevention that is going mad in itself. The permanence of the crisis of the authoritarian state is precisely the opposite of the cyclical crisis of the high bourgeois era. If this cyclical crisis disturbed a liberal individual who believed in the free play of forces and the resulting common good, the permanent crisis has the collective of anti-liberal state worshippers searching for the troublemakers. They are looking for the spirit that always denies and want to render it harmless. This is the basic trait of crisis awareness, which should neither be used nor even demanded or promoted, but rather be the subject of criticism. And not only in Venezuela, where we can clearly see that the crisis of the authoritarian state ultimately always leads to the devastation of synagogues and that the Jews must ultimately, that is, when the conceptual shells such as speculator, grasshopper, imperialist have become transparent, still embody the antagonist of the People's State, whether they like it or not. This necessary connection between the actually existing crisis consciousness and anti-Semitism does not seem to be comprehensible to the uninfluential left-wing radicals, who under normal circumstances hardly ever bring their hard-won knowledge to the public, even if the crisis does not deny it completely, but only plays it down. Every tirade against the locusts and every hymn of praise for state intervention always leads the revolutionaries on the siding to expect the miraculous resurrection of the revolutionary proletariat, or at least the appearance of a suitable successor. These left-wing radicals are still hoping for the crisis in the same way that many Germans once hoped for the Führer's miracle weapons, with a mixture of vindictiveness against a world that does not want to be modeled on their own ideas and the credo quo absurdum that an apocalyptic purification could take hold of the masses and sweep them up in their wake. You can sense the tense anticipation and hectic activity when you read how a major demonstration is being prepared under the slogan, "We won't pay for your crisis." According to Jungle World on January 22, 2009, a social struggles group initiated by the Alliance of Trade Unions, ATTACK, the interventionist left and various other groups is getting down to business. The big demonstration with the aforementioned moronic motto was supposed to take place on March 28. The intervention window will not be open for much longer, which is why a crisis definition that can be communicated to the media is needed quickly, the organizers said. The somewhat smarter ones among those hoping to get back into the political business with a crisis are coming up with the overaccumulation thesis, while the more honest ones are focusing on the third way and creative capital, i.e. moderate capitalism with fair wages. Of course, those on the overproduction front are smarter and have paid more attention to the capital course. However, this also makes them less realistic than their moderate opponents. The friends of a rigid and inhibited capitalism may produce German ideology of distinction, but the stupidity it expresses has its rightful place in a stupid reality. After all, we are no longer dealing with capitalism, which was once boundless and overstepped every boundary, and which had its historical justification precisely when this boundlessness could have prepared the ground for an association of free people. But where only capital itself still represents its own limit and has remained in this state since around 1870, capital has become the real commonwealth instead of a social relationship, i.e. the de facto social nature. This politically arbitrary and socially stationary character of late capitalism has at least been noted quite affirmatively by the friends of the right measure. With this slogan, they reveal that they have a very practical idea of the way in which wages, or rather tariffs, are determined since the increasingly fixed character of capital replaced the law of value, mind you, not its value character, with the primacy of politics and thus gave the crisis a completely different meaning. But it is precisely this that is ignored by those who have stuck their noses into capital, but tend to forget that this work is a critique of political economy. And just as the road to ruin is usually paved with good intentions, so it is with Marx quotes in a Con Island text on the final crisis, which is used as an example. The authors quickly come to the conclusion that microelectronics is finally the productive force that sets the final limit to capitalism, a theory of crisis appropriate to today's conditions we read there. Has to focus on the melting away of the substance of value as a result of microelectronic rationalization processes. We have Marx as a witness to the resulting collapse. He himself said that as soon as labor in its immediate form has ceased to be the great source of wealth, labor time ceases and must cease to be the measure and therefore exchange value, the measure of use value. The surplus labor of the masses has ceased to be the condition of general wealth. Thus production resting on exchange value collapses. Those who have not heard the last shot should not speak of doomsday, one would like to say with such a short-sighted Marxian recourse. For it is impossible in principle to draw immediate political conclusions from the value form, an undertaking that is almost as nonsensical as trying to read the future from entrails. Furthermore, this crude expectation of crisis ignores significant special circumstances, as Marx always calls them, such as the fact that the expansion of the value share of constant capital in recent decades has been compensated for by its unimagined wealthification. This is because the now more effective mechatronic production process is also relatively cheaper than the former mechanical one. The fact that an exorbitantly growing transportation system has now ensured that regional and, even more so, global differences in living standards and production costs have been and are being used to reduce the costs of maintaining the collective of the superfluous, which we can all regard ourselves as without illusion, and will continue to do so, also remains unreflected. In other words, there has also been a cheapening of the maintenance costs of variable capital. Both are powerful factors that counteract the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. But these are not my main objections, because they also say nothing about the most important aspect of the crisis, the epochal change that capitalism underwent during the transition from the bourgeois to the statist phase. This transition describes the transformation of the crisis as an initially cyclical objection to the law of value, as the despotic governor of historical reason, into a permanent state of political irrationality of potentially murderous proportions. You can see this for yourself every day, especially in Eastern Germany, but the crisis theorist thinks he can reassure himself with Marx and quotes from Capital. The capital relationship thus collapses due to internal contradictions. The true barrier to capitalist production is capital itself, is this, that capital and its self-exploitation appear as the starting point and end point, as the motive and purpose of production. However, this point in time, at which capital and its self-exploitation are purpose and motive, alpha and omega, is by no means the moment of the final collapse, but rather the definition that has been valid for late capitalism for almost 140 years. Because at a certain point capital can no longer tolerate the crisis as an objection of reason, can no longer do so economically, and at the same time no longer has to politically, at the moment when we enter the era of the interventionist state, which is not the highest aspiration of the labor movement for nothing, capital emancipates itself from itself, becomes tautological to the point of organized anti-capitalism, value, which has constituted itself into a real commonwealth at the price of itself, i.e. the function of abstract mediation and equalization beyond individual arbitrariness, tautologically sets as its use value everything that benefits its posthumous self-preservation. Capitalism preserves itself posthumously, i.e. after its logical death, and that means as something other than what it was before, albeit still with money and law. It may not have suspended its contradictions, but it has had an enlightening effect. Capital no longer appears as a fragmentary struggle of individuals, but as a real commonwealth, and thus as a comprehensive, seemingly objective principle of regulation, embodied in the institutions of the people-state. Crisis phenomena can now only be sabotage, and occasionally shrinking margins tickle the desire to hunt down the saboteurs, who resemble caricatures of the liberal era of capitalism for a reason. Only a modern-style German welfare state could thus lapse into the idea of a final solution. 2 world wars and a Shoah later, it should be self-evident to recognize this change in the function of crisis. But, as we have seen, it is not. Some have reinterpreted the corresponding insight to mean that the end of liberal capitalism would mean authoritarian harmony. Critical theory rather points out that the crises have lost their character as an objection of reason. In 1873, Marx still hoped for the crisis in the preface to Capital, that the coming founding crisis would, through the all-sidedness of its scene, as well as the intensity of its effect, even instill dialectics in the lucky ones of the new Holy Prussian-German Empire. A vain hope even then. Since then, the crisis has overtaken rulers, and the ruled like drought or other natural phenomena overtook the ancients, but with the difference that, unlike the ancients, they really do occur without any necessity, but also provoke panicked incantations and banishing rituals. The flourishing of esotericism throughout the 20th century is probably due to this kind of self-emasculation. It is the necessary side effect of what is often referred to as de-ideologization. It sets in precisely where capital, as in Marx's previously cited prognosis, has cashed in on any overarching purpose and set itself as the end and goal, or to put it philosophically, where the particular becomes total, the untrue becomes the whole, or more simply, the imbecile becomes the unquestionable. The continued existence of capital beyond its logical death deprives labor of any transcending meaning. It is just as superfluous as politically organized capital as a real community, and just as compelling. Port aptly noted, in the modern job creation and crisis management programs, through which the capitalist economy emancipates itself from the law of value, which would destroy it, labor is reduced to its trivial use value. The arbitrariness of the rulers who order it turns it into slave labor. Crisis is no longer the moment at which one could recognize that another unintended purpose could be inherent in capital, namely the development of generic forces that come into conflict with the limitations of their capital form of existence. Rather, crisis is the permanent state of capital when it has unfolded into a system of seemingly objective self-purposefulness. Its internal logical contradictions are by no means resolved, but they degenerate, as I said, into a kind of natural process whose attempts at taming take place in an equally naturally rampant bureaucratic state of nature. It was this state of nature, towards which the crisis prevention state with its sheer boundless bureaucratization inevitably developed, to which Horkheimer's reflections on the authoritarian state were directed. It is therefore not the abolition of the crisis by the state, as some critics reproachfully assumed, that is the subject of critical theory, but rather its perpetuation by the state of rackets. Crisis theory would therefore have to be fundamentally a critique of the state, namely a critique of a very specific state, that of the social mandate, that of balancing interest groups, a critique of the particularly well-meaning state, the state of permanent crisis prevention, because it is the counter-sovereign, as Manfred Dahlmann has described it, or with the same intention Gerhard Scheidt as the modern behemoth. Max Horkheimer described this counter-sovereign as the authoritarian state, which regulates the development of the productive forces as far as possible and segregates the owners of labor power, who have sunk from being the providers of the ruling classes to being the objects of the ruling cliques. Horkheimer defines this state, which emerges from the dark alliance of Bismarck and Lassalle, as well as from the continuity from Robespierre to Louis Bonaparte, as follows: the state remains absurd. Admittedly, the shackling of the productive forces is from now on understood as a condition of domination and exercised with consciousness. The fact that it differentiates economically between the classes of the ruled, be it between commoners and skilled workers or the sexes or the races, is part of the catechism of the authoritarian art of governing. In essence, this dubious art consists of transferring what the market once more or less blindly took care of into the political calculations of a state that, far removed from Max Weber's idea of a Prussian-style puritanical and rigid enforcement apparatus, instead pursues the integration of and balancing between interest groups, at least insofar as it depends on their support and whose functionaries and clientele it must therefore provide for. Bismarck himself gave the extremely instructive justification for the introduction of statutory health insurance in 1883, which, however, could only really develop its nature when it became an apparatus of clique care by the state for primarily trade union, but also other association functionaries, especially after the First World War in the course of so-called self-administration. In retrospect, Bismarck said, "My idea was to win over the working classes, or should I say to bribe them to regard the state as a social institution that exists for their sake and wants to provide for their welfare. Those who are excluded from these working classes pay the bill." Today, the segregating nature of crisis prevention in the racket state is more evident than at any time since 1945, through the exclusion of those who did not enter the gross, not net high-wage machinery in time, or by forgoing their youth and agonizing job castings, internships. The absurd contradiction of financing the cash register systems through so-called non-wage labor costs is progressing dynamically and inexorably. The fewer such jobs that can still be financed, the more expensive the remaining ones become. The more expensive they become, the fewer there are as a result, the more expensive the remaining ones become, and so on and so forth. This vicious circle is therefore unstoppable, not because advertising materials are dwindling, but because the current form of posthumous self-preservation of capitalism relies precisely on the cooperation of semi-governmental rackets such as trade unions and employers' associations. These in turn finance themselves and their apparatuses precisely through the system in which state-enforced contributions flow into the self-administration of the health insurance funds. The consequences are clearly visible and affect, at least indirectly, almost everyone. Over the years, the volume of flexible temporary and agency work has increased in regions that are still prospering in terms of exports, and thus the only labor force that is actually still i.e. variable. The number of economically stillborn young people in the regions left behind, young people who never get the chance to free themselves from the alimentación of the state, family and ethnic rackets, and who either get stuck in the staged second and third labor market and or sink straight into the ghetto and uncle economy, has risen perhaps even more steeply. In some districts of the now deindustrialized Berlin, every second person under the age of 30 is condemned to such a zombie existence. But this is not a topic for crisis theory, even though everyday life is determined by this form of crisis management. All research into youth sociology in recent years has shown that two completely divergent tendencies dominate. There are the bores, i.e. the better-off part of the up-and-coming generation, who are so bland because they are desperately struggling to achieve quasi-public employment according to old German employment contract law, and to this end stumble from one club to the next course and into internships during the vacations. On the other hand, there are the forgotten ones, who are only able to reenact the everyday life of grammar school pupils in TV casting dreams and otherwise simply fall out of the accepted world and literally fall into neglect in the heart of darkness, but even in their gangs still imitate the recipes of those in power, without realizing it. For it is also cliques that set this absurd, highly crisis-ridden system of crisis prevention in motion and that prey on it. Cliques are the genuine organizational form of the bureaucratic state of nature. They correspond roughly to the packs of the first nature and stand in marked contrast to the individual in the emerging phase of capitalism. It is no coincidence that Horkheimer saw the clique as the central sociological term for today's society, a term that essentially corresponds to the racket used earlier. Elsewhere in his later writings, he also explained why: because the system of organized capitalism, which is precisely about no longer subordinating itself to the objective regulation of exchange between individuals in order to no longer have to realize its profit, but rather to be able to organize it, because this system thus reproduces the feudal structures of territorial control, restricted access, violence, and customary law on a new scale. Modern associations differ from the traditional Camorra in their means, but not in their structures. The economic process brought about the concentration of power in the hands of monopolies, today in a number of rackets in the various industrial, professional, and political strata, Horkheimer states dryly. In today's German crisis management, which is organized in a system of funds, primarily in the pension and social security funds, these rackets are hidden behind the inconspicuous word self-administration. For a long time, elected representatives of the insured, mainly trade unionists, have been managing the approximately 200 billion euros in pension contributions each year, as the German pension insurance homepage reveals. They govern their pension insurance provider, it continues. In the meantime, almost a third of the tax money flows into this apparatus, just so that the racket structures, which are legitimized solely by wage contribution financing, do not have to be touched. It is no different with the Federal Employment Agency. 98,000 employees manage a budget volume of €43.7 billion in 2007. The administrative board and administrative committees are primarily staffed by trade unionists and secondarily by representatives of employers' associations. It is therefore quite clear why the catastrophic system of contribution financing is not publicly questioned, and certainly not from the left. But the fact that the critics are so uninterested in how it is sealing itself off from the labor market with tooth and claw is remarkable. Of all Western countries, France has the highest youth unemployment and Germany the highest for low-skilled workers. To live under these totally cartelized conditions, but at the same time to completely ignore them, and on top of that, to pretend that we are not on the terrain of political economy, but in the field of pure arithmetic operations without disturbing boundary conditions, is as misguided as it is cowardly. The crisis as we are experiencing it is a crisis of crisis prevention. The rackets that this system has produced should be attacked, and they are of course doing their utmost to conceal and defend their role, counting as a matter of course on the anti-Semitic effect of the masses, to whom a few locusts are held up. What is particularly exasperating, however, is that the victims of this system are not practicing any practical criticism of the state and are starting with the so-called self-governing pension and social insurance schemes, which are responsible for millions of people thrown onto the human garbage heap. Instead, quite a few of them bleat, "All Judd must die" in German city centers, and if they do, vote for their own slaughterers like stupid calves, Social Democracy and the Left Party. The losers, on the other hand, who see themselves as Aryan, immediately back those who once again at least hint at the transition from crisis prevention to elimination. The young Austrian voters have probably left few questions unanswered in this respect. First and foremost, this is the crisis that has been going on for 150 years, that those who fear it so much can only imagine and want one alternative, between social democratic crisis prevention or radical fascist crisis elimination. There is no third alternative in Germany. Unlike today, the so-called little man was considered untouchable in the post-Nazi 50s and 60s. His world was glorified as a sphere of sincerity, uneducated common sense and honesty, and his motto can be found right at the beginning of Hans Fallada's novel Little Man, What Now? 1932, "They do what they want with us, little people." Because what characterizes my man above all else, beyond his bad luck, little influence and meager pay for his endless toil, is the awareness that the world is hostile to him and that it is others who are denying him happiness. The entire repertoire of this social character is condensed in the life and work of Heinz Rühmann, one of the most popular Germans of the 20th century, who embodied the pipe dreams of the German white-collar soul like no other and whose films contributed to the gymnastics of the soul in the Reconstruction years. Enzensberger's poem had such a lasting effect that more than 20 years later the magazine Literatur Konkret wrote, "Enzensberger's elitist mockery of little people made me completely furious." 2 decades later, this elitist upper-class arrogance, Frankfurter Rundschau, April 12, 2003, was still considered an annoyance. The little man still exists today. As soon as there is a crisis, grown-up people quickly turn into scolding little men, whereupon talk shows, editorials and parliaments discuss in a depressed mood how to treat the concerns of this chronically ailing group of people. One countermeasure is to simply listen to the worried. The result is that people who are otherwise never seen appear on talk shows or on the stages of SPD justice conferences and are supposed to represent the voice of the people. The purpose of these ridiculous productions is to reassure the people that ordinary people also count, although they always seem a little out of place in their media role as valiantly struggling misfortunes from real life between camera-compatible professional politicians and television presenters, who address them as if they were dealing with severely impaired people. There is always a great deal of quiet contempt in the agonizingly compassionate paternalism that is directed at them. Because there are angry citizens who won't nod their heads even if they are given a little care, the tone in dealing with ordinary people has become harsher. Silent contempt has long since been joined by open contempt. Enzensberger's poem would no longer irritate or even upset anyone today. On the contrary, anyone who insults or ridicules ordinary workers, employees, or the economically disadvantaged, who in the opinion of the ruling circles lack the necessary will for renewal, does not get a rebuke for their arrogance, but plenty of applause from the mobilized decent Germans. The AfD's electoral successes have changed everything in the heartland of the little man. In the course of the permanent campaign for a Germany to be renewed, for which refugees have primarily been instrumentalized since the year before last, the appeal has gone out to everyone: join in or you're out. The widely circulated accusation of populism is the preferred tool of those modernization ideologues who, in the absence of good arguments, denounce anyone who doesn't want to join in the new German awakening as a backward troublemaker with the worst of intentions. Anyone who sees Islam not as an enrichment but as a threat or who refuses to accept the socio-economic retribalization of society is just as much a populist as those who bleat against foreigners. And according to Martin Schulz, the current beacon of hope for German social democracy, finely chiseled arguments are no longer enough to combat the destroyers, but rather, a rough wedge sometimes needs a rough wedge, so Deutsche Zeitung, May 1, 2017. Rough wedges are also used against the American wrong voters, who, it was said from all corners, are uneducated, white and from the country, stern, and to make matters worse, pitiable and proud of it, Zeit. The victory of the horror clowns, Taz, also brought German cultural workers to unexpectedly gloomy conclusions. Brexit and Trump were elected by old white men. Democracy can sometimes be a bitch. End of quote. What sounds like a mixture of critical whiteness, social studies lessons, and YouPorn in Jan Joseph Liefer's attempt at youthful vitalism is a little more dramatic elsewhere. Trump is the forerunner of a new authoritarian and chauvinistic international. He is also a warning to us. FAZ, September 11, 2016. After all, we know all about futile warnings. It's bad enough that Hitler has screwed them before, but this time no one can talk their way out of it, because Andreas Schwarzkopf in the Frankfurter Rundschau, September 11, 2016, has informed everyone in good time about what is about to happen. It's about this culture war. And don't tell anyone they didn't know anything. End of quote. Professor of Politics Herfried Münkler should not be left out of the German Haberfeld hustle and bustle. On Deutschlandfunk Radio, he explained what he believes is the reason why the offended prefer to follow the populists rather than applaud the completely irrational behavioral impositions that he and his clique stand for. Quote, "There are large sections of the people who are not particularly well informed, don't make any effort, but believe they know all the better exactly what the case is. So they are stupid." End quote. Münkler, as one of the leading representatives of his field, would not have been invited to the interview simply for vilifying the uninformed. His area of responsibility includes not only expert opinions on the state of popular stupidity, but also questions of political leadership. Quote, Niccolò Machiavelli, who I once studied very intensively, says, "Well, the mob only ever follows appearances anyway." You can now find that confirmed. But for Machiavelli, this is not something from which he concludes that we must despise the mob, but that we must therefore make clever policies so that appearances do not play against us, but play for us. End quote. What saddens him least of all when he talks about appropriate strategies of rule are social conditions that are such that large sections of the population actually mutate into the rabble. His abuse of the people is by no means a sign of a welcome renunciation of the alliance between the mob and the elite, which has always been very popular among German educated citizens. It is merely an expression of elite arrogance, the bearers of which are largely exempt from consideration for the sensitivities of those who are being abused. His colleague from the philosophy department, Dieter Thoma, has also recognized the market niche of the rabble and recently published a 700-page book entitled Pure Robustus, A Philosophy of the Troublemaker. He comes to very similar conclusions. Quote, "If the action model of the lumpen proletariat becomes a bourgeois mass phenomenon, then this means nothing other than that the fringes of society, where the egocentric troublemakers hang out, are swelling. Figuratively, we can imagine that these margins expand until the center of society is completely absorbed by the margins and wiped out. When this state is reached, Machiavelli's diagnosis, there is only rabble in the world, and Nietzsche's, everything is rabble-rousing, will have come true." End of quote. The seemingly apocalyptic fear of being wiped out by the rabble seems to be very similar to the rabble's fear of being wiped out by strangers. However, the problem that the Thomas and Münklers have with the rebellious masses is not that they are narrow-minded, but that they are too lazy. It is only logical that like-minded Posener gets to the heart of what the German culture-bearers dislike about those who have fallen out. Quote, "They are the vanguard of the revolution against the high achievers." Welt Online, July 23, 2016. And because the enemies of the underachievers are threatening to run out of ways to influence them, the anger at the pack, who are beginning to snub the self-appointed elites with their voting behavior, is becoming increasingly frenzied. When talking about the milieus that are inclined towards the AfD, it is important to point out their deformed language, provinciality, and lack of taste. If they can't be brought into line, they at least enjoy the stammering problem citizens. The more dilapidated the clothing, the more impotent the rage, and the higher the celebrity status of the opponent in focus, the more the populism critic is tempted to go on an uninhibited rampage. Highlighting the aesthetic flaws of politically disagreeable people fits in well as an amusement at a time when entertainment programs are particularly popular. in which it is all about the joy of humiliating those who are already degraded. What the ordinary consumer of private television sees in the washed-up celebrity who allows himself to be sadistically bullied in the jungle camp for money and attention, the educated consumer sees in the political backwoodsman presented as cannon fodder by state anti-fascist student humorists such as Oliver Welke or Jan Bomerman. At the forefront of the fight against populism are people who, in the words of Ulf Postjart, are always making an honest effort to become better, more industrious, more innovative, freer, more open, gayer, more multicultural. Die Welt, January 16, 2017. This habitus, which is condensed in the new German patriotism against authoritarian uptightness and nationalistic stink, has long been suitable as an additional professional qualification in the modernized world of work. With the dissolution of boundaries between the political, private, and professional spheres, demonstrative political correctness and the contribution demanded of the individual to what Germans credit as a special responsibility have become an everyday religion. The omnipresent avowal against racism, sexism or nationalism and the ability to never use the right words and to use others for them greatly increase the sales value of one's own labor. The progressive gesture against everything authoritarian is in line with the imperatives of the new world of work. The qualities that were once commonly ascribed to the little man, such as discipline, orderliness or perseverance, are seen as obstacles to productivity in the flexibilized world of work. Internalizing the values with which the Merkel government is trying to make global policy is useful on the labor market and also creates the feeling of not only being one of the good guys, but also of being up to date and constantly doing something incredibly important, which helps to reinterpret even the lousy cheap job in the inner-city copy store with organic coffee as a social privilege. In the absence of an actual special position, the privileged, who would like to be elite, need to permanently distinguish themselves from the uneducated provincial idiots by upholding non-economic values. Differentiation on the basis of economic categories is hardly possible anymore because the living conditions of the spasmodically correct are often even more precarious than those of the politically incorrect. Where prestige and income fail as status symbols, the desire for the substitute satisfaction of not only tolerating cultural, religious, and sexual diversity, but also celebrating it grows, as the ideal typical new German Caroline Emke put it in her acceptance speech when she received the Peace Prize of the German book trade. Her understanding of politics makes it clear that democracy not only requires you to be in a good mood because of the religious views and sexual practices of others, but also to be so disposed that you can endure your environment even if it comes across as an ongoing therapy circle. Quote, "A free, secular, democratic society is something we have to learn. Again and again. By listening to each other. By thinking about each other. By speaking and acting together." End of quote. No one should escape this psychological terror. Quote, "Pastors, entrepreneurs or officers, pensioners and students, everyone is important in telling a story in which everyone is addressed and visible. Parents and grandparents stand up for this, educators and teachers in kindergartens and schools work on it, police officers and social workers as well as club owners and bouncers count." End of quote. There are extra individual reasons why the whims that Emke celebrates are also rewarded. The politicization of everyday life, for which this list of professional groups that are all supposed to participate in the great address and visualization, stands just as much as the demand for professional bans for the AfD, is also related to the tendency to dissolve the private sphere. You should no longer be indifferent to your colleagues, even and especially not if they have the wrong attitude. This fixation on one another is part of the new subjectivity in the work process, which results from the fact that decisions are transferred from management level to the workforce keyword, de-hierarchization and decentralization. In this process, the well-tempered distance to colleagues disappears. Where projects have to be implemented and predefined tasks no longer have to be fulfilled, the role distance that once combined alienation and freedom disappears. The creative communication beast takes everything personally, even if someone doesn't tick like her and Team Merkel. Precursors of today's generalized subjectivism can already be found in all demarcations of the little man. Wilhelm Reich's famous speech to the little man, 1946, not only deals with a justified aversion to the notorious envy and the eternal desire to quarrel and punish of average people who have become malicious, but also anticipates excessive self-aggrandizement. Quote, "You are afraid to swing, you are afraid of height and depth. Nietzsche told you that much better than I did. But Nietzsche didn't tell you why you are like that. He wanted to elevate you to a Superman in order to overcome the human in you. His Superman became your Führer Hitler. And you remained the Untermensch. I want you to stop being subhuman and become yourself. Yourself, I say. Not the newspaper you read, not the opinion of the bad neighbor you hear, but yourself." End quote. It is no coincidence that Reich's liberation program sounds like a very contemporary motivational seminar for young dynamic freelancers. At its core, anti-authoritarianism contains the characteristics that today's Germans peddle: self-importance, inability to objectify, and freedom from fear in all situations. The pre-Christmas propaganda against too much fear, which in reality is a repression of Islamic violence to the point of identification with the aggressors, should also be understood in this way. In the meantime, the warning against the mendacity of German petty bourgeois fear has come down to suppressing the actual threats with a sovereign gesture. Quote, "When you were fighting with the police yesterday in Valle Giulia, I was with the police. Because the policemen are the sons of poor people. They come from marginalized areas, rural or urban. As for me, I know very well the way they lived as children or boys. The precious 1,000 lire, the father, he too remained a boy because of the misery that gives no authority. And then see how they are dressed, like sausages in that coarse fabric that smells of troop rations, clerks' offices and the people. So yesterday in Valle Giulia there was a bit of class warfare, and you friends, although in the right, were the rich while the policemen in the wrong were the poor. A beautiful victory yours." End quote. These lines, written by Pier Paolo Pasolini in 1968 in response to a street fight between police officers and students in Rome, in which the police lost out, bear witness to the sound of the class struggle of the past. What has also largely disappeared with the class issue is the critique of social conditions, within which people, in Pasolini's words, are relegated to the status of Hanswursen, and from which we can see what state social reason is in. What is more, society seems to offend so much that there is no longer any concept of its objectivity. Marx's dictum of social existence determining consciousness and the subsequent connections are at most a case for term papers in the sociology department. They have disappeared from political debates. The fact that misery still does not confer authority, but that the struggle for existence, the permanent struggle to somehow get by, deforms people in their language and their innermost being to such an extent that they act like angry children even in old age, remained hidden from Pasolini. Those who have to adapt to hardened conditions on a daily basis under penalty of their own demise, harden themselves. The fact that large sections of the population are not only stupid, but live an existence that deprives them of experience, that drives out all gentleness and openness and that makes a mockery of all cultivation, is spoken of just as little today as the fact that the continuing superiority of a false form of socialization is so overwhelming for the individual that the powerless subject must repeat the deformed. Adorno. Today, the social conditions of individuality are denied. The subjectivistically deformed consider both their individual consciousness and their social function to be their own creation or the result of their respective efforts. As a result, linguistic and ideological ugliness is perceived and attacked as a weakness of character. Those who are smeared have made the wrong decision. The renewed anger and black popular pedagogy against those left behind are also a result of this contemporary megalomania. After all, even the renegade can easily decide in favor of US and our views at any time. Because they don't, their ugliness is scandalized as the result of a lack of personal responsibility and insight. It is by no means a question of combating neo-Nazi tendencies, which is shown by the fact that no definition of the subject is made at all, but instead the populists, as if there were no difference between Hawk, Wilders and Le Pen, are spoken of everywhere as a synonym for those who have been left behind and who can apparently no longer be imagined as anything other than fascized. What is the radical left doing in the face of the increasingly tough struggle against those left behind? It is joining in and rallying behind slogans such as globalism for all, which means fuck the locals, and which, if you strip away the obligatory emancipation gobbledygook, sound like they did at the beginning of globalization, when company spokespeople swore the workforce to the world market. With the same unrestrainedness with which the left walked the dream paths of world revolution Conan, not so long ago, and fantasized about becoming the leader of a world proletariat, they are now joining in with the bashing of those who refuse to modernize, and are embellishing the resentment against the deranged into a deprivation-laden and courageous anti-fascist struggle. In response to the admittedly excruciatingly boring and, above all, stupid question from professional politicians and delicate journalists as to whether too little attention has been paid to the nasty problem children, Uli Hanman in the Taz reflects their concerns in a remarkably derisive manner. Quote, "Because the worries and needs of these assholes must be taken seriously. Even the most stupid and unfounded ones. Especially them. We should reach out to those left behind by society, both real and imagined, take them by the hand with care and gently lead them to the light of knowledge. That is the responsibility we have as the privileged." End quote. The utmost caution is still required when dealing with cronies who pedagogize even the politically convinced offender as a victim of his childhood and circumstances. To dismiss the lower classes in self-aggrandizing blindness because they are too uninformed and indolent for the proper functioning of democracy, without even mentioning that, contrary to the prevailing ideology, most of them are excluded from the material prerequisites of an at least halfway good life, is a political declaration of bankruptcy. People prefer to bask in the nimbus of their own special identity, the academic background music of which is becoming increasingly shrill in its anti-racist, postmodern or recognition theoretical manifestations, and is shifting socio-political disputes to the struggle for symbolic recognition, the substance of which, in turn, is the constant chatter about respect and diversity, which gives fellow chatterers the opportunity to at least be a little proud of their sexual preferences or cultural limitations in the face of a generally rather dull existence. Proletarian work to the point of physical ruin, the worst wages, hearts for harassment or mass poverty in old age. The radical left of today doesn't want to hear any more about that. It smells too much like white trash. They don't want to know anything about it either, because the appearance of a broken-down daughter raises awareness of the deprivations and deformations that people in the freshly and cheerfully urbanized middle-class milieu are eagerly training themselves out of with all sorts of psychobabble and motivational tricks. The flip side of this downward tread is the enthusiasm for misery of affable party leftists who, when they are not busy criticizing left-wing German Israel or America or cuddling up to Muslim associations, like it when it smells like people, and who are also not concerned with abolishing misery, but with keeping the impoverished among the potential voters happy with a few state alms, communal kitsch, and changing enemy images. The main difference between today's left-wing friends of elitism and the social chauvinists against whom Lenin agitated exactly 100 years ago, i.e. those layers of the working class who are bribed with better wages and honorary positions, and who secure the privileges, positions of power and plunder of their own bourgeoisie by using incredibly pompous pacifist and internationalist phrases, is that they do not need to be bribed for their contribution to the German cause, because everyone thinks like a small government spokesperson. It is equally surprising that people who do not share in the blessings of diversity, who have also been preached to for years that they should work and shut up, and who are told that their health and old age are barely affordable, do not sound like Carolyn Emk and the Pulskirch when they grumble, which allows us to draw conclusions about the decline of political judgment. In his much-discussed book Return to Reims, Didier Erhard outlines the transformation of the left-wing parties and their party and state intellectuals that has taken place over the last few decades. Quote, they no longer spoke in the name of and together with the governed, but with and for the rulers. They now adopted a governmental point of view vis-a-vis the world and contemptuously rejected the point of view of the governed, with a verbal violence that was recognized as such by those concerned. End of quote. It is a mistake to assume that the shift to the right of those left behind is primarily based on false discourse strategies on the left. Erhard underestimates the viciousness of the capitalized subject, which has become second nature and whose anger generally grows with the idea that there is not much to be gained in the world. Nevertheless, he hits the mark when he addresses the total failure of the left and states that there are good reasons to react angrily to the perennial chatter of politicians and intellectuals. Crisp slogans, as long as they are directed against autochthonous Germans, are particularly popular among anti-Germans, who are at least avant-garde in this discipline. After the Berlin attack, members of this scene managed, mainly via Facebook, to add to the obligatory anti-terror posts the comment that Christmas markets are beneath the dignity of enlightened city dwellers, as if mass murder were the somewhat exaggerated but just punishment for sentimental consumerist misbehavior that only old white Germans brought here in buses, who don't deserve solidarity anyway, can be trusted with. Even Germans who are not anti-German and who otherwise like to present themselves eloquently as professionals of remembrance do not seem to be able to think of much in the case of the Berlin attack, although it is not possible to say with certainty whether the refusal to utter even a word of regret for the victims of Breitscheidplatz is due to self-hatred, blunting, or the fact that they have been preoccupied with anti-American apocalypse warnings since Trump's election. To warn against the AfD after every Islamist attack, to put mass rape by people socialized by Islam on the same level as the Oktoberfest and thus trivialize Islamic violence in the worst possible way, to accuse all Germans of hating refugees against all empiricism, to only talk about Islam if one simultaneously asserts how terrifying the Germans are. All this speaks for an incurably ideologized relationship to reality. One might think that today's anti-Germans are negative, German-mongering anti-imperialists whose opposition to their own country consists primarily of potato hatred and pride in sin, which is why the majority of them seem to fear nothing more than the thought that the Germans might actually one day renounce their own baseness. This is what political education was once also about, to enable those who were not model Democrats in particular to understand social practice in a way that was critical of domination and ideology, and thus to dissuade them from lashing out at the outside world without reflecting on themselves. This concept naturally suffered from the contradiction that those excluded from education should receive education without the deforming living conditions, which stand in the way of the ability to experience and criticize, being affected. In the worst cases, educational practice geared towards fixed educational goals also became a contribution to stultification, for example when peace education or similar was on the agenda and not only ran the risk of indoctrinating the addressees, but also boring them to death. The state of the contemporaries is the best possible proof that political education failed, possibly because there was a lack of people and institutions, but possibly also because even the best educational intentions alone cannot achieve much. Nevertheless, the intention to help everyone, without exception, to get on their feet politically contrasts favorably with today's hue and cry against the politically uninformed. Whereas in the case of militant Muslims, people are assumed to have nothing but problems and are therefore declared to be the object of dialogue efforts and prevention projects springing up all over the place. Even a rudimentary approach to such a willingness to engage in dialogue seems to be out of the question in the case of ugly, rowdy Saxons from depopulated areas. When the Saxons grumble and murmur, the collective call for an exemplary crackdown on troublemakers is heard. The concept of political education in the above-mentioned sense included the endeavor to gain an understanding of the relationship between the individual and society. In order to remember what is at stake in the current debate, it is not even necessary to cram class struggle theory. The insight that social and cultural retardation is not just a weakness of character can also be found in Freud, whose interest in knowledge was by no means revolutionary theory. Quote, "But if a culture has not gone beyond the fact that the satisfaction of a number of participants requires the oppression of another, perhaps the majority, and this is the case with all contemporary cultures, it is understandable that these oppressed people develop an intense hostility to the culture which they make possible through their work, but in whose goods they have too small a share." End quote. What history shows is that this hostility does not lead to the masses fighting against their oppression. Instead of a sense of freedom there were orgies of doom, instead of solidarity only bitter bickering, and instead of class struggle the German Volksgemeinschaft. Where the hostile do not rebel against their misery, but actually behave like a pack and lash out at the outside world without a sense of purpose, objection to their messages of hate is of course still called for in a way that is not at all socio-pedagogical. But you can also read about what needs to be remembered in Freud, just a few lines further on. There it says, "The cultural hostility of these classes is so obvious that the more latent hostility of the better-off social classes has been overlooked. It need not be said that a culture which leaves such a large number of participants unsatisfied and drives them to revolt has no prospect of lasting survival, nor does it deserve it." End of quote. The occasion is not the cause. This applies to wars as well as election successes. For example, the Alternative for Germany was founded in 2013, not least out of outrage at the costly rescue of the euro from 2007. The European currency had fallen into crisis due to the financial crash and the high national debt of some EU member states. This is why the AfD initially campaigned loudly for a return to the Deutschmark. In contrast, its electoral successes, which only began on a large scale in 2016, had little to do with skepticism towards the euro. Anyone looking for the causes of the party's rise will instead come across January 1, 2005. On this day, almost exactly 8 years before the AfD was founded, Hartz IV came into force. This does not mean that the party is mainly voted for by those left behind and the precarious. On the contrary, there are also people who have been left behind who vote for the AfD. Nevertheless, the party is not least a middle-class phenomenon. It is now well known, despite the high proportion of young voters, the ideal typical AfD supporter is over 30, male, and belongs to the higher earners. Nevertheless, the party's successes are directly linked to Agenda 2010. Hartz IV, the central project of this ambitious plan, stands for the socio-political end of the post-war era. While the old Federal Republic of Germany already came to an end politically and geographically with German reunification in 1990, the hour of its welfare system only struck with the Red-Green coalition under Gerhard Schroeder and Joschka Fischer. This old Federal Republic was based on a social compromise. It combined the social policy traditions of the Bismarckian authoritarian state with the ideas of the social democratic labor movement. Elements of the National Socialist Volksgemeinschaft, stripped of their racial basis, entered into an alliance with Western welfare ideas that anti-fascist remigrants such as Willy Eichler, Erich Ollenhauer and Richard Lowenthal had brought with them from exile in Britain. Its functions were less complicated. Apart from Christian social and social democratic considerations of solidarity, there were two. They corresponded to the anti-totalitarian raison d'etat of the early Cold War. The first function of the social network was anti-fascist. The Western Allies, who initially helped to shape the political system of the Federal Republic, and the German post-war parties were aware that there was a connection between the socio-economic crises of the interwar period and the rise of the authoritarian regimes that had taken power throughout Europe in those years. This is why the Allies made social security one of their central slogans. In doing so, they were following the recommendations made by the analysis departments of the British and American Secret Services on how to deal with defeated Germany. The social philosopher Herbert Marcuse, who worked for the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, one of the predecessors of the CIA, from 1942, explained in his enemy analyses that the Nazis had succeeded in mixing democracy, freedom, unemployment and poverty into a horrifying mishmash. According to their propaganda, democracy and social security were incompatible. Therefore, according to Marcuse, any re-education of the German masses must aim to sever the psychological link between security and authoritarianism, full employment and totalitarian regimentation. The welfare state appeared to be a means to this end. The second central function of the post-war welfare state was anti-communist. In the context of the bloc confrontation, it was necessary for the West to present itself as superior not only in terms of democracy and consumption, but also in terms of social policy. The welfare state was a weapon in the Cold War against the Soviet Union and the Communist parties of the West. They were not as uninfluential everywhere as they were in the Federal Republic. The close-mesh network of continued wage payments in the event of illness, support for the unemployed, pension and health insurance was intended to ensure that the population did not go rogue and defect to the opponents of the system. Apart from pension and health insurance, the welfare state of the old Federal Republic had three pillars. Anyone who became unemployed and had paid into the funds for at least 12 months in the previous 3 years received unemployment benefit. It consisted of up to 70% of the last wage and was paid for a maximum of 32 months, depending on age and the length of time paid in. This was followed by unemployment benefit, which was financed by tax revenue. It was introduced in 1956/1957 to prevent people from immediately becoming dependent on social welfare once their unemployment benefit ran out. Unemployment benefit initially amounted to up to 68% of the previous net salary, later a maximum of 57%. Above all, it was paid for an unlimited period. Although savings accounts were already checked at this stage, there was a comparatively high allowance. Insurance policies remained untouched. For those who were not entitled to either unemployment benefit or unemployment assistance, social assistance came into effect. This had emerged from the poor relief system. There is no doubt that unemployment benefit and unemployment assistance have been cut again and again since the 1960s. The harassment of welfare recipients increased. The social safety net of the old Federal Republic was also sometimes permeable. Above all, it did not eliminate the fear of one's own superfluousness for exploitation. In a commodity-producing society, this was part of people's basic mental equipment. Nevertheless, even those on benefits did not live in complete misery. The harassment was limited, at least in comparison to that to which Hartz IV recipients have been subjected since 2005. In addition, existential fears were at least alleviated. The key message was that no one would be left behind. This message has been cashed in with Hartz IV. Unemployment benefit, now known as Unemployment Benefit I, ALGI, was retained. However, it was generally only paid for 1 year. The amount ranged between 60 and 67% of the previous wage. Anyone who was unable to find a job at the end of the year was dependent on Unemployment Benefit II, ALG2, regardless of how long they had worked, how much they had earned or how much they had paid into the Social Security system. With ALG2, unemployment benefit and social assistance were merged at the level of the former social assistance. Strictly speaking, it was even lower than the former social assistance because many of the previous additional payments were discontinued. In the east of the Republic, it initially amounted to €331 per month, later €446. Despite this low amount, ALG2 was only paid to those who met certain conditions. Apart from a small allowance, their own assets had to have been used up. Insurance policies that exceeded a certain sum insured had to be terminated. In addition, the home had to be sold if the office considered the floor space to be too large. Anyone who was in a relationship with a higher earner had no chance of having their application approved anyway. In short, the old principles of thrift, building a nest egg, building a house, etc. proved to be worthless. The message was clear. It was no longer about leaving no one behind, but the opposite. The pirate motto from Gore Verbinski's movie Pirates of the Caribbean applied: any man who falls behind is left behind. Anyone who falls behind is left behind. But what's more, those who were left behind belonged even less to themselves than before. Instead, they either became dependent on the goodwill of their family, on whom they depended, or the state could dispose of them, as was previously only possible in times of a state of emergency. After a certain point, ALG-2 recipients could be forced to take on any job imaginable, no matter how far removed it was from their original qualifications. The alternative was the famous sanctions. The already manageable unemployment benefit was reduced or cancelled. The delinquents were starved to death. The central socio-economic reason for the introduction of Hartz IV was undoubtedly the decline of Keynesianism, the central economic and socio-political order of the post-war period. It had fallen into crisis by the beginning of the 1970s at the latest. In view of the first oil price shock in 1973, the demise of the Bretton Woods system and the transformation of the industrial society into a service society, it became clear that the inevitable crises could be delayed, but not prevented. If Marx is to be believed, then the capital relationship is crisis production in perpetuity. The Federal Labor Office was able to build up large reserves until the mid-60s. Benefits were regularly increased. However, the weak economy and rising unemployment figures ensured that this so-called Sable Tower, named after the long-serving head of the institution Anton Sable, was quickly dismantled in the very next decade. In the 1980s in particular, expenditure on unemployment benefits rose regularly. While they amounted to 2.8 billion Deutschmarks in 1981, 6 years later, in 1987, they had already reached 9.1 billion. After reunification, the costs shot through the roof. At the end of the 1990s, the London Economist, the world's longest-established business journal, described Germany as the sick man of the euro. Economic growth was lower than in any other country in the eurozone at the time. The export rate continued to fall. Unemployment remained at a high level. The historian Philipp Thayer speaks of a unity crisis. The old Federal Republic had made a mistake with reunification. Agenda 2010 was an attempt to counteract this development. The state budget was to be spared through low social spending. Unemployment was to be combated with the threat of poverty. Those who fear social relegation and the harassment of the office, so the thinking goes, are more willing to accept unsuitable jobs, relocations, and longer commutes. In addition, entrepreneurs' positions should be strengthened in order to stimulate the economy in this way. Fear of Hartz IV makes it easier to negotiate less aggressively in discussions with employees than the knowledge of a certain social security without a job. However, the political framework for the Hartz reforms was the end of the Cold War. With the fall of the Eastern Bloc, it was no longer necessary for the West to present itself as the better system. The global political alternative, as unsuitable, authoritarian, or deformed as it was, no longer existed. It is not easy to say whether the plan to put Germany on the road to success worked. The export rate undoubtedly rose, and unemployment remained at a low level at least until the start of the COVID-19 pandemic and the major Russian attack on Ukraine. However, experts are debating whether this is actually due to the Hartz reforms. It could just as easily be down to the general economic situation and demographic trends, which have seen hundreds of thousands retire. Nothing precise is known. The statistical makeup certainly did the rest. Anyone who was on one of the many measures offered by the Federal Employment Agency did not appear in the unemployment statistics. However, other consequences of the Hartz reforms cannot be denied. Agenda 2010 saw the return of the social question. Here the figures are clear. The top 10% of the population now earn around 25% more than in 2000, while the bottom 10 earn significantly less. In addition, the low-wage sector has expanded dramatically. However, the central socio-psychological consequence of Hartz IV was, as the journalist Joachim Brun once wrote, the production of panic. Anxiety, which is a constant companion of the human elementary particles in the commodity-producing society, swelled, as Brun explained in reference to Sigmund Freud, to panic in the subject. As the father of psychoanalysis stated in 1921, collective panic arises, among other things, when a mass disintegrates that previously offered protection, orientation, and support. Mutual bonds have ceased and a huge senseless fear is released. With regard to the destruction of the welfare state, this means that the fears of being left behind were no longer alleviated, but released almost unfiltered. These fears were intensified by the transformation of production. In the course of the rise of the new economy and the emergence of the digital service society, which is sometimes referred to as postmodern capitalism, work requirements increased and changed at the same time. The usual demand for a 35-hour week in the 1980s became obsolete, and it was no longer about continuity, reliability, and predictability, but about permanent availability, personal responsibility, creativity, and flexibility. The boundaries between work and private life dissolved. The panicked fears of decline that arose with Agenda 2010 were primarily a phenomenon of the class that was soon also addressed by the AFD. We are talking about the middle class. The precariat has already reached the bottom. The upper class only has to fear the loss of status and property en masse in revolutions. But there are also differences within the middle class. According to sociologist Andreas Reckwitz, the old middle class deals with the crises of the present differently to the new middle class. These differences have both cultural and socio-economic causes. If the new middle class is more academic, hedonistic, cosmopolitan, and found in newer professions, the old middle classes are down-to-earth, associated with crafts and industrial work. They have little affinity for foreign languages, urbanity, and new media. Because they are ill-prepared for the demands of the new age, for flexibility, internationalization, and permanent reinvention, the panic among the old middle classes is particularly great. Of course, the new middle class is also threatened by rapid decline. This is the fate of all middle classes in the crisis. However, having internalized the imperatives of the new world of work, the new middle class sees itself as better prepared for the future than its predecessor. What's more, it was one of the driving forces behind the development of the new conditions. It is, as Reckwitz explains, something like the key milieu of this late modern society. Due to this close connection, the new middle class's fears of decline are often only expressed in an alienated form, as a fear of climate change, global warming, and natural disasters. It is immediately obvious that a farmer in Bangladesh is afraid of climate change, where there is a regular threat of heavy rainfall, flooding, and drought disasters. It destroys fields, crops, houses, and families. On the other hand, the fact that the upper-middle-class youngsters in the Paulus district of Halle or the Kreuzviertel district of Munster were at times hardly aware of any other topic than global warming, which affects them only slightly in their everyday lives, while the daily threat of their parents losing their jobs or creativity was not even mentioned, can only be explained by means of psychoanalysis. The fear of being defenselessly exposed to the natural forces of social decline and social crisis shifts from the second nature, as the philosopher George Lukács calls the coercive economic relationship, to the first nature. Field, forest, meadow, wind, and weather are seen as the great antagonism of society, but are in fact its blueprint, the blueprint of the daily survival of the fittest. This makes it easier to transfer social fears to the realm of nature. Of course, this is not to claim that the relationship between humans and nature is rationally organized. The opposite is the case. Nevertheless, the repression and displacement efforts that are often hidden behind climate protests are probably the reason why they often come across as so exaggerated. But back to the AFD, the combination of changed production conditions, increased work demands, and the departure from the caring state was certainly not unique to Germany. With the end of the Cold War, social systems were dismantled all over the Western world. In the motherland of the welfare state, however, the associated socio-psychological cut was much deeper. Due to the early introduction of health insurance, 1883, and accident insurance, 1884, the belief in the state's duty of care was particularly deeply embedded in cultural patterns. More than Otto von Bismarck, the father of social legislation, had hoped for in his wildest dreams, devotion to the state and the transfer of responsibility to it also became second nature in Germany. This is why the shock associated with the end of the welfare state was probably even greater here than elsewhere. Nevertheless, the panic generated by Hartz IV was initially only partially translated into political activism. The Monday demonstrations against social cuts, which took place in around 200 German cities in 2004, lacked the political transmission belt that could be used to bundle and articulate the fears. The Left Party, which was still called the PDS at the time, achieved the best election results in its history in the 2005 federal elections. Despite the support of the former Saarland minister-president and former SPD leader Oskar Lafontaine, it was unable to rid itself of the image of the Nostalgie-Everin. The trade unions were similarly unsuccessful due to their traditional closeness to social democracy, the inventor of Hartz IV. Citing the participation of neo-Nazis in the protests, the trade union leadership even refrained from calling for nationwide participation in the Monday demonstrations. This was the first time that social protests were delegitimized as potentially fascist on a larger scale, an approach that soon set a precedent. Above all, however, political consciousness generally changes more slowly than the political unconscious, where panic resides. Just as belief in God does not disappear overnight, the hope in the caring state that has developed over more than 150 years has also had great persistence. This is probably one of the reasons why Peer Steinbrück, even after the start of the financial crisis in 2007, was still amazed to see that Germany's economic worries were limited despite Hartz IV and the banking crash. "The mood is better than the situation," said the then Minister of Economic Affairs. It was only with the AfD that a political medium emerged that could bundle the diffuse panic. However, the National Liberal D-Mark Longing Party first had to transform itself. This happened at the party conference in Essen in July 2015. As part of an initial shift to the right, Bernd Lucke was replaced in the leadership chair by Frank Petry. The party split and the National Liberals left the AfD. That was more than 10% of members, including numerous prominent figures. In addition, the panic caused by Hartz IV had to be catalyzed. This function was performed by the so-called refugee crisis. It coincided, and purely by chance, with the AfD's shift to the right. The background is well known. As a result of the Syrian civil war, more than twice as many people tried to flee to Europe than in previous years. This overwhelmed the EU border countries, especially Italy and Greece. Due to the difficult economic situation in those years, the willingness of traditional immigration countries, such as France and the UK, to accept refugees also declined. As a result, more than 1 million people came to Germany in 2015/2016. The refugee crisis saved the AfD, whose decline was predicted several times in the wake of the shift to the right in Essen, from going into decline. It became the linchpin of all subsequent successes. Without the fighting in Syria, the AfD might have remained a splinter party in the 2016/2017 state and federal elections. But it became a war profiteer. "You could call this crisis a gift for us," admitted AfD Vice Alexander Golan in a press conference in December 2015. In fact, the AfD's criticism of Germany's refugee policy finally turned it into an anti-establishment party. With the exception of the CSU, none of the established parties made any fundamental criticism of Angela Merkel's decision to take in the refugees who were forced to remain in Hungary in the summer of 2015. Above all, however, the AfD succeeded in creating the image of a party that protects vested interests. This role had become vacant due to the CDU's left-wing course. There were good reasons why it was the so-called refugee crisis, of all things, that made Golan, Weidel and company appear to be representatives of vested interests. After all, the criticism of immigration policy peddled by the AfD has a rational element alongside all its projective components. It is difficult to deal with it using traditional anti-racism. As the social philosopher Christoph Turk once wrote, the traditional racism of the 19th century was both megalomaniacal and paranoid. It considered its own club to be the crown of creation, which was permanently threatened with extinction due to mixing. In contrast to these fantasies, some AfD voters have logic on their side to a certain extent. It is true that biologistic and culturalist argumentation patterns will never completely disappear from the repertoire of xenophobia. Bourgeois society has to virtually reproduce the differences it destroys again and again. This applies to both natural and cultural differences. Nevertheless, many protesters in Württemberg now argue much less biologistically or culturally than they did in the 1990s. Back then, the dominant slogan, at least in the east of the Republic, was, "Foreigners out." Foreigners were to disappear in any case, regardless of whether they were poor wretches or millionaire investors. Nowadays, however, resentment is mainly directed against poor devils. The economic argument has become stronger than in the 90s. This means that many voters who turn to the AfD after the refugee crisis are hardly any different to the German Farmers Association, which is calling for protective tariffs on radishes and carrots from Southeast Asia. It's about preserving vested interests and eliminating annoying competition. In other words, the vote for the AfD is not least an expression of the fear of having something taken away from them in socio-political terms, a fear that was intensified by Agenda 2010. There are certainly differences between the old and new federal states. They are also reflected within the AfD. In the East, discontent about immigration tends to be articulated. The emphasis is on this, in an angry way, while in the West it is more middle class. In the protests against the accommodation of asylum seekers, which accompanied the rise of the AfD, some of the arguments used in the old federal states were based on the well-being of asylum seekers and poor accommodation conditions in order to get rid of them. In the East, on the other hand, they often took the form of torchlight marches. The acceptance of neo-Nazis was much greater than in the West, as was also the case in the East German regional associations of the AfD. There are many reasons for this. For example, even after the baseball bat years of the immediate post-reunification period, neo-Nazis were much more present in the East than in the West. They were part of everyday culture, be it at school, at family celebrations, at work, or at village festivals. As a result, despite all the anti-fascist rhetoric that former GDR citizens had grown up with, fears of contact also disappeared. This was encouraged by other influences, which for a long time also contributed to the differences between the East and West German regional branches of the AfD. Education in the GDR, which at times combined Stalinism and German nationalism, contributed to a greater acceptance of authoritarian solutions. Some of these were passed on even after 1989/1990, in families, kindergartens, and schools. The associated mistrust of democracy was reinforced by the catastrophic experiences of the 1990s and early 2000s. During these years, almost 20% of East Germans of working age were unemployed at times. Entire branches of industry were shut down, hundreds of thousands of repatriation claims for houses and land were made, tens of thousands approved. All subsequent fears of decline and loss were linked to these sometimes traumatic experiences of losing jobs and property. But no matter how great the differences between East and West may be, the common point of reference for resentment about immigration was, and is, the social system. Because what emotionally binds people to the nation is no longer the national anthem, which even the traditional AfD voter can hardly do, but the social benefits, health insurance, pension system, unemployment benefits, free education. The refugee crisis has placed further burdens on this system, which was already shattered by Hartz IV and the financial crisis. Net expenditure for the Asylum Seekers Benefits Act quadrupled between 2014 and 2016 from 2.36 to 9.23 billion euros. They then leveled off at around 4 billion euros per year, only to rise again significantly from 2022. There was another reason for this. Increased immigration was also quickly perceived as a threat because EU citizens had only recently received a practical lesson in political economy. The national bankruptcy in Greece in 2015 had shown everyone that a national economy is not infinitely resilient. The demand for the weakened Greek partner to be thrown out of the Eurozone, which Germany in particular was pushing for, also signaled that no country could count on greater international solidarity. It was the debate about this Grexit that dominated public discussion in Germany until the start of the refugee crisis. It merged seamlessly into the arguments about the admission of refugees, a resilience limit, and ultimately a ban on admission. The fear that was heightened in this context could not even be alleviated by the introduction of the Citizens' Allowance, which abolished Hartz IV on January 1, 2023. The shock caused by the destruction of the post-war social order a few years earlier was too great. The impression that the citizens' income was not aimed at reform but at cosmetics was certainly also too great. Hartz IV needs more than just a new name, wrote the Hans Böckler Foundation, which is close to the trade unions. They were right. Despite the increase in allowances, sanctions are still being used. In contrast to the old social benefits, which were primarily based on the legal entitlement acquired by paying into the social security funds, the citizen's income has the character of a state handout. This impression is reinforced by its amount. It is only just above the ALG2 rate. At the same time, the panic was heightened by the double challenge of the coronavirus crisis and the war in Ukraine. Even during the pandemic, concerns about health and life were combined with fears of job losses and social decline. Unemployment figures rose and entire industries seemed to be on the brink of collapse. The major Russian attack on Ukraine accelerated the recession that had been brewing since 2020. The inflation rate rose to 7.9% in 2022, for electricity to 20.1%, and for light heating oil even to 87.0%. These were the highest rates since the founding of the Federal Republic of Germany in 1949. The absurd debates about the heating law reinforce the signal that in future we can no longer expect an increase in wealth, but rather a loss of savings. In this situation, the AfD was once again able to benefit from its image as a party that protects vested interests, which had emerged during the refugee crisis. The blatant shift to the right since then, which has brought at least some of its associations close to traditional far-right parties, was just as irrelevant as the party's program. The inter-party wing battles, which have now probably been decided in favor of the circle around Björn Höcke, took place parallel to the AfD's march through the polling stations, but nevertheless largely independently of it. Höcke's rise has internal party causes, whereas the party's successes can be traced back to social dynamics beyond its apparatus. This can be seen not least in the attitudes of its voters. Even though the AfD has an alarming number of supporters with manifestly right-wing extremist attitudes, as empirical social research puts it, particularly in the east of the Republic, most of its voters do not share the radical views of the circle around Höcke, the true leader of the party. At least that is what some surveys suggest. Something similar is likely to apply to their party program. Although Alexander Golan announced a few years ago that the AFD had to transform itself from a neoliberal professor's party into a party of the little people, it hardly lives up to this claim. In particular, its social policy ideas read like the exalted dream diary of a national liberal FDP member. They range from tax cuts for high earners to cuts in subsidies and further deregulation of the labor market. A study by the German Institute for Economic Research found that AFD voters, or rather members of the old middle class, would suffer the most from the party's economic and social policies. This is another reason why it is certainly not wrong to repeatedly denounce the AFD as the literally anti-social political party that it is. It is not only with pop stars but also with political parties that image and reality regularly diverge. The folkish milieu that the AFD attracts is certainly not receptive to this enlightenment. They are not interested in the welfare state, but in blood and soil. Others are also likely to find it difficult. Even if the AFD owes its rise to the panic caused by the introduction of Hartz IV, not all of its voters are interested in restoring the social compromise of the old Federal Republic. This applies regardless of whether such a reconstruction would even be possible in economic and socio-political terms. With the destruction of the welfare state, many of those who were able to benefit from it have also changed. If we follow Freud's ideas about the dissolution of a mass, then its destruction also dissolves the cement that held it together. This has drastic consequences. While the effective bonds on which the mass was based reduced the dangers for the individual, he now faces these dangers alone again. He is defenseless. People no longer encounter each other as members of classes, strata, or interest groups, but as human elementary particles. The panic associated with the dissolution of the masses reinforces the dissolution of the trace elements of solidarity on which it was at least partly based. Everyone looks after himself alone, without regard for others, according to Freud. In a panic, everyone is next to themselves. Fear makes us neither friendly nor solidary. This is another reason why the urge to preserve vested interests has become even more intertwined with envy and resentment as a result of the dissolution of the old social compromise. If I am not doing well, so the motto goes, others should at least be worse off. This need is served by the AFD at least as much as the urge to preserve vested interests. This is also reflected in their migration policy, which, despite its rational components, is clearly overdetermined. As Jürgen Habermas would say, if you believe the AFD's party program, then without migration there would be peace, joy, pancakes, happy children and cows. Above all, however, the urge to either deny help to those in need or associate it with humiliation can be found in their statements on the citizen's income. At the party's request, it is to be replaced by citizen work. This refers to a forced labor service for all those who are dependent on support for longer than 6 months. As the deputy AFD parliamentary group leader in the Bundestag, Norbert Kleinwater, explained, this would ensure that people don't forget to get up in the morning. It couldn't be more stupid. In addition to the folkish milieu and the envious clientele served by the AFD, there are also voters who do not feel addressed by the party's resentments. According to surveys, they even form the largest group. Even in the east of the Republic, around half of AFD supporters are not chauvinistic, more than 40% are not xenophobic in any way. In the West, the figure is likely to be even higher. Anyone who feels called upon to engage in realpolitik would therefore have to try to separate the 3 groups of voters who are attracted to the AFD. While the right-wing extremist clientele is not addressable, the envious are likely to be ambivalent. The rest are certainly the most receptive to arguments. However, such a division is associated with a number of problems. Even if the different groups can be easily distinguished from one another analytically, this is only possible to a limited extent in reality. Attitudes merge into one another, and the boundaries between the client groups are often blurred. Above all, however, this division would require a party that focuses on the social issue, displays a certain skepticism towards migration, and rejects the program of postmodern capitalism. However, this party does not currently exist. The SPD and the Left Party in particular are trying to unite the different desires of the new and old middle classes, which former Left Party leader Katja Kipping once reduced to the contradiction of Bayonade and Bockwurst. Whether the Sahra Wagenknecht alliance will succeed in becoming a catchbasin for the Bockwurst faction remains to be seen. Judging by the results of the first elections in which it took part, its chances at federal level are not bad either. However, Wagenknecht is not known for the ability to cooperate or for the pragmatism that is often necessary in party formation phases. But at least she seems to be aware that parties like the AFD, with which she is in direct competition, are not only elected because of their content or image, but also because of their style. Anyone who wants to win voters away from Golan and Weidel would probably have to adopt a similarly populist approach. The most effective weapon against right-wing populism would therefore certainly be a different kind of populism. However, it is doubtful that populism from the left is associated with progress, not only because of the enthusiasm of many left-wing populists for Vladimir Putin's Russia, the murderers of Hamas and other criminal organizations. Campaigning parties that rely on effect and acceleration rather than reflection and deceleration will certainly not help to improve conditions. Is that left-wing or conservative? Political scientist Torsten Holzhauser was recently asked on WDR. The question was whether the new party Bündnis Sahra Wagenknecht, BSW, heralds a triumph of left-wing conservatism. Wagenknecht herself had repeatedly described herself as left-wing conservative, which raised fears of a crossfront in view of her criticism of migration policy and her anti-imperialist vocabulary. This historical term for intersections between left-wing and right-wing radicalism usually serves to defend the center against extremisms of any kind. However, political science is also familiar with the formula of extremism of the center, which goes back to the sociologist Seymour Martin Lipset, for constellations in which anti-democratic tendencies originate from the same place. And the recent rise of the term state delegitimization is an indication that a policy that classifies fundamental criticism of government action as potentially anti-state undermines its democratic legitimacy by confusing state and government. For such a center, left-wing conservatism sounds like a danger. The left cannot be conservative, or it becomes suspect. In fact, Wagenknecht is conservative out of her own consistency. She wants to re-establish what was considered left-wing beyond the SPD in the old and early Federal Republic. Insistence on socio-economic antagonisms, which have been neutralized but not eliminated by the social market economy, defense of the nation-state as a guarantor of social standards, interpretation of foreign policy constellations as an effect of economic dependencies, and, related to this, a revival of anti-imperialism and anti-Zionism. This is an understanding of politics from before 1989, when Christian democracy and social democracy were still dominant. Hans-Georg Maasen's Union of Values, albeit less prominent, looks like a mirror image restitution project from the right. By reminding the Christian Democrats, to whom he considers himself heretically committed, of the values they have abandoned, Maasen is appealing to a similar common ground, which is also often considered outdated, as Wagenknecht with her left-wing conservatism. The main opponents of Maasen's conservatism, which aims to restore the bourgeois Republican spectrum, are the Greens, who gained influence with the erosion of the popular party system between the Christian Democrats and Social Democrats. Seen in this light, BSW and Maasen's party are counter-movements to the triumph of the Greens. However, the fact that they are alliances grouped around an individual who appears to be dissident within the party whose lost substance they embody also constitutes their weakness. In the bourgeois era that Wagenknecht and Maasen embody against each other, parties were not one-person parties. Even the most prominent politicians saw themselves primarily as representatives. In this respect, Maasen and Wagenknecht are post-bourgeois politicians who long for the front lines and ideological solidity of the bourgeois era. That makes them likable. When you hear them speak, you are reminded of clearer times gone by. And it makes them vulnerable. They are standing up for something that is about to be ditched. If there is anything to defend about either of them, it is this objective anachronism. They are from yesterday and testify against a today that consigns them to the scrap heap. On October 23, 2023, Sahra Wagenknecht, the frontwoman of the Left Party with a strong media presence, and 9 other members of the Bundestag, including the previous parliamentary group leader Amira Mohammed Ali, announced their resignation from the party. At the same time, the protagonists announced at the Federal Press Conference that they wanted to found a new party. According to Wagenknecht, such a party is desperately needed, as the majority of the population no longer feels represented in party politics. In fact, a study previously published in the Politische Weitertelgerschrift came to the conclusion that a party under her leadership could be attractive to those who no longer hide their dissatisfaction with the existing political system. In addition, Wagenknecht could achieve the feat of winning over economically left-wing and at the same time culturally right-wing voters. Erhard, October 23, 2023. The founding meeting of the party finally took place behind closed doors in a Berlin hotel on January 8, 2024. Since then, the new alliance, which according to its own statements, has been joined by police officers, theologians, trade unionists, entrepreneurs, nurses, city dwellers and villagers, MDRE, January 28, 2024, has been operating under the name Bündnis Sahra Wagenknecht Vernunft und Gerechtigkeit, BSW. and is led by a dual leadership consisting of Wagenknecht herself and Muhammad Ali. The goals are ambitious. They want to establish themselves as a people's party in the coming years and represent the center of society. The first party conference took place on January 27, 2024 in the former East Berlin Cinema Cosmos, and was dominated by the vote on personnel and program. In addition to these formalities, the staging of the farewell to the party's own political biographies also played an important role. Quote, "When Sahra Wagenknecht and Oscar Lafontaine enter the room at 10:01 a.m., it is clear that two people are celebrating the completion of their life's work. Both have left their old parties behind in anger. Wagenknecht recently left the Left Party, Lafontaine left the SPD in 2005, and then the Left Party in 2022 foot, ZDF, January 27, 2024. This appearance made it clear that the new political project is a family business, whose undisputed foundation is the couple's political program, FRE, January 29, 2024, critical of NATO and the USA, against green moralism, for a higher minimum wage and higher pensions, against unlimited migration, and for return to the peace and foreign policy of the 1960s. ZDF.
D. 27 Ocak 2024.
The reference to times long past was also reflected in the auditorium. The impression of a strange backward-looking attitude was evident not only in the almost complete absence of young people, but also in the fact that the majority were people in their so-called prime, who clearly had little interest in internal disputes. They had joined the party primarily because of Sahra, and came to Berlin for the founding party conference, FRE, January 29, 2024. It is not known whether the leadership and entourage agreed on a dress code. However, the role model effect of Sahra Wagenknecht, who is a political businesswoman, is always elegantly dressed and exudes the charm of a well-heeled grandmother in the Rosa Luxemburg look, as well as the repeatedly expressed view of those present that they were witnessing and at the same time participating in an event steeped in history, may have influenced the choice of wardrobe. For example, many members dressed in suits or costumes, with no colorful hair or worn-out denim jackets like at left-wing party conferences. The BSW presents a serious, rather conservative image, RBB 24 January 27, 2024. In terms of content, however, Oscar and Sahra were less reserved in their speeches. Lafontaine explained that there is no party in the Bundestag that is consequent for good wages, good pensions, good social benefits, and at the same time votes against war and militarization. They wanted to fill this gap in the party system. Sahra Wagenknecht really got the room going. We need to talk about social inequality again, which is expressed in the expropriation of the hardworking, N-TVE, January 27, 2024. In her statement, she also took a swipe at the spoiled young politicians of the Traffic Light Coalition, which was the stupidest government in Europe, whose irresponsible arms exports, RBB 24 January 27, 2024, to Ukraine were due to, so that Zelensky will soon even be able to attack Moscow with German weapons. Tagesspiegel, January 27, 2024. It was also unacceptable for the AfD of all parties to be perceived as a peace party. Instead, this party should be fought against. Abstract manifestations against the right, however, would not help to weaken it. Instead, concrete demonstrations should be held for €14 minimum wage, higher pensions and affordable energy, MDRE January 28, 2024, in order to break the blue wave. After this all-round attack, which reaffirmed that the BSW would not be a left 2.0, the hall stood united in rhythmic clapping for several minutes and the feeling of a new beginning was palpable. RBB 24 January 27, 2024. Even if Wagenknecht always emphasizes that the BSW wants to be a party of togetherness, Tagesspiegel, January 27, 2024, based on tolerance and respect, not even the party members would contradict the perception that it is a one-woman show. FRE, January 29, 2024. Despite the fact that she is considered unapproachable, i.e., a person who creates a certain distance from others by displaying her cleverness, she also enjoys a high degree of popularity outside of her immediate fanbase and is able to fill entire halls and win over the audience. This is not least due to the fact that Wagenknecht distances herself from the ruling political establishment through the sharpness of her statements. For example, when she says that the BSW has come forward, so that this wrong policy, so that the incompetence and arrogance here in the Berlin government district, which is dividing our country, gambling away our future and endangering our democracy, can be overcome. End quote. The support she receives is by no means self-evident given her biography. In the GDR, Wagenknecht was denied admission to study philosophy and was offered a job as a secretary instead. Despite everything, her world collapsed with the fall of communism. Her biographer Christian Schneider reports that the young Sahra did not visit the West after the fall of the wall, almost out of spite, because for her it embodied evil, the bad. It sounds like this in her original voice. Quote, "Capitalism is a society where everyone sees their material advantage and mercilessly indulges in selfishness. I wanted a society in which money is not the measure of all things, in which not everything revolves around making more money out of money." End of quote. In the days of the fall of communism, Wagenknecht was convinced that the collapse of the workers' and peasant state was not yet sealed. She joined the SED because the opportunists were now leaving. "I had hoped that the GDR could be reformed, that democracy would work, and in such a way that it is there for the people and not for the economically powerful." End of quote. From then on, the young comrade received increased attention from the party, whereby it was an advantage that she did not have the stale odor of the old cadres, but in her appearance she also did not embody the type of the alternative Western left. Wagenknecht qualified for membership of the Communist platform with statements such as, "I would rather have the GDR with a wall than the social conditions we have today," and became the figurehead of this extremely active sect within the PDS. It was the traditional cabinet of the GDR, and appealed to people who were interested in defending the GDR and even Stalinism. In an early text entitled Marxism and Opportunism, which appeared in the Weissenseer Blatter, Wagenknecht argued that the real existing socialism had not perished because it was too Stalinist, but because it had opened up to the West too opportunistically. This put her in open opposition to people like Gregor Gysi, who only saw a future for socialism if it freed itself from its Stalinist history. With her positions, Wagenknecht took on an outsider role, which she enjoyed and used to her advantage. She found her support in a cohort of older comrades, which at the time was formative for the membership structure of the PDS. Stefan Liebich, a member of the Bundestag for the Left Party from 2017 to 2021, noted in retrospect that the 60-70-plus generation loved Sahra Wagenknecht. They were her troops, they were behind her. Although the strategists in the party acknowledged that she enjoyed considerable support within the party, they had reservations as to whether this would pay off in elections. Dietmar Bartsch, the last co-chairman of the Left Party parliamentary group in the Bundestag, described the situation before the 1998 general election as follows. At that time, Sahra Wagenknecht would have had no chance in the East. No constituency would have put her up in the East, so she was advised to run in a West German constituency of all places. Regardless of this, she consolidated her position within the PDS vis-a-vis the so-called reformers and made it clear that, if we enter a coalition, we have to stand up as apparent decision-makers for a policy embedded in the constraints of capitalist society. Then we are integrated into the power structures of this system. End quote. After the federal elections in 2002, the existential question arose for the party as to whether its fate as an East German regional party had been sealed by its failure to re-enter the Bundestag. It was therefore discussed whether a joint electoral platform could be formed with the Electoral Alternative for Labor and Social Justice (WSG), founded by disappointed SPD members and trade unionists, in order to gain a foothold in West Germany as well. After all, in Oscar Lafontaine, the party had a personality in its ranks who was popular in the old federal states. Sahra Wagenknecht met such considerations with extreme skepticism. "I see myself as an anti-capitalist. I don't see Oscar Lafontaine representing socialist perspectives." End quote. In 2007, the PDS and WASG finally merged to form the Left Party. From then on, Wagenknecht recognized in Lafontaine a father figure, Bodo Ramelow, who was decisive in bringing about a change in her thinking, which promoted the rise of Sahra Wagenknecht to what she is today, Dietmar Bartsch. Publicist Albrecht von Lucke speaks of a win-win deal for both sides. In a way, it was the new dream team of the left, with the result that Wagenknecht began to no longer quote Stalin and Lenin, but Ludwig Erhard and the ordoliberal classics of the social market economy, making her an uncompromising advocate of the classic social democratic welfare state model, as historian Torsten Holzhauser added. Under the influence of Oscar Lafontaine, her criticism of the Left Party intensified. The fact that she no longer represented the party's line on key issues became clear at the 2018 party conference in Leipzig, when Wagenknecht sought open confrontation on migration and open borders. However, this did not yet mean a break with the political left. In fact, in the same year, she played a leading role in founding the collective movement Aufstehen, which was based on Jean-Luc Mélenchon's La France Insoumise and Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Momentum campaign. In the founding appeal, whose demands largely correspond to what can be read in the programmatic statements of the BSW today, the initiators write that there are majorities in the population for a new policy, for disarmament and peace, for higher wages, better pensions, fairer taxes, and more security. 4. Higher public investment in education and infrastructure. But there is no party coalition capable of winning a majority that stands for such policies. They want to reach as many different supporters as possible, because the movement should be broad-based. We want to appeal to members of the SPD and the Greens as well as non-party members and people who turned their backs on politics years ago. NZZH, June 15, 2018. Wagenknecht's intention at the time was to create the basis for a left-wing power option, Spiegel v. March 8, 2018, by means of a grassroots movement in the Red-Red-Green party landscape. After Wagenknecht turned her back on Aufstehen, the association almost completely disappeared from the scene. It failed mainly because I had the illusion that movements organize themselves, she said in the ARD documentary, Trotz und True, Defiance and Loyalty. This is why the new party project was put on a more solid footing. Quote, after the loose, network-like organization, the BSW is now the opposite, a personalized platform, a mixture of Rotary Club and Bolsheviks. You can't just become a member, you have to apply. The party is supposed to grow slowly, every new member is screened, FAZ, August 31, 2024. In addition, the BSW does not see itself as part of the left, as Wagenknecht made clear during the federal press conference on the occasion of the party's foundation, as the label left is associated with gender issues and lifestyle topics, whose advocates she not entirely wrongly dismissed in her bestseller Die Selbstgerechten. Some people may still remember this. When Israel's then-President Shimon Peres spoke in the Bundestag on January 27, 2010, on the occasion of the commemoration of the 65th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, Sahra Wagenknecht demonstratively remained seated at the end of his speech together with a few others from her parliamentary group and refused to applaud. Like the overwhelming majority of MPs, Katja Kipping, on the other hand, gave Peres a standing ovation. But this was nothing more than a difference in form. The reason for Wagenknecht remaining seated, which she gave shortly after the scandal, was probably largely shared by her fiercest opponent within the party. Quote, the reason why I did not take part in the standing ovation after Shimon Peres' speech is that I cannot pay such respect to a statesman who is himself partly responsible for war. In addition, Peres spread an untruth in his speech by claiming that Iran has nuclear weapons. How dangerous such statements can become has been known since the war against Iraq. End of quote. Unlike Kipping, Wagenknecht is still so traditional, not to say old left, that for her the rejection of a defensible Jewish state at all times and the pacifist anti-militarist chatter about the evil war in itself are ideologically interdependent. In a programmatic text entitled Jenseits von Antizionismus und Antideutschen Zuspitzungen, Beyond Anti-Zionism and Anti-German Exaggerations, Kipping declared years ago, modern left-wing criticism of global power politics cannot be seamlessly linked to the criticism of imperialism from the Cold War era. From today's perspective, many historical conflicts present themselves in a different light and require a political reassessment. What is needed is a critique that is free of mystification and conspiracy theories. End of quote. She rejects unconditional solidarity with Israel, including all wars that the Jewish state will probably still have to wage, as an anti-German exaggeration. The required political reassessment merely means that the global power politics that should be rejected in principle could also have been the fault of Israel's opponents. The supporters of hip anti-nationalism and those of traditional anti-imperialism in the left party therefore have little in common when it comes to preserving world peace in the fight against global power politics. And yet it would be a gross error to reduce the differences between the party chairwoman and the parliamentary group leader of the left party in the Bundestag to two fighting hens. What was seemingly only fought out between two top politicians at the Leipzig Federal Party Conference of Die Linke in June 2018 would currently be completely unthinkable in the SPD and the Greens. More than in any other party, the debate between the two wings of a divided society is taking place as if in a burning glass, because even in the left party it is not essentially about right versus left, racists versus anti-racists, or even fascism versus anti-fascism. These categorical attributions reveal little about the opponents addressed, but all the more about the senders and their awareness of the crisis, or better still, their lack of awareness of a crisis of the nation-state. In Leipzig, Wagenknecht raised the central question of the left's self-image when she stated, "What we are discussing is whether a world without borders under capitalist conditions can really be a left-wing demand." This seemingly banal sentence actually raises the question of the system and is at the same time committed to the critique of political economy, for it is not the nation as a legal form and capital as a social relation of production that have become completely decoupled from one another, but rather certain bourgeois notions of state welfare and thus state sovereignty that have lost their power of action. which could mean the end of that nationally constituted form of existence of the subject that is associated with the concept of the citoyen as the self-confident citizen of the state who, at least ideally, strives for a common sense. Demanding a world without borders also means allowing capital to reign in undisturbed collaboration with autocrats of all kinds in places where only rudiments of state sovereignty exist and where there is no reason for nation building for reasons of exploitation. It may be called globalization, deregulation, post-Fordism or neoliberalism, but what is always meant is to give the hitherto unknown denationalization of production and value chains, the dismantling or privatization of the once public sector, the precarization and flexibilization of living conditions as harmless a name as possible. Nothing else applies to the romanticization of the increasingly merciless competition between locations and wage labor and the accompanying narcissism as a substitute for individuation for cosmopolitan followers. It is therefore a development that can best be described as postmodern capitalism and which has a devastating effect on the drive structure and thus the resilience of the individual. This is not a completely new tendency of capital, but only indicates the acceleration of a development that was already apparent more than 50 years ago, when everything still seemed to be proceeding along calm Fordist lines. Thus Adorno's considerations on the nation as the specifically bourgeois form of organization of society, in his 1964 lecture on the principle of nationality, begin with the observation that, in the late bourgeois phase, nations or many nations transform themselves into something like monstrous companies, like monstrous economic units, and then remain so when free trading tendencies temporarily soften the tautness of this form of organization. In other words, the equality of the organization of life has internationally reduced the substantiality of the national, which Hegel could still claim with some justification, to a mere facade. Today it is not, as was once taught, the so-called cosmopolitan that is more abstract than the individual national formations, but it is the more real. The actually existing anti-national fusion of cosmopolitanism and capital, their material and spiritual fusion, which Adorno describes here and in the same place, anticipating the criticism of multiculturalism, called a deceptive colorfulness, can be described as the predominant form of thought of capital, against which the longing for the concrete as the old past real of the nation must not be set in ideology-critical terms. It should be declared a scandal that the real pseudo-cosmopolitanism of which Adorno spoke has appropriated and perverted the abstract idea that once underpinned cosmopolitanism as a critique that overcame the bourgeois form of organization of the nation and short-circuited it with capitalist socialization on a global scale. Rejecting this pseudo-cosmopolitanism without abandoning the hope of a world society beyond capital and the state would not mean preserving the concretion of human relations in the transient and itself long since deceptive form of nations, but rather regaining this concretion of human coexistence on a higher level, as Adorno further formulates. Postmodern capitalism does not describe a higher, but a different level of socialization, which has long since proved to be a relapse behind the progressive side of the nation. Adorno goes on to write, "The nation has at times fulfilled an extraordinarily progressive function, and if it had not fulfilled this function, if the form of organization of bourgeois society had not also benefited the people and, above all, the decisive interested parties, then the power of resistance that the idea of the nation still possesses in a phase in which its organizational inadequacy in relation to the entire state of the productive forces is as obvious as in the phase in which we live would be utterly unimaginable. It is certainly no coincidence that almost all the great achievements of technology, all the great technical inventions, have taken place within the framework of the nation. Finally, it must be said that this progressive side of the nation, if I may call it that, also extends to the spiritual. In other words, at least in bourgeois society, in modern society the truly free and great intellectual achievements were all initially connected with the origin of a national consciousness and the creation of nation-states. Above all, however, with the creation of a national language. But something happened around this time, at about the same time as the political victory of the bourgeoisie over absolutism. In other words, from this point onwards, nationality took on the disastrous and truly destructive character that we have come to know." End of quote. In the same place, Adorno writes that, against the background of a nation-building process that, in contrast to France and England, failed, National Socialism for Germany, in a certain sense, made up for the organizational form of the nation at an extraordinarily late stage. And this late arrival also condemned National Socialism to destruction, just as it gave it those special and terrible qualities. So I believe that you have to think of the specific situation of German nationalism as being as much connected with the failure of nation-building and its productive function as with the delay with which this then took place. End quote. The extent to which these lines were influenced by the internal dispute within the Institute in the 1930s and 1940s about the work of Friedrich Pollock and Franz Neumann, or whether they were influenced by reading Helmut Plessner, should be left aside at this point. What is of interest here is the idea of the unfinished nation, and whether the obsessive anti-nationalism of today's Germans does not draw its honey from this delay and thus eternal incompletion. In other words, whether there is not a kind of secret knowledge that the Antifa formula nationalism leads to fascism is, in its own case, an anti-Western connoted German life lie, which is not only intended to suppress the truth about the Nazis, that it was not a nationalism that historically deserved its name, but also that Germany, in comparison to France, Great Britain, and not least the United States, did not even make it to a bourgeois nation. With this formulation, Adorno pointed out that only through the creation of modern nations was something like a kind of general legal certainty created at all, which today, not coincidentally, is up for discussion everywhere or has long been completely rejected where it proves to be an anti-global obstacle to exploitation. Adorno was still such an optimist in the Marxian sense that he saw capitalist pseudo-cosmopolitanism not only as a danger, but also as an opportunity. By this higher stage I do not mean a mechanical grouping of giant nations into even more gigantic blocks, which seems more likely to increase the disaster, but on the contrary, a change in the form of social organization itself, which would replace that abstract form of organization which is always repressive against its members. This is by no means as utopian as it may sound at first, because technology today already offers possibilities of decentralization that would actually make this grouping into huge hierarchical units superfluous. In other words, the form of historically advancing rationalization that is still valid today is itself no longer the most rational and is only maintained in the interests of current production relations. End quote. More than 50 years after they were formulated, these words, which also contain an anticipated critique of the Euro-EU, proved to be the preliminary description of a global reality in which the decentralization of production and the de-hierarchization of the once huge production units have become the hallmark of a reality that Adorno could not have imagined in its brutality at the time. He drew his optimism above all from his reflection on the state of the productive forces, which struck him as a paradox. They had long since literally reached the limits of the nation-state, and the nation-state proved to be nothing more than a legal corset that was too tight and thus an objective obstacle to the further development of the productive forces. For Adorno, this objectivity did not lead to a straightforward path to world revolution, as it did for Marx, but it did offer the concrete possibility of a world that was at least better organized under capital. It would already be possible to organize society in such a way that it would be composed in a completely rational way of much smaller and peacefully coexisting units. However, precisely this has not happened under the conditions of postmodern capitalism. In the reality of global production conditions, the much smaller and peacefully coexisting units do not prove to be cooperative togetherness, but rather, as projected on the drawing board of postmodern theory, a deliberate rhizomatic antagonism between deeply hostile market subjects. The fact that this brutality is trivialized and misrepresented, particularly in Germany, as free trade that brings people together and promotes peace, is not least due to the fact that the world's leading exporter is one of the worst protagonists and beneficiaries of this global reality, which also says everything about the social function of anti-national ideology in this country. For the critics of pseudo-cosmopolitanism, the paradox has grown into a real dilemma that the strengthening of the long anachronistic nation-state is the only means of at least slowing down and containing what would otherwise assert itself even more unchecked worldwide against the anti-national barbarism, which only logically expresses itself in the delusion of the world sovereign. Gerhard Skeit. In her speech at the Leipzig Die Linke Party conference, Sahra Wagenknecht emphasized whether the demand for open borders could even be raised under capitalist conditions. Quote, "We defend the right of poor countries to defend and protect their markets and economies with tariffs against our agricultural exports. This also means setting limits to the free movement of goods. We are calling for capital controls to prevent financial speculators from deciding on currencies, interest rates, and the fate of entire economies. So of course we also want to set limits on the free movement of capital." End of quote. Criticizing her old-fashioned left-wing emphasis on particular actors, whom she denounces as financial speculators, as an abbreviated critique of capitalism may be done by those who understand something of the somewhat longer critique of capitalism and are not prepared to simply refrain from reflecting on its content because of signal words that promise evil. By defining the function of the nation-state in relation to capital, especially in relation to countries that are completely or largely left behind, she has provided a thoroughly anti-German critique of Germany's proverbial borderless economy based on a globally unique trade surplus. In this quote, Wagenknecht is not primarily a romantic anti-capitalist, but a critic of the political economy who, in the debate with her opponents within the party, is concerned with de-romanticizing the criticism of capitalism. Wagenknecht, who is nostalgic for the GDR, would presumably absolutely agree with the demand for the qualification of people from countries that have been left behind in German companies and universities. After all, in order to build a competitive, catching-up national economy, specialists are also needed who can initiate the new path. In this respect, her statement, "We are arguing about the question of whether there should be limits to labor migration, and if so, where they lie," refers not only to the interests of German workers in their fight for higher wages, but also, for example, to the targeted poaching of Bulgarian nurses, for example, which is threatening the healthcare system there. In response, the wing around Katja Kipping usually only has the invective of utilitarian racism at the ready. This term was enthusiastically adopted years ago by the new party members not despite, but precisely because of its postmodern arbitrariness by a popular Bielefeld anti-racist of the first hour. According to Heitmeyer, the urge to exclude has taken on a special form of misanthropy. "A new racism is emerging, utilitarian racism," wrote Kipping in 2008, before going on to combine anti-racism with central categories of the critique of political economy. Those who advocate utilitarian racism create first- and second-class citizens. There are the elites, and there is a class of those who only have their labor power as a commodity and who no longer dare to open their mouths because of the threat of Hartz IV. Kipping wanted this particular form of racialization of conditions, which indiscriminately prescribes anti-racism to all those who, in pre-postmodern times, were still considered the social class of wage laborers and thus the absolute majority of society, to be understood as her contribution to a discussion called crossover. This meant a debate across SPD, Die Linke and Green Party boundaries, which, as Kipping put it, was to be a serious reflection on a left-wing government at federal level, the basic prerequisite of which she declared to be a farewell to utilitarian racism. As a result of this crossover, the Institut Solidarisch Modern ISM was founded in early 2010 with Kipping's active participation, and she has been a member of its board ever since. The founding of the ISM was triggered by the failure of the attempt to form a red-green state government in Hesse under the leadership of Social Democrat Andrea Ypsilanti and with the acquiescence of Die Linke. Ypsilanti was also the leading initiator of the founding of the Institute and is the Institute spokesperson alongside Attac Managing Director Stephanie Hampman, Astrid Roth-Bienlich, member of the Thuringian State Parliament for the Greens, Thomas Seibert, philosopher at the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, and Axel Troost, deputy chairman of Die Linke. Conceived as a cross-party association, the ISM has taken up the cause of left-wing politics in tune with the times, which is intended to be a substantial political counterproposal to the ideology of neoliberalism, the fight for modernity that unites and develops both, the distribution sensitivity of the old and the individual self-determination claims of the new left, the urgently needed reconciliation between the emancipatory approaches of industrial and postmodernism. End quote. This is what it says in the ISM's founding appeal, which continues in Kipping's spirit. One of the conceptual weaknesses of the industrial left was and is the focus on gainful employment and the accompanying ignorance of other equally important social activities such as reproductive work, political engagement, educational work, and leisure. End quote. It is also self-critically acknowledged that above the criticism of industrial modernity and its political supporters, the awareness of the continuing importance of the old social question has also been partially lost in the new world of service, knowledge, and information capitalism. End quote. How the social question is to be rediscovered, however, remains a mosaic-like crossover mystery. Naturally, the ISM people did not like the founding of the collective movement Aufstehen, which was largely initiated by Wagenknecht. In a relevant statement, the headline is not lacking in clarity. Institut Solidarisch Modern opposes Wagenknecht and Lafontaine. It states that the proposal for a new left-wing collective movement was received with astonishment, because the Institut Solidarisch Modern stands for the search for a crossover project of a mosaic left like no other institution. If one compares the founding call of Aufstehen, which is described by those responsible as the fundamental attitude of the movement, with the writings of the ISM, it is initially only the particular emphases that make the ISM comrades perceive the Lafontaine-Wagenknecht project as a dangerous competitor. There is agreement on the demands for a strengthening of the welfare state, the immediate reversal of Agenda 2010, an immediate stop to the privatization mania, and the fight for an end to precarious living conditions across the board. Even if the ISM generally avoids the kind of blatantly anti-American formulations found in Aufstehen's founding appeal, there is every indication that the ISM also shares the new peace policy formulated by Aufstehen as its most noble goal, which, with its demand for more independence from the USA and a return to the good legacy of the peace and détente policy of Willy Brandt, Egon Bahr and the peace movement in East and West, revives traditional German anti-imperialism, which is neither left nor right, but simply German. The crossover in content between ISM and Aufstehen ends where the founding appeal of Aufstehen proclaims the goal of a European Germany in a united Europe of sovereign democracies. Because it also states, even if the main reason for fears about the future is the crisis of the welfare state and global instabilities and dangers, the refugee development has led to additional uncertainty. Many pre-existing problems such as the lack of social housing, overburdened schools, or a lack of daycare places have become even more acute. In the end, it is above all the already disadvantaged who suffer. End quote. In the Declaration Institut Solidarisch Modern stellt sich gegen Wagenknecht und Lafontaine, Institute for Solidarity Modernity opposes Wagenknecht and Lafontaine, published in January 2018, months before the Aufstehen founding call even became known, the reasons for the dissociation are as follows. A left-wing crossover project can only be developed on the basis of solidarity. Dealing with the so-called refugee issue, which is in reality a question of the crisis in North-South relations, is paradigmatic in this respect. Only those who practice international solidarity on this issue, those who refuse to be divided into a legitimate and an illegitimate population, those who strive to overcome the various relations of domination, regardless of whether they are based on class, gender, ethnicity, sexuality, or the relationship to nature. Only those who look at these relations of domination together are up to date and will work on a movement that can develop an emancipatory potential. End quote. If you want to be in tune with the times, you have to track down your certainties of being east of civilization, and Kipping found what she was looking for in her book W.R. Flugtet schon freiwillig, Die Verantwortung des Westens oder Warum sich unsere Gesellschaft nur finden muss, which was published just in time for the refugee crisis. In it, she urges us to make a decision, which reads, either a departure into a cross-border post-capitalism or a gradual fragmentation of society towards organized barbarism. End quote. The statement is cryptic, because the fragmentation of society, practically through economic deregulation and the termination of general security guarantees by the state and ideologically by critics of rule who happily welcome the mullah next door, i.e. Islamic structures of rule, as cultural enrichment, is ultimately the program of cross-border post-capitalism, which does not organize barbarism, but only allows it to happen. However, such an existentialist decision can always be accepted as an imperative against the right, as well as against competitors in one's own party. The young academic anti-nationalists, who are predominantly based in West Germany, agree that there is nothing they want to adhere to, because in these fateful times, a lack of stability lends participation an almost rebellious quality. Accordingly, we know about culture what every postmodern cultural creator incessantly drills into us. Quote, a realistic look at culture shows, the idea of a dominant culture tied to a nation is a chimera. Culture is constantly changing. Every concrete culture captured in a moment represents merely a snapshot of a synthesis of the cultures of the world. In this respect, no culture, neither in Europe nor in Germany nor in any imaginary Occident, needs protection from the alleged foreign. For through the sediments of history and the modern technologies of exchange, the permanent recomposition is constantly taking place anyway, as in a prism. Instead of leading and national cultures, we should therefore assume liquid, constantly changing cultures in the plural. End of quote. Claudia Kipping has certainly never been more than a diligent collector of text modules, which she stirs together according to the ideological principle of usefulness into a mash of text that the delegates are then supposed to choke down for the sake of participating in the height of the times. The fact that, as party leader of a socialist party, she can at least offer this prominently on the grounds that the coming changes cannot be stopped anyway, should be emphasized because this party with its Kipping wing is increasingly being discovered by people in solidarity with Israel as an alternative to the alternative for Germany, as the better thing in a dark Germany tending towards Chemnitz fascism. In any case, this reads as a brutal attack on any prerequisite for solidarity with a Jewish nation-state. Quote, such an understanding of culture goes hand in hand with a rejection of politics that acts as an agent of a sovereignty that has long since been fragmented. Yet even today, sustainable politics cannot be a defense of the status quo. It should not promise what it cannot deliver. The coming changes cannot be stopped anyway. We can only have a say in how they take place, what effects they will have and who pays for them. End quote. In this drivel about fate, which is less removed from the focus chatter about the eternal nation and its unchanging mission than a left-wing party leader would like, it is already clear that it will be subjects other than the Jews in Germany or elsewhere in Europe, and with them the Jewish state, with whom one wants to do business. In her book, Kipping harnesses the refugees, who have no individual fate and would certainly have no corresponding desires, as a collective and anti-national maneuvering mass in front of her ideological cart and declares in Helper German, all the many personal needs, fears and hopes of the refugees as well as their spontaneous desires are repeatedly condensed into a collective act. They emerge from invisibility. It might be going too far to describe the refugees as the new revolutionary subject, albeit against their will. But they are certainly putting the question of distribution on a global scale on the agenda. End quote. In the history of revolution, the revolutionary creature against its will has always been the mass of people who have been equipped with a scientifically justified mission of salvation by shrewd power politicians and set on the march as a revolutionary subject, ignoring their real desires. In the past, it was about the conquest of power in the then totalitarian state by an unscrupulous clique of friends of the people. Today, reference is made to the insights of the same Lenins and Trotsky in order to put an end to the democratically legitimized nation-state without claiming power for themselves. Power is supposed to be transferred to an involuntary collective subject, whose members are obviously expected not to want to free themselves from the damage caused by the state's reign of terror and the ideological and religious conditioning of their countries of origin, but rather to lead the native population into post-national times precisely by virtue of their damage. The perfidious game with those refugees who want nothing more than to finally experience what it means to be allowed to be something of an individual beyond the Islamic culture of clan, tribe and Allah makes the leader of the Left Party an ally of all those who, every Friday, tell the prayer crowd that the revolutionary subject and its by no means liquid culture goes by the name of Ummah. On the other hand, it is clear from Sahra Wagenknecht that she does not at all share Kipping's instrumental culture of welcome and that she does not project her revolutionary fantasies onto the refugees. However, it is not clear whether she shares the love of Islam publicly declared years ago by Oscar Lafontaine, the main person responsible for the Aufstehen project alongside Wagenknecht, or whether she is simply blaming the West for Islamism in the bad left-wing tradition. As a reminder, in 2006, Oscar Lafontaine explained in an interview with Neues Deutschland, ND, there are overlaps between left-wing politics and the Islamic religion. Islam focuses on the community, which is at odds with the exaggerated individualism whose concept is in danger of failing in the West. The second point of contact is that the devout Muslim is obliged to share. The left also wants the stronger to help the weaker. Thirdly, the prohibition of interest still plays a role in Islam, as it used to in Christianity. At a time when entire economies are plunging into crisis because ideas about returns have become completely absurd, there is reason for the left to engage in a dialogue with the Islamic world. ND, February 13, 2006. It is at least striking that on the website of Aufstehen Staat Islamkritik there is only one video contribution on the trivialization of Islam, which comes from a priest named Kurt, and in which it says, "I believe that Islam is not quite as powerful as it is portrayed. It's being held up too high. On the whole, it's important that we don't allow ourselves to become so emotionalized." End quote. This demanded lack of emotion found its cross-camp expression in the practice of the Left Party in an incident in the run-up to the Leipzig Party Conference. A young comrade from Saxony-Anhalt named Paul Reinhardt dared to submit a motion to the Party Commission for the Party Conference entitled, "We Need a Left-Wing Critique of Islam," which stated, among other things, "We must not allow ourselves to refuse any criticism of Islam and leave it to the new right as a cover for their racism, because that only benefits the right-wing camp." End quote. The troublemakers' motion was rejected across the board as tending towards the right and racist, i.e. Islamophobic. The obvious cross-party consensus that exists within the party on Islam, on the other hand, never existed when it came to Khadija Kipping's heartfelt issue, the unconditional basic income. Wagenknecht's scathing criticism of this idea at least shows that she, who can only see it as an attempt to completely abolish the welfare state, still has an idea of society and solidarity. In her current book with the title Courageous Against the Tide, reminiscent of Jutta Ditfurth, she says the following about the unconditional basic income. Society is thus abandoning its responsibility to give everyone the chance to earn a decent income through their own work. Society's claim must be that everyone can earn their money with their own work. Everyone can do something particularly well, they just need to be given the chance to develop and train their talents. That is society's task, and not to hand out handouts and simply write off a significant part of society. Anyone who initially finds the idea of an unconditional basic income fascinating should take a close look at the consequences. It is no coincidence that this concept has so many enthusiastic supporters among the top 10,000. End quote. This criticism, which is directly addressed to Kippings, although it is not explicitly mentioned, is consequent in that an unconditional basic income and an immigration society that functions even halfway and does not expose itself to disintegration through irreversible fragmentation are fundamentally mutually exclusive. In this context, the important research findings of the British economist Sir Paul Collier should be expressly referred to. He stated, "We know that trust within a society tends to decline as diversity increases through immigration. This is important for modern and rich societies because we have countless, very complex institutions that are based on mutual trust and cooperation, for example in our social systems. If a society is too diverse, it becomes more difficult to organize cooperation in such systems. This is not controversial in research, but standard. End quote. Wagenknecht rightly suspects Kipping of being a progressive neoliberal in disguise, Nancy Fraser, without mentioning her by name, of course. Because, Wagenknecht continues, the idea of an unconditional basic income comes from Silicon Valley. End quote. The attitude of Katia Kipping, who always attests to the emancipatory potential of postmodern capitalism in all its manifestations, which a left in tune with the times only needs to use, is summed up by Wagenknecht as follows: cosmopolitanism, anti-racism and protection of minorities are the feel-good label to conceal rude redistribution from the bottom to the top and to give its beneficiaries a clear conscience. End quote. The conclusion she draws from this alliance has more analytical depth than the constant Antifa and feuilleton chatter about the new, old or whatever fascism that so-called right-wing populism and its electorate are supposed to embody. The aggressiveness with which progressive values are once again being rejected in parts of society today may also have its most important reason in the fact that those affected simply perceive these values as part of a political package whose liberal economic component threatens their standard of living. End quote. The reason why the anti-imperialist Wagenknecht's thinking knows such bright moments is that, as a traditional leftist, she adheres to a demand that has been so forgotten by post-modern leftists that one no longer expects it from a left-wing speaking place. Quote, the core of left-wing politics is to stand up for the social interests of the vast majority of the population. 90% of all refugees worldwide live in countries neighboring their homeland. Apart from the chronically underfunded UN Refugee Agency, practically nobody cares about them. Left-wing politics is always politics for the majority, so it should be primarily concerned with these 90%. Focus, February 10, 2018. But when it comes to the majority, Sahra Wagenknecht's comrade trend could throw a spanner in the works for the left. It is true that Wagenknecht has received great support within the party, for example in her thesis paper on a humane and socially regulating left-wing immigration policy, signed by 18 prominent party members around the deputy parliamentary group leader and financial policy spokesperson of the party Fabio De Masi, in which, among other things, she insists on a right to regulate migration, denies a universal right of immigration, and defends the welfare state, which is inevitably organized by the nation-state at its core, as an instance of a humanitarian and social migration policy practice. However, why Katia Kipping was able to announce the following at the Leipzig Party Conference with plenty of tailwind requires an explanation. Quote, when I look at our young new members, I don't see any green hipsters, no new greens. I see people who combine refugee solidarity and social commitment in a wonderfully natural way. We should listen carefully to these young leftists, because they represent a large social group in our country that is neither right-wing nor neoliberal, and we must make our party the anchor point of their political engagement. End quote. Saxony's SPD Minister for Economic Affairs and Labor, Martin Dulling, would have to be contradicted when he makes the sweeping statement in the FAZ that the Left Party has long since replaced its East German identity with an urban cosmopolitan one. However, to the chagrin of the Wagenknecht wing, the direction in which the wind has been blowing for some time can be seen in the electoral successes of the AfD and the massive exodus of former left-wing voters in the zone. Although Kipping claims to want to have both the bockwurst eaters and the Bayonne drinkers on board, in her book Who Would Voluntarily Flee, she celebrates the egocentric, narcissistic so-called Generation Y, of all people, who are the type of people who are made for the precarious Agenda 2010 life and have therefore long been on the third way. Both the membership development and the electoral successes in the West show that the party is increasingly becoming a Bayonne and therefore anti-Bockwurst party. An analysis of the last Bundestag election in the party organ Neues Deutschland reads as follows: the Left Party scored particularly well in urban areas. The successes were usually even more pronounced when there are academic environments there. End quote. Regarding membership development, it says, 2/3 of new members are 35 years old or younger. 72% of new members joined in the West. The milieu of new members is often academic and left-wing green. Workers and the unemployed are underrepresented. The positive nationwide results cannot hide the fact that the party has also lost popularity in many rural areas and among the socially disadvantaged. End quote. There is much to suggest that Sahra Wagenknecht and her party have missed the right moment to stand up within the Left Party. Despite this distancing from the left-wing political spectrum, the BSW's political agenda and the associated rhetoric is largely based on Chantal Mouffe's 2018 publication Für einen linken Populismus. In this work, the author starts from her diagnosis of the times, made with Ernesto Laclau in 1985, according to which the socialist and social democratic parties were becoming less and less attractive to the traditional electorate. At that time, the social democratic Keynesian welfare state model of the post-war order, which was also essentially characterized by the compromise between capital and labor due to the systemic competition with the Eastern Bloc, had long since passed its prime. In order to overcome the crisis of Fordism, the political leaders implemented a paradigm shift and henceforth relied on the neoliberal accumulation regime. Deregulation, privatization, deindustrialization, and the promotion of technological change were now seen as suitable measures for generating new growth potential. In the course of globalization, the differences between the winners and losers of this process became more pronounced. Under these circumstances, it initially seems absurd that Mouffe accused the parties of the parliamentary left of focusing too much on the contradiction between capital and labor. This was evidence of an inadequate understanding of politics, which she called class essentialism. The end of Fordism not only resulted in a partial dissolution of the classic industrial proletariat, Margaret Thatcher's neoliberal crisis management also succeeded in temporarily winning over parts of this milieu to her policies. In addition, new forms of subordination have emerged that lie beyond the production process. Against this backdrop, an alternative, anti-essentialist approach could expand the field for social conflicts. Mouffe therefore argued for the formation of a chain of equivalence that expresses not only the demands of the working class but also those of the new movements, i.e. feminism, the gay and lesbian movement, anti-racism, ecology. Gives expression. End quote. 15 years later, Mouffe found that the modernization of the parliamentary left that she had called for had indeed taken place, but in a different way than she had thought. The majority of the relevant parties had abandoned their former orientation in favor of the label center-left party, and were now operating as New Labour or Third Way, i.e. as a social democratic version of neoliberalism, Stuart Hall. The talk of the consensus of the center, which emerged at the same time and not only shaped the left-wing party spectrum, meant that the confrontational debate between parties, which was still recognizable to some extent, was replaced by a technocratic form of politics, which saw itself merely as the neutral management of public affairs. In this post-political situation, there was no longer any room for a genuine choice that citizens could have made between different political projects, which was the cause of the process of increasing alienation from democratic institutions. However, the author also recognizes an opportunity in this seemingly hopeless constellation and, following Lenin's comments on a revolutionary situation, speaks of a populist moment, which is characterized by the fact that the prevailing hegemony is destabilized under the pressure of political and socio-economic upheavals and the existing institutions no longer succeed in defending the existing order and securing the loyalty of the people. Right-wing populism recognized this dissatisfaction early on and used it to its advantage. It was therefore the order of the day for the classic left-wing parties to bring the confrontational nature of politics back to the fore. Mouffe thus anticipated the BSW's strategy of creating a serious address for those who vote AFD out of anger without being on the right. Their feeling of being left behind and their longing for democratic recognition, which they previously expressed in xenophobic language, could be articulated with a different vocabulary and directed against a new competitor. A strategy that builds a political frontline by dividing society into two camps and calls for the mobilization of the disadvantaged against those in power is promising. However, one would have to say goodbye to the myth of communism as a transparent and reconciled society. However, if the discursive construction of the people against those in power is not based on rational knowledge of the objective structural laws of capitalist society, affects play a key role, as no collective will can be constructed without common affects crystallizing in some form. The makers of BSW have also recognized that effective attachment to a charismatic leader would play an important role in this process and have deliberately taken this principle to the extreme. They are counting on the party leader to act as a resentment machine due to her reach and her intensification, which tracks down and intensifies social inflammation and translates it into political antagonisms, as Oliver Nachtwey noted in the FAZ, August 31, 2024. In contrast to Chantal Mouffe, however, Wagenknecht is not interested in an anti-essentialist approach, which she already expressed when she was still trying to save the left with Aufstehen. It is true that the protection of minorities is important, but the decisive issue is the fight against economic inequality. It is our task to stand up for the losers of capitalist globalization, not to defame them, NZZH, June 15, 2018. Commentators initially disputed whether the strategy of entrusting a charismatic leader with the creation of a political frontline, which has now been elevated to a program, would be successful, although it was stated that the BSW could open up a previously free space in the political offer. According to a study by the Hans Bachler Foundation's Institute of Economic and Social Sciences, the BSW's electoral chances were particularly pronounced among respondents from Eastern Germany, people without A-levels, workers and people with a migration background. The study concluded that a low income, a lack of financial reserves, high levels of stress and economic worries, as well as a low level of trust in institutions, especially in the public media and the federal government, are associated with an increased tendency to vote for the BSW. Accordingly, it cannot be ruled out that the BSW could compete with the AfD, especially in its strongholds in Eastern Germany. The last European elections represented an initial success in which the new party achieved a result of 6.2% from a standing start. As expected, the share of votes in Eastern Germany was more than double the national average. After the last state elections in Thuringia, Saxony and Brandenburg, the forecast that Wagenknecht and company could become a power factor in the East, Tagesschau E. December 6, 2024, was also confirmed. However, the BSW was not only voted for by those in precarious circumstances, as the electorate was made up of all age and occupational groups with a slightly above-average preference for pensioners. If there was one thing in common, it was that the party was particularly successful in constituencies away from the major cities. The BSW benefited from the widespread perception that, as a hard-working and rule-abiding inhabitant of the zone, they were being taken advantage of by the West German state, which was confirmed once again by the surveys conducted during the state elections. The vast majority of East German voters still see themselves as second-class citizens and dominated by the West, largely irrespective of party preference. The Left Party, which has long fueled the East German ideology based on hatred of the West, can no longer benefit from this mood. While the outgoing co-chair of the Left Party, Martin Scherdwan, reacted emphatically calmly to the founding of his ex-comrade's party, as it was not a new left-wing formation, TZE, August 1, 2024, that could pose a threat to his party, the figures speak a different language. Although the Wagenknecht team was the only party to win voters from the AfD, the pull effect that many had hoped for failed to materialize. Instead, the BSW caused a considerable loss of votes for the Left Party, which means that its insignificance in the East can no longer be halted. The Karl Liebknecht House must also have noticed that the Left Party has fallen victim to its own ideology, as both the BSW and the AfD are benefiting from its groundwork. The PDS/Left Party is partly responsible for the fact that an incredible potential for anger has been able to establish itself in the East, which is now a cross-class phenomenon in which it makes no difference whether someone is socially left behind or blithely racing through the countryside in their expensive SUV, as the historian Ilko Sasha Kowalczuk aptly put it. Wagenknecht and Hawk therefore no longer need to go to great lengths to position the actually or supposedly disadvantaged against those in power. In the introductory passage of the party program, the claim is formulated that the party wants to be a representative for the many people who rightly have the impression that they no longer live in the country that the Federal Republic once was. This nostalgic reference to the old FRG model forms the common thread running through all BSW positions. The reference to the Bonn Republic, in which cosmopolitanism was allegedly not unconsciously rhapsodized about, is unmistakable when it comes to migration, which critics of the new party consider particularly reprehensible. The BSW program states that they do not question the right to asylum, but that immigration and the coexistence of different cultures are only an enrichment as long as the influx remains limited to a level that does not overburden our country and its infrastructure, and as long as integration is actively promoted and successful. It is true that Wagenknecht does not seem to recognize individuals either, but only collective subjects that are irrevocably part of a culture. Nevertheless, it is significant that even the question of how individual asylum seekers can be cared for and the suggestion that only successful integration enables social participation is accused of being right-wing by the Friends of Open Borders, especially as the party rejects right-wing extremist and racist ideologies. The left-wing coordinate system has been completely disrupted by people with a migration background who, according to the WSI study mentioned at the beginning, sympathize with the BSW due to its migration policy statements. For example, Jessica Tati, formerly of the Left Party and now a BSW Member of Parliament from Baden-Württemberg, whose parents come from Sardinia. Quote, "As far as the refugee numbers are concerned, migrants simply see it the same way as many others. The numbers are too high, they overburden local authorities and make it difficult to integrate those who are genuinely seeking protection from political persecution." End quote. These migrant groups have invested a great deal for themselves and their children, with great difficulty, in order to integrate, learn the language and gain a foothold in the labor market, and expect the same from others who come to Germany after them. Especially when it comes to economic and social policy, the BSW strikes a chord with East Germans, as the old Federal Republic has always been a place of longing for them. With reunification, GDR citizens had hoped to become part of the economic and social order they thought they knew from West German television. In reality, however, they had to realize that the golden years of the prosperous post-war period, in which, for example, production workers could afford a certain amount of advancement with effort, FAZ, August 31, 2024, had long been a thing of the past by the time they joined the area covered by the Basic Law. The BSW's demands are so well received in the former GDR because they resonate with a specific East German milieu that believes in values such as performance, property, rules, and social justice, but sees itself betrayed or bullied by the state. TZE, August 24, 2024. Wagenknecht's success in the East is also due to the fact that she has renounced the socialist perspectives that were still being used against Oscar Lafontaine years ago. Instead, the BSW's economic and socio-political positions are aimed at reviving Rhineland capitalism in view of the entirely correct diagnosis that the promise of upward mobility of the old Federal Republic no longer works. No one in the Wagenknecht party would deny that, true to the original, their program ultimately boils down to a system of corporatist structures aimed at consensus, which are constituted within a democratic constitutional state that protects the free market order and is aimed at allowing broad sections of the population to participate in the overall economic value creation via an expanded welfare state. The problem is not that the BSW wants to relieve people of their most urgent financial hardships and enable them to participate in society. When it is stated with regard to wages that an expansion of collective bargaining coverage could be beneficial for the positive development of salaries, empirical evidence already speaks in favor of such a demand. It also corresponds to the reality that the diagnosed privatization and commercialization of existential services, for example in the areas of health, care, and housing, is at the expense of citizens. Therefore, the call to re-transfer areas of public welfare to the public sector is entirely plausible. However, with the plea for a society in which the common good is more important than selfish interests and in which it is not tricksters and gamblers who win, but those who make an effort and do good, honest, and solid work, it becomes clear that the social issue is ultimately to be solved on the basis of resentment. By mobilizing envious affects, a deeply antisocial social character is served, which is directed against the unproductive wealthy and the corrupt state, which wastes taxes on billions and subsidies to corporations from overseas and withholds the equivalent due to the little man, as according to Wagenknecht it attracts new refugees with high benefits for asylum seekers instead of using these funds for higher pensions and better health care for its own population. In the final analysis, Wagenknecht's group pits Rhenish capitalism, which is based on productive work, against unleashed capitalism that destroys traditions and ties, i.e. financial capital and its profiteers in the person of the yield hunters, and is thus in line with German ideology. Against this backdrop, it comes as no surprise that the BSW explicitly refers to Europe in the post-war period, in which the once strong European welfare states were the guarantors of decades of upswing and peace. Accordingly, the party advocates a reindustrialization of Europe that brings back jobs and prosperity, which goes hand in hand with a demand that the EU must limit the power of big tech, big pharma, big finance, and other multinational corporations in favor of small and medium-sized enterprises and ensure that collective agreements and local wages are defended against low-cost competition. The party also pursues an integration-critical approach to European policy and wants to strengthen the nation-states. Quote, "Our goal is a self-confident Europe of sovereign democracies, which does not come together through the centralization of power at the EU Commission, but through equal cooperation, joint economic projects, a single internal market with fair rules and cultural exchange." End quote. Even if the BSW avoids the AFD slogan Europe of Fatherlands, its objective corresponds almost literally to the AFD position of a European community of sovereign, democratic states that cooperate for the benefit of their citizens in all those tasks that can be better accomplished together. Both formulations initially sound like a consequent interpretation of the principle of subsidiarity, to which there is nothing fundamentally wrong. However, the BSW's claim that the EU must guarantee budgetary, social, and economic sovereignty to the member states in future is not enough. Rather, the talk of a self-confident Europe has an anti-American and therefore anti-Western thrust, which was summed up by publicist Daniela Dawn, who was a guest speaker at the BSW party conference, with her formulation that the EU is currently acting as a transatlantic branch of the USA and NATO. The aim was therefore to ensure that the European Union focuses on its political, economic, and security policy autonomy, and thus primarily represents the interests of the citizens of the member states of the Union. Europe must become an independent player on the world stage instead of being a pawn in the conflict between the major powers and subordinating itself to the interests of the USA. End quote. The AfD also does not want to know anything about ties to the West and states that the geopolitical and economic interests of the USA increasingly differ from those of Germany and other European states. For this reason, Germany should not allow itself to be drawn into conflicts as a result of decisions by the USA to give way to other powers. The foreign and security policy of the USA forces Germany to formulate its interests independently. End quote. This applies in particular to relations with Russia, which has been a reliable supplier and guarantor of an affordable energy supply for decades, which is the Achilles heel of the German economy due to our energy-intensive industry. Restoring undisturbed trade with Russia includes the immediate lifting of economic sanctions against Russia and the repair of the Nord Stream pipelines. End of quote. The BSW would probably not disagree with these statements, and it is almost superfluous to point out that it is a matter close to the hearts of both associations to orientate themselves towards Germany's real political interests in their relationship with China. The BSW warns against becoming too closely tied to the USA, because then there is a risk of losing the most important trading partner in China. The People's Republic is not only an indispensable supplier of raw materials and primary products, it is also one of the largest sales markets. End quote. For this reason, Michael Lutters, a publicist and long-standing president of the German Arab Society, who was elected to the extended party board of the BSW and has so far been extremely empathetic towards the Islamic world, argued that Germany and the EU should adopt a middle position in order to act as an honest broker between China and the USA, as Americaphobia had only led to the energy crisis becoming the mother of the problems facing the local economy. As both the AfD and the BSW seek to close ranks with the Kremlin and want to abandon Germany's ties to the West, the ex-leftists never tire of proving that they are the authentic, i.e. most anti-Western, peace party. In doing so, they refer to Willy Brandt and Mikhail Gorbachev, who oppose thinking and acting in the logic of the Cold War with a policy of détente, reconciliation of interests, and international cooperation. End quote. In contrast, what the West and NATO have done since the end of the Cold War can be summed up as change through confrontation, exclusion, and demarcation. A change that could lead the world to the brink of a third world war. End of quote. It is possible to interpret Russia's invasion of Ukraine as a preemptive strike motivated by security policy against a state that is inferior in all respects and has confidently turned to the West and NATO, claiming its sovereignty. However, according to the Grand Chairman of the BSW, its leading power America has invaded 5 countries in the past few years in violation of international law and killed more than 1 million people in these wars, which has triggered feelings of threat and defensive reactions among the Russians. This completely insane argument is reminiscent of a passage from the Elements of Anti-Semitism. The blindly murderous have always seen in the victim the persecutor, from whom he was desperately driven to self-defense, and the most powerful empires have perceived the weakest neighbor as an unbearable threat before they fell upon him. End quote. According to Wagenknecht, the Soviet Union, in contrast to the bellicose West, geared its policy entirely altruistically towards the preservation of world peace, a gross distortion that she now simply transfers to Russia. Wagenknecht cannot understand that, in addition to Ukraine, the former Soviet republics of the Baltic states and neighboring Poland in particular feel threatened by Russia based on historical experience, and that their rational defensive reaction is to move closer to the West. The peace negotiations called for by the BSW would only make sense if Ukraine were on an equal footing, i.e. if it could demonstrate a credible military deterrent potential to rule out future attacks. This is not an argument for Wagenknecht. Her longing for peace culminates in the abstruse demand that the West should motivate the aggressor to enter into peace talks by ordering an immediate halt to all arms exports and blocking further support and the payment of aid until the Ukrainians finally give in. Instead, there are still no serious efforts by the West to end the war through negotiations. To prove this, she has been peddling the half-truth for years that the possibilities of a negotiated solution, which did exist, were thrown to the wind by the West. This is true insofar as the offer made by the BSW to the Ukrainian state would have been tantamount to an act of submission, as it would have had to renounce international security guarantees to protect it from further attacks and cede more than a fifth of its territory to Russia, which Wagenknecht considered to be an understandable condition on the part of the Russians. One would rather not imagine what humiliation she would demand of the Taiwanese if the People's Republic of China, plagued by feelings of threat, felt compelled to react defensively. Wagenknecht's statements on Israel show that she has her difficulties with defensive wars, which can sometimes also be of a preventive nature. She, who described the Gaza Strip as an open-air prison, misses the clear criticism of the Netanyahu government and its barbaric war from the Central Council of Jews, which she apparently sees as a branch of the State of Israel, which has long since ceased to be a defensive war and has instead become a campaign of extermination against the Palestinian population, something she announced both in Die Welt and during her election campaign appearances. Wagenknecht is not alone in this interpretation at BSW. Michael Lutters, a well-known enemy of Israel and the West, must be seen as a trend-setting figure who achieved the best result of all the candidates standing for election to the party executive. In an interview for Südwestfunk Radio just 3 days after the massacre by Hamas and its ilk, Lutters railed that he considered Israel's retaliatory measures to be wrong and described them as war crimes. His diagnosis that the West was ultimately responsible for the Hamas attack, as it had ignored the situation of the Palestinians, is also likely to be a consensus within the party. Last but not least, Oscar Lafontaine stands for the anti-Israeli course, fabulating about a right to life of the Palestinians that must be protected, although no one has ever questioned this. This would result from German guilt, i.e. from the murder of 6 million Jews, which led not least to the expulsion of the Palestinians, to the founding of the State of Israel. And that is why we have an obligation to these people. End of quote. In his speech at the party conference, the first husband of the BSW also revealed what his main problem with the AfD is. He said that it stands by Israel like no other party, even now in this war against Gaza. There is not a critical word about the Israeli army. I consider this position to be completely untenable. For me, what is happening in Gaza is a war crime that we must denounce, without any qualification. End quote. Even if the BSW leader has thrown her socialist perspectives overboard, she has remained true to herself in one respect, and that is her obsessive hatred of the West. Her profession of faith in peace is based on this. When she seriously asks the question of whether a war has ever been ended by the supply of weapons and answers no with conviction, one might even agree with her at first glance, since the weapons supplied must also be used. But apart from this quibble, any halfway historically aware contemporary would think of the Holocaust and that it was by no means German pacifists who ended the peaceful murder of German non-military authorities in the extermination camps, but rather the armies of the Allies, who were supported by the violent, bloody resistance of the partisans in Yugoslavia, Greece and France. Wagenknecht deliberately ignores the fact that Germany practically demonstrated and empirically proved that there can be worse things than war, that horrors are possible from which only a strong army can deliver. For concrete, Georgia, which wanted to bring its province of South Ossetia back under its control, is not only the aggressor in the 2008 Caucasus War, as is the case for the entire German left, including the Social Democrats, but also a revenant of revanchist post-war Germany after the probably final loss of South Ossetia and Abkhazia. At any rate, this is suggested by the article's headline, which mocks the sensitivities of the defeated Georgians with the post-Nazi slogan popular in West Germany in the 1950s, Dreigteilt? Never, is mocked. The Eastern Empire, the article concludes, is just beginning to defend itself against its opponents, who are of the opinion that the territorial integrity of Georgia must be preserved in order to prevent a strengthening of Russian influence, as well as against the stationing of American missiles in Poland. The Junge Welt, November 8, 2008, sees NATO's policy on the occasion of the war in Georgia as a threat to Russia that has not been seen since Hitler's Germany invaded the USSR. In August, the highest alert level against Georgian imperialism was declared on the far left, and the anti-imperialists were able to claim another victory because a different view of the course of the war and war guilt in old Europe remained minor in all political camps. The conservative Italian Foreign Minister Frattini emphasized with a majority that no anti-Russian coalition will be created in Europe, and that his country is very close to Putin's position. Junge Welt, August 14, 2008. Even the USA kept quiet in the face of the Russian counterattack. After all, according to Secretary of State Gates, the United States had worked very hard for 45 years to avoid a military conflict with Moscow and saw no reason to change this approach today. FAZ, August 15, 2008. Those who confuse Georgia's defeat by Russian troops and their allied ethnic entrepreneurs with Nazi Germany's defeat by the Soviet Union are not only equating Georgian refugees with German so-called displaced persons. In their schadenfreude over the defeat of the Georgian president who belongs to the U.S., Junge Welt, September 8, 2008, they have even forgotten what Lenin, who was very popular with them, had written about great Russian chauvinism in Soviet guise at the end of his life against Stalin on the Georgian question, and are celebrating the victory of the somehow anti-fascist Russia over great Georgian chauvinists. Junge Welt 1.9-8.08. Even 18 years after the collapse of the Eastern Bloc, the fairly young old Stalinists from Berlin have not yet emancipated themselves from the Bolshevik fatherland and seem to seriously believe that they are defending the hope of the world revolution with Russia. But even less Soviet nostalgic figures, who write for far more important daily newspapers or even help to shape politics in positions of responsibility, have digested the unheroic end of the authoritarian empire so little that they wish for the return of the old in a completely authoritarian manner and would probably agree to the following threat of war. The history of the Soviet Union and Russia in the last 20 years is a chain of retreats, defeats, and self-abandonments, interrupted again and again by moments of fright at their own decline and occasional rebellions. But if Russia is willing, and if US imperialism continues to try to drive this still great nation into a corner, a different world politics is possible. Junge Welt, August 15, 08. The hope that, after the intervention against Georgia, the geopolitical opponent of the USA could get involved again in a new form, but in the old hegemonic tradition, is widespread far beyond the left. People are not even embarrassed to transfer the National Socialists' justification for the annexation of Austria, the destruction of Czechoslovakia, and the war against Poland, which turned into a world war, to allegedly legitimate Russian interests. It was not a German Nazi or a German Stalinist, but the French president and chairman of the European Council who, during the Moscow negotiations on a ceasefire that sealed the separation of Abkhazia and South Ossetia from Georgian territory and the expulsion of the remaining Georgians from these areas, reaffirmed in a relaxed manner what Chamberlain and Daladier had already conceded to Adolf Hitler in Munich in 1938. It was completely normal that Russia also wanted to defend the interests of Russian-speaking people outside Russia. FAZ 16. 8.08. The warnings of a relapse into the Cold War that are often voiced in connection with the war in Georgia only express the wish that the Russians could really stand up to the USA again, but do not take into account Russia's political, military, or economic possibilities, nor do they even come close to describing the nature of the latest conflict. The war in Georgia represents the violent discharge of one of the many unresolved conflicts following the collapse of the Soviet Union and does not reflect the global interests of Russia or the USA, but the conditions on the ground. The first eruption occurred in the early 1990s, when the weapons of the heavily armed Soviet military district of the Transcaucasus were taken out of the abandoned Soviet barracks and turned against each other by the regional peoples in order to enforce various independence aspirations. At the time, Russia was not only unable to pacify the situation, but left much to itself or to the West, whose engagement helped to bring about a phase of relative calm on Russia's borders. The current mobilization of Russian chauvinism, which ends a period of cooperation with the West, is the result of Russia's failed attempt to integrate most of the post-Soviet space economically and militarily into the CIS under its own supremacy. Instead, with the support of popular movements in Georgia and Ukraine, governments have come to power that reject this claim to supremacy. In Russia itself, the West was increasingly blamed for the failed hegemonic plans and an encirclement was invoked, against which resistance was the noblest duty of all Russian patriots. This is already threatening enough for the countries that Russia has added to its sphere of influence. Since Russia has brought its oil and natural gas production almost completely under state control, energy has become a further weapon against those consumer countries outside Russia where Russian-speaking people live. And the countries on Russia's periphery have nothing more to expect from the EU either. The old Europe does not want to be suspected of having anything in common with the West and, not without self-criticism and with a few borrowings from ideological history, has turned away from the border countries and towards the land of Gazprom. France's Gaullist Prime Minister François Fillon stated, "Russia is a very big country that has been humiliated in a certain way over the past 20 years, TSB February 9, 08. An employee of the Russian state, Gerhard Schroeder, sees the West as being responsible, because this US policy must have had the effect of encircling Russia, which the daredevil Saakashvili used for his anti-Russian aggression. Many Europeans must have had a good laugh when Russia's NATO ambassador, Dmitry Rogozin, told Georgia that America's favorite child is now going to hell. Now that the main culprit has been identified, everything is being done to make criticism of Russia's actions taboo. Since Russia is vigorously standing up to Putin, the West can do what it loves to do for its own sake, defame the great power in the East as a threat and disqualify it as an authoritarian and pre-civilizational entity. Freitag, August 15, 08. Everyone knows that the newly acquired respect that Russia enjoys is based solely on the fact that it is a thoroughly authoritarian regime that is and wants to be a threat to many of its neighbors. Because spheres of influence have long been staked out in people's minds, critics are blamed for the ensuing unrest. The FAZ therefore sounds no different to the Freitag when Lorenz Jaeger raises his voice against what remains of the West. Quote, "Sheer Russophobia dominates among intellectuals. When they talk about Putin's autocracy, they are trying to stir up the old fears of the Tsarist regime. Russia, on the other hand, still has hardly any advocates among European minds. The West has established itself as the normative model." End of quote. Jaeger blames this on a left that, from Marx and Engels to the Bolsheviks, recognized the main enemy in Russian absolutism, and recognizes with horror in the materialist conception of history ethical impulses that led to the uncompromising recognition of the historical priority of the West in the socio-cultural transformation of humanity. Soviet nostalgics and Russian nostalgics are always in agreement when it comes to warning against a West that has created its counterimage in the threatening East. It no longer matters whether Russophobia, or a contrary anti-Soviet reflex, is assumed to be the cause of the evil. The warning "some West" is a mere invention, the constant presentation of which is only intended to underline the demand not to act together with the USA. The German press alternated between pro-Russian and pro-Georgian statements on the Georgian conflict, each accompanied by warnings not to side with either party. France and Germany only made demands of Russia once it had achieved its military objectives, which is why a conflict and possible political consequences could not even arise. The modernization partnership with Russia, Steinmeier, FAZ 15.808, is to be continued, as is the EU engagement in Georgia, which should not, however, conflict with the overarching engagement with Russia. At its special summit on Georgia on September 1st, the EU decided not to impose sanctions against Russia and to provide substantial assistance to Georgia. This result was celebrated externally as the EU's united stance, which it was not, as the old Europe had previously had some difficulty in putting the new Eastern European states, which had demanded harsh EU criticism of Russia's actions, in their place. The presidents of the Baltic states and Poland were criticized for rehearsing a rebellion against EU policy and single-handedly demanding that the European Union and NATO must take the initiative and oppose the imperialist and revisionist policy in Eastern Europe, Zeit August 1408. This was vigorously opposed. "These countries are dragging us into a new Cold War," wrote the Frankfurter Allgemeine Sonntagszeitung, August 1708, and the TASS even spoke of a warmongering speech, August 2208. The fact that a union with Russia can immunize against the impositions of the West is not only part of the experience of Prussian kings, but also stands for the political visions of Ernst Niekisch, for example, who hoped that the union of the Soviet Union with the German Reich, of National Socialists and Stalinists, would create a powerful front of rejection against the West, and in particular against the Treaty of Versailles. When Erhard Straub writes in the FAZ, August 2808, during the Georgian crisis, "A Europe without Russia is incomplete and will always remain dependent on America," then such strategic options are again at play. The willingness to see a force of hope in Russia is by no means limited to the left. Russia, writes Straub, does not remain sulking in its corner, it gathers forces and organizes its sphere of interest in new ways. When Russia regains influence in former Soviet republics and among its neighbors, this is a sign of normalization. End of quote. Russian Prime Minister Putin is aware of the European desire to be free of America and presented it as a threat against the Europeans so that they would be more receptive to the Russian view of the Georgian War. If the European countries were to continue to shape their policies in this way, aligned with the USA, Russia would have no other option than to talk to Washington about European affairs in future. FAZ January 908. A strong and self-confident Russia would even be desirable if it did not simply use its rediscovered strength, the lack of which is evident in so many places, as a potential for blackmail against dependent or friendly countries. After 1990, a strong Russia would have been very welcome, which could at least have cushioned the disintegration process of the Soviet Union and would not have needed 6 years to force 1 million Chechens to remain in the Russian Federation. The Russian-American relations, which were not so bad at times, would even have benefited Russia as complementary crisis management in Central Asia and the Caucasus, because Russia does not have the resources of its own that would have been necessary to provide meaningful offers for the countries in the southern CIS region, for example, in competition with the West. Instead, regimes were entrusted with safeguarding national or regional security, which can only be loyal to a limited extent because they themselves depend on a balance between the political clans and the distribution of sinecures. Because such forms of rule make most people losers, instability is constitutive, which in turn requires the monitoring of events by the center. Russia has developed a model for this: elections without opposition, controlled media and judges without the rule of law. The premises of Russian policy on the peripheries are familiar to NATO and the EU, and both alliances acted in concert in the case of Georgia, but not in agreement. While it was still relatively easy within the EU to overrule and dismiss Eastern European objections to the cold extradition of Georgia to Russia, a tougher battle had to be fought within NATO, but even in this increasingly self-blocking alliance, nothing is going against old Europe. Germany rejected NATO engagement in Georgia, as Steinmeier emphasized during a visit to Ekaterinburg, TSB May 1408, and Chancellor Merkel assured Russian President Medvedev during her visit to Sochi before the war ended that the decisions taken at the NATO Council meeting in Bucharest in April 2008 would not be changed. At that time, Merkel and Steinmeier, with French support, had prevented Ukraine and Georgia from being given concrete membership commitments. The reason given was that NATO should not accept alliance partners who are already likely to stir up conflicts within the alliance, FAZ 16.8, which is difficult to understand, as conflicts between NATO states have existed for a long time. Of course, NATO could not intervene militarily against Russia, but it could have worked towards preventing war in the first place. This was prevented by an EU that refuses to make proposals on how to guarantee the security of troubled countries such as Georgia, but at the same time makes the resolution of their internal and external conflicts a condition for further support. Development aid is far from being a peace policy, especially when it becomes a mere appendage of the strongest player. The complicity of NATO and the EU in the latest escalation is evident. It was only after the old Europeans had spoken out against the start of accession negotiations with Tbilisi at the NATO Council meeting in Bucharest because of Georgia's problems with the separatists that Putin seized the opportunity to establish those special relations with South Ossetia and Abkhazia that come close to de facto recognition. And it was only after this attack on its sovereignty that Georgia increased its military presence on the borders with Abkhazia and South Ossetia. Steinmeier then set off on his peace mission in the Caucasus half a month before the outbreak of war, to promote a peace plan there and in Moscow, which included the return of the refugees. During the escalation phase, however, this was so far off the mark that Steinmeier's plan was rejected as unsuitable by the breakaway provinces as well as Georgia and Moscow. It seems that the foreign minister was only interested in assuaging the guilty conscience of his government, which did not want to counter the countdown to war with anything that could have angered Russia. At a NATO summit in Istanbul in June 2004, the South Caucasus was declared a region of priority interest, which meant, among other things, that military cooperation with the countries there should be intensified. At the same time, however, the EU's special representative in the South Caucasus, Heil Talveit, expressed his concern about the presence of American and Russian forces in the region. The EU does not need a military presence there to spread European values, he said. A buffer zone stretches between NATO and Russia from Belarus via Ukraine to the Caucasus, wrote Herfried Mundelder in the TASS, August 14, 2008, adding, "The Europeans don't find this bad overall, but officially they grant these countries the right to freely choose their alliance." End of quote. The EU supported Georgia in the reorganization of the state organs, in the development of a civil society and participated in measures of economic rehabilitation, but it did not work out a strategy for its participation in the negotiation mechanisms of the three conflict cases, which were fueled by Russia's peacekeeping. Quote, in Georgia, the expectation was rather the opposite. The emphasis there was on security policy and conflict resolution. End quote. Contrary to the EU's assurances, a contribution to peacekeeping was not seriously pursued, nor was aid for the Caucasian countries linked by the EU for a long time to the fulfillment of political conditions, such as the return of refugees. In the week before the fighting, when the OSCE observers in South Ossetia were attacked and shot at several times by the Ossetian side, a decisive response could perhaps have prevented further escalation. Georgia is an example of a weak state in the post-Soviet space and was even counted among the fallen states in the first years of its independence, from 1991 to 1993. Several serious security problems, which Tbilisi inherited as a legacy of the collapsed Soviet Union, contributed to this, with the result that only part of the territory could be controlled from the capital. In addition to secessionist wars and power struggles for the center, extreme poverty and corruption prevailed. There was neither legal nor internal security, tax revenues were extremely low, and there was no functioning energy supply. In 2002, the gross domestic product of $3.3 billion was just 40% of that of 1991. Even before the heads of Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine declared the dissolution of the Soviet Union on December 8, 1991, Georgia had declared its independence on April 9. From November 89 to January 90, there was an armed conflict between South Ossetia and Georgia over who would remain in Georgia. Fighting broke out repeatedly until 1992, in the course of which the South Ossetians finally forced Georgia to accept a peacekeeping force with Russian participation with military and political assistance from Russia. However, Georgia was also able to receive Russian support at the time, in return for the agreement of then-President Shevardnadze to station 20,000 Russian soldiers in Georgia and its entry into the CIS. Russia helped him to militarily defeat his opponent and predecessor Swaya Gamsakhurdia in November 1993, who had found shelter with Jakhar Dudayev after his deposition in Grozny and had established a counter-government in Sugdidi in western Georgia in 1993. Abkhazia had declared its independence from Georgia in July 1992 and enforced a ceasefire in a war that was also supervised by Russian troops. During the War of Secession, it was supported by Russia and militias of a post-Soviet regional unification movement under Islamic auspices, with which 16 ethnic groups of the North Caucasus wanted to establish a confederation of Caucasian mountain peoples, despite their numerous ethno-territorial disputes with one another. In the course of this war, the Abkhazian minority, with the support of their allies, expelled the local Georgian majority, whose members are still only provisionally accommodated in Georgia. 250,000 Georgians were expelled, which significantly changed the population share of the Abkhazians in their own country, not only in comparison to the Georgians in the 1989 census, 17% Abkhazians, 45% Georgians. After the expulsion and in some cases murder of all Georgians, 7,000 Georgians are said to have been murdered by militias in the massacre in the Abkhazian capital of Sukhumi in September 1993 alone. The proportion of Abkhazians in the total population rose to around 50% in 1994. The return of Georgian refugees was repeatedly prevented by force of arms. Abkhazia derives its right to statehood from its status as an autonomous, non-independent Soviet republic within the Georgian Soviet Republic. In Soviet times, this status was associated with the right to fill leadership positions exclusively with ethnic Abkhazians, which was criticized by the largest population group by far, the Georgians, as Abkhazian ethnocracy and oppression of the majority by the minority. The Abkhazian leadership had been offered autonomous status in independent post-Soviet Georgia on several occasions, but had rejected it each time in view of the far more promising offers from Moscow. It was also the government in Moscow that turned Georgians throughout the country into what they had already been under Abkhazian tutelage in Soviet times, second-class citizens. In 2000, Russia introduced a visa requirement for Georgians, but not for Abkhazians and South Ossetians, and from 2002 Russian passports were distributed in the breakaway territories and measures were taken to establish economic ties with Russia. In a third region, the Autonomous Republic of Adjara, which had a life of its own on Georgian territory, the Georgian government removed Aslan Abashids from power in May 2004 under pressure from ongoing demonstrations against the authoritarian provincial prince, SZ July 1404. Abashids had ruled over Adjara in the south of the country for years and controlled trade in the Black Sea port of Batumi and the movement of goods with Turkey, depriving the Georgian central state of considerable revenue from customs and oil business. A fourth security problem concerned the 34 kilometers long Pankisi Valley on the border with Chechnya, which was a point of contention between Georgia and Russia until 2002. The Moscow leadership accused Georgia of allowing Chechen terrorists to use the Pankisi Valley as a retreat. Chechen fighters had fought in 1992-93 under Shamil Basayev in the associations of Caucasian mountain peoples together with Russian troops on the side of Abkhazia for secession from Georgia. Basayev, who is also said to be responsible for massacres of Georgians in Sukhumi, is still held in high esteem in Abkhazia today. It was not until the hostage-takings in Moscow's Dubrovka Theater in 2002 and in Beslan in 2004 and the attack on the Moscow subway in 2004 that he became known in the West. In addition to arms and drug smuggling, the Pankisi Valley served as a retreat for Chechen fighters and as a Wahhabi mission area for Saudi donors. The Chechen field commander Ruslan Gelayev was active for Georgia and against Abkhazian and Russian interests after a stay in the Pankisi Valley and fought, for example, in the Georgian-controlled Kodary Valley in Abkhazia in 2001. Russia reiterated its demand for Georgia to finally remove the Chechen units with a number of airborne operations on Georgian territory. President Shevardnadze then decided to accept an offer from the USA. As part of the Georgia Train and Equip program, the Americans supplied military equipment and advisors, enabling the Georgian armed forces to drive the Chechens out of the Pankisi Valley at the end of 2002. Russia has now granted comprehensive military protection to the two de facto presidents, FAZ-1L 8.08, and pro-Razi leaders in South Ossetia and Abkhazia, Eduard Kakajdi and Sergei Bagapsh. Both are pursuing different political agendas. Kakajdi wants to annex South Ossetia to Russia. In the past, he has submitted a number of applications in an attempt to gain membership of the Russian Federation. However, elections and referendums on independence were not recognized by Russia either. It was only after Kosovo was recognized that Putin announced a corresponding step on Russian television. Kakajdi, who was formerly the regional secretary of the Communist Youth Organization, owed his election victory, above all, to the Tedyev brothers clan, Albert with the best connections to Russia's secret services, Zambulat, former world wrestling champion, now coach of the Russian national team, both with pronounced mercantile talents. They put the proceeds of their dubious enterprises partly into building up paramilitary units, partly into Kakajti's election campaign, TSB August 1908. After Georgia's massive attack on August 8, Kokojti spread the story of the Georgian genocide against the South Ossetians with 2,000 deaths, a narrative that was subsequently adopted by the Moscow leadership to justify the Russian intervention. Tatyana Lokshina, an employee of Human Rights Watch, determined the number of dead in South Ossetia on the ground and arrived at around 90, a figure that was later increased to over 100 by other observers after further fighting and thus confirmed. Kakajti rejected international observers in South Ossetia, because these people only distort the truth, SC August 1908, and announced, while Chancellor Merkel was visiting Russian President Medvedev in Sochi, that he did not want to let the Georgians return to South Ossetia, after all their villages had been leveled, FAZ August 1608. However, such martial declarations were not only directed against the Georgians, but also against his political rivals such as the former separatist leader Dmitry Sanakoyev, who, after falling out with Kokojti, advocated South Ossetia remaining part of Georgia and worked as the administrative head of South Ossetia appointed by Tbilisi from 2006 onwards. Sanakoyev was assassinated twice, the last one just over a month before the war in Georgia. Sergei Bagapsh dreams of a separate state of Abkhazia with friendly relations with Russia and the West, which would live from tourism on the Abkhazian beaches. When Bagapsh was elected 4 years ago, Russia initially refused to recognize him because he was considered too Georgia-friendly and imposed an import ban on Abkhazian mandarins. The election was then repeated, with the predetermined result that Moscow's man Raul Kadzymba became Abkhazian vice president. In the socialist societies on the periphery of the Soviet Union, the individual nationalities, or rather ethnic groups, some of which had been granted autonomy, replaced the system of law and force of the disintegrating Union republics as soon as the Soviet Union collapsed. The operators of the mostly adventurous restructuring of state institutions, who at the same time gained access to economic resources, secured their power in respective territories through a clientele system. This lent itself in Georgia, as in other regions of the Caucasus, because the extended family networks there had survived the Soviet Union, and with their support alone it was possible to gain a position in the state apparatus and to keep the peasant family economy in the mountain regions largely out of reach of collectivization efforts. In Georgia, the network structures themselves were rooted in traditional institutions that proved astonishingly resistant to the detraditionalizing interventions of the Soviet state. The ethnic conflicts there had even been actively preserved by the Soviet Union in order to prevent possible alliances against the Soviet power. Georgia is a community, not a society, but at the same time a world of mistrust and the notorious search for protection. From a distance, Georgia, Ossetia, and Abkhazia appear to be consolidated quasi-state entities, but they are no more than social cosmoses organized in a fragile state unit as far as the heartland of Georgia is concerned. South Ossetia and Abkhazia must be seen as regions with a completely inadequate infrastructure, in which the majority of the population subsists on subsistence farming. In a social structure characterized by unemployment and poverty, smuggling and arms trading are among the few promising activities. Behind the dispute over ethnically homogeneous areas, the archaic logic of gang warfare unfolds. Here, in a purely ethnically defined commonality, the awareness of a social hopelessness finds a welcome outlet. The so-called republics, which have now become independent, all follow the pattern of rebellion blind to reality. The first post-Soviet Georgian president, Gamsakhurdia, directed his populist anti-corruption rhetoric against all segments of society that did not fit into the national and ethnic logic, such as the urban intelligentsia, who were said to have enjoyed special privileges under socialism. In contrast, the clientelism of the communities, a hotbed of corruption, was not addressed. The idea of introducing comprehensible rules for the distribution of resources only emerged later. Although Saakashvili stood for development in such a direction, this was rightly viewed with suspicion, as the following also applies to the rapprochement with the West. Hopes are focused exclusively on finding a patron in the form of the West who will make the necessary investments to reconstruct a completely collapsed economic infrastructure. And in the role of the promising broker, who is believed to have the miracle of being able to tap into external resources by instrumentalizing personal relationship capital and in exchange for political patronage, President Shevardnadze, who was in office from 1992 to 2003, actually enjoyed something like legitimacy. During his reign, Abkhazia, South Ossetia, and Ajaria gained de facto autonomy, a situation that presented the Georgians with a difficult decision. If Georgian politics did not want to exhaust itself with a new edition of the old conditions with their parallel and competitive structures, sovereignty over the entire Georgian territory had to be achieved. At times, it looked as if the realization of a modern and sovereign Georgia was even possible with the support of the USA and Russia. During the Rose Revolution in Tbilisi in 2003, which forced Shevardnadze to resign, Russia and the USA were still competing for the stabilization of Georgia, which had also led to constructive initiatives. At the height of the conflict, Russian Foreign Minister Ivanov took on the role of mediator, which was viewed with favor in Georgia. Ovations for a Russian politician in the Georgian capital were among the sensations of this phase. At the same time, U.S. Secretary of State Powell offered American support to Nino Burjanadze, who had been proclaimed parliamentary leader until new elections were held. At the time, Georgia was integrated into the EU partnership and Atlantic structures, as well as into the partnership with Russia within the CIS. Mikhail Saakashvili, who was elected president at the beginning of 2004, pursued a course of closer ties with the West in foreign policy. Initially, it seemed as if this orientation towards the West could be reconciled with good neighborly relations with Russia. However, this soon changed when Saakashvili began to wage a campaign against smuggling and closed the Erhard market, which was located south of the South Ossetian city of Skinvali on the border between the Ossetian and Georgian-controlled areas and was a major transshipment point for smuggled goods of all kinds. At the time, the aim was to withdraw support from the separatist government in Skinvali through targeted economic development of the area. However, the opposite was achieved. The South Ossetian population, who lived largely from small-scale illegal border trade, rallied around their president, Erhard, who was allegedly involved in large-scale illegal business. Part of Saakashvili's anti-smuggling campaign was also the reinforcement of police units in the area, which led to shootings in the summer of 2004. Since then, the summer of 2004 has been regarded as an escalation of the South Ossetia conflict caused by Georgia. Georgia insisted on the withdrawal of the remaining 3,000 Russian soldiers from the two remaining Russian bases in Batumi and Akalkalaki, which had been agreed for 2008. In the fall of 2006, Russia imposed sanctions on Georgia following the temporary arrest of 4 Russian officers accused of military espionage. All air, sea, postal, and banking connections were interrupted. Russia had already imposed an import ban on wine, fruit, and mineral water from Georgia, around 20% of exports, in May 2006, and the price of gas was doubled. From November 2006, Georgians were deported from Russia en masse, and Russian xenophobia against Georgians was deliberately stirred up. However, the Russian sanctions were also a nervous reaction to Georgia's progressive emancipation from Russia. During these years, Georgia recorded economic growth of 9%, and in July 2006 the pipeline for crude oil from the Azerbaijani port of Baku on the Caspian Sea, which runs via Tbilisi to the Turkish Mediterranean port of Ceyhan and is independent of Russia, was inaugurated. Russian punitive actions against Georgia through the temporary interruption of energy supplies also led to a widening of the conflict, as Moscow's ally Armenia was also affected. On the occasion of the 15th anniversary summit of the Commonwealth of Independent States on November 28 in Minsk, the Junge Welt reported, November 30, 2006. Quote, "In fact, the continued existence of the CIS can already be seen as a success, as strong centrifugal forces have been at work in the post-Soviet area in recent years and months, making a revival of an integration process almost impossible. It is considered more likely that the CIS will break up into several smaller alliances." The increasing tensions between the former republics of the Soviet Union were discussed at the summits, but significantly, none of the territorial or economic disputes could be brought closer to a solution. Moreover, Moscow managed to annoy even its most loyal allies in the post-Soviet region. In Armenia, the seemingly unbreakable alliance with Russia is being called into question, as a number of Armenians have been killed in recent months by rapidly gaining Russian fascists. Russia's crackdown on Georgia and the import bans imposed on Ukraine and Moldova caused further disgruntlement. The conflict with Belarus over the fixing of gas prices could even cost Russia its last loyal ally on the western flank of the CIS. End quote. The members of the Organization of the Collective Security Treaty, Russian ODKB, the Russian-led military alliance of the CIS, Armenia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Belarus, are today, with the exception of Belarus, all pursuing a seesaw policy between Russia and the West. Kazakhstan, the strongest state in the alliance after Russia, wants to prevent its oil and gas from reaching Europe only via Russia, but it needs Georgia, in which it has invested heavily in recent years, to do so, and for Armenia, Georgia is the most important link to the outside world. Russia has also affected Georgia by taking control of the most important roads and blowing up an important railroad bridge in east-west traffic as part of its invasion of the country, and has also interrupted oil transportation from Azerbaijan through Georgia. The dangers posed by Russian policy for its periphery are simply glossed over by the hollow talk of Russian fear of encirclement by the West. The constant expansion of the EU and NATO is neither desirable nor practicable as an attempt at stabilization. This raises the question of the alternatives, which the Ukrainian foreign minister posed bitterly but realistically in relation to his country and answered in line with the cynicism of the situation. Quote, "What option would we have if we were not accepted into NATO? We would have to rearm. But would that increase our security? Or even that of the whole of Europe? Of course not." End quote. Contrary to the much-invoked new Cold War, the war in Georgia is intensifying cooperation between Russia and Germany. The warning of a West-East confrontation is essentially directed at the USA not to disrupt this cooperation. It is susceptible to disruption, for example, on the subject of energy security, which concerns many political bodies, as there are fundamental differences both within the EU and in relation to the USA. Germany and Russia have a special relationship when it comes to the pipeline project through the Baltic Sea, as illustrated by the so-called Nord Stream, which is intended to supply natural gas directly from Vyborg in Russia to Greifswald. Nord Stream is part of the Russian strategy to expand its regional energy supply monopoly. Energy supply monopoly through a second pipeline yet to be built, South Stream, which will supply energy directly to Austria and Italy, avoiding Turkey and Ukraine as transit countries and including Serbia and other European countries. South Stream is a direct competitor to Nabucco, a pipeline that was planned by several EU countries in 2003 and is to be routed through Turkey to just outside Vienna. According to its supporters, this project would strengthen European energy security by bypassing Russia and Iran. Nabucco would enable the Caspian Sea producer countries to act as European suppliers independently of Russia. Georgia is indispensable as a transit country for feeding the Nabucco pipeline, but its suitability for secure energy transit is now completely questionable. Nabucco is strongly supported politically by the USA, but has long been increasingly questioned by its beneficiaries in the EU. Many countries involved in Nabucco have recently reached bilateral agreements with Russia that strengthen the joint Russian-Italian South Stream project. The resulting weak position of the Nabucco project prompted the operator consortium of several European energy companies under Austrian leadership to deny the competitive nature of this pipeline to South Stream. They now want to involve Russia and Iran in the pipeline and connect them to the pipeline system. Although this thwarts the justification for U.S. support of the Nabucco project as well as the reasons originally put forward by the European operating countries for the route greater independence from Russia and isolation of Iran, in the seemingly polyphonic chorus of Europeans, those who, keen to keep their distance from the West, see the alliance with totalitarian regimes as the only security option, always seem to prevail. With the Nord Stream project, Germany has committed itself to privileged cooperation with Russia, and countries that strive for independence and engage in conflicts with Russia are in the way. The former chief strategist of the Bundeswehr, Ulrich Weisser, described this attitude in the FAZ. One needs Russia just above all for energy security, and therefore it is in Germany's interest to steer a different course and to accept by all means to stand in opposition to the Bush administration and to our own neighbors in the East. End quote. Gerhard Schroeder sees his engagement with Gazprom in exactly this sense. He sees countries such as Ukraine as a bridge between Russia and Europe, i.e. as an object of European-Russian relations. SZ March 707, as the former Polish Prime Minister Kwasniewski criticized this attitude in the same place. This German policy has resulted in a new confrontation between the USA and Germany, which reached its most recent climax when the U.S. ambassador in Stockholm called on the Swedish government in an article for Svenska Dagbladet on October 9, to prevent the Nord Stream pipeline and not to grant permission for it to be laid through Swedish territory. This project, which is based on a special agreement between Germany and Russia, would bypass potential customer countries such as the Baltic states and Poland to Greifswald, thus largely excluding them from the European energy network, increasing their dependence on Russia and driving a wedge between the European countries. In response, the German government reaffirmed its political support for the project and protested to the U.S. Embassy in Berlin that it was very irritated by this extraordinary event. TSB September 13, 2008. Because the Nord Stream project is being justified by Gerhard Schroeder with increasing vehemence and openness, he is given the final word here. On September 25, 2008 at the conference of the Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety Energy Standort Deutschland 1998 to 2008, Bilanz und Perspektiven, Germany as an Energy Location 1998 to 2008 Balance Sheet and Perspectives, in Berlin. He unabashedly blurted out with whom and against whom Germany wants to guarantee European energy security. Quote, "It is believed that the independence of Europe's energy supply can be secured by relying on the indeed large resources in Nigeria. However, as we all know, the country is politically unstable. We should also be aware that Nigeria is in fierce competition with the USA, for example. And that's why I don't think it's the ideal alternative to Russian supplies. If you then look at what is happening in the Middle East, there are politically stable countries there, for example in the Gulf states, but you shouldn't overlook the fact that these countries are very strongly oriented towards Asia, i.e. India, China and Japan, and therefore the question of whether these are equivalents to Russia really has to be answered with a question mark. And then we have an extremely interesting aspect of achieving European independence. This is a gas pipeline with the beautiful name Nabucco. And we want to speak plainly and say to all those involved that this pipeline only makes economic sense if gas can be obtained from Iran. Otherwise, I don't believe that there are sufficient reserves to underpin this increasingly expensive project in an economically sensible way. As I said, there is no reason to oppose it. But for those who see this as the non plus ultra of achieving energy independence from Europe, I would like to point out what this means politically. I believe that it makes sense to get gas from Iran. I am one of those people who would like to talk about it and recommend that politicians discuss it. But the resistance, especially in the United States, has to be overcome, otherwise it simply won't work. And whether this can be overcome will depend not least on the American elections. We need to further diversify the transportation routes for energy. This applies to all pipelines, including the routes from Russia, which run through unstable states such as Ukraine and Belarus, as well as the routes from the Middle East. And I am grateful for this, and I think it is right that the entire German government is also supporting the renewal and expansion of routes from Russia. In this context, I would like to recommend looking into the question of whether the existing pipelines, i.e. those that run through the Baltic states and Poland, and above all through Ukraine, are in a condition, or can be put in a condition within a very short space of time, that also meets Europe's energy security requirements. And we will also see that the Americans will act more strongly than ever before as competitors on the energy markets, with all the toughness that is characteristic of them. We are already seeing the first developments, for example in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and of course in Russia, i.e. the development of capacities in the direction of China and India. It will therefore be of strategic importance who will be the first to transfer the necessary technology and capital to the energy supply countries. And that is one of the reasons why I was really shocked by the way Russia, the most important partner country in the energy issue, was treated in the course of the Georgian-Russian conflict. The one-sidedness that we have allowed ourselves here, and which I am still discovering to some extent, is not only economically problematic, it is politically completely wrong, and if pursued further, and thank God the German government is not doing that, it would put Germany in a situation that I would consider to be historically highly questionable. Anyone who accepts Georgia into NATO must know that NATO could become embroiled in such a conflict in view of the, let me put it kindly, unpredictability of the current Georgian leadership and the policy of encirclement towards Russia, which the United States of America believes is the right thing to do. End quote. It was obvious to all observers that the party behind the poison attack on Alexei Navalny, the FSB, the Russian Federation's domestic intelligence service, had little interest in his sometimes xenophobic or national chauvinist statements, which do not put him as far away from Putin as some Russia fans like to tell themselves. It is far more important for his supporters and his opponents, who are ready to murder him, that Navalny's Foundation for Fighting Corruption (FBK) has been researching state corruption in Russia for years and has reported extensively on the North Caucasus, which is firmly in the hands of mafia clans tolerated by Putin. After Navalny was repeatedly sentenced to fines and suspended sentences in show trials and was barred from standing as a candidate in the Moscow mayoral election, he still refused to let up and return to Russia after his convalescence from Berlin, knowing full well that he would face another trial. He was also aware of the symbolic power of his return flight in the passenger plane of the airline Pobeda, and was probably not surprised that the journey ended in the Moscow prison Matrosenstil. 2 days later, the video palace for Putin was published on YouTube, which has since been viewed more than 115 million times. Even though there were demonstrations across Russia against this sentence following his prompt arrest and subsequent sentencing in summary proceedings for violating a suspended sentence, after all, he had to be flown out of the Russian legal system for treatment of his poisoning, to 2.5 years in prison, even though Navalny's fame as an opposition figure is hard to beat. Even though there are plenty of reasons for dissatisfaction in the country, he is not the recognized leader of the opposition, who are only united in their rejection of Putin. If the professional revolutionary Navalny had been greeted with frenetic cheers by his supporters in Moscow, as Lenin once was in Petrograd after his return from exile in Switzerland in 1917, it would not have been the signal for an overthrow. As expected, Germany reacted indignantly to Navalny's arrest. Federal President Frank-Walter Steinmeier not only made it clear that it was cynical to imprison someone who has only just recovered from a life-threatening poisoning inflicted on him in his home country, but also demanded, Navalny must be released immediately and without preconditions. He even made Navalny's release a matter of German reason of state. Let's just take the never again, which is an inseparable part of the founding history of our republic as a central commitment and which must not be relativized. After all, our democracy does not live from the letters of the basic law alone, but from the engagement of the people. It is the form of government of the courageous. Some politicians and commentators took the Navalny case as an opportunity to demand that the anti-European, anti-Eastern European or anti-Ukrainian Nord Stream 2 project, the realization of which was also pushed forward against American sanctions, be abandoned. However, Steinmeier explained to us that it should not be made quite so easy. After the sustained deterioration in relations in recent years, energy relations are almost the last bridge between Russia and Europe. I think that burning bridges is not a sign of strength. How are we supposed to influence a situation that we find unacceptable if we cut the last links? For us Germans, there is a completely different dimension. We can look back on a very eventful history with Russia. There have been phases of fruitful partnership, but even more times of terrible bloodshed. June 22 marks the 80th anniversary of the beginning of the German invasion of the Soviet Union. More than 20 million people in what was then the Soviet Union fell victim to the war. This does not justify any wrongdoing in Russian politics today, but we must not lose sight of the bigger picture. Yes, we are living in the present of a difficult relationship, but there is a past before and a future after. End quote. Tsarist Russia was initially a conglomerate of historically more or less autonomous territories that were forced under Russian rule in the 3 centuries before 1917. After the Peace of Brest-Litovsk in 1918, they partially regained their sovereignty and promptly seceded from Tsarist Russia and its legal successor, the USSR, or attempted to do so, as they did again after 1990. The policy of the Bolsheviks from Brest-Litovsk and rounded off in Yalta and Potsdam, which included the westward shift of Poland and the renewed incorporation of the Baltic states, had served the sole purpose of restoring Tsarist Russia territorially and forcing the newly occupied territories linguistically, culturally, politically and also demographically under Russian dominance. This means that the majority of those who died in the Second World War were not Russian. Most of those killed, murdered and starved to death were in what is now Ukraine, what is now Belarus and eastern Poland, which was annexed to Ukraine and Belarus after 1945, where a particularly large number of Jews had lived. To describe them as Soviet victims of the Germans while building bridges to Russia, of all things, reinforces a view of history that necessarily recognizes the hegemony Putin Russia is striving for over the former Bolshevik and previously Tsarist-administered Eastern Europe and thus also offers unspoken, but also necessary reminiscences of the good times of German-Russian relations. It is worth recalling, for example, the glorious episodes of German-Russian friendship when Tsar Nicholas I and his Prussian cronies joined forces against the Polish uprising of 1830, but also against the European Revolution of 1848–49. The Treaty of Rapallo 1922 should also not go unmentioned, as a result of which Lenin, Trotsky and Radek, together with Gustav Stresemann and others, brought the German military to new strength. When Molotov and Ribbentrop finally divided up Poland among themselves in 1939 and allowed the Baltic states to fall under Soviet rule, the majority of the former Tsarist Reich territory had already been regained for the Soviet Union with National Socialist help. And the German armaments industry profited from the fact that the USSR, with impressive goodwill towards German breaches of contract, had delivered masses of oil, iron ore and other raw materials necessary for the war to the Third Reich until 1941. Only Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union created clear fronts again and interrupted the cooperation. This is what the bridge builder Steinmeier, who had once been German foreign minister and in this function had already campaigned for Nord Stream 2, meant when he spoke of 20 million people in the former Soviet Union and raved about a beautiful past before and an even more beautiful future afterwards. The Ukrainian ambassador in Berlin, Andriy Melnik, quite rightly criticized Steinmeier's instrumentalization of the war victims of all 15 former Soviet republics for German Russia policy, the questionable historical arguments in favor of a Russian gas pipeline that divides the continent, threatens European security and puts Ukraine at the mercy of a new military invasion by the Kremlin were received with astonishment and indignation in Kiev, said an official press release from the Ukrainian embassy. Nord Stream 2 was and remains a geopolitical project of Putin that contradicts Ukrainian interests. It is therefore cynical to bring the horrors of the Nazi reign of terror into play in this debate and to attribute the millions of Soviet victims of the German war of extermination and enslavement exclusively to Russia. That is a dangerous distortion of history. End of quote. In response to Melnik's statement, the office of the federal president dismissed Melnik in a rarely brutal tone not only as an impudent patron, but also as the representative of a state that is not to be taken seriously, with whom one does not speak immediately, but whose fate one discusses with others all the more relaxed, the accusation meets with complete incomprehension in the office of the federal president. The text of the interview speaks for itself. Welt Online, September 2, 2021. The diplomatic affair was thus over for the federal president. As a political figure, Steinmeier is symptomatic of the current German-Russian relationship. In 2015, as foreign minister, he had made a name for himself as an East-West mediator in the negotiations surrounding the Minsk Agreement and maneuvered Russia into the comfortable position of a great power that, after Crimea had already been annexed, sat down with its opponents to diplomatically establish the status quo after the Russian aggression against eastern Ukraine. Since then, there has been no question of a withdrawal of Russian military advisors and weapons technology. On the contrary, there is currently a renewed massive concentration of Russian troops on the border with eastern Ukraine, and Moscow is once again blocking access to the Ukrainian ports on the Black and Azov Seas. As a message against Russia's escalation strategy, NATO not only condemned the destabilizing behavior on April 16, but also cyber attacks and the poisoning of Navalny. The fact that Soviet war victims are used as evidence of the morally high German-Russian interests is nothing new. In an ARD interview in 2015, Gerhard Schroeder also spoke of 25 million Russian war victims, which would make an expansion of relations with Russia unavoidable. He then pointed out in perspective that we need the country's enormous resources for our economy, and that the Russian market should not be neglected as a potential sales area for German exports. This was the only way an integrated Europe could stand up to Asia and the USA in terms of foreign policy. Since 2005, Schroeder has been chairman of the supervisory board of Nord Stream AG, which is largely owned by the Russian oil and gas group Gazprom. In 2011, the first section of the Baltic Sea pipeline was inaugurated under the name Nord Stream, which was built bypassing several Eastern European transit countries. Since the independence of the countries bordering Russia, the issue of transit and gas fees has become a political issue. Extreme measures have sometimes been taken. In 2007, for example, Putin quickly forgot the much-vaunted pan-Slavic friendship with his vassal Lukashenko when he cut off the gas supply to Belarus for several days due to a gas dispute. Russia also unceremoniously cut off gas to the rebellious Ukraine in 2009 due to a dispute over transit fees and gas prices. In 2014, the gas supply via the Transgas pipeline was interrupted again. In addition to the construction of the Turkish Stream pipeline, an expansion of Nord Stream has been pushed forward, not least because of such conflicts. Together with the existing gas pipeline, up to 55 billion cubic meters of natural gas are to be transported to Germany on this 22 pipeline every year. The project, which is expected to be completed this year or by 2022 at the latest, has been given the name Nord Stream 2. It is a project of the Merkel government. Construction began in 2018, and is seen as an element of the German prestige project Energiewende. The aim of this project is to remedy the supply insecurity caused by the fluctuating feed-in of renewable energy sources into the electricity grid by means of gas-fired power plants that are currently being planned or are already under construction, without having to rely on nuclear power from neighboring countries. The energy transition is a consequence of the nuclear phase-out, which, announced 3 days after the Fukushima accident, represents a concession by the CDU to the sympathizers of the Greens. This is one of the reasons why the Greens are the only party represented in the Bundestag to regularly speak out against the Nord Stream 2 project and make a calculation on energy security without the supply capacities of Nord Stream 2. Angela Merkel, on the other hand, emphasizes in line with her Social Democratic coalition partner that Nord Stream 2 should not be linked to the Navalny case. The fact that Germany is acting as the protector of Russian dissidents while at the same time expanding economic relations with Russia is in line with a historically familiar pattern. This two-track political style goes back to the time when no distinction was made between the USSR and Russia. It is also no coincidence that the German attack on the Soviet Union was subsequently stylized by many ex-Nazis as Hitler's great mistake. In addition to the fear of the endless expanses of cold Russia, it was also based on a Slavophile fascination. Even after the Second World War, the alleged passivity and inertia of the Russian national character was mocked and maligned by the right, but the selfless perseverance of the Russian soldier was idolized just as much. Former Wehrmacht tank General Heinz Guderian, for example, noted with admiration in his memoirs, "The Russian soldier has always proved himself to be a particularly tough and hard fighter." End quote. And Ike Mitteldorf, Major General of the Bundeswehr in the early Federal Republic, noted with regard to the failed German attack in the Battle of Kursk, the fully equipped German assault divisions had to experience the dogged struggle of the individual Russian rifleman in his cover hole, right up to his last breath. End quote. The necessity that individual human life was always worth little in the East was turned into a virtue in the blink of an eye, and traditional values were rediscovered in faraway Russia that had long been thought lost in the liberal West. The German Social Democrats presented their Russian kitsch somewhat differently. Willy Brandt's head of the Chancellery, Egon Bahr, in a fit of excessive hubris, reported in detail how he had reverently visited Lenin's mausoleum during the preliminary negotiations for the Moscow Treaties of 1970, thereby bringing about an almost global political change. In his memoirs, he writes revealingly, "Despite everything that could be said against Lenin, I admired him as one of the greats of history, who had changed Russia and the world with the power of his brain and his will. What a triumph of the individual, and at the same time of the contradiction to his doctrine of the decisive effectiveness of social forces." When Semyonov was ambassador in Bonn, he recalled that the visit to Lenin's mausoleum had brought about a psychological breakthrough. "I was the first person from Bonn to show his respect for our great Lenin." End quote. The devout meditation on the dark depths in the mind of the Russian revolutionary leader, who is presented in the evil German tradition as a man of genius and thus a born leader of men, was by no means able to initiate a change in Ostpolitik. Rather, it was tangible geopolitical interests that formed the basis of the West German Social Democrats' efforts to find a balance with the USSR. Only through a new relationship with the Soviets, it was said at the time, could the German question be satisfactorily resolved. In 1963, Egon Bahr coined the formula change through rapprochement. "We should not wait for the collapse of the Eastern Bloc," he wrote 3 years later. "Quite the opposite. The conditions for reunification can only be created with the Soviet Union. They cannot be achieved in East Berlin, not without the Soviet Union, not against it." Although it contradicts many resolutions, it corresponds to the real situation that within the federal government it is not the Ministry for All German Affairs but the Foreign Office that is responsible for this complex. End of quote. It was also a foregone conclusion that the decisive impetus for the normalization of relations with the Soviet Union could not come from former Nazi politicians, who could no longer credibly represent Germany's national interest. Whether the national question becomes an issue for the right depends, not for the first time in German history, to a large extent on the left, wrote the national Marxists Peter Brandt and Gunter Minnerup several years later, thus succinctly summarizing the guiding principle of Ostpolitik under the social liberal Brandt government, despite all objections to Egon Bahr. The successes of the new Ostpolitik could be accelerated because in 1969 the USA lifted the strategic Kokum ban on the sale of steel pipes to the Soviet Union, which until then had thwarted all contracts between major Western corporations and the Soviet Union in the energy sector. The Kokum was founded in 1950 as a coordinating body for Western embargo lists in order to use economic resources against communist-ruled states for foreign policy objectives. From 1969 onwards, the FRG and several other Western European states negotiated the possibility of large-scale economic cooperation with the Soviet Union. The aim was to provide technical and financial assistance in the development of their immense gas and oil reserves in Western Siberia, which suited the Soviets, who were unable to profitably develop the gas fields in Western Siberia without massive investment and modern technology. The foreign currency income from the sale of gas was also intended to contribute to the recovery of the Soviet treasury, which was always in dire straits due to the high armaments budget. Soon there was talk in Moscow of new trade agreements with the FRG that would regulate the direct export of Soviet natural gas to Western Europe. The Soviets also hoped that the new economic interdependence would enable them to prevent their West German partners from revising their anti-Soviet policy towards the East. Accordingly, a communiqué from the Soviet Ministry of the Interior to the Central Committee of the CPSU dated December 1, 1969 stated, "West German industry is interested in being supplied with various kinds of raw materials and intermediate products from the Soviet Union. The conclusion of a contract that would regulate the supply of Soviet gas to West Germany could be of great importance. We are talking here about a treaty that would remain in force for 2 decades and which would make the FRG's energy industry, such an important sector of its economy, dependent on the USSR. Soviet gas supplies will also involve the conversion of some sectors of the West German chemical industry, which in turn will require large-scale investment. As a result, the West German monopoly circles that will benefit from the treaty, the large corporations Rurgas, Thyssen, Mannesmann and others, will exert pressure on the Bonn government to prevent it from taking steps that could lead to an aggravation of relations with the USSR." End quote. In line with the calculations of both sides, a German-Soviet trade agreement was concluded in Essen in 1970, which was known in Germany as the natural gas pipe deal, and was even regarded in the Soviet Union as the deal of the century between the two countries. The Federal Republic undertook to supply 2,000 kilometers of pipelines to the Soviet Union and received Soviet natural gas in return. The billions in loans approved by Deutsche Bank were to be paid directly through gas deliveries. The new Transgas pipeline was modeled on the existing Russian-Czechoslovakian Bratstvo Brotherhood gas pipeline. In 1973, the Federal Republic of Germany received its first Soviet gas supplies via Transgas, proving the reliability of Soviet supplies of the alternative energy source in the midst of the oil crisis. In the event of supply bottlenecks, Russian gas was exported to Germany in good time, which was actually intended to supply the Ukrainian population. New major projects were soon launched. The Soyuz pipeline, which still transports Siberian gas from Orenburg to the Transgas pipeline, was completed in 1979 as a joint project of the CMEA states with the help of Western technology and went into operation in 1980. Following the invasion of Afghanistan by Soviet troops, the foreign policy situation was already tense, and in 1982 the situation worsened again when martial law was imposed on the Solidarity 6 movement in Poland. This prompted the Reagan administration to resume the strategic Kokum export embargo against the Soviets. However, after the FRG received support from Great Britain, Italy and France against the U.S. sanctions policy, the embargo on the export of strategically important steel pipes was lifted in the same year. The new Urengoi-Pomari-Uzhgorod pipeline, which also became a gas supplier for Transgas, was put into operation in January 1984. And in 1988, in the middle of perestroika, Transgas was finally expanded to include the Progress Supplier pipeline, which was to go down in history as the Soviet Union's last major pipeline project. Bypassing the GDR in the construction of the Western pipelines was a foreign policy triumph for the FRG. Conversely, however, it was also seen by conservative communist factions within the Eastern Bloc as a sign of a dangerous rapprochement between the Soviets and the West German revanchists, opening the door to a possible annexation of the GDR by West Germany. But hardly anyone said this openly. Instead, this was reserved for a pariah of real socialism, the Albanian dictator and dyed-in-the-wool Stalinist Enver Hoxha, who had already painted the horror scenario of German reunification on the wall in 1970. By means of political, economic, cultural and other treaties, a multitude of opportunities are opening up before the new Bonn leadership to penetrate the revisionist countries of Eastern Europe on all sides, he wrote on the occasion of the German-Soviet natural gas pipe deals. In concrete terms, this would mean that the Bonn government would create the conditions to reach the hinterland of the GDR in order to gradually incorporate and annex it. By betraying the sovereign interests of the socialist brother state, the Soviets were promoting the establishment of a friendly Greater Germany, a large neutral zone that would be equidistant from both superpowers. Although Hoxha's predictions did not come true in the way he had feared, the good economic and political contacts with Moscow nevertheless served him well in the preliminary negotiations for German reunification. And even when Russia disintegrated into a conglomerate of competing gangs in the early 1990s, the gas supply for Germany remained secure. Against the background of the excellent economic relations with the USSR, it seems very strange at first glance that, starting in the early 1970s, the FRG acted as a protector of Soviet dissidents, Lev Koplev and Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who Heinrich Böll had initially taken in, without this harming the further expansion of economic relations. Quite a few dissidents found their first refuge in Munich at the time. The Bavarian capital was also an important port of call for the Soviet ex-dissidents because the broadcasting center of Radio Free Europe was located there until 1995, a radio station financed by the U.S. Congress that still produces programs for Eastern European and Russian listeners today. Among the Munich exiles were Igor Davidov and Gabriel Superfin. As Superfin reports, during the dissident purges of the early 1980s, the KGB gave dissidents a choice. If they were not prepared to write a letter of repentance, they were urged to either join the KGB as informants or agree to their own expulsion to the West. Many chose the latter option. One of them was Vladimir Voinovich, in whose literary work the theme of emigration plays a central role. In Moscow 2042, 1986, he not only parroted the stolidity of the Soviet bureaucracy, but also ridiculed Solzhenitsyn's throwdown on Germany and its sense of national mission. This disposal of dissidents did little harm to the Soviet Union. After all, those in charge knew that once an opponent of the regime is in exile, he loses all propagandistic significance due to his lack of influence on events in his old homeland. Only as prisoners in the Gulag and later in other prison camps did they hardly pose a domestic political threat, but they did pose a foreign political threat. Since the Cold War, German support for Russian dissidents has therefore been overshadowed by German-Russian trade. Raw materials are exchanged for technology and foreign currency and good economic relations for dissidents. The Navalny case also initially stood for this aspect of German-Russia policy, which is why he was allowed to leave the country for medical treatment in Germany. However, when Navalny made his way back to Russia, From a Russian perspective, he broke the tacit agreement that had been in place for decades that the dissident should stay in Germany, especially after his almost successful poisoning. Germany, in turn, absolved itself of any responsibility for what was to come from the moment Navalny boarded the passenger plane to Moscow. Knowing full well that the only politically appropriate response to Navalny's detention and the existing U.S. sanctions against the pipeline would have been to shut down Nord Stream 2, Germany took the far less confrontational route of personal sanctions. Nord Stream 2 is an extremely expensive investment for Russia, the political benefits of which bear no relation to the horrendous construction costs, as the pipeline can only really pay for itself if it is fully utilized. However, this is only possible if gas is transported to the West almost exclusively via the Nord Stream 2 and Turkish Stream pipelines in future. However, jeopardizing Ukraine's security of supply and depriving the state of important revenues is at least part of the Russian strategy. Between 2008 and 2020, the volume of natural gas transported through Ukraine fell by more than two-thirds, from approximate 199.6 to approximate 55.8 billion cubic meters per year. The losses in transit fees are already noticeable, and if the volume of gas supplied to Ukraine were to fall below a critical level, this would lead to serious losses. As Putin knows that Ukraine cannot easily switch to other gas suppliers for cost reasons alone, there will be little standing in the way of further economic blackmail while exporting natural gas to Europe. Finance Minister Olaf Scholz, SPD, must have been well aware of this political dimension of Nord Stream 2 when he tried to dissuade the USA from its planned sanctions against Nord Stream 2 in August 2020. In his letter to the then U.S. Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin, he stated that €1 billion in public funds would be used to support the construction of 2 terminals for U.S. liquefied natural gas. In return, the USA will allow the unhindered completion and operation of Nord Stream 2, Scholz suggested to his counterpart with rare audacity. In addition, more efforts would be made to expand the energy networks in Poland, through which the Russian-European pipeline Yamal Europe has been running since 1999, and Ukraine so that they would not lose their status as transit countries. As was to be expected, however, the Trump administration rejected this lazy compromise and the sanctions came into force in January 2021. Germany then insisted on demonstrating to its opponents in the West, namely the USA, Poland, Denmark, Sweden and the Baltic states, that it was determined to continue to go it alone in terms of energy policy. They would not allow themselves to be treated like a rogue state by the USA, according to government circles. Of all the Nord Stream opponents, France wavered the most until the very end, until Macron also towed the German line. Merkel convinces Macron in video call that Nord Stream pipeline is necessary, headlined Der Standard on February 5, 2021. What was not possible during the Cold War because the USA was still too powerful and Germany stood in its shadow has now become a defiant and empathetic self-assurance against the USA and for the Russian opposition. The worse the situation in Russia is, the more important the seemingly objective and helpful rather than beneficial economic cooperation is presented in Germany. Regardless of which sources are consulted, conditions in Russia are atrocious. On January 23, more than 4,000 protesters were taken into police custody during demonstrations against Navalny's conviction in 125 Russian cities, where between 110,000 and 160,000 people had demonstrated. The following weekend, when there was already talk of 250,000 to 300,000 demonstrators across Russia, there were already more than 5,700 arrests in 86 Russian cities. Around 1,500 demonstrators were arrested on February 2, when the verdict against Navalny was announced. The protests then died down, and the Russian authorities are currently working on the expulsion of protest participants who do not have Russian citizenship. Their residence permits are being revoked, forcing them to leave the country. They are then banned from entering the country. As Radio Free Europe reports, these include a number of Ukrainians, Moldovans, Kyrgyz and Belarusians who took part in the protests in January. The repression corresponds to a political course that began with the nationalization of several television stations in the early 2000s and continued with the murder of critical journalists, obvious electoral fraud and the banning of unpopular parties. In 2016, it culminated in the newly created Russian National Guard reporting directly to Putin. It was made up of the former internal armed forces of the Ministry of the Interior and the notorious OMON and SOBR units, which are notorious for bludgeoning demonstrators and for special operations against renegade elites. Their total size has since been officially estimated at around 340,000 men, who are nominally on a par with the Russian military. Putin is making sure that he remains without any serious political competition during his presidency and can continue to shape the country's destiny without reproach after it ends. The extent to which he will succeed in this is questionable, but the last decisive constitutional amendment from the summer of 2020 allows him to remain in office until 2036. And the latest federal law from December last year stipulates that Putin should become a senator for life in the Russian Federation Council after his presidency expires and would enjoy guaranteed immunity and immunity from prosecution. The U.S. government sanctions against the companies involved in the construction of the Nord Stream 2 gas pipelines are also an effective warning to all lenders co-financing the project. It is known that 18 insurance companies have already withdrawn from the project following threats of U.S. sanctions. In addition to personal sanctions, trade restrictions on export goods that could be used to manufacture chemical weapons have been in force since the beginning of March. Against this backdrop, the companies involved in Nord Stream 2 are keeping a low profile in order to leave the field to the governments. In a press conference on March 28, 2021, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken indicated that the USA would not be able to definitively prevent the construction of Nord Stream 2. When asked whether the USA could still do anything to stop the construction of the pipeline, Blinken replied that it was solely a matter for the builders of the pipeline whether it would be completed or not. The USA is increasing the costs for both sides, i.e. Russia and Germany. Biden also said in an interview that Putin, who had tried to undermine his presidency by intervening in the election campaign in favor of Trump, was a murderer, which means that he has at least bought the guts of Germany, which likes to present itself as a moral superpower. The latest measures taken by the Russian president are evidence of a certain unease in view of the continued possibility of mass protests, palace revolts, or even major political upheavals in Russia during and after his presidency. The protests in Belarus last summer were a clear warning to him. However, as long as he remains firmly in the saddle, Putin or his successor can still be sure of German support. It is December 9, 2019, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is on a peace mission in Paris to meet with his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin. His goal: to end the war with Russian proxy troops in Donbass, which has been smoldering for more than 5 years, through negotiations. A goal that must seem at least unrealistic in view of the Russian invasion that has been raging in Ukraine since February 2022. The fact that Zelensky was the most moderate politician on issues of war and nationalism, who was able to come to power in Ukraine after the annexation of Crimea in 2014 and the start of the war in Donbass, was not only interpreted as a weakness by Putin, but also by large sections of the nationalist opposition. However, they did not have much to say in 2019. The Christian conservative politician Petro Poroshenko received 15.95% of the eligible voters, Yulia Tymoshenko received 13.4%, the right-wing populist politician Ola Lyashko received 5.48% of all votes, and the far-right anti-Semitic party Svoboda received just 1.62%. Zelensky, on the other hand, was young, not an oligarch and a famous actor. He was known from the comedy series Servant of the People, in which he plays the history teacher Vasil Holoborodko. After an election campaign financed by crowdfunding, he is elected president. As a politically inexperienced but simple and honest man, Holoborodko takes up the fight against corruption. The party that nominated Zelensky as its candidate in 2019 has the same name as the title of the series. Zelensky thus made himself popular with voters through the type of politician he marketed rather than through nationalist or even chauvinist rhetoric. Western countries were eagerly awaiting the Paris negotiations with Putin, especially the Germans. After all, it was the then foreign minister and passionate bridge builder ZDF Frank-Walter Steinmeier, who had since been elected federal president and was the architect of the Minsk II ceasefire agreements of February 2015, which quickly lapsed, who wanted to use the so-called Steinmeier formula to bring movement to the Donbass issue and create peace between Ukraine and Russia. The agreement to Minsk I and II was forced upon Ukraine in a situation of military emergency. In the meantime, however, it was in a position to wage a permanent war on the dividing lines for several years without, however, eliminating them. The fact that the initiative to act in peace do not depend on the negotiating weight of international mediators, but on a patron, meant that the Minsk II agreement of 2015, just like its predecessor Minsk I, quickly became a waste of time. Just 3 days after the ceasefire came into force, troops loyal to Moscow stormed the 25,000-inhabitant town of Debaltsev and its railroad junction. And the violation of Ukrainian sovereign rights by Russia was permanent anyway. After the world public had long been bored with a litany of mutual accusations that the other side was not fulfilling the Minsk agreements, a constructive process was to be initiated in the run-up to the Paris meeting in 2019 by reaffirming the principles of the Steinmeier formula. A binding order of further action should be laid down for Minsk II, it was said. Accordingly, an amendment to the Ukrainian constitution to enable regional autonomies should be made first. This amendment should already apply to the day of the regional elections in the separatist areas. Then, following a positive assessment of these elections by the OSCE Election Observation Mission, it should become permanent. The implementation of the Steinmeier formula would have meant an autonomous status and elections without a guarantee for the withdrawal of all Russian troops from the occupied territories. The document did not even mention a revision of Crimea's status. Putin now made the signing of a paper with a commitment to this formula by Ukraine a prerequisite for his participation in the aforementioned Paris meeting. And so, on October 1, 2019, representatives of Ukraine, Russia, and the separatist territories signed a corresponding document. Zelensky had also fulfilled the conditions for negotiations with Putin, Merkel, and Macron as part of the so-called Normandy format. The Steinmeier formula met with widespread rejection in Ukraine. This was made clear to German politicians even after the start of the war. In April 2022, Ukraine, which had just resisted the announced demilitarization by Russia, refused Steinmeier entry. The idea of far-reaching federalization is not particularly popular in western and central Ukraine anyway. This is because the political federalization demanded by Putin, as opposed to decentralization with reference to the 24 existing administrative units, means separatism in the case of Ukraine. It came as no surprise that the day after the paper with the Steinmeier formula was signed on October 2, Maidan demonstrators in Kiev accused Zelensky of capitulating to Russia. He sent the following message to the critics: "There will be no elections under the barrel of a gun. There will be no elections as long as Russian troops are still there." Putin insisted that territorial parts could only be returned once elections had taken place in the two people's republics of Donetsk and Luhansk. A withdrawal of Russian troops was not planned. Under these circumstances, Russia could have manipulated the elections just as it did in Crimea or during the separatist referendum in Donetsk and Luhansk 5 years earlier. Zelensky therefore kept his word and the Paris negotiations were unsuccessful. Zelensky's diplomatic balancing act in Paris can only be understood against the backdrop of the lines of conflict between western and eastern Ukraine, which, as we know, are not simply caused by internal Ukrainian factors, but are characterized by Russia's varying degrees of influence on the two parts of the country. Even under Gorbachev, the dismantling of the enemy image of the West was seen as new political thinking. This was linked to the realization that the greatest threat to the security of the Soviet Union was posed by economic, social, and ecological problems at home. Nevertheless, Gorbachev already resisted the national independence of the individual Soviet republics and had demonstrations, for example in the Baltic states and Georgia, crushed. Putin finally became the enforcer of the great Russian chauvinist view that had already begun to assert itself under Yeltsin. It made either Russian or Soviet greatness the culmination of all other greatness. Russia gradually became clericalist, nationalist, folkish, imperialist. Naturally, this orientation has many opponents, both internally and externally. Under these conditions, a policy of détente does not lead to better relations, but hinders them. Because the enemy of Russian claims is lurking everywhere. All over the world, he is waiting with his cultures, his economies, and his weapons. The Russian elite believes that the West is ultimately the great adversary behind all alternatives to the Russian model of rule. The fact that the West does not necessarily see Russia as an equal, as former U.S. President Barack Obama said, for example, on the occasion of the annexation of Crimea when he derided Russia as a regional power, does not change this. On the contrary, it fuels Russian resentment. The military interventions of the former Soviet leader Russia in its neighboring countries are taken for granted, as Putin's threatening description of the Ukrainians as a brother nation testifies. The assertion of Russian claims becomes all the uglier when there is no longer any soft power to back them up. However, its effect in Ukraine has long been very inconsistent. While Western Ukraine is traditionally Ukrainian-speaking and therefore tends to vote for nationalist parties, the East sympathized for many years with the pro-Russian party of regions of ex-President Viktor Yanukovych. The Donbass was home to the party's largest voter base, which acted as the most powerful political representative of the Russian-speaking regions within Ukraine. Yet the predominantly Russian-speaking eastern Ukraine is indispensable for the Ukrainian state. Since Soviet times, a significant part of the Ukrainian coal and steel industry has been concentrated in the coal basin on the Donets River. And the access to the Black Sea, the only lucrative transport route for Ukrainian grain and industrial exports, is also located in the Russian-speaking south. The situation slowly came to a head after Viktor Yanukovych was elected Ukrainian president in 2010. After his election, he dismissed more than 300 judges and replaced the vacant posts with his own candidates from his native Donetsk. He used illegal methods to secure a majority in parliament, which allowed him to extend his powers by amending the constitution. The subsequent concentration of power and the self-enrichment of Yanukovych's family initially caused resentment among competing oligarchs, even if they had come to terms with the president for better or worse. At the same time, Yanukovych made himself unpopular, particularly in western Ukraine, when he enacted a new language law in 2012. Until 2012, a Soviet-era law had been in force which, while establishing Ukrainian as the official language, also permitted the use of Russian in most areas of public life alongside or even instead of Ukrainian. This precarious balance was overturned with the 2012 language law. If more than 10% of the population in a region of Ukraine spoke a language other than Ukrainian, this language was to be upgraded to a local official language. Theoretically, a large number of languages should have been taken into account in such a regulation. In practice, however, this meant that more than half of the Ukrainian regions suddenly had to put Russian on an equal footing with Ukrainian as a local official language. What was intended as a populist election promise for their own voters was quickly welcomed in the Kremlin as a rapprochement with Russia. The politicization of the Russian language by Yanukovych in turn strengthened the nationalist opposition in its efforts to banish Russian from the public sphere as far as possible. Yanukovych's foreign policy also developed an enormous explosive force. He tried to play Russia and the EU off against each other in order to gain the greatest possible advantages for Ukraine. This strategy failed on November 21, 2013 at the latest, when his government suspended the signing of the association agreement between Ukraine and the EU. The association agreement would have enabled free trade with the EU and thus also brought Ukraine closer to the West economically. However, the EU was hardly prepared to meet Yanukovych's demands for further financial aid in full. In turn, the countries of the CIS Free Trade Zone threatened to exclude Ukraine from the customs union if the agreement was signed. Yanukovych had the choice, and he opted for economic union with Russia, undermining expectations of politically independent and economically catching-up development. Shortly afterwards, more and more demonstrators gathered on Independence Square, the Maidan in Kiev. They demanded Yanukovych's resignation and new elections. From right-wing nationalists such as the Right Sector and the Svoboda Party, which protected the demonstrators from police attacks, to liberals, national conservatives and leftists, various forces were represented on the Maidan. What must have seemed like total political chaos from the perspective of authoritarian regimes was a turning point in the long term. The Maidan marked the beginning of a change from a semi-authoritarian state to the establishment of a democratic order based on the Western model. While Yanukovych's financier Rinat Akhmetov initially tried to declare the Maidan demonstrators rioters via his own television stations, rival oligarchs such as Ihor Kolomoisky from the eastern Ukrainian industrial metropolis of Dnipro or the later President Petro Poroshenko pursued a different strategy. As during the Orange Revolution in 2004, they supported the pro-Western demonstrators who were calling for Yanukovych's resignation. The situation on the Maidan came to a head in February 2014. By then, the Euromaidan already counted over 100 fatalities. Finally, on February 22, Yanukovych was deposed by a parliamentary majority in a summary procedure. He fled to Russia, which subsequently wanted to continue to see him as the legitimate president. Following Yanukovych's dismissal, new political parties emerged in Ukraine, new politicians looked for allies in oligarchic business circles, and new candidates were elected to the presidency. Meanwhile, Russia exploited the political instability in Ukraine. It occupied Crimea in a coup d'état and smuggled secret service agents and mercenaries into Donetsk and Luhansk in order to establish proxy republics there. In a short space of time, Russia was to unite all militiamen, warlords and soldiers of fortune under one command in both people's republics. The separatists were able to hold on in Donetsk and Luhansk because they received heavy weaponry and personal reinforcements from Russia. However, they were unable to advance further west. Mariupol, Sloviansk and Kramatorsk remained in Ukrainian hands. Contrary to many predictions, Ukraine proved to be strong enough to stop the advance of the anti-Maidan forces loyal to Russia. However, the Ukrainian troop units lacked the strength to recapture Donetsk and Luhansk. As a result, the war in Donbass became a war of position and attrition, which claimed around 14,000 civilian and military lives by 2022. In the initial chaos of the revolution, the Ukrainian army welcomed any help, regardless of its political affiliation. Fighters from the right sector took part in the fighting in the Donbass, while soldiers from the far-right Azov Battalion, which was subordinate to the Ministry of the Interior, defended Mariupol against an attempted separatist takeover. However, the partial autonomy of the individual paramilitary units soon came to an end. The right sector did not want to submit to the command of the National Guard, which is bound by instructions from the Ministry of the Interior. It was disarmed and, as before, was only allowed to exist as a party. It is no longer represented in the Ukrainian parliament. The Azov Battalion was founded in Berdyansk on the Sea of Azov and mainly comprises Russian-speaking fighters. In 2014, the Azov Battalion was placed under the command of the Ukrainian National Guard as a special unit and regrouped as a regiment, which many fighters with Nazi sympathies are said to have left by the end of 2014. Following a change of command in 2017, officials claim that the last fighters with openly right-wing extremist views left the regiment. It is not possible to verify how consequent this was implemented. While the soldiers of the Azov regiment have to refrain from making right-wing extremist statements out of consideration for their disciplinary statute, the politically autonomous, and very insignificant in the Ukrainian political landscape Azov movement acts far more openly. In the current war, the soldiers of the Azov regiment are revered as national heroes in Ukraine. This is partly due to their months-long defense of the Azov Valley steelworks in besieged Mariupol, but also to the agonizing deaths of many Azov soldiers in Russian captivity. Since the Russian rocket fire on the Olenivka prisoner of war camp at the latest, some of them are likely to have a kind of martyr status in the Ukrainian collective memory. From 2014, Ukraine underwent a radical cadre change in its military and intelligence apparatus under the presidency of Petro Poroshenko, the elected president following the transitional government under Yanukovych's interim successor Alexander Turchinov. After the Russian annexation of Crimea, one thing became clear. Many old cadres of the Ukrainian army and secret service were at the mercy of the Russian troops in Crimea and Donbass because they were merely a mirror image of the Russian soldiers, identical in tactics, strategy, and authoritarian self-image. Some offered them their services in the puppet governments of the Donbass. Others fled to Russia, where they were welcome as representatives of the overthrown ancien regime. It is no secret that Western advisors helped the Ukrainian armed forces and secret services with the reforms. Their impulses fell on fertile ground, especially among the middle ranks, the key age group of the Maidan protests. The shock caused by the handover of Crimea to Russia without a fight led not least to the abolition of the rigid Soviet-style centralized command structure. It was replaced by NATO's decentralized command regime, which gives the lower command ranks greater autonomy in troop command and decision-making. If Ukraine had stuck with the Soviet model, it would probably not have been able to withstand the Russian attack in February this year. The reform of the military was thus an essential element in the irreversible process of de-Russification since the Euromaidan. Another factor in the alienation from Russia was the covert Russian intervention in Donbass from 2014. Over the years, the smoldering war in Donbass ensured that Russia gradually lost any remaining sympathy among the younger generation. A comparison of the fighting in the south and east of Ukraine in 2014 and this year's war shows this impressively. While in the Russian-speaking cities of Odessa and Kharkiv in 2014, it was not clear from the outset whether politicians loyal to Maidan or Moscow would win power. In 2022, both cities resolutely opposed the Russian invasion. 8 years of Donbass had shown what a region under Russian rule can become, to a run-down authoritarian gangland that has had to systematically burn out its male population for the Kremlin since February 24, 2022. Ukrainians who speak Russian in everyday life today, therefore generally no longer describe themselves as politically pro-Russian. Nevertheless, the Russian invasion is likely to lead to a long-term decline in the importance of the Russian language in Ukraine. The state is doing the rest. In 2017, Russian was removed from the curricula of secondary schools and universities as the main language of instruction. Strict Ukrainian quotas have been in place in broadcasting for years. However, these measures did not precede the secession of the People's Republics, but were a consequence of it. In January of this year, a new language law came into force after a transitional period, which was passed by Petro Poroshenko in 2019. It appears to be a mirror image reversal of Yanukovych's language law. National media are only allowed to publish in Russian if there is an equivalent Ukrainian counterpart that is called up first. This rule explicitly does not apply to other minority languages such as Polish, Romanian, Hungarian, or Crimean Tatar. Even if the Ukrainian state is censoring Russian state media on a massive scale like never before in the current war, since the Russian massacres of civilians in February and March 2022, Bucha is the most prominent example. Since the countless tortures and murders of Ukrainian prisoners of war and the mass deportations of Ukrainian civilians, such measures to push back Russian influence seem almost no longer necessary. After several months of war, the message should be clear to the average Ukrainian. Anyone who does not want to return to the Russian world, after years of Ukrainian rapprochement with the West, can expect brutal retaliation. The sheer sadism not only of the Russian military, but also of radical Russian mercenary troops such as the Wagner Group, named after Hitler's favorite composer, is likely to further reduce the motivation among Ukrainian soldiers to surrender to Russian captivity. Zelensky's second most important election promise was the de-oligarchization of Ukraine. His promise to break the power of the oligarchs was to be followed by action. He announced in summer 2021 that he would introduce a register of oligarchs. The entanglement of political offices and economic oligopolies was finally to come to an end. Many political observers within Ukraine viewed his anti-oligarch law with skepticism. They accused him of populist authoritarianism. He was accused of wanting to take action against his rival Petro Poroshenko and establish a vertical of power based on the Russian model. When an attack was carried out on Zelensky's advisor Serhiy Schiefer in September, the situation threatened to escalate. Shortly after the anti-oligarch law came into force, the revelations of the Pandora Papers shook Ukraine in October 2021. Although it was already no secret that Zelensky could not have become a famous actor or politician without the oligarch Ihor Kolomoisky, there is now also evidence of the business connection. The Pandora Papers, which revealed Zelensky's offshore business dealings with Kolomoisky, soon ruined Zelensky's poll ratings. In October 2021, only around 28% of Ukrainians still backed Zelensky. Zelensky's anti-oligarch policy had lost credibility among the population. It is true that the oligarch class also emerged in Ukraine from the original capitalist accumulation of the early 1990s, i.e. from the sell-off of Soviet state-owned enterprises. However, unlike in Russia, it never underwent total assimilation under a political regime. In other words, the diverging interests and competition between the oligarchs in Ukraine has also given rise to a kind of political pluralism. It finds its expression in a plurality of media whose reporting and interpretation of events in the country differ greatly. This in turn is an important prerequisite for the existence of competing political parties, said Irina Solonenko in 2014. But what continues to unite the oligarchs, however, is their refusal to give up their privileged access to public resources and political decisions. Rule of law principles, transparent party funding, and anti-corruption laws are not goals they have been campaigning for so far. In the current war, the oligarchs have largely lost power through no fault of Zelensky's. Domestic politics have been frozen, the media oligopolies have lost importance, and their accounts have become emptier. Since then, the majority of Ukrainians have supported the president. The fact that times of war sometimes require authoritarian measures is likely to have further increased his popularity. Zelensky had pro-Russian parties and television stations banned, and the Ukrainian military arrested oligarchs suspected of collaborating with Russia. Whether Zelensky will remain on the course of authoritarian populism after the war, however, can hardly be predicted before the end of the war. Even die-hard Ukrainian nationalists believe that Ukraine's integration into the EU and NATO is necessary, at least from a strategic point of view. In addition to security policy considerations, there are also economic reasons for this. While integration into the EU internal market should facilitate exports to the West, joining NATO should help Ukraine to be able to do business and export undisturbed by Russian influence. The Ukrainians are certainly indulging in a political illusion in their vague, romanticized vision of the EU. However, if they want to maintain their separation from Russia, they have no necessary and objective alternative. Ukraine is relying heavily on aid money from the USA and the EU's promised reconstruction plan. But there can only be solid economic development if access to the Black Sea and the territories occupied since February 24 is restored. Ukraine was already one of the poorest countries in Europe in 2021. At that time, Ukraine's nominal per capita gross domestic product amounted to $4,828. By comparison, Moldova, the poorhouse of the EU, had a GDP per capita of $5,285 in 2021. In Germany, it was $50,795 per capita this year, despite coronavirus lockdowns and supply chain slumps. Since 2014, Ukraine has been increasingly expanding its international trade network in favor of an economic detachment from Russia. A decisive step towards reducing dependence on Russia was the decision to stop importing gas directly from Russia at the end of 2015 in order to put an end to Russian gas blackmail. At first glance, it may seem flimsy that Ukraine imports its gas via Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia, which in turn obtain most of it from Russia. However, this at least offers rudimentary security against Russia cutting off Ukraine's gas supply overnight, as happened in 2009 and 2014. This was initially associated with higher energy costs, which could be partially offset with the income from the Russian transit pipelines running through Ukraine. However, Russia deliberately allowed the Soviet-style pipelines running through Ukraine to fall into disrepair and gradually reduced operations to a minimum, i.e. to around 55.8 billion cubic meters per year, as at 2020. The majority of the exported gas should instead flow via pipelines that bypass Ukraine. In addition to Turkish Stream 2020, the German Baltic Sea pipeline Nord Stream 1, 2011, which was almost expanded this year to include the Nord Stream 2 branch, is part of this major anti-Ukrainian project. Ukraine has criticized the Nord Stream 2 project from the outset for prospectively drying up Ukraine financially and, far more importantly, allowing Russia to wage war in Ukraine without having to fear losses in gas sales. In the best-case scenario for Russia, it could almost completely shut down the gas pipelines that run through Ukraine and instead transport the gas to Western Europe through alternative pipelines such as Nord Stream 2. A nuclear-free energy transition with Russian natural gas as an eternally provisional transitional technology must sound like madness to Ukraine, and not just for political reasons. The fact that the German coal and nuclear phase-out is unlikely to find many supporters in Ukraine may actually be due to the fact that it generates more than half of its electricity from nuclear power. The reactor accident at Chernobyl in 1986 did nothing to change Ukraine's pro-nuclear policy in the long term. The bizarre calculation that change through trade could be brought about in Russia remained exclusively a German self-deception. However, it was also the minds critical of Russia, such as the Greens, who pushed ahead with Germany's prestigious energy transition project, thereby only increasing its dependence on gas from Russia. After all, without the capacity of nuclear or coal-fired power plants, it is not possible to achieve a permanently stable power supply with renewable energy sources alone. So far, the only alternative to coal and nuclear power plants has been gas-fired power plants. Even under Kremlin crony and Nord Stream lobbyist Gerhard Schroeder, it was the Greens who pushed for a nuclear phase-out as the SPD's junior partner. They were the ones who drove the Merkel cabinet to legislate for a nuclear phase-out by 2023. Together with the SPD, FDP, and CDU, they bear more than a share of the responsibility for the current disaster. Even leading Greens are now admitting, far too late, the fundamental error of the energy transition. Ralph Fuchs, for example, writes ruefully on Twitter, with the nuclear phase-out, dependence on natural gas has increased. Even the greenest energy transition scenarios were based on gas as a bridging technology in the electricity sector and industry. And he adds, although we fought Nord Stream 2, we avoided the question of how to meet the growing demand for gas. LNG plus fracking were taboo. Dependence on Russian gas was the blind spot of the energy transition. Tweet from August 1, 2022. While Ukraine repositioned itself militarily from 2014, the Russian arms industry initially suffered from the technology sanctions imposed by the USA and the EU. Since then, it has not been able to fully offset its imports from the West with equivalent alternatives. The shortcomings of Russian weapons technology became apparent at the latest with the attack on Ukraine. There was a shortage of precision missiles from February 2022, and semiconductor chips became a rarity following the tightening of the dual-use embargoes. More and more Soviet weapons technology had to make up for the losses. The high-tech embargoes hit Russia harder than any financial sanction. Nevertheless, Russia repeatedly succeeded in importing weapons technology from the EU from 2014 onwards. As research by the British Telegraph shows, companies from at least 10 EU countries, including around three-quarters of German and French companies, took advantage of a loophole in the EU sanctions from 2014 that allowed the export of certain dual-use goods to Russia. It was only closed in April 2022 by a decision of the European Commission. Even before the war in Ukraine, Russia was a goldmine for European arms companies. One example, in 2011, Rheinmetall began building the military training base in Mulino, Russia, together with the Russian construction company Garnison. According to the construction plan, Mulino is an exact copy of the Altmark Bundeswehr training base, a training ground for mechanized infantry. After the sanctions against German arms exports came into force in 2014, the base was officially supposed to be completed without German help or technology. In reality, however, the Russian construction company Garnison continued to purchase military equipment produced by Rheinmetall via intermediaries until 2019. It is therefore more than obvious that Rheinmetall must have used Garnison as a letterbox company to continue its business in Russia. The base was completed in 2020 and the invasion of Ukraine was practiced there in 2021 as part of the Zapad West maneuver. Apparently, the EU sanctions were relatively weak because countries such as Germany, Austria, France and Hungary pushed for a certain degree of flexibility. Within Germany, on the other hand, It was not only the well-known figures from the SPD who called for informal recognition of the status quo of Russian-occupied Crimea. Armin Laschet, CDU, and Christian Lindner, FDP, also wanted to return to business as usual as quickly as possible after 2014. The fact that the SPD-led state of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern circumvented U.S. sanctions with the help of an environmental foundation in order to complete Nord Stream 2 was not a problem for many CDU/CSU and FDP politicians either. Whether Nord Stream 2 or Mulino, in view of such close business relations with Russia, it is not surprising that Germany is still very reluctant to supply weapons to Ukraine. Only Eastern Europe, the UK and the USA are willing and able to provide Ukraine with massive support in the form of weapons, money and resources. However, it is becoming increasingly clear that the war in Ukraine is becoming a crucial test for the West. The German egg dance over the repair of the Gazprom gas turbine in Canada had already shown how fragile the international sanctions against Russia can already be. Anyone on the brink of an energy blackout is most likely to pull out of the Solidarity Front. The decades-old German connection with Russia is taking its revenge on the exploding energy prices following Russian gas cutbacks, which will lead to massive social upheaval in the foreseeable future. It is therefore doubtful whether the Western United Front for Ukraine will be able to survive beyond the winter. In turn, it will be very convenient for those in positions of responsibility to place the upcoming energy protests, similar to the previous demonstrations against the coronavirus measures, under a blanket suspicion of extremism or Putinism. Anyone who stands in solidarity with Ukraine should therefore resolutely oppose the instrumentalization of the Ukraine war for the green agenda of impoverishment and name those responsible for the German disaster. Just how meaningless the categories of left and right are when it comes to taking sides with Russia has become apparent in recent months in the Ukraine conflict. Two texts are quoted as examples, from the Konkret cover story from May 2014 and from a column for the NPD Orgendeutsche Stimme by former NPD chairman and current MEP of the party, Udo Voigt, from April 2014, while the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact dissolved after 1990, NATO, which is under U.S. leadership, has expanded further and further to the east. It is trying to get closer and closer to Russia's borders and represents a threatening encirclement of Russia. The direct incorporation or integration of former Soviet states into Western alliances, NATO or the EU, would be an encirclement of Russia and a serious strategic blow. End of quote. The congruence of the two statements makes it unnecessary to attribute authorship. The fact that Russia has something like a timeless right of access and influence over its territorial environment, such a concession of a quasi-imperial natural right of Russian sovereignty, is only comprehensible if it is understood as part of the German longing for the middle power between East and West, in which Russia is assigned the role of the eternal anti-Westerner. The German longing, which is justified both geopolitically and philosophically by Germany's middle position, is not only as old as the founding of the Reich, it is also in the background of every fundamental German foreign policy debate in the present day. On the other hand, it is also in line with the Antifa legend of a traditional hostility towards Russia on the part of all non-left-wing Germans. Thomas Mann, a former conservative revolutionary who remained an admirer of Russia throughout his life despite his later commitment to the Western world, bears biographical witness to the fact that Russophilia was never just the domain of German left-wingers. He justified his love of Russia in the 1918 Betrachtungen eines Unpolitischen, Observations of an Apolitical Man, with his reading of Dostoevsky, which was typical of the war and post-war period. Russia was always democratic, indeed Christian communist, fraternal-minded in its deepest soul, and Dostoevsky seemed to find that patriarchal theocratic autocracy was a more appropriate form of state for this democratism than the social and atheistic republic. Then by 1950 at the latest one could know what kind of longing still drove him when immediately after the Second World War, he described anti-communism as the fundamental folly of our epoch. Who wanted to deny Russia, the eternal Russia, humanity? There was never and nowhere a deeper humanity than in Russian literature. I owe too much of my education to Russian thought, to the Russian soul. And as far as communism is concerned, it has its roots in the Russian people. End quote. Part of the confusion about the Germans' Russophobia is that anti-Bolshevism and hostility towards Russia are equated. The one was by no means synonymous with the other, on the contrary. As a rule, Bolshevism was considered anti-Russian by its opponents, not even wrong for the period under Lenin and his fight against Great Russian chauvinism, and rejected as a rejection of the real and true Russia. He was therefore often regarded as a Jewish attempt to uproot the Russians, and this was attributed to an alleged Jewish dominance outside his leadership. On the other hand, the discovered love for the Bolsheviks was not precisely a break with any form of Russophilia. In fact, it was not uncommon for it to begin with a misjudgment of Lenin's positions critical of Russia. This is exemplified by Ernst Bloch, who, unlike Thomas Mann, went from being a pro-Western Entente sympathizer to a Russophile admirer of Stalin, as Gerd Konen reminds us in his book Der Russland Komplex.
Die Deutschen und der Osten 1900 bis 1945 Tankfolierements US-Offices.
On October 31, 1917, the young Bloch wrote in the Bernese émigré magazine Freie Tribune in an article that must be read as a response to Lenin's sympathies for Prussia's supposed state socialism. Quote, Prussia is the ultimate downfall, the suppression of all democracy, while the Entente is at least the lesser evil, just as Marx's entire concept of society is more English liberal than it appears to be in the disguise of so-called state socialism, which is conceivable in the Prussian spirit. End quote. Konen reports on Bloch's subsequent conversion. Bloch increasingly began to discover Soviet Russia as the true realm of the deep. He spoke of the country's fantastic non-simultaneity, in which the longed-for realm of the third gospel was taking shape and outline. This India in the mist was called upon to restore an original chiliastically charged faith to the empty Western man. Here for the first time, Christ had come to power as emperor, who was called to exercise the power of good, and who, for Bloch, took on the outline of Lenin, and later even more so that of Stalin. The fact that even within the NSDAP the Russophilia typical of the time could only be transformed from an Eastern orientation into an Eastern policy against considerable resistance and with enormous personal effort on Hitler's part, as Konen also recalls, can only surprise those for whom it is still a closed book. That the Weimar Republic's ever closer de facto ties to the West corresponded to a highly intensive but ambivalent intellectual and political orientation towards the East according to Konen's summary. When Goebbels noted in his diary in July 1924, Russia, when will you awaken? The old world longs for your redeeming deed. Russia, you hope of a dying world. You gentlemen diplomats, read Spengler, Dostoevsky, and not Rathenau and the French, then this declaration of love was only supposedly a socially marginal one, like the Nibelung loyalty of German communism to socialism in one country, which finally set in after Lenin, or the love of Russia of the conservative revolutionaries Moller van den Bruck and Ernst Niekisch. All in all the pro-Russian positions no longer resulted in a narrow social fringe, but rather a broadly defined center of German society. If we take note of the current social relevance of those figures who are casually referred to as Putinwürster, it is striking that even today there are very many who, without ever having read anything by him, are able to gain something positive from the mystified Russian soul in the tradition of German Dostoevsky reception, and at the same time would rather renounce Germany's ties to the West today than tomorrow. Even if they exist in Konkret and the Left Party as well as in the German economy, in the AfD, the NPD and the Old Easter March and New Monday Demo peace movements, surprisingly they do not currently hold sway among intellectuals and in the arts pages. You have to look hard to find Alice Schwarzer or Jens Jessen from the Zeit Feuilleton in their ranks, but otherwise you will only find the usual suspects such as Konstantin Wecker or Jacob Augstein. One of the reasons for this is probably that in recent years there has been a great deal of interest in contemporary Ukrainian literature, which is consistently pro-Ukrainian and more or less anti-Russian, particularly as a result of the publishing policy of Schurkamp Verlag. Its reception began in 2003 with the extremely successful publication of the book of essays The Last Territory by Yuri Andrukhovich, who has since become a star in Germany. This volume of essays was celebrated in all the relevant feuilletons, not because of its linguistic aesthetics, but for another reason, which Schurkamp protagonist Katerina Robb sums up in her theses on the reception of Ukrainian literature as follows. We are basically not talking about the reception of Ukrainian literature in Germany, but about the perception of an unknown country thanks to literature. In fact, it could be the perception of hitherto barely registered positions that form something of a civilizing antithesis to the traditional love of Russia among German intellectuals. When Yuri Andrukhovich laconically judges of Dostoevsky, Central Eastern European authors do not cultivate Dostoevsky because he is alien to them as a cultural imperialist, then such a statement, which is not at all Russia-friendly, can sometimes act as an antidote, or at least as a break. The public presence of such Ukrainian viewpoints could also explain the discrepancy between the pro-Russian opinion of the people and the media coverage, the majority of which is quite critical of Russia. The fact that this really exists is confirmed by the results of a survey announced in the Tagesschau at the beginning of April. 49% of respondents in the Germany trend want a federal republic that occupies a middle position between the Western Alliance and Russia. 45% see it as an integral part of the West. In view of the anti-Western majority, it is anything but surprising that the Allensbach Institute came to the following conclusion in a survey on Germans' views on the incorporation of Crimea. The reactions to the incorporation of Crimea show a remarkable degree of understanding in large parts of the German population. However, the motives of the Putin haters are not congruent. What is decisive is the overlap that results from the mixture of different motives, which is also not new, but rather stands for German continuity. The AfD can claim that it currently attracts voters from all political spectrums like no other party and therefore best represents the average of the German population. People vote for the party and sympathize with it, not least because of its program to strengthen Germany as a middle power in line with its geopolitical position. The pro-Russian partisanship culminates not only in the repeated reference to Bismarck's Russia policy of reassuring mutual neutrality, which has been brought up time and again, particularly by Alexander Golan, the highest man in the party hierarchy after Bernd Lucke. In the declaration on the current situation in Ukraine from April 8, 2014, the party even turns itself into a loudspeaker for great Russian propaganda. Among other things, it states, "It must be recognized that the right to self-determination of a relevant part of the Ukrainian population does not necessarily have to end at the current borders, and that these are therefore not immovable." The party resignation declaration by NRW functionary Thomas Rang provides information about the pro-Russian and therefore anti-Western sentiment within the party. The AfD's political course is increasingly determined by German nationalist and reactionary forces, full of resentment towards our European and Atlantic partners, especially France and the USA, as well as clandestine joy at Russia's violent expansion under Putin. In addition to the usual anti-American motives, the pro-Russia stance of the left is clearly in the tradition of Stalinist Antifa politics and is therefore almost congruent with anti-fascism of Putin's provenance. Both do not represent Dimitrov's definition of fascism or the infamous social fascism thesis. The focus is on the downright cult of the Great Patriotic War. From the left, the nationalist short-circuiting with the Russian Patriotic War of 1812 has not been taken offense at all to this day, despite the permanently upheld anti-national commitment. Not even Joseph Goebbels' praise at the time for Stalin's quasi-Russianization of the defensive war can change this. Goebbels wrote in his diary in 1943 that Stalin had understood perfectly how to give the struggle of Bolshevism against the Reich a national character. The boundless brutality of the Red Army and other Soviet institutions, especially towards their own non-Russian population, was also ignored. The peculiar Soviet victim arithmetic, which Nathan Snyder recently pointed out, is not even considered for reasons of identity formation alone. The Soviet citizens who suffered the most during the war had been forcibly brought under Soviet rule shortly before the German invasion, as a result of a pact with the Third Reich. From the Soviet perspective, all deaths in this zone could simply be lumped together with Soviet losses, even though the people in question had only been Soviet citizens for a few months when they died and even though many of them had been murdered by the NKVD rather than the SS. In this way, Polish, Romanian, Lithuanian, Belarusian, and Ukrainian victims served to magnify the tragedy of the Soviet Union. To these must be added, in the case of collaboration with the Germans, which also existed among Russians, it was of course never by Soviet citizens, but without exception by Poles, Romanians, Lithuanians, Belarusians, or Ukrainians. The fact that motives for collaboration with the Germans could also point to a homemade problem is a question about the cause and effect of Soviet rule that neither Putin's Russia nor German leftists need to put up with in the first place. Instead, any anti-Russian, anti-Soviet, or anti-communist statement, fresh, pious, cheerful, can be freely denounced as fascist, as we learned from Stalin. It is only logical that the Ukrainian fascists should also be pro-Western, i.e. embody something that runs counter to every historical definition of a fascist. If you want to find out something about the neo-Nazis' position on Russia, it is currently better to stick to the German government than to Antifa information sheets, in which for months now you have only ever been able to read variations on the idea that German and Ukrainian neo-Nazis are basically the same thing and, as inseparable comrades in spirit, only want the same thing. The Ukrainian writer and psychoanalyst Jerko Prochasko summed up this unwillingness to differentiate as follows: the word neo-Nazi is a classic sign of projection. You say neo-Nazis and see bald men in combat boots and leather jackets at the train station in Anklam and think you are a noble and honest anti-fascist. Even though the neo-Nazi faction is small in number, despite claims to the contrary by civil society, it has hardly any influence on social events and has been living off the attention and appreciation of its opponents for years. It is untruthfully insinuated that it is genuinely Russophobic for historical reasons alone and therefore only logically pro-Ukrainian. The German government, on the other hand, ironically at the request of the Left Party parliamentary group, for whom the answer must not have suited the Antifa concept at all, at least states that the Ukraine conflict has involved the scene in a contradiction that is difficult to resolve. In numerous statements by German right-wing extremists, Russia is seen as an indispensable strategic partner when it comes to presenting a counterpower to the USA. Taking sides with Ukrainian nationalists, however, is difficult to reconcile with this position. End quote. The fact that the Brown comrades are nevertheless capable of resolving contradictions in a tough manner was immediately demonstrated by the most important and largest NPD regional association, to which the comrades at Anklam Station also belong. Immediately after the annexation of Crimea, Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania launched a call for a vacation in Crimea, now more than ever. The reason given was, German tourists on the peninsula, after its orderly repatriation to the Russian Federation, would be a slap in the face for the would-be Easternizers in Washington and Brussels. End quote. The German government's response in mid-April was therefore no longer up to date, as the party's leadership had long since decided against the former Ukrainian brother party Svoboda due to its treacherous pro-Western course and had begun to straighten its front. While the then NPD chairman Holger Apfel had praised the Ukrainians as one of the most important European right-wing parties on the occasion of a visit to Germany by Svoboda representatives just under a year earlier, long before the Maidan events. A statement by the NPD Party Executive Board at the beginning of April 2014 entitled "Three Basic Ideas on the Ukraine Crisis" set out a general line that had finally been purged of contradictions. A spiritual and national rebirth of Europe will only be possible on the pillars of a strong Russian-German friendship, and the National Democrats naturally remain committed to this goal. Since its beginnings in the 1950s, the traditional German peace movement has embodied the prototype of what the FAZ, beyond all self-criticism, has recently called the German Trinity in relation to the camp of those who understand Putin: pacifism, neutralism, and a multi-layered anti-Americanism. In the case of the Ukraine conflict, there is only one thing to report from the aging protagonists of the movement: they remain true to themselves in 2014. If the once occasionally justified insinuation that the German peace movement is a powerful fifth column of the East no longer applies, the timeless text modules that can be found in a declaration on the Ukraine conflict by Cooperation for Peace, the movement's umbrella organization, read as neutral as ever: ceasefire, primacy of diplomacy, reconciliation or reconciliation, negotiations and conflict management, are the order of the day. Konstantin Wecker, the notorious friend of peace and justice for anti-Western villains of all kinds, then gave Putin a less coded carte blanche: Mr. Obama, even though I have long felt great sympathy for you, anyone who uses drones to murder thousands of suspects and civilians as collateral damage without a trial has, in my opinion, lost all justification for lecturing other presidents on international law. The fact that there has been a lot of rumbling in the traditional peace camp since more people have been regularly celebrating the German Trinity on Mondays throughout Germany than the mobilization potential of the traditional movement even allows should be just as well known as the dazzling Monday protagonists Lars Marsholz or Ken Jebsen, who have also paved the way for figures such as Jürgen Elsässer to take to the podium there. Since the monopoly on peace and thus the decades-long unique selling point has come under serious threat, a petty war over the Monday demonstrations has been raging, as Wecker calls the debate about participation or non-participation in them. Wecker is one of those who have decided against joining forces with the Monday vigils for peace for the time being. In doing so, however, he is likely to have clearly fallen behind in the old camp. Since the invitation extended by the umbrella organization Cooperation for Peace to the new ones was accepted and they decided in a statement from Weitersrode in favor of a joint open and solidary discussion, which could gladly lead to cooperation everywhere, those like the left-wing ex-attack activist Pedram Shahihar, who helped initiate the aforementioned statement, are in the driving seat. Shahihar also provides evidence that what is special about the new Friends of Peace is the old and that there is not even a generational conflict to be expected. After all, the common denominator of these friends of the German Trinity is still inwardness and the whispers that spring from it. The media criticism of the vigils goes back to the shocking experience of reporting on the Ukraine conflict. The one-sided anti-Russian tone showed once again that in times of war, the truth dies first. This has led to a new investigative trend of seeking the truth ourselves. The common figure of branding this trend as conspiracy theories is a cudgel to block the deep search into the concrete workings of empire, writes Pedram Shahihar, before continuing as if time had stood still: peace must come from within, with oneself, with the other and with nature. The return to oneself can also be seen in a strong behavior-critical discourse: the change of one's own behavior, one's own consumption, the achievement of one's own peace. For months, no one has been more representative of the pro-Russian attitude of those large sections of the German economy who do not simply want to make money in and from Russia, but believe they are acting on behalf of a higher German mission, than Gabor Steingart. Alongside former Chancellor Schröder and former Prime Minister Matthias Platzek, the new chairman of the German-Russian Forum, Steingart is one of the unconditional advocates of unrestricted trade relations with Putin's Russia. He was editor-in-chief of Handelsblatt until 2012 and has since been one of the managing directors of the Handelsblatt Publishing Group. That economic relations under global conditions are without exception a guarantee for understanding, as Steingart emphasizes, i.e., something like the continuation of dialogue by other means. This view, which since Willy Brandt's Eastern policy order of change through trade blessed by German pacifism became a kind of reason of state after Auschwitz, still allows money to be made from the greatest crimes without moral scruples. Since the German economy has only been on a global mission to promote international understanding and peace, Germany no longer competes for influence and profit, but only uses psychology and biology to empathize with the villains as an honest broker. Steingart writes, Putin's aggressiveness is politically, militarily, and historically necessary if he does not want to lose his status as world power leader. World power status requires thinking in terms of spheres of influence. Fear of encirclement is stored in the genetic code of every hegemon. Anyone who does not accept the biology of power may be fit to be the president of a church congress, but not a real politician. Handelsblatt, March 14. What follows these lines, which were certainly not written in reminiscence of Dostoevsky and yet are nothing more than existentialistically inflated old German love of Russia full of reverence and admiration for the awakening Russian bear, is Steingart's rejection of Realpolitik sanctions and a Kirchentag that turns the German economy into a charitable association. Anyone who wants to punish the Russian people for their instinct for self-preservation with economic sanctions is punishing themselves. Economic relations could play a stabilizing role, especially in times like these. Their mission is to increase prosperity for the benefit of both sides. The fact that prosperity ultimately finds its way into the average population within an authoritarian society of survival of the fittest only interests someone like Steingart to the extent that he identifies biopowers and genetic dispositions in such a society that unleash admirable Russian primal instincts of self-preservation, currently against Ukrainian fascists, perverted homos and other westernized traitors to the people. The reverence for such a quasi-natural way of being is countered by the fact that Russia still lacks the conditions for a mass individual urge for freedom, for human development and personal growth, the absence of which Max Horkheimer attributed to the failure to adopt the motives of liberalism. Dan Diner's current view of this absence has led him to aptly call Russian society a state without a bourgeois society, following Hegel's judgment that America is a bourgeois society without a state. Steingart's understanding of the aggression of a Russian world power leader with fears of loss is ultimately nothing more than an anti-American or anti-Western stereotype turned into a positive one, which is familiar enough. The accusation of thinking aggressively in terms of spheres of influence, of claiming the status of world power leader or of being a self-proclaimed hegemon are age-old resentments that have never managed without the chosen counter-sovereign as the savior who, in a legitimate defensive struggle, should be allowed to do everything that one believes to be a characteristic of the West and considers to be particularly criminal. As you can see, German love of Russia still works today as it did 100 years ago. Gerd Konen has used the ambiguous term Russia complex to describe this love in order to capture the qualitative psychological, or rather pathological projective side of the phenomenon as well as the quantitative side, which, in the sum of its parts, has never been confined to the grubby fringes of German society. At the end of his 2005 study, Konen comes to the conclusion that this complex no longer has a future, because after 1945 and then finally with the end of the Soviet Empire, it lost its real existing spiritual and material substance. Konen concludes with the words, "The mysterious East no longer exists." One would gladly agree with this even in 2014. However, the very fact of the composition of the majority of the 49% of Germans in question, who long for the middle position between the West and Russia, speaks against this. Unfortunately, it suggests that the mysterious East has just reawakened thanks to Putin. On February 25, 2023, in front of the Brandenburg Gate, Sahra Wagenknecht was confronted with the revolutionary consequences of her call for peace. People whose hearts also beat for Russia and who agree with her assessment that the Greens are the most dangerous party we currently have in the Bundestag, dictated to her by leaflet where the journey should go. Quote, "The demonstrative disruption of the public consensus on the war issue must call into question the entire business basis of the left-green woke-dominated FRG, both in terms of content and form, or it will remain an easily tolerated transitional phenomenon. Anyone who says no to external war must also reject the internal war of the state and its civil society agents in the name of corona, climate and gender, and, last but not least, must fundamentally renounce making politics." End of quote. Ms. Wagenknecht would not express herself so harshly and would advocate making politics for the time being, but the unity of economic and social policy called for in the leaflet, which once culminated in the slogan, "Protect peace, strengthen socialism," will not have left her cold. Quote, "The good guys want war and rationalize their aggression by hallucinating peace-loving Ukraine as a completely groundless victim of absolute evil, i.e. Putin and his aligned Russian orcs. This fetish then forces them to wage a total peoples and defense war, no matter how dirty it gets. As a pure soul with a moral conceit of superiority, one identifies with the status of victim, but of course does not want to be one. We are happy to accept the slaughtered victims of a bloody war, and in this country we know how to impose the hardships on the stupid rednecks who we want to discipline according to our mood, because they don't want to stop smoking, driving, taking hot showers, or don't want to wear masks or use genders. End of quote. Whether Wagenknecht has heard the liberating yalla, the call for real life that resonates in the following quote, is doubtful, but she has known that articulating one's own needs is the result of an undisguised sense of reality since she heard the line sung by Ernst Busch in her youth, "Chatter won't fill him up, no food will." The leaflet reads, "The new state of the world goes beyond what we know in a way that has been difficult to grasp up to now. It is therefore much easier to come to terms with it by remaining faithful to one's own observations and experiences than by being able to understand it without interruption using the entire rhetoric of a mostly worn-out Marxist, value-critical, postmodern, anti-German or anti-imperialist vocabulary, insofar as this is still able to create a coherent worldview in individual minds. The yardstick for this would be whether sensually experienced reality can still be explained coherently. The fact that this very fundamental process is failing everywhere must be seen, like many other things, as a symptom of the epochal change that is currently taking place. In addition to the obviously tougher economic and military pace, it is above all characterized by a new form of general derealization and confusion of consciousness, which is also reflected in the moronic stammering of the government troops." End quote. Loyalty to one's own observations and experiences, trust in the reality supposedly experienced by the senses, regularly leads to derealization and confusion of consciousness. Constructing a coherent worldview from sensory experience is not as marginal an event as leaflet-writing Putin fans from Neukölln, who are concerned about their elitist aura, suggest. They have only, as Ms. Wagenknecht not unrelated, made their contribution to the revolt, Annie or Nah. Completely different fighters against derealization experienced the revolt as an act of tragic self-defense against the fascist regime leading Germany to its downfall, when they reenacted the fateful hours of the Kreisau Circle in a dilapidated castle in Thuringia, while their governmental opponents heroically fended off a second Cap putsch. Others contributed to the revolt at home in late fall 2022, when they clamored against Ukraine and for Russia, against corona measures and foreigners for more state dough until additional transfer payments were approved. The specter of a winter of rage is haunting the German and Austrian press. However, an alliance of politicians, researchers, journalists, and the Office for the Protection of the Constitution is prepared and is forming to drive out the extremist threat. As with the protests against the corona measures, it is not only the left liberal standard that is digging the identitarian chief Martin Sellner and pathetic leading figures of a barely existing neo-Nazi scene out of the depths of the internet in order to demobilize the expected protests. Extremists of all stripes, lateral thinkers and other right-wing extremists are about to abuse the crisis to attack democracy and trust in the state, warned German Interior Minister Nancy Faeser, SPD, in Welt am Sonntag back in August. Sociologist Matthias Quent also fears an abuse of financially distressed East Germans, who would otherwise have gladly given up the last remnants of prosperity for climate and peace, but could succumb to the seductive arts of lateral thinkers and right-wing microparties, who have no interest in social justice, equality and higher taxes, i.e. the political goals advocated by the expert on right-wing extremism himself. Quite the opposite, a large proportion of protests, as we have seen in recent years, are precisely not organized out of material concern. The head of the politics department at RTL and NTV assumes something completely different in his Spiegel commentary on August 22. Those now demonstrating against Chancellor Scholz in Neuruppin and elsewhere, who used to be called the rabble, are not misled but stupid, and in the past, continues Nikolaus Blom in a pithy tone, not everything was worse. We know the Pappenheimers who populate the streets, he says in a threatening gesture of superiority. With those who abandon all human moderation, the question must be allowed as to how much persecution mania fits into one head. These are people who, according to their own statements, were initially worried about being killed, then chipped during vaccination and now dispossessed, even though Ukraine attacked Russia. Blom is correct in his assessment that we are talking about a vanishing minority, but at the same time he concedes that this minority has a social power that stems from mysterious sources and consists of being able to impose on everyone the social mode in which we have to operate. He replies to the head of the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, who warns of a winter of rage but sees no signs of widespread anti-state protests. If necessary, let the police, the Office for the Protection of the Constitution or the prosecution authorities do their job, and that's that. If the fear of vaccination chips and repopulation, do not have the potential to appeal to a majority, things are different in Austria and Germany when it comes to the rejection of sanctions against Russia. In July 2022, the majority in the Alpine Republic spoke out in favor of lifting them if energy prices continue to rise, while in the country of our northern neighbor, 58% still support them. In fact, for the first time since the German attack on Great Britain, a peace movement is once again forming that stands with the aggressor and accuses the attacked of defending itself. Consisting of the AfD, parts of the lateral thinkers, the left and even anti-Germans, it shamefully links the issue of inflation and the end of sanctions. Following George Orwell, it can therefore be described as objectively pro-Russian. The call by Sahra Wagenknecht and Christian Ley, both members of the Left Party parliamentary group in the Bundestag, in Die Welt for an end to the economic war against Russia, which is ruining German prosperity and not the Russian economy, is realistically based on the fact that without Russian gas, homes in Germany and Austria would soon remain cold and production facilities would grind to a halt. However, they declare the economic sanctions to be the only source of currently rising commodity and energy prices, both of which started to rise in November 2021 at the latest, i.e. before the war and the sanctions. Quote, "Since energy is in almost all products, general inflation is also rising. The current inflation rate is 7.5%, and the Bundesbank is forecasting 10% for the fall. Even an 8% price increase means that people will lose a full month's salary per year." End quote. The two left-wing politicians are thus under the illusion that the end of sanctions means a return to economic prosperity. The abolition of the merit order effect, for example, which measures the energy price according to the most expensive power plant connected to the electricity grid, would provide an opportunity to reduce energy prices, which are currently being kept high by expensive gas-fired power plants for other energy sources. However, as the additional profits currently generated by this are not flowing into the fossil fuel sector but into the renewable energy sector, neither the German government, which is committed to decarbonization, nor the part of the left hoping for a radicalization of this energy policy, which distances itself from Wagenknecht on the issue of sanctions, has any interest in this. In addition to all kinds of tame social demands, which could be seen in the left's call for the hot autumn against social coldness, demonstration in Leipzig, which was followed by several thousand people on September 5, 2022, there is also a commitment to socio-ecological restructuring, which is being delayed by governments that believe in the market and the extreme right. When fear runs rampant in public opinion, it is not so much inflation as a harbinger of a global economic slump in combination with a homemade energy crisis in Germany and Austria with its real threat of impoverishment for the lower classes, but rather the fear that is being cultivated. Protests against this could go beyond what is officially permitted and socio-politically possible and grow into popular uprisings, as Annalena Baerbock initially predicted in a panel discussion for the Redaktionsnetzwerk Deutschland in the event of a lack of Russian gas supplies, although she later qualified this as a hypothetical thought experiment. The dilemma of being permanently confronted with the Russian threat of a bitterly cold winter stems from energy policy decisions dating back to the 1970s. The resulting toothlessness of German sanctions policy due to gas dependency is combined with the unwillingness of German politicians to supply usable weapon systems to Ukraine. The rising oil prices after 1973 fueled a general social fear of resource scarcity, but also sparked hope for a more frugal life in harmony with nature in large parts of the New Left. This ecological zeitgeist rationalized social crises into natural ones and thus removed society from criticism. The journal Problem des Klassenkampfs, Prokla, still regularly published authors whose class analysis and critique of political economy formed a unity and who, for this reason alone, were immune to the contemporary nonsense of the Club of Rome left. One of them was the communist Paul Matic, who had already emigrated to the USA in the 1920s and was the most important representative of Marxist crisis theory at the time. As early as the 1960s, in Marx and Keynes, he astutely determined the limits of the post-war model legitimized by Keynesianism on the basis of the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Without negating the ecological challenges, Matic turned against the ecologically legitimized class struggle from above supported by the New Left. In one respect, the ecological crisis uncovered by the Club of Rome and others is a new attempt, similar to the efforts of Malthus and Ricardo, to attribute social difficulties to natural circumstances, since the social form itself appears to them to be natural and unchangeable. What is new is that today the Marxist side agrees with them either with a clear or a guilty conscience. He was referring to a book by Wolfgang Herrich, who propagated the idea of stopping growth at the very moment of the greatest growth slump of the post-war period, and gave his book the significant title Communism Without Growth. Babeuf and the Club of Rome. Herrich recommended that the left-wing parties should teach workers now why they should stop economic growth immediately after a successful revolution. Maddox's devastating verdict on this. So this is a revolution not for the improvement but for the deterioration of the workers' living conditions. By the end of the 1970s at the latest, the Club of Rome left, which had been brushed aside in favor of the working class, had merged into a politically diffuse ecological movement, which materialized in the form of the Green Party. Their fear of nuclear power resonated with large sections of German society and, after the reactor accident in Chernobyl, grew into the apocalyptic fear of ecocide attempted by the nuclear mafia that Gudrun Poswang accompanied in her literature. In an open letter to the German government, the former head of the radiochemistry laboratory at the Biblis nuclear power plant announces what is probably the world's stupidest energy policy. Quote, "If Germany had not stopped the planned expansion of nuclear energy, e.g. Biblis Blocks C and D, after Chernobyl, Germany could have 80% nuclear power today, very similar to France, and would hardly need any natural gas or coal." End quote. In the 1980s, the widespread rejection of nuclear power and concerns that further increases in oil prices could jeopardize the ailing German economy led the FRG to rely increasingly on Soviet gas. After the end of the USSR, 75% of gas volumes were supplied to Europe via pipelines that ran through Ukrainian territory until 2005. This dependence on Kiev, which in no small part guaranteed Ukrainian independence, increasingly frustrated Russia and prompted it to look for new supply routes. In the final weeks of the Red-Green government led by Gerhard Schroeder, the then-chancellor signed the agreement with Russia on the construction of Nord Stream, which secured him a lucrative retirement pension as a German figurehead on the supervisory boards of Russian energy companies. Germany has always been a willing accomplice to Putin's strategy of bypassing Ukraine as a transit country, Helen Thompson noted in the New Statesman 2 weeks before the start of the Russian war of aggression. Only months after the Orange Revolution, Germany had agreed to the construction of Nord Stream, and the annexation of Crimea in 2014 did not spoil Nord Stream 2. Quote, "At the same time, many Germans feel a historical responsibility for this country due to Nazi Germany's invasion of Russia, a narrative that ignores the fact that Germany and the Soviet Union decided to divide up the territory of present-day Ukraine in 1939. End of quote. For the German side, Ukraine has always been the disruptive factor that justified Nord Stream, writes the political economist and energy expert in her book Disorder, published on the day of the Russian attack on Ukraine. As a result of a dispute between Moscow and Kiev in January 2006, the gas supply to Ukraine was cut off for 3 days, confirming German fears, although it hardly affected their gas imports. Chancellor Angela Merkel, who surfed the anti-nuclear wave after the Fukushima disaster, intensified dependence on Russian gas with her energy transition, which promised to phase out nuclear power within a decade, at least until there is a technological breakthrough in the storage of renewable energies. This did not happen and is not in sight, despite promises to the contrary from politicians concerned about the climate and green companies worried about their sources of investment. Quote, "Uncertainty, hoping for the best and investing with a confident mindset have always been the bedrock of capitalist economies. But energy is the foundation of all economic activities, including the production of food. It is subject to the laws of physics, which is why necessary technological innovations in energy have a completely different urgency." Back in the 2000s, governments and companies unveiled plans for fossil-free energy production that turned out to be almost entirely unrealistic. End quote. This crazy energy policy, which promoted Austria's and Germany's dependence on a Russia that was able to pay off its debts to the International Monetary Fund in the 2000s due to rising oil and gas prices and the growing Chinese demand for fossil energy imports, and thus evade the moderating influence of America on its foreign policy ambitions, is currently encountering economic disruptions on a global scale. The mobilization potential against inflation, as it is called in Austria, is enormous, and the protest motive is also widely understandable in view of the economic inequality. Political scientist Bernhard Weidinger from the Documentation Center of Austrian Resistance suspects that invoking the specter of the right wing might not be enough to prevent social protests this time. Like many others before him, he developed from a radical left-wing anti-fascist, who suspected system-breaking potential in gender starlets, anti-discrimination work and the fight against the right, to an ideological pillar of the prevailing conditions, who now excels in his new discipline, protest defense. Social upheavals must be cushioned, and attention must be paid to the general sense of justice so that there is no reason to take to the streets. The main hope is to keep the lower-income third in Austria off the streets, of which, according to the Sahra Survey Institute, just under a fifth justifiably feel well represented in parliament. This expresses a general crisis of democratic representation in Western societies, which is based on attempts to resolve the crisis that date back 5 decades. The crisis of valorization of capital on a global scale that emerged in the 1970s, exacerbated by the oil crisis, shook the post-war economic and political model of the West. The abolition of the Bretton Woods system at the beginning of the decade and the expansion of the financial markets, which were now flooded with money from the rising oil revenues, opened up new opportunities for capital to postpone a crisis that was looming due to a decline in growth. However, the author of the Critique of Political Economy described the mechanisms that counteracted the fall in the rate of profit, which were still unimaginable for Karl Marx on this scale, and which first helped the Keynesian economic stimulus programs that were reaching their limits and then replaced them in the course of the Red Decade, in their original forms. In overproduction, the credit system, etc., capitalist production seeks to break through its own limits and produce beyond its limits. On the one hand, it has this drive. On the other hand, it can only tolerate production that corresponds to the profitable use of existing capital. Hence the crises. Periodically, therefore, the contradiction of the value-utilizing society discharges itself in monstrous eruptions. It consists in the fact that the capitalist mode of production includes a tendency towards the absolute development of the productive forces, apart from value and the surplus value enclosed in it, also apart from the social conditions within which capitalist production takes place, while, on the other hand, it has as its goal the preservation of the existing capital value and its exploitation to the highest degree, i.e., always accelerated growth of this value. Its specific character is directed towards the existing capital value as a means for the greatest possible utilization of this value. The methods by which it achieves this include decrease of the rate of profit, devaluation of the existing capital, and development of the productive forces of labor at the expense of the already produced productive forces. Contrary to economic doctrines to the contrary, which assume a scarcity signaled by the market behind rising prices, there is usually no shortage of goods under capitalism. On the contrary, it always becomes problematic when too many of them remain in the warehouses, and even mass purchasing power and capital investments subsidized by the state or through cheap loans are no longer sufficient to maintain operations within the framework of capitalist requirements. Stagflation, the black swan of the bourgeois economy, was explained by the Marxists of the 1970s, who adhered less to the theory of overaccumulation, by the fixing of prices by the corporations at a level that secured the rate of profit at a level that allowed the accumulation of capital to continue for the time being. The credit-financed expansion of the money supply turned out to be a reaction to capital's strategy of remaining profitable in times of lack of growth. This expansion follows prices in order to be able to realize them. The resulting stagflation does not indicate scarcity, but an abundance of capital. Recommended by Keynes himself as a means of lowering wages, inflation improves the utilization possibilities of capital for a short time. However, the crisis has only been postponed. The tendency of the rate of profit to fall will sooner or later have an impact and cannot be offset forever either by increasing prices, the effect of which will fizzle out at the latest when other entrepreneurs follow suit, or by expanding the mass of profit, because the overaccumulated capital will eventually find too few buyers due to its sheer mass. Conflicts of interest that now arose and could no longer be balanced out within the framework of national corporatism as a result of massively rising prices led to economically motivated contrasts in Western societies between consumers, generations of non-unionized workers, and unionized workers who were able to secure their real wages with strikes and collective agreements. The policy of broken promises, Fritz Bartels, of generally increasing prosperity and full employment, which found expression in the relocation of production to Asia, the repression of trade unions that were reluctant to adhere to the post-war model, stagnating real wages, austerity programs, and mass unemployment, and culminated in the associated reduction in the value of the commodity of labor, enabled a new start for the economies of the West in the 1980s. This was flanked by the increasingly important activities of the financial markets, which were able to extend the credit and profit squeeze to an unprecedented level. In the 1990s, increasingly regionalized competition for investments and capital inflows within the framework of a supranational European Union that was almost completely devoid of democratic modes destroyed the national labor market without creating pan-European structures that would have enabled wage negotiations that demanded more than inflation compensation. At the same time, the importance of citizens as taxpayers in financing the national budget diminished in favor of the financial markets and the monetary fund, enabling states and governments to increasingly evade the influence of the electorate. On the one hand, the regionalized and internationalized competition for investments had an inhibiting effect on the taxation of large companies and assets by the individual states. On the other hand, the national debt increased massively, which resulted in rising interest payments to the monetary fund and the financial markets. These claims were largely settled from the revenues of the remaining taxpayers, without them being able to hope for any material benefits. This circumstance explains why the working class in particular is so averse to taxes. The character of the welfare state changed massively. In times of full employment, it was still a monetary subsidy for improving the situation of the working population, but with the active help of left-wing and social democratic parties, it regressed into a compliant helper of capitalist restructuring, which not only accepted unemployment, but had it as its basic prerequisite. This finally broke the workers' bargaining power. The main political beneficiaries of this were the right-wing populist parties that emerged in the 1980s. Their oppositional spirit, which also radiated into the working-class milieu because social democracy and left-wing parties were perceived more as defenders than critics of the conditions that fueled impoverishment, arose from their function as parliamentary representatives of a politically disconnected and economically superfluous petty bourgeois entrepreneurship, which could only expect its own end from the progressive development of capitalism, but could not oppose this trend with anything more than reactionary pipe dreams. For those who have fallen out of the labor market, the truncated social system has ensured a life on the edge of poverty. Today, only marginally more is available for those low earners who are alienated from the political system and over whose heads inflation and energy price increases circle like a sword of Damocles. Consequently, the right-wing extremism expert Weidinger hopes for the blessings of this welfare state, which keeps the lower classes off the streets and at the bottom economically. For they are reserved for climate-conscious high school students with irrational fears of burning who, unlike previous generations, do not use their truancy to hang out with friends in the park and consume scene-typical music, but protest to secure the profits of green capital. Their dogged fight against fossil capitalism has long been won since the oil price collapse in 2014, which called into question the profitability of this sector and caused investment to flow into more promising forms of energy, as Adam Tooze euphorically describes in World in Lockdown. Quote, in August 2020, Exxon, once the dominant player in the fossil fuel industry, was kicked out of the Dow Jones Index. The share of fossil fuel companies in the S&P 500, which had stood at 16% in 2008, fell to a pitiful 2.5%. Wall Street learned to love green capitalism. End quote. But the political economic model of the late 20th century, which its opponents gave the name neoliberalism, also came to an end and into crisis in 2007, because capitalist production constantly strives to overcome these imminent barriers, but it only overcomes them by means that confront these barriers anew and on a more massive scale. It was not irresponsible speculation that burst financial bubbles that caused the crash, as left-wing and right-wing anti-capitalists suspected at the time, and which Karl Marx always vehemently contradicted because he localized both the exploitation and the source of the crises in the sphere of production modeled on the logic of value, but the diminishing ability of the financial markets to postpone the resounding fall in the rate of profit through credit and investment, as had been the case for the previous 25 years. By 2019, the USA had recovered more poorly than well from the economic slump in the wake of the financial crisis, and the EU not at all. To the cheers of left-wing economic historian Tooze, the central banks, freed from all democratic interference, expanded their economic steering influence during the pandemic. The lockdowns enforced almost everywhere in the world, which always occurred in combination with immense investment programs, retrospectively turned out to be an excellent opportunity to cool down an overaccumulation of capital that was already looming in 2019, to reduce production based on state aid money, thereby regenerating the profit rate and boosting consumption. The restriction of production accompanied by curfews was by no means an attack on the economy, even if small businesses fell victim to it in droves, but an attempt to overcome the problems of capitalism, which was about to enter a phase of acute crisis, at the expense of people's freedom. This policy is by no means revolutionary, but follows the Bismarckian dictum that everything must change in order to stay the same, Tooze points out, adding, "We cannot go back to the days of post-war Keynesianism, but the central banks have understood the ecological challenges ahead and are doing their part to prevent the coming global catastrophes." What makes central bankers prime examples of modern crisis fighting is the vacuum in which the central bank operates, created by the weakening of organized labor, lack of inflationary pressures, and more generally, the absence of an anti-systemic challenge. End quote. The historic defeat of the working class in the 1980s made it possible to let the economy run hot without fear of a runaway wage price spiral. When the economy took off, prices naturally rose too, but you didn't have to be afraid of that. End quote. This neoliberalism in the safety net, Joschka Woolweber, is necessary to maintain the market liberal logic, as the financial system would collapse without the interventions of the central banks. End quote. Woolweber himself is a shrewd representative of oppositional economics who complements Keynes with Michel Foucault, Ernesto Laclau, and also Marx, because the name of the author of the Critique of Political Economy guarantees a spirit of resistance that his toothless post-structuralist Keynesianism lacks. In his book on central bank capitalism, He manages to refer to Marx in his derivation of the function of money, but disposes of the theory of value in the process, which is tantamount to trying to legitimize Hinduism with the Pope. But the economic sciences are prepared to engage in all kinds of nonsense in order to deny the fundamental crisis-prone nature of society, which is currently on the horizon again and periodically unleashes itself in mass impoverishment. This theoretical sleight of hand will not prevent this any more than it will herald the end of capitalism, which would first have to be brought about by a social movement. Marx expected and prophesied the end of capitalism not because of a falling rate of accumulation and a falling rate of profit, but because these tendencies imminent to capital production must necessarily produce social conditions that would become increasingly unbearable for ever larger strata of the working population and thus create the objective conditions from which the subjective readiness for social change could arise. Today, Mattick's hopes, which follow on from Marx's critique, seem like something from another world. Even a flare-up of social protests in Germany still gives it little nourishment, because what has been demanded there so far is either socio-politically harmless or pro-Russian or leads further into the misery of socio-ecological restructuring. Even the smallest interest-driven economic improvements or the questioning of the disastrous energy policy seem a long way off as long as the protests do not break free from their left-wing and right-wing containment. Until then, the misfortune to be abolished will continue unchecked towards a crisis solution on the ground. The fact that the refugee is undoubtedly welcome, but only in an emergency, but as a rule should be abolished in the sense that no one should have to flee, is an insight that remains blocked to all those who do not want to know anything about Germany's political and economic gain from the mass movement of refugees. As a migrant, the refugee becomes the normal case, whereas the incomprehensible scandal is that people have to flee from hunger, violence, and poverty and seek refuge abroad, a circumstance that can hardly be compared with the migration movements across national and other borders that have always been commonplace. Against this backdrop, the left-wing reaction to the increase in migration from the Middle East and North Africa in the late summer of 2015, which continues unabated to this day, is indicative of the nature of German ideology in the 21st century. A Facebook post published by the Erhard news magazine Monitor on November 17, 2015, in which editor George Ressel gave free rein to his fantasies about how to deal with IS and refugees, was shared 1,496 times. Quote, "It's a tempting thought, to smoke out terror nests somewhere out there, to put an end to the Islamist spook with military strikes. A final battle to eradicate the brood that keeps on killing. A thought so reassuring because it satisfies our basest needs for revenge and retribution, and so comfortable because it makes any further thought superfluous. The Old Testament longing for the eradication of all godlessness is still with us these days. It is only clothed anew in words of targeted military strikes and European solidarity. But it is and remains a wishful thinking, a naive dream of a final victory over terror. It is a war that the murderous journeymen of IS long for because it corresponds to their apocalyptic fantasies of doom, their idea of a jihad that will set the world ablaze." End quote. It is by no means a coincidence that the German press can only imagine a war against IS as a war of annihilation by the Wehrmacht. It is just as little a coincidence that this war of extermination is imagined with relish, but that it is superficially rejected, so that it can be blamed on the Jews. Only against the backdrop of the anti-Semitic jargon of peace lovers and critics of Israel do the delusional associations of the Monitor editorial team correspond to any logic. The Jewish principle, for Ressel the Old Testament longing for extermination is redressing itself even in these days. It is behind the demand for European solidarity, as well as being in cahoots with the IS, once again setting the world on fire in the dream of final victory. But Germany, and the German press in the form of George Ressel, is fortunately also taking responsibility. Quote, "By offering the victims of war, poverty, and persecution refuge here, we are also creating the conditions for reconstruction to succeed there. By teaching them here that only an open society offers a true perspective, we are also creating change there. This is another way of depriving the ideologues of a medieval dictatorship of their insane basis for legitimacy. Not today, but tomorrow." End of quote. A German believes his own lies, and so of course there is no mention of the fact that the admission of refugees serves to expand a low-wage sector in the Federal Republic and was accompanied by an economic stimulus program that stimulated the domestic market of the world export champion and provided a well-educated clientele with jobs and volunteer positions without permanently satisfying economic needs. The state benefits for refugees act like a small economic stimulus package, as they ultimately benefit German companies and employees in particular by increasing demand, reports Marcel Fratzschers, president of the German Institute for Economic Research, for example. As a result of this economic stimulus package, economic growth increased by 0.3% in 2016, but the positive effect will intensify in the coming years, he assures us. The welcoming culture that people up and down the country are putting so much stock in is first and foremost a kind of scrappage scheme 2.0. The idea of helping Syrians not today, but tomorrow in the fight against IS and other Islamist gangs by putting the well-educated Syrian, Iraqi and Afghan middle classes to work in German retirement homes, and by explaining to people fleeing to liberal societies why liberal societies are good is nothing more than the laborious rationalization of Germany's stance on geopolitics. We don't care about other states, or even the sheer survival of individuals, and we make a good living by vehemently claiming the opposite. The fact that this is not just an empirically German geopolitical stance, i.e. one represented by the Federal Republic of Germany, but also a German one in the sense of German ideology, becomes clear not only in the outpourings of the state-supporting press, but also in the second political demand that became more strongly articulated in the context of the summer of migration on the German left and beyond, the demand for an end to German arms exports. Those who sow weapons will reap refugees, said teacher and weapons export expert Jürgen Grasslin in front of 300 unfortunate students at the Berufliches Schulzentrum Beatheim Bissingen Vocational School. He and numerous left-wing and Christian initiatives and alliances are absolutely clear. Quote, "The refugees arriving in Germany today all have something in common. They are also fleeing from our weapons." End quote. And indeed rifles, for example, which were produced or at least developed in Germany and whose production licenses were sold to numerous countries, are used by a wide variety of actors in almost every conflict in the world. The fact that the so-called end-use declarations, which are supposed to guarantee that sold weapons only remain with the buyer and may not be passed on or sold, are, like all international treaties, mere conventions, is not conceptually clear to the peace movement, but is nonetheless quite rightly noticed. Now the Left Party, Pax Christi, Action Aufschrei and whatever they are called can certainly counter that none of this makes the weapons ours, as they do not want to be associated with those peace lovers, and there are also very clear ownership and possession relationships with regard to the exported weapons. Concealing this only serves to excuse the murderers and sometimes to overlook the rescuers. What role German weapons actually play in the conflicts from which millions of people have fled to Europe in recent years would also have to be revealed first. And yet one would like to counter the reflexive and certainly generally completely accurate criticism of the peace movement from ideology-critical and anti-German circles with the fact that their desire not to be involved in any way in the warlike relationships between states and other warring factions is all too understandable. Germans in particular could hardly be blamed for not wanting to take part in the killing in the world. The fact that the peace movement only ever ennobles violence as war when it is carried out between state or proto-state actors does not distinguish it from less peace-minded sections of the population. In the polemic against this criticism of war while at the same time concealing other forms of violence, however, it is lost that they are at least implicitly still driven by an idea of the difference between unmediated violence and the bourgeois forms that are based on violence. And yet the criticism of the demand to ban arms exports is able to reveal an ideological constellation that is typical of the German as a citizen. It is determined much less by a refusal to participate personally in the wrong institution of society than by an engagement for a specific cause, the German cause, an engagement that does not reveal itself as such. This criticism therefore does not stop at the completely marginalized peace movement and its journalistic and parliamentary front organizations. The fact that arms exports should stop is completely obvious to Germans as a whole. According to an MNID survey, 83% of Germans answered the question in principle, do you think Germany should sell arms and other military equipment to other countries? In the negative. In the Bild newspaper, Margot Kassmann asks, what would Jesus say about German arms deals? Even without biblical evidence, the answer is hardly surprising. He called the peacemakers blessed, not the arms manufacturers and the arms lobby. End quote. In the desperate election campaign, the SPD is trying to act as an opposition party, even if its statist agitation against the arms trade seems somewhat toothless. Sigmar Gabriel then dares to do no more than call for greater involvement of the Bundestag in approving the sale of armaments. There is no need for secrecy. Three things are particularly striking about the demand. Firstly, the end of arms exports is seen as an effective means of resolving conflicts worldwide. Once the parties to a conflict no longer possess weapons, according to the compelling logic of common sense, they can no longer wage wars and must enter into the much-vaunted dialogue with each other, a dialogue which, incidentally, cannot even be conceived as a quasi-interstate dialogue without the destruction potential available to the parties to the conflict, but which is constantly affirmed as non-violent. If the effect of the availability of certain weapons on certain conflicts cannot be denied, the logic of the criticism of arms exports is particularly interesting because other demands to end the war in Syria, for example, no longer come into play at all. With the end of arms exports, and the integration courses for refugees, the problem seems to be solved. Secondly, the demand for an export ban is general. Details of who is buying which weapons and to what extent are of no interest in the assessment on sites such as Waffenexport.org, even if they try to convince the inclined reader with a veritable flood of figures and statistics. The really scandalous and politically insane arms sales are completely drowned out by the outrage. For opponents of arms exports, the hunting rifles delivered to Lithuania are just as scandalous as the delivery of a frigate to Algeria. The only demand formulated by the Action-Aufschrei campaign is, weapons of war and other armaments will not be exported as a matter of principle. It is a matter of principle, but only a matter of principle. Thirdly, what is particularly striking about the criticism of arms exports is that it is not directed against the arms industry in general, but is limited to exports. Production, on the other hand, is completely ignored. The German peace movement has nothing against weapons being built in Germany, it just doesn't want to give them away, no matter to whom. For example, the conversion of the arms industry to sustainable civilian products only appears as the last of 6 points in the steps on the way to fulfilling the above-mentioned demand of action outcry, where it would be logical to start by stopping production if the goal of global disarmament is to be pursued. The part of production that does not leave Germany is also not mentioned by the critics. Consequently, Martin Schulz can position himself against arms exports in a guest article for Spiegel Online and at the same time promise the Bundeswehr more and better equipment without anyone being bothered. In general, the demand to abolish or at least disarm the Bundeswehr plays virtually no role compared to the desire to stop trading in weapons, even in the core of the peace movement. As will be shown elsewhere, disarmament is only discussed in order to position oneself as a counter-hegemon to the USA. Why is the peace movement so suspiciously silent when it comes to the arms industry? It is obvious to confront this restriction of arms export opponents to trade while at the same time ignoring production with the considerations that Moishe Postone made in relation to the anti-capitalist revolt of the National Socialists. In capitalism, social relations are not perceived as such, but rather objectified, fetishized, as second nature. On different levels of the commodity of capital, these relationships appear as an antinomy between the abstract social and the concrete natural. In the form of a potentiated fetish, however, the anti-Semite also perceives the abstract side of the antinomy in a concrete and personified way in the form of the Jew. Thus, for example, money, banks, and the financial sphere are generally rejected as capitalist, Jewish, or acquisitive, while industry and production can continue to be affirmed as natural and creative. The peace movement and critics of arms exports adhere to this projection, albeit shifted according to the post-Nazi jargon. The industry as such hardly appears in their statements. In contrast, the focus is on arms dealers as merchants of death, Action-Aufschrei. If the arms industry is mentioned at all, it is as a lobby. Protest actions are sometimes held directly in front of the offices of the lobbyists working for the companies. This also allows the sphere of production to be left out of criticism, while mechanisms of mediation such as trade and lobbying are approached with resentment and politics is seen as a powerless plaything of those lobbyists. They prefer to remain silent about the profiting of entire communities and municipalities from this very industry, about the numerous jobs in the arms industry and in the civilian divisions of companies and their suppliers, which cannot be separated from the military branch, and about all those unpleasant questions to the Volksgemeinschaft of taxpayers. Instead, 7 managers are identified as the only ones to profit from the arms trade. Unconsciously, but all the more unerringly in the use of anti-Semitic imagery, an alliance of left-wing and church critics of arms exports erects giant golden noses in front of the Bundestag. According to the website, the aim is to give name and face to the allegedly few who profit from the arms trade. However, the actions of the German left are not reflected in this fetishized perception of fetishized conditions. Just as capital is dependent on law so that the commodity guardians can carry out the exchange at all and the value can be utilized, the empathy with value as an automatic subject by the subjects as bourgeois cannot be separated from their empathy with the state as a monopolist of violence and ideal total capitalist. The demand not to export weapons, when one has no objection to their production, can be explained not least by this empathy of the citizens, empathy with a state that one wishes to be both economically successful and militarily powerful. In a letter dated December 1938, Benjamin wrote to Adorno in response to the latter's thesis on the consumption of exchange value. In fact, it is difficult to imagine anything other than empathy with exchange value under the consumption of exchange value. You, Adorno, say, the consumer actually worships the money that he himself spent on the ticket to the Toscanini concert. Empathy with its exchange value still makes cannons the object of consumption that is more enjoyable than butter. When the vernacular says of someone, he is worth 5 million marks, The Volksgemeinschaft itself currently feels itself to be worth several hundred billion. It feels part of these hundreds of billions. The World's Fairs were the high school where the masses, pushed away from consumption, learned to empathize with exchange value. End of quote. The thesis of the albeit deceptive takeover of the function of use value by exchange value and the associated sharp separation between the two, as undertaken by Adorno for cultural goods in his essay on the fetish character in music, has often been the subject of criticism. As Gerhard Scheidt has noted, Benjamin does not choose the canon as an example of empathy with exchange value alongside butter by chance or merely as a contrast. This contains the reference to a different social relationship, one that does not originally coincide with exchange value and capital, but forms the conditio sine qua non for it, the reference to the state, which, as is well known, unconditionally claims the monopoly in the application of lethal use values. So if there can be an empathy with the real abstract, it is inevitably mediated in and through the state. Cannons and kings, submarines and leader figures merge into a single object of identification that offers the concreteness that the value itself must lack. Yet its innermost core is nothing other than its total abstraction. Volksgemeinschaft is empathy with the state's potential for annihilation. Only as a people's comrade does the individual fully profess the character mask that he has always been and must be in relation to capital as long as capital has existed and will exist. Only as a nationally minded citizen can he affirm with all his senses and without reservation that he wants to be nothing other than the personification of capital and the state. In his critique of Benjamin's Baudelaire book, Adorno misses the mediation of the observed phenomena by the social totality that would first have to be brought to the concept. With this in mind, Scheidt would argue with Benjamin that the empathy with exchange value is rather an empathy with value as an automatic subject, and that this only takes place in conjunction with the empathy with the state. Benjamin's interpretation of the man of the crowd in Poe, who, driven by impulses, imitates the conjuncture that gives the commodity its impulses, speaks for the former. In Poe, people behave as if they could only express themselves reflexively. End quote. But Baudelaire's Flaneur also speaks of the commodity itself, which is the subject of the state of intoxication in the big city into which he enters. The connection between this empathy with the commodity soul, as Benjamin writes with Marx, and the empathy with the state is also suggested by Benjamin himself, even beyond the mention of butter and cannons. The World Exhibitions, which Benjamin describes as a high school for the empathy with exchange value, see everything, touch nothing, ultimately show the commodities as an expression of national i.e. state production. As part of a Volksgemeinschaft, and thus a citizen, it is then possible for the subject to do what is impossible for him as a penniless individual. He feels worth billions on the shoulders of VW, Siemens and EADS. In addition to empathy with the state's potential for destruction, there is also empathy with the value accumulated under the state. If the individual only benefits from this exploitation in a highly mediated way, the Export World Cup is nevertheless celebrated without the need for a fan mile, while at the same time the due wage increase has been foregone for years. The stagnating development of real wages in Germany is the obvious proof that Germans in particular prefer to empathize with the exchange value of the gun rather than the utility value of butter. The empathy with the exchange value of the gun described by Benjamin could thus be understood as an indication of the double identification of citizens with the state as a monopolist of violence and ideal total capitalist. Banning the arms trade and at the same time not wanting to know anything about the production of these weapons. This paradoxical position refers to this double empathy. And indeed, every publication by opponents of arms exports also expresses a fascination with the products of the arms industry and their truly murderous efficiency. Video clips such as the one for the song Vaterland by the band Silly, which is critical of arms exports, hardly differ in their aesthetics from the advertising videos of Rheinmetall & Co. Tanks, ships and airplanes in formation and on parade, guns and cannons fired in slow motion, vehicles plowing dynamically through vast landscapes. Even the images of war casualties that are finally cut in seem in their context more like a demonstration of the effectiveness of the weapons previously shown. After all, Germany's workmanship is legendary to this day, as we learn from images of grazing deer in a forest clearing. Utility value continues to play a central role in this fascination, in the case of armaments as the actual potential for destruction. For despite all the pride in German workmanship, which is also evident in the completely unpatriotic left's affirmation of production and fascination with weapons technology, the value of this specific commodity, unlike the value of butter, is not to be realized in exchange. The Germans do not want to give up the possibility of annihilation, regardless of their attempt to grasp capitalism in concrete terms. They are already inwardly preparing for the violent manifestation of a state of emergency between states, and they want their own state to be well equipped for this. The Federal Republic's people's comrade not only thinks of himself as worth billions, but also armed to the teeth. In another video, produced by the Left Party and advertised by it as very beautiful, scary. Machine guns grow under the wings of the Federal Eagle. This desire for military strength is also subordinated to the realization of the value of armaments as commodities. Opponents of arms exports have to laboriously rationalize the at least immediate contradiction between the accumulation of capital and the potential for destruction when the conversation turns to the arms industry. Sahra Wagenknecht, for example, tries to reassure her own supporters. Quote, "Compared to the USA, for example, the importance of the military-industrial complex in Germany is small. The contribution of the arms industry to total value creation is, generously calculated, around 1%. The share of employment in the arms industry in total employment is a maximum of 0.24%. End of quote. The miraculous history of value creation in Germany should under no circumstances be threatened by its own demand to no longer trade in weapons. What is specifically German about this empathy for value and the state is not only the intensity of this empathy, but also its specific character. It does not appear as nationalism or chauvinism. The wish that Germany should become even more powerful, both economically and militarily, would not cross the lips of the German left in particular. They have to clothe their longing for omnipotence, not least to themselves, in the demand for an end to arms exports in order to be able to sell their own geopolitical ambitions as a service to the common good, to the peaceful coexistence of peoples, as it says in the Basic Law. The perception of these peoples and their coexistence, which is reflected in the demand for an end to arms exports, is another aspect of the ideological constitution of German opponents of the arms trade. The belief that conflicts can be ended by ending arms deliveries reveals an infantilization of the parties to the conflict, whose real aim is to absolve themselves of any blame for the Germans' war of extermination. It resembles the logic of an overburdened teacher supervising the break. Two children are arguing and beating each other up with sticks, so the sticks are taken away. There is no time for much more pedagogical intervention, and lo and behold, it works. This is how the peace movement, which not coincidentally consists largely of retired teachers, imagines the solution to an international conflict. Just take away their weapons and they'll get along. There is no trace of a materialistic analysis that would take into account the lack of or uneven integration into the world market of states that have emerged under questionable historical constellations, which favors the emergence of conflicts and the rise of certain ideologies that are capable of fundamentally changing the character of such conflicts. No trace of any effort to think that takes the constitution of the world and the subjects seriously and with an eye to it. Instead, the already fetishized conditions are further fetishized by making the human being merely an appendage of weapons technology. If the third country national, a particularly bad form of foreigner in the jargon of arms trade regulation, has a weapon, he will use it. However, he is not to be held responsible for this. After all, he is only an innocent appendage. If this undoubtedly reflects the racist infantilization of a large part of the world's population from a left-wing German perspective, this infantilization and exculpation is ultimately aimed at the Germans themselves. In the aforementioned Vaterland song, which calls for an end to all arms exports, the possibility of no longer being able to love this country due to Germany's involvement in the arms trade is initially raised, i.e. guilt is admitted. However, in a statement that embeds the actual video clip in a YouTube video, the Ostrachers then leave no doubt that they are much more concerned with relieving the German people of their debts. Arms trade is a topic that has occupied us for a long time, that raises many questions about German history and the winners of the war. And quite honestly, in light of recent war events around the world, we are absolutely shocked. This video is not against the people defending their country and their families, but against the gun lobby and all those who get rich off death. End quote. What questions about German history are raised by Silly's current arms trade remains the band's secret, but the answer is clear. The Germans who defended their country and their families are not to blame for the World War, but the arms lobby and all those who enrich themselves in death. Vague formulations that make it all the more certain that everyone understands. Getting rich from the death of others instead of selflessly causing it millions of times over has been regarded by Germans as the worst form of moral decay ever since Himmler's Posen speeches. In front of SS group leaders, the Reichsfuhrer SS had stated that in the extermination of the Jewish people, apart from human exceptions, they had remained decent and had suffered no damage to our inner being, our soul, our character during the murder, but we had the moral right, we had the duty towards our people to kill this people who wanted to kill us. But we do not have the right to enrich ourselves even with a fur, a watch, a mark, a cigarette, or anything else. End of quote. The actual winners of the war that Silly undoubtedly mean with their talk of German history or historical responsibility, even if they can't even name it, are actually more important arms exporters than Germany. the USA, Russia, and France all accounted for a larger share of the global arms trade between 2011 and 2015. The criticism of arms exports is a defense of guilt and hatred of the competition rolled into one. However, the idea outlined above that without the supply of weapons there would be no more conflicts is not only based on the infantilization of opponents of war by the peace movement or their attempt to deny their guilt for the World War and the extermination of the Jews. It is also an expression of the suppression of violence from the state and international relations, which are instead to be dealt with by means of domestic politics. In this way, the state is conceived as inherently non-violent, the violent is externalized, in this case to individual capital factions, which in turn can only be imagined as lobbies and traders. This already serves to rationalize a contradiction that citizens cannot escape. In order to be protected from violence as individuals, in a world in which anyone can kill anyone and economic competition and precarious possibilities of satisfying needs do not exactly make the use of violence seem absurd either, they must accept the only possibility for the legitimate use of violence that lies with the sovereign, a sovereign that can enforce or demand the death of the individual as a convict or soldier even beyond the state of emergency. The fact that the individual accepts this contradictory and frightening relationship is due to the existential threat that threatens him beyond the protection of the sovereign, economic superfluity as a bourgeois, statelessness as a citoyen. The effort to disarm the subjects in a state must face up to precisely this dialectic of ending violent conditions and the omnipresence of violence, and this is one of the reasons for the different levels of strictness of gun laws within states. But as little as the opponents of arms exports want to take note of the violent conditions in their state, they do not want to differentiate between the relationship between citizens in a state and the relationship between sovereigns. In this sense they are, in Skyte's words, politically committed, but the illusion of a possible pacification between states similar to that between citizens arises again and again from the need to deceive oneself about the fact that the form of the state itself, which enables pacification on the inside, has this latent state of war on the outside as a condition. Appeasement, in the sense in which it was exposed by National Socialism, is thus always based on ignoring the relationship of violence between states, on suppressing the fact that the state, as a monopoly on violence and organized coercion that guarantees the accumulation of capital, is based on this relationship of violence. Appeasement is therefore the epitome of political engagement. By ignoring the nature of the state, one repeats in ideology what the non-state does in practice and knowingly or unknowingly promotes the disintegration of society and the state into rackets, which already includes tending to attribute more importance to international institutions, which by their very nature are all based on agreements between states, than they can possibly have. The critics of arms exports see violence as something external to the state and the relationship between states, which is only inflicted on it by the greed of arms dealers and arms lobbyists. However, violence does not simply disappear from the political consciousness of Germans, peace activists or not. It is projected onto the state of Israel. It alone appears as a violent sovereign. And this also explains why the demand to stop arms exports is always a general one, and why the failure to address such a popular demand is generally accepted with complete equanimity. Israel is to be hit with the end of the arms trade and deprived of its ability to defend itself against the murderous enemies on its borders. It is not enough to sell tanks to Saudi Arabia, frigates to Algeria, or small arms to Mexico for the German folkseal to be stirred up in the form of poems and discussions on anti-Semitism. It has to be submarines for Israel to mobilize Germans from all countries with a demand to ban arms exports. This mixture of folkish anti-capitalism, empathy with the state as a monopolist of violence and ideal overall capitalist, of defending against guilt, infantilization, repression of violence and hatred of Israel meets a specific form of political understanding in the demand to ban arms exports, which is also reflected in the Monitor editorial text quoted at the beginning. This understanding pretends to have no material or geopolitical interest. By openly criticizing and tackling power politics, one ruthlessly asserts one's own economic and geopolitical interests. This is a politics that does not want to be politics, but which accuses others of politics all the more vehemently, and in this case that means standing up for national interests offensively and sometimes publicly. This understanding of politics goes hand in hand with a ruthless unilateralism that knows no friends, no binding agreements, but also no opponents or competitors in its efforts to save the big picture, peace, the climate, the refugees. Because German unilateralism supposedly serves no interests, it pursues politics with the means of pedagogy. Anyone who does not align themselves with German interests is violating a higher, moral principle, lacks insight, and can therefore expect to be punished. Anyone who wants to renegotiate the climate agreement is to blame for the destruction of the earth. Anyone who suddenly refuses to take in refugees, only to turn them away again shortly afterwards, is showing their inhumanity. And anyone who wants to get NATO states to distribute their armaments and rearmament spending as agreed is endangering world peace. Germany, of course, is taking a different approach. It is simply violating the CO2 reduction targets set in the Paris Agreement instead of trying to renegotiate them like the Trump administration, so that it can then dismiss their demands as a slap in the face of humanity, German watch. It suspends international agreements, as terrible as they may be in the case of Dublin II or Schengen, in order to implement them again once the economic interest is satisfied, regardless of the chaos caused by this policy in countries without a labor shortage, but also without regard for the situation in the failing states from which the new German low-wage sector is fleeing. And it ignores an agreement from 2002 that obliges all NATO states to spend 2% of their GDP on armaments, and that, if all countries adhered to this value, would lead to an additional burden on the Federal Republic of Germany, but to a total of 18% less NATO armament spending, with the reference, of all things, that this compliance with an international treaty is unreasonable in view of Germany's enormous economic success. When Trump then calls for the Europeans to take clear steps to comply with the agreement, he is criticized for shoving in front of the press photo and militaristic saber-rattling. Against this background, the peace movement's engagement against arms exports can only really be understood as an engagement for Germany and not a naive refusal to participate in the negative socialization of the state and capital. Germany's role as an arms exporter must be considered together with its general role on the world market. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute (SIPRI), Germany's share of global arms exports from 2012 to 2016 was the fifth largest at 5.6%, behind the USA, 33%, Russia, 23%, China, 6.9%, and France, 6%. Compared to Germany's share of global trade, however, its role as an arms exporter is relatively small. In 2015, Germany was the country with the third most exports, 8.1%, and in contrast to arms exports, was only just behind the USA, 9.1%, and China, 13.8%, and well ahead of the fourth largest exporter Japan, 3.8%. This discrepancy becomes even clearer when comparing foreign trade surpluses and deficits. This means that Germany benefits more than its competitors when international defense spending is reduced and capital is invested in other areas. Moreover, those branches of industry that are largely responsible for Germany's high level of exports can often only be distinguished from the military arms industry at the final production stage. For the majority of suppliers, for example, it makes no difference whether their ball bearings or air conditioning systems are installed in cars or tanks. The same applies to the steel and chemical industries. All these sectors, to which Germany owes its outstanding position on the global market, are also extremely dependent on it. If their products cannot be sold on it, the state will step in as a consumer. Whether this state regulation of overproduction then takes the form of a scrappage scheme or rearmament will depend on the historical constellation. Technically, both are quite easy to achieve. Germany's armaments capability is therefore also ensured if sectors of the economy, other than the arms industry in the narrower sense, are promoted. At the same time, Germany is also keen to do business when others open up new markets through the use of armed force. As a reluctant pacifist, Germany has been able to land major contracts for the reconstruction of Iraq since 2004, for example, even against the wishes of the USA. German politics is counterpolitics, politics with anti-political rhetoric. As such, it is associated with pedagogy and knows no competitors on the world market or opponents in conflicts of interest. It only knows enemies who lack understanding. It is not without reason that it is usually the USA against which one legitimizes the enforcement of one's own interests in the service of the good cause. It is not without reason that the German left is so enthusiastic about the left-wing populists of the world, who also put the myth and the enemy in the place of the common interest. And should this German definition of the enemy actually one day allow its object to be shot down, the German left will have made its contribution, albeit a meager one. By demanding that arms exports be stopped, the German sovereign will at least be well equipped. The AfD must be fought at all costs, and with it the chauvinistic environment that allowed it to grow in the first place. Every effort must be made to denounce the AfD's intentions, and in some cases, its practices with the aim of driving its members and supporters out of any context of civilized people. It should be reproached for the unscrupulous destruction of the European idea in general, which it is pursuing with what is initially only verbal aggression against EU member states and their inhabitant states that were all invaded and conquered by Germany in 1939 and later. It can be accused of inciting cynical hostility towards France in the tradition of Bismarck and even worse practitioners after him, as well as the intended liquidation of the small freedoms gained in the Baltic states and Poland after 1990, but also the triumphalist arrogance towards Denmark. The AfD is acting with the declared intention of one day becoming the dominator of an entire continent and forcing it into eternal, humiliating and ruinous dependence on the world's most dangerous imperialist, ahead of China. This party, which is acting in Germany's interests, does not need Björn Höcke or a Germanic esoteric kitchen living room think tank from Schnellrode if, as happened on February 8, 2019, it teaches Europe to fear with just one statement from its chairman. Berlin, February 8, 2019, Dr. Alexander Golan, chairman of the AfD parliamentary group in the German Bundestag and AfD national spokesperson, comments on the dispute over the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline. The construction of the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline is in Germany's interest. The supply pipeline, which is already almost one-third complete, is of great importance for Germany's energy security. It is therefore a gross political foul on the part of the French to suddenly turn against Germany on this issue. The behavior of French President Macron shows what the assurances of friendship, such as those recently made in Aachen, are worth when it really matters. The dispute over Nord Stream 2 once again highlights the division within the EU and raises the question of whether there are still any common European interests at all. The recall of the French ambassador from Italy also shows the extent of the divisions within the EU. The German government cannot continue to ignore this development and must finally adapt its enthusiastic European policy to the new realities. The United States is also exerting massive pressure to prevent the construction of Nord Stream 2. The German government must not bow to this pressure under any circumstances, as the USA is pursuing its own economic and political interests in this issue with a vengeance. They want to sell their liquefied natural gas to Europe and at the same time prevent the Europeans from reapproaching Russia. As a NATO member, Germany is a close ally of the USA for good reasons, but we must not make the mistake of becoming unilaterally strategically dependent. The Nord Stream 2 project is a good opportunity to broaden Germany's foreign policy and deepen its ties with Russia in the spirit of Bismarck's reinsurance policy. End of quote. Reinsurance policy refers to the futile prevention of the war with France, which had been postponed for 43 years and which the German Reich had incurred through the annexation of Alsace and Lorraine in 1871. With a completely unrealistic secret pact with Russia, which lasted less than 4 years, the Germans believed they could keep a two-front war at bay and isolate France. In a more general sense, reinsurance policy stands for the initially quite unpopular alliance of the Prussian oligarchy with Russian authoritarianism. Since 1919, these preferences of organized Prussianism have become part of the faith of a German soul searching for new paths, which felt rather than recognized its true home in the fervently brutal East. They wanted to learn from a country in which just tyranny and a people faithfully adhering to it would withstand any cultural imperialist challenge from outside, but without denying their own identity. The Russian peasant socialism under the leadership of the Bolsheviks was seen as superior in its very own discipline, the terror against the population, with all the terrible consequences for the Russians from 1941 onwards. It was by no means only the Strasser wing of the NSDAP, which was dominant until 1934, that sympathized with Soviet National Bolshevism, but also many national liberals around Gustav Stresemann, large parts of the officer corps of the Reichswehr, and at the latest since Thalmann had taken over the leadership, the entire KPD. Those who today rave about a rapprochement of Europeans with Russia, in order to cover up the fact that they really only want to deepen ties with Russia for their own country, which is explicitly projected against the United States of America led by a hostile merchant spirit, only want to go home. Consequently, the attack against America is also directed against the false friend France, which is known to have no other plans than to bring Germany down in the game without borders by means of a bloodbath. Anyone who sounds like this must be reproached for wanting to revise the results of the Second World War in favor of a Russian-German axis against Europe and the USA. After all, 1945 was not only the victory of the Red Army and the armies of Great Britain and the USA over Germany, and thus the joint intention to ensure that Germany would never again pose a threat to other countries. The new order after the German capitulation also provided for the establishment of a Western alliance alongside the USA, which set out to curb the expansionist policies of the Soviet Union, including the promise to the Eastern European countries to free them from the oppression of the Soviet Union. The AfD is liquidating this promise with just one Golan speech, proving that its true success cannot be measured by its poll ratings. She has admittedly not alone long since succeeded in eating so deeply into the souls of Germans with her reassurance propaganda that 56% of the 1,249 Germans surveyed between the 5th and the 17th of January 2019 were convinced that the USA is the greatest threat, compared to 40% last year and 14% in 2014. The Chancellor must be fought at all costs, and with her the chauvinistic environment that allowed her to grow up in the first place. Every effort must be made to denounce the intentions and practices of the federal government under her leadership with the aim of driving its members and supporters out of any context of civilized people. It must be reproached for the unscrupulous destruction of the European idea in general, which it openly pursues against member states of the EU and their inhabitants, states that were all invaded and conquered by Germany in 1939 etc. She can be accused of inciting cynical hostility towards France in the tradition of Bismarck and even worse practitioners after him, as well as of condoning the liquidation of the small freedoms gained in the Baltic states and Poland after 1990, but also of triumphalist arrogance towards Denmark. The German Chancellor is acting with the intention of one day acting as the disciplinarian of an entire continent and forcing it into eternal, humiliating and ruinous dependence in cooperation with the world's most dangerous imperialist, even ahead of China. This Chancellor, who is undoubtedly acting in Germany's reinsurance interests, does not need Golan and his party if, as happened on February 16, 2019, she teaches Europe to fear with just one speech at the Munich Security Conference. The Chancellor defended the German-Russian Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline project against criticism from U.S. President Donald Trump by saying that it was right and important that Europe to a certain extent retain sovereignty over its gas supply and the diversity of its gas supply. The Chancellor spoke in this way after forcing the French president to sign a last-minute declaration of capitulation called a compromise against his own convictions and snubbing his own government, thereby also making it clear that she is prepared to show the red card against French foul play after the yellow warning. After all, anyone who thinks they can suddenly turn on Germany has long known what assurances of friendship like the one recently made in Aachen are worth when it really matters. A federal chancellor who throws the European Commission's recommendation to the wind, as well as a majority decision by the European Parliament that this pipeline should not be built out of solidarity with Ukraine and the new Eastern European members of the EU, is deliberately revising the post-war order, which had envisaged Germany being embedded in a strong and decidedly Western European Union. What applies to the AfD and the federal chancellor applies without exception to the SPD, which long before the founding of the AfD and long before Merkel's blackmailing attack on the EU had acted as a peace movement front organization for the separation of the old Federal Republic of Germany from the Western Alliance, alongside Russia and the Soviet Union. Today, social democracy acts like an outsourced think tank for Gazprom and is also its most influential political lobbyist. The party of Gerhard Schroeder, chairman of the Nord Stream AG Shareholders Committee, and one of his successors as SPD leader, Matthias Platzek, who now knows how to combine politics and business in his role as chairman of the German-Russian Forum, already knows no bounds. They are joined by their comrade Manuela Schwesig, who has been minister-president of Mecklenburg-Western Pomerania since 2017, where the Nord Stream 2 gas is due to arrive. She stands for the fact that an entire federal state has already mutated into the forecourt of Putin's hegemony. Manuela Schwesig was presented with an award in Berlin on Friday. Her federal state of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern was honored by the German-Russian Forum for its partnership with the Leningrad region, the region around St. Petersburg. It is important that Germany and Russia remain in dialogue with each other even in difficult times, said the minister-president at the award ceremony at the Federal Foreign Office. She also used the opportunity to promote Russia Day, a business meeting that will take place in Rostock on October 17th. We want to bring companies from Germany and Russia together and further expand economic contacts for the benefit of both sides. End quote. The event, hosted by the Schwerin State Chancellery together with the Chambers of Industry and Commerce and the Ostinstitut Wismar, is already a tradition. The first Russia Day took place in 2014. The state government held on to the date despite the Russian intervention in Ukraine and the annexation of Crimea. The keynote speaker was former Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder, SPD, who was chairing the shareholders' committee of gas pipeline operator Nord Stream at the time. 2 years later, Minister-President Erwin Sellering, SPD, again hosted the Russia Day in Rostock. This time, the then Federal Minister of Economics Sigmar Gabriel, SPD, gave the speech and called for a gradual dismantling of the Russia sanctions. In October, Social Democrat Schwesig will give the opening speech. Russian Trade Minister Denis Manchurov, the governor of the Leningrad region, Alexander Drostenko, and the former Minister-President of Brandenburg, Matthias Platzek, SPD, have been invited as guests of honor. In order to finance the Russia Day, the organizers raised €50,000 from sponsors. A large part of this sum came from companies that benefit from the construction of a new Baltic Sea pipeline. The company Nord Stream 2 itself is a platinum sponsor of the Russia Day. For €10,000, the company was assured that its name and logo would appear in large print on the website, invitations, and advertising materials. In addition, the main sponsors will be mentioned by the organizers during Russia Day. Nord Stream 2 is owned by the energy company Gazprom, which is controlled by the Russian state. A party that in the spring of 2015 had the grotesque lie spread about the Nord Stream 2 project by the current German president and then Foreign Minister Frank-Walter Steinmeier that this is not a German government project, but an initiative of various companies from several countries, and almost simultaneously agreed with a statement by the then Minister for Economic Affairs and Energy, Sigmar Gabriel, that Nord Stream 2 is in the German interest. I agree with the federal chancellor on that, who outrageously added that the project is also economically important for France and other EU states. Such a party is a dangerous rallying point for nationalist mafiosi that will stop at nothing to commit a chauvinist atrocity. This party must be fought at all costs, and with it the pacifist environment in which it is embedded. Every effort must be made to denounce the SPD's intentions, and long since its practice, with the aim of driving its members and supporters out of any context of civilized people, because it is to be blamed for the unscrupulous destruction of the European idea in general. If, in the German interest, the European Union is to be sworn to hostility towards the USA alongside Russia, then the comrades from the Left Party are not far away, which must be fought at all costs and whose members and supporters must be chased out of any context of decent people. Klaus Ernst, chairman of the Bundestag Committee on Economic Affairs and Energy and economic policy spokesman for the parliamentary group of Die Linke, announced to the dismay of all French people, with the exception of the Russia wing of the Rassemblement National and many other EU members. It is dangerous that more and more EU states are allowing themselves to be intimidated by the aggressive rhetoric of the USA. If France votes in favor of the EU directive on the unbundling of gas companies, which ultimately constitutes a Lex Russia, this would send a fatal signal. After all, importing Russian natural gas is much more obvious than importing US fracking gas. In addition, there are enough supply routes through which Europe can obtain gas from non-Russian sources, meaning that the argument of excessive dependence on Russia does not hold water. Die Linke in the Bundestag, press release from February 7, 2019. There remains one party, particularly in the form of MEP Rainer Bütikofer, which is persistently criticizing the Nord Stream 2 project, albeit with the right arguments, but without any excitement, as if it were a footnote in some boring protocol, Alliance 90/the Greens. This party must be fought relentlessly, if only because it allowed its unpopular left-wing frontman to explain to Spiegel on December 25, 2018, without raising a loud protest, that the no to Nord Stream 2 cannot be meant so seriously. Jürgen Tritton, an old get-out-of-NATO comrade from the Communist League, knows that the basic argument that we are making ourselves dependent on the Russians is wrong. Quote, pipeline gas leads to mutual dependency because the bond between producer and consumer is strong. The producer is even more dependent if the consumer also has other sources. While Europe could quite easily switch to LNG from a USA or Qatar, Russia cannot change its customer so easily. They would have to build a new pipeline to China. That would take time. End quote. This must have sounded very convincing to Ukraine, through whose territory no Gazprom gas is supposed to flow to the west and to which Russia can therefore easily cut off gas supplies. And for Poland and the Baltic states, which are hoping for protection from the EU against Russian impositions and would also like to earn a little money from the liquefied natural gas business with the USA, among others, it sounds like pure mockery. The members of a party who shrug their shoulders at the fact that their vision of an ecological future without nuclear power, coal and oil can only be realized with a rapidly increasing consumption of imported Russian gas, and that, against this background, nothing stands in the way of a coalition with the CDU, must be chased out of all civilized contexts and publicly accused of complicity with Golan Merkel, Ernst and Schwesig. Because that's what Jürgen Tritton said on behalf of the whole lot of them. Quote, I think this pipeline is superfluous if we want to get out of the fossil fuel economy. Nord Stream 2 is a bet against the European climate targets. The pipeline would not be needed if the climate targets were taken seriously. In reality, however, gas consumption in the EU is continuing to rise. It could therefore be that the investment in the €10 billion pipeline could pay off. However, I am not yet entirely convinced. End quote. When it looked for a few days at the beginning of February 2019 as if Germany would have to accept a heavy defeat at EU level with its Nord Stream 2 breakthrough, which would have catapulted Germany completely out of the EU consensus, panic broke out in the think tanks active in the German interest, the most influential of which is not based in a Thuringian castle, but in the cosmopolitan city with a heart. Under the accusatory headline, and suddenly France is against the planned pipeline, the SZ reported on February 6, 2019, the German-backed project of the Russian energy company Gazprom poses strategic problems in the Europeans' tense relationship with Moscow, the Süddeutsche Zeitung learned from French government circles. We don't want to increase our dependence on Russia and damage the interests of EU countries, such as Poland and Slovakia, in the process, they said in Paris. How could the loyal vassal we were always so sure of do this to us? After all, President Emmanuel Macron had always sought to close ranks with German Chancellor Angela Merkel, CDU. We stand by the decision, said French government circles. Only if Macron intervenes personally could there be a change of position. On the 6th of February, people were not so sure, as a spokesperson for France's European Affairs Minister Nathalie Loiseau brazenly left a request for comment unanswered. Despite all the trepidation, it was clear from the outset who would bear the blame for the potential debacle. Paris is accepting that this will lead to a dispute between the two central EU partners, whose cooperation is crucial for Europe. End quote. Just 3 months before the conflict with France, the press, not only in southern Germany, was completely unimpressed by the fact that the EU Parliament passed a resolution in December 2018 calling for Nord Stream 2 to be stopped. 100 MEPs had previously sent a letter to Angela Merkel in which they accused her of dividing Europe by sticking with Nord Stream 2. Choose the European path, Chancellor Merkel, it said, not the path of Germany first. Welt, January 17, 2019. Even after Macron caved in, they were forced to publicly name some of the criticism of Germany with a contrite face, at least apparently. Quote, Macron rightly views the gas pipeline project between Germany and Russia with skepticism, despite Friday's compromise. This is because Nord Stream 2 ignores the interests of the Baltic states, Poland and Ukraine. It could increase Europe's dependence on Russia and make the EU vulnerable to blackmail, SZ, August 2, 2019. However, humility was only performed so that arrogant insolence can triumph, because this is how it continues. Quote, and the project was driven forward by Germany without sufficiently involving its partners in the EU, especially France. Such solo efforts, which present our friends with a fait accompli, have become more frequent in recent times. The German nuclear phase-out is one example, the 2015 refugee intake is another. Certainly, the German government had good reasons for these decisions. Nevertheless, going it alone remains wrong, not least because it feeds the popular myth in France and Italy that Berlin wants to be the dominator of Europe. End quote. The aim is obviously to dispel the popular myth by convincing the increasingly unwilling partners of German values behind closed doors, even if it means blackmailing them, before they put forward deviating and naturally bad reasons against German unilateral action, or even vote the wrong way. Even after the near catastrophe of the European Union that he has unleashed, the dominator of Europe leaves no doubt that good reasons are exclusively German, i.e. that he will not give in under any circumstances. Even the French president, who likes to present himself as a healthy strongman for a modernized France without parties and a united Europe without populists, must have found the call from Munich to always nod bravely at what Germany demands of him in Buldur von Schirach style a little fishy. Quote, the state of Europe is so unstable that it needs a healthy center of strength. Only France and Germany can provide that. End of quote. Back in 2016, Frank-Walter Steinmeier summed up the rock-solid, indeed fundamentally sound prerequisites for Germany's success in economic and foreign policy, which is nevertheless somewhat shrouded in mystery, in an almost consensual manner. Quote, Germany is admired for its stability, humanity, and liberalism. Shrill tones and the election results of the AfD have raised doubts as to whether this will remain the case. Let's make no mistake, the secret behind Germany's growing role in the world and our economic success is our rationality and objectivity in political debate and our rejection of populism and populist parties. We should not jeopardize that. End quote. The secret of the unstoppable success of this increasingly shrill country therefore lies in the fact that, when it comes to safeguarding German interests, every party squabble is silenced and everyone joins forces to take a swipe at foreign critics with the necessary ruthlessness and without false sentimentality. The fact that Alexander Golan and his troops are at least as reliable as the reinsurance politicians of the other parties when it comes to reason and objectivity is embarrassing, but it doesn't matter because nobody believes it anyway. So you have good reason to be proud of yourself as a German, even if you wouldn't express yourself that way, but in the manner of the Chancellor. In her opposition to the threat of punitive tariffs on German cars in a non-European Western country that can neither be blackmailed nor coldly ignored, she courageously admitted, "We are proud of our cars, and we are allowed to be."